Chapter 1. The Seven Masters. The young prodigy descends the mountain. Xiao Fan, you have achieved mastery in your arts. It is time for you to descend the mountain. Upon leaving, you shall assume the position of the leader of the martial alliance and guide the martial realm of the Dragon Kingdom to greater heights. At this moment, atop the 9 Dragons Mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a flowing robe that exuded an aura of ethereal grace, spoke to a young man clad in a simple long garment that do not heed your second master's words. Xiao Fan, the position of martial alliance leader is but a hollow title. It would be more worthwhile to become the master of my Ghost Valley, which boasts 3,000 disciples at your command. At this juncture, a long-haired elder in a black robe interjected, addressing the youth. Xiao Fan, upon your descent, consider becoming an assassin, allowing the name of the god of death to once again command respect in the assassin world. A man clad in blood-red attire, his demeanor cold and exuding a palpable aura of lethality, approached the young man with a chilling statement. Do not listen to your fourth master. Being an assassin is a thankless endeavor. The position of the Dragon King has long been reserved for you. Should you ascend as the new Dragon King, you would wield power over the realm, basking in the admiration of beauties. At this moment, a silver-haired, corpulent elder resembling a jovial Buddha grinned at the youth, exuding an air of lewdness. A man of stature should serve his nation, gallivanting across the battlefield to protect his homeland. How could one indulge in pleasures? Xiao Fan, upon descending, join the Celestial Strategy Army. With your capabilities, you could undoubtedly lead them to restore their former glory, instilling fear in the hearts of our adversaries, ensuring that they do not dare to encroach upon the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, you would emerge as the new generation's war god, a hero revered by the masses. How splendid that would be. Then, a resonant voice echoed that a robust middle-aged man with a resolute countenance stood nearby, exuding an oppressive aura of ironclad authority, his piercing gaze fixed upon the young man. What nonsense are you all spouting? Xiao Fan has only just descended the mountain, and all you can think of is sending him to battle. What if he were to sustain injuries? A melodious yet alluring voice suddenly chimed in. Immediately, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and a woman in a floral dress, exuding maturity, approached the young man, grasping his hand and enticingly saying, Xiao Fan, let us ignore these old geezers. You are of age now. Hurry down the mountain and seek a few brides. Zhong Wuyan, are you corrupting Xiao Fan? Are you not afraid of her wrath? The long-haired elder in black gazed at the woman, snorting in disapproval. Swish! Upon mention of that person, the woman's expression shifted slightly, her gaze darting to a certain spot in the mountains. She has yet to emerge from her seclusion. She cannot hear us. Second master, third master, fourth master, fifth master, sixth master, seventh master. I appreciate your good intentions, but I have my own plans for this descent. There is no need for you to worry about me. While I am away from the mountain, please take good care of yourselves. Let the master know that I have descended the mountain. Yi Fan bowed respectfully to the 6 masters present. Descend the mountain then. However, Xiao Fan, remember, you are our disciple. No one shall bully you but us. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to retaliate. The elderly man with white hair and beard caressed his now half-shorn beard as he spoke. Rest assured, second master, I shall not bring shame upon you. Yi Fan flashed a charming smile before turning and heading down the mountain as Yi Fan departed. His 6 masters wore varied expressions. Xiao Fan bears a blood feud. This descent could invite countless dangers should his identity be revealed. The long-haired elder in black observed with profound concern. Whoever dares to harm Xiao Fan shall meet their demise. The man clad in blood-red spoke coldly, his expression fierce, emanating an aura of bloodlust that seemed to solidify the surrounding space, akin to a harbinger of death. Fear not. With this lad's capabilities, anyone who provokes him shall surely find themselves in dire straits. The silver-haired, corpulent elder chuckled heartily. Wuyan, have the people of the 100 Flowers Pavilion keep a discreet watch on Xiao Fan to avert any mishaps. The elderly man with white hair instructed the woman beside him. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Whoever dares to touch Xiao Fan shall experience a fate worse than death. The woman smirked, her eyes glinting with a venomous intensity. Meanwhile, atop a peak of 9 Dragons Mountain, a woman dressed in a flowing white palace gown, her face obscured by a veil, stood gracefully. Her long hair danced in the wind, tethered by a ribbon. This woman possessed an otherworldly charm, ethereal as a celestial being, evoking a sense of distant admiration that felt almost sacrilegious to approach. Her autumn-like eyes observed Yi Fan as he made his way down the mountain, revealing a tumult of emotions. Yi Fan soon reached the mountain's foot, where a luxurious Mercedes parked. From the vehicle emerged a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and a woman with exquisite features, her face etched with deep concern. "Gong uncle, do you think the Ghost Valley medical sage truly resides here?" The woman inquired anxiously. "Miss, I cannot say for certain. After all, the Ghost Valley medical sage has been missing for over a decade. Numerous dignitaries have sought him for treatment, but to no avail." The middle-aged man frowned, responding gravely, "Regardless, this is the sole means to save my father. I must try." With determination, the woman resolved to ascend the mountain. "Are you searching for the Ghost Valley medical sage?" Yi Fan's figure suddenly appeared before them. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he instinctively took a defensive stance before the woman, regarding Yi Fan with caution. "Do not worry, I am no villain. Are you in search of the Ghost Valley medical sage?" Yi Fan spoke calmly. "Indeed, do you know the Ghost Valley medical sage?" Jiang Shui gazed at Yi Fan, her eyes filled with hope. "That I do, he is my third master." Yi Fan replied directly. "You are a disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage? Is that true? Do you know where the Ghost Valley medical sage is? Can you take me to see your master?" Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Jiang Shui's excitement was palpable. "There is no need to seek him. My third master has long since sealed his needles and will not intervene to save anyone." Yi Fan shrugged dismissively. "What?" Jiang Shui's expression faltered, her body trembling. Suddenly, several Wuling Hongguang vehicles screeched to a halt nearby, and a group of burly men wielding machetes emerged from the cars. They advanced directly towards Jiang Shui. "Who are you? What do you want?" The middle-aged man beside Jiang Shui's expression darkened as he confronted the group. "Go!" One of the men with a buzz cut glared at Jiang Shui coldly. With a wave of his hand, the others charged forward. Chapter 2. The most beautiful CEO? "Miss, run!" As a group of armed men charged forward, the middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit shouted and rushed towards them, swinging his fists to confront the assailants. Bang! 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 However, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Despite the middle-aged man's commendable fighting prowess, he found it exceedingly difficult to fend off so many armed attackers. In an instant, several of them seized the opportunity and charged towards Jiang Shui. Seeing this, Jiang Shui's face turned pale with fear as she stumbled backward, ultimately losing her balance and falling. Yet, she did not hit the ground instead. She was caught in Yi Fan's embrace. At that moment, the assailants, brandishing their machetes, aimed deadly strikes at Jiang Shui without a hint of mercy. "Miss!" The middle-aged man cried out in alarm upon seeing Jiang Shui in peril, but in his moment of distraction, he was struck by a blade, blood gushing forth. Whoosh! 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 In a critical moment, Yi Fan flicked his wrist, and several silvery projectiles shot forth, striking the attackers and rendering them immobile. Jiang Shui, initially stunned by the scene, quickly regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Yi Fan, saying, "Thank you, sir. You're welcome." Yi Fan replied casually, his gaze shifting towards the remaining assailants surrounding the middle-aged man. With another flick of his wrist, dozens of silvery projectiles flew out, incapacitating the group, leaving each of them frozen as if struck by an acupoint, with needles embedded in their bodies. At this juncture, the middle-aged man looked on in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan, deeply impressed. "Thank you for your timely intervention, sir. You just executed the techniques of the Tiankai army, didn't you?" Yi Fan remarked, studying the man. "How do you know of the Tiankai army's techniques?" The man asked, his surprise evident. The founder of the Tiankai army was his sixth master. Thus he was well aware that I was once a member of the Tiankai army but retired due to injury. "But what shall we do if we have not summoned the medical sage of Gigu? My father's illness is severe." Jiang Shui's brow furrowed with anxiety. "Though my third master may not intervene, you can seek my assistance." Yi Fan interjected suddenly. "Are you willing to help save my father?" Jiang Shui gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment. Yi Fan replied without hesitation. "However, my father is gravely ill, and those physicians claim only the medical sage of Gigu can cure him." Jiang Shui's delicate brows knitted together as she regarded Yi Fan. "I am far more capable than my third master. If I cannot save your father, then seeking my third master would be futile. Do you want my help? If not, I shall take my leave." Yi Fan stated bluntly. Were it not for his reluctance to expend effort traveling to Tianhai, he would not waste time on rescuing others, especially since, as his third master said, the people of Gigu do not extend aid to just anyone. Well, Jiang Shui's expression shifted, her hesitation evident. She was clearly uncertain whether Yi Fan could genuinely save her father. At that moment, the man spoke up, "Miss, judging by the manner in which the sir intervened, his medical skills should not be in question. We might as well give it a try." "Then thank you, sir. Let us depart at once." Jiang Shui nodded, her gaze shifting toward Yi Fan. Thus, the three of them set off towards Tianhai. During the journey, Jiang Shui introduced herself, revealing that she was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one of the 5 prominent families in Tianhai. "You are from Tianhai. Are you acquainted with Tang Chuchu?" Yi Fan inquired. "Tang Chuchu. She is the most beautiful CEO in Tianhai, not only stunningly beautiful but also a true business prodigy. 2 years ago, the elder chairman of the Tang family and his eldest son were involved in a car accident. The elder chairman did not survive, and his eldest son became disabled, rendering him incapacitated. The entire Tang family fell into chaos, and other major conglomerates seized the opportunity to attempt to take over. Just when the Tang family was in dire straits, the long-absent young lady, Tang Chuchu, suddenly reappeared, single-handedly stabilizing the situation and fending off pressures. From the major conglomerates in just 2 years, she has amplified the Tang family's assets tenfold, transforming it into the largest conglomerate in Tianhai, earning her the title of business prodigy. This beautiful CEO is a legend in Tianhai, everyone knows her. Jiang Shui remarked with a sense of admiration. "My wife is that remarkable." Yi Fan stroked his chin, pride evident in his voice. "Your wife? Sir, are you implying?" Jiang Shui was taken aback by Yi Fan's statement. "Indeed, Tang Chuchu is my wife," Yi Fan declared. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Shui and the driver, Uncle Gong, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Tang Chuchu, the most beautiful woman in Tianhai, possessed immense commercial acumen, with countless suitors vying for her attention. Even the sons of aristocratic families from Jiangnan were infatuated with her. However, Tang Chuchu had always been indifferent to these men, granting them no opportunity to approach her. Thus, she was often referred to as the ice goddess. Yet now, someone claimed that this ice goddess was his wife, leaving anyone astonished. "Sir, you cannot be jesting, can you?" Jiang Shui questioned incredulously. Clearly, she found it hard to believe Yi Fan's assertion. After all, how could someone as wise and beautiful as the ice goddess, who disregarded so many powerful suitors, possibly belong to another? "Believe it or not, it matters not," Yi Fan replied without further elaboration. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at Tianhai. This Tianhai? Quite bustling, far livelier than Zhilong Mountain, Yi Fan remarked as he gazed out at the vibrant urban landscape, feeling much like a countryman visiting the city for the first time. Since being taken to Zhilong Mountain at the age of 5 by his master, he had not left for over a decade, and returning to the city now evoked a profound emotional response. Subsequently, their vehicle arrived at a luxurious villa. This was the residence of the Jiang family. "Sir, we have arrived. By the way, how should I address you, sir?" Jiang Shui asked. "Just call me Yi Fan, let us go," Yi Fan replied. "Please, young Master Yi." Jiang Shui led him into the villa. Inside, numerous individuals stood about, all belonging to the Jiang family's direct and collateral branches. One middle-aged man, dressed in a white coat and sporting a beard, lounged on a sofa, smoking a cigar with an air of superiority. He was Jiang Tianyang, Jiang Shui's second uncle. As Jiang Tianyang noticed Jiang Shui's arrival, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he remarked. Jiang Shui shot a cold glance at her second uncle. She was well aware of his intentions. He had long coveted the position of family head. Now, with her father gravely ill, he had allied with others in the family to usurp power, even going so far as to send someone to eliminate her. "Of course not, I merely express concern for you, Xiaoxue. After all, you are off to seek the medical sage of Gigu who can save your elder brother. I wonder, have you encountered that medical sage?" Jiang Tianyang chuckled lightly. "No, however, I have summoned a disciple of the renowned sage of medicine from Gigu. With him present, my father shall undoubtedly be unharmed." As Jiang Shui spoke, her gaze turned towards Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, my father is upstairs, please." At this moment, the members of the Jiang family regarded the youthful Yi Fan with astonishment. "Xiao Shui, this lad is a disciple of the sage of medicine from Gigu? Surely you must be mistaken. With his attire, he resembles nothing more than a rustic country boy. How could he possibly be a distinguished disciple of the esteemed sage? Jiang Tianyang scoffed as he scrutinized Yifan. Indeed, you audacious young man, daring to come to my Jiang family to deceive us. You possess quite the audacity. Now be gone. Jiang Feng, son of Jiang Tianyang, pointed at Yifan and berated him vehemently. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the air. Yifan cast a glance at Jiang Feng and, in one swift motion, delivered a resounding slap that sent him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Enough of this noise, Yifan declared coldly. Chapter 3. My wife, I have arrived. Fenger. Jiang Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed his son being assaulted. He rose abruptly, his gaze fixed icily upon Yifan. How dare you lay a hand on my son? Summon assistance. Instantaneously, a throng of black-clad bodyguards surged forth from the villa, encircling Yifan. Jiang Shui glared furiously at Jiang Tianyang. How could a mere boy like him possibly cure my elder brother's ailment? He is nothing but a charlatan. Apprehend him, Jiang Tianyang commanded coldly. Immediately, the bodyguards lunged towards Yifan. Whoosh, 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 with a swift wave of his hand. Yifan unleashed a flurry of silver needles that pierced through the bodies of the guards, each one collapsing to the ground instantaneously. In that moment, both Jiang Tianyang and the members of the Jiang family present were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Do you doubt the prowess of my medical skills? Yifan gazed at Jiang Tianyang and spoke. Indeed, young man, you. Before Jiang Tianyang could respond, he was interrupted. Master San has stated that anyone who dares to question the medical arts of Gigu shall not be spared. Yifan spoke softly, waving his hand as a silver needle pierced directly into Jiang Tianyang's chest. Ah! In an instant, Jiang Tianyang fell to the ground, writhing in agony and crying out in pain. Young Master Yi. Jiang Shui furrowed her brow upon witnessing this. It's nothing. He won't die. Yifan spoke as he ascended the stairs. Soon, they arrived at a chamber where a middle-aged man lay upon the bed, emaciated and gaunt, presenting the visage of one gravely ill, none other than Jiang Tianqing, the head of the Jiang family. Young Master Yi, this is my father. I implore you to save him. Jiang Shui gazed at her father, anguish evident in her eyes, as she beseeched Yifan. Your father is not suffering from an illness. He is poisoned. Yifan cast a glance at Jiang Tianqing, who lay upon the bed. Poisoned? How could this be possible? Jiang Shui's expression shifted with alarm. How could the head of the family be poisoned? Could it have been the work of the second master? Uncle Gong, standing nearby, spoke up. This poison is not something that fellow could possess. Allow me to neutralize the toxin first. The rest is for you to resolve. Yifan spoke as he swiftly thrust a silver needle into a specific acupoint on Jiang Tianqing's chest. He then delicately twisted the needle between his fingers, causing it to emit a radiant shimmer. A mysterious energy flowed through the needle and entered Jiang Tianqing's body. Jiang Shui stood by, her face a portrait of anxiety as she clenched her fists. Suddenly, Yifan withdrew the silver needle and abruptly propped up Jiang Tianqing, who immediately expelled a mouthful of dark blood. Father! Jiang Shui exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing this. Yifan spoke, Young Master Yi, thank you. We, the Jiang family, are profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Jiang Shui gazed at Yifan with a face full of gratitude. I am not one to relish being in debt to others. Farewell. Yifan spoke succinctly and decisively, striding towards the exit. At that moment, Jiang Tianqing gradually opened his eyes, his breath returning to normal. Father, head of the family, Jiang Shui and Uncle Gong exclaimed in unison. As Yifan descended the stairs, the members of the Jiang family regarded him with palpable fear in their eyes. Jiang Tianyang lay on the ground, writhing in agony, utterly tormented to the point of feeling completely drained. Yifan cast a glance at the other party and with a mere wave of his hand, the silver needles upon him vanished, and at last, he ceased his cries. Should there be another instance of questioning the medical arts of Gigu, death shall be the consequence. Yifan uttered a statement that momentarily halted the air within the villa, leaving the members of the Jiang family in a state of stunned silence. At the heart of Tianhai lies its bustling CBD, where, in this prime location of invaluable real estate, stands a towering edifice soaring over 100 meters high. This is the headquarters of the esteemed Tang Group, the foremost conglomerate in Tianhai. At this moment, Yifan finds himself amidst this impressive establishment. So, this is his wife's company. It is indeed quite magnificent. Yifan gazed at the towering edifice of the Tang Corporation, a sigh escaping his lips as he prepared to enter. However, he was swiftly halted by the security guard stationed at the entrance. "What a beggar! Do you really think you can just stroll in here?" The guard remarked with an expression of disdain plastered across his face. "A beggar? You dare to label me as such?" Yifan retorted. Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, I am speaking of you. Quickly, be gone." The security guard shouted at Yifan, pointing his finger. "Have you ever encountered a beggar as dashing as I?" Yifan expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "No matter how handsome you are still a beggar. Leave at once and do not tarnish the image of our Tang group." The security guard replied with a cold snort. "I am here to find my wife." Yifan exclaimed, "Your wife? At the Tang group?" The security guard cast a glance at Yifan and replied, "Indeed, she is none other than Tang Chu-Chu, the president of your Tang group." Yifan spoke directly. "What? You claim the president is your wife? Are you looking for a beating? How dare you assert that the president is your spouse? Have you not yet awakened from your delusions?" The security guard gazed at Yifan with a look of scorn and disdain. Their president was renowned as the most beautiful female president in Tianhai, famously known as the Ice Goddess. How could she possibly choose a beggar as her husband? It was utterly laughable. Why waste words on him? Just throw him out. Another security guard impatiently remarked. They were just about to take action against Yifan when two silver flashes suddenly shot forth, piercing the guards with silver needles, rendering them immobile. "Why force my hand when it is unnecessary?" Yifan curled his lips and stepped directly into the Tang Corporation building. Inside a conference room of the Tang Corporation, a group of high-ranking executives and board members were seated, with a young woman dressed in a sleek black professional outfit and her hair elegantly styled, positioned before them. This young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with a pair of deep, clear black eyes, soft, full red lips, and a delicate, refined nose that graced her exquisite face. Coupled with her gracefully contoured cheeks and flawless skin, she embodied an ethereal beauty. However, despite her stunning visage, there was an air of cold aloofness about her, exuding a temperament that seemed almost unattainable. At this moment, her finely arched brows knitted together as she addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you implying that you intend to dismiss me from my position as president? It is not our desire to remove you, president, but rather the consequences of your actions have led to significant losses for the Tang Corporation, and the interests of the shareholders present here have also suffered. Shouldn't you bear the responsibility for this?" A woman seated nearby, adorned in an alluring and provocative manner, remarked with a hint of amusement. "Indeed, you must take responsibility for this, and consequently, we, the board members, have resolved to terminate your presidency." Another elder stated directly, "Absolutely, dismissal is imperative." A considerable number of the Tang Corporation's board members and executives echoed in agreement, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a palace coup. "My dear, I have arrived." Just at that critical moment, the conference room door swung open abruptly. Yifan's voice echoed from outside. Chapter 4. "He is my husband. Wife, I have arrived." As Yifan's voice resonated, he burst into the office. His gaze swept across the room and instantly landed on Tang Chu-Chu. "Wife, at last I see you." Yifan gazed at Tang Chu-Chu, who was exuberantly calling out, as he strode directly towards her. Who is this young man, daring to intrude upon the corporate conference room? Step out at once. At that moment, a manager from the group rose to his feet, positioning himself in front of Yifan. "I am searching for my wife. What business is it of yours? You may as well remain where you are." Yifan cast a discontented glance at the other party and exclaimed, "You, call someone." The manager, initially filled with rage, soon raised his voice. Instantly, a group of security personnel rushed in. "How can you conduct yourselves this way? You allow anyone to intrude upon the group's conference room? Do you still wish to keep your positions?" The executive pointed an accusing finger at the security team. "Mr. Su, I apologize. It is our negligence." A security captain nodded repeatedly, his gaze shifting towards Yifan. "Seize this young man." With that, the security personnel advanced towards Yifan, But suddenly, "Stop," Tang Chu-Chu interjected. "President, this young man. He is my husband." As soon as Mr. Su opened his mouth, Tang Chu-Chu spoke directly. "Brother Fan, you've come down from the mountains." Ignoring the astonishment of those present, she stood up and approached Yi Fan, her face alight with excitement, her gaze tender and affectionate. The previously aloof demeanor of a high-ranking individual vanished, transforming her into a devoted wife joyfully reunited with her beloved. "Yes, my masters finally permitted me to descend. My dear wife, I've missed you so much." Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu-Chu tightly. "I miss you too." Tang Chu-Chu nestled against Yi Fan's shoulder, expressing her affection tenderly. "President, is this person your husband? When did you get married? How come we were unaware?" At that moment, the alluring woman who had just spoken turned her gaze, a hint of surprise evident in her eyes as she inquired. The board members and executives present began to murmur among themselves, utterly astonished. They had never heard of Tang Chu-Chu's marriage, and the president had always maintained an aloof demeanor, consistently rejecting the advances of numerous affluent suitors. How could a husband suddenly materialize? This was nothing short of explosive news. "We are not married, but he is the husband I, Tang Chu-Chu, have acknowledged." Tang Chu-Chu remarked with indifference, her authoritative presence reasserting itself. "This is a personal matter for the president, and we naturally have no right to question it. However, we are currently convening a group meeting, and the presence of individuals unrelated to the group seems rather inappropriate." The alluring woman, Ma Yan, stated coolly. "Are you convening this meeting to dismiss my wife's position as president?" Yi Fan suddenly spoke up. "The president has failed in her duties, causing significant losses to the corporation's interests. Thus, she ought to be dismissed." At that moment, Mr. Su directly responded, "You intend to dismiss my wife?" Yi Fan cast his gaze upon General Manager Su. "Indeed." General Manager Su immediately retorted. Bang! Yi Fan suddenly struck with a resounding slap, sending the senior executive of the Tang Group flying through the air. With a thud, this manager Su landed several meters away, spitting blood upon impact. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the others present turned pale. "Who else dares to dismiss my wife?" Yi Fan displayed an air of indifference. "How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Su? What audacity!" At that moment, Ma Yan pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Fan, her voice filled with fury. "You intend to dismiss my wife, do you?" Slap! Yi Fan cast a glance at Ma Yan, who was just about to speak when a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending her sprawling to the ground. The stark imprint of a hand vividly marked her heavily powdered face. As the two high-ranking executives were struck, the remaining directors and executives present paled in fear, hastily retreating from Yi Fan's presence. You dare to strike me? Security, apprehend him at once." Ma Yan shouted, clutching her face while lying on the ground. "How intolerable!" Yi Fan furrowed his brows, and with a swift gesture, a silver needle found its mark on Ma Yan, silencing her. The security personnel wore expressions of deep conflict. If it were anyone else causing a disturbance here, they would certainly have acted without mercy to subdue the offender. Yet, the individual creating the ruckus was none other than the man of the esteemed president. How could these mere security guards dare to intervene? Moreover, who would dare to suggest dismissing my wife? Yi Fan cast a sweeping glance over the assembled crowd. "You young man, what you are doing is illegal. Do not assume that with Tang Chu-Chu's assistance, you can act with impunity." At that moment, a director from the Tang Corporation glared at Yi Fan and exclaimed. Yi Fan, undeterred, strode toward him. "Quick! Someone stop him! Halt him!" The director's complexion changed as he watched Yi Fan approach, and he shouted desperately, "Brother Xiaofan, just let it go." Tang Chu-Chu interjected, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. "Since my wife intercedes on your behalf, consider yourself fortunate." Yi Fan halted his steps, gazing at the others with a scoff. "Esteemed colleagues, as you convene this meeting today to discuss my potential ousting, I must inquire whether your intentions genuinely concern the welfare of the company or merely serve your own selfish desires. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. However, the position of president was entrusted to me by my grandfather, and I shall not relinquish it so easily. As for the challenges and losses currently faced by the company, I assure you I will address each one in due course. I implore the board to place their trust in me and grant me a bit more time. Tang Chu addressed the assembly. Mr. Tang, we shall afford you another opportunity. Within 3 days, should you fail to present a satisfactory solution, we will be compelled to remove you from your presidential post. At that juncture, even the pleas of Madame Tang will bear no weight, another board member stated directly. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Fan cast a piercing glance in his direction, causing the man to shudder and promptly seal his lips. Very well, 3 days it is. Within this time frame, I shall provide all of you with a satisfactory resolution, Yi Fan asserted. Xiao Fan, let us depart, Tang Chu exclaimed, attempting to escort Yi Fan away. However, upon noticing Ma Yan's immobility, she added, Xiao Fan, she. Yi Fan cast a glance at Ma Yan and approached her. With a mere wave of his hand, the silver needles embedded in her body vanished. Instantly, Ma Yan's physique returned to normal, and she gasped for breath, her expression a blend of astonishment and fury as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Fan. Let me make myself clear. Should you dare to disrespect my wife again, it will not merely be a matter of pricking you with needles. Yi Fan glanced at Ma Yan, who let out a cold snort, and then followed Tang Chu out of the conference room. Bastard! Ma Yan exclaimed angrily. The other executives and board members were left gasping, their backs drenched in cold sweat from Yi Fan's shocking presence. Where on earth did this young man emerge from? He is truly extraordinary. The executives began to murmur amongst themselves about Yi Fan. Chapter 5. The scoundrel. In the president's office of Tang Corporation, Tang Chu and Yi Fan entered. As soon as they stepped inside, Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu, affectionately saying, My dear, I have missed you dearly. Is that so? With Master Fu around, you would still think of me? Tang Chu playfully retorted. Of course I do. You are the one I have chosen as my wife. Who else could I possibly think of? Yi Fan smiled cheerfully, then turned his gaze towards Tang Chu. By the way, my dear wife, how is your mysterious body? It has not flared up again, has it? Ever since that time when Master San treated me, it has not recurred, Tang Chu replied. That is splendid news. My purpose in descending the mountain this time is to completely cure your mysterious body, freeing you from the torment of this malevolent energy. Yi Fan spoke in a solemn tone. Tang Chu possessed an exceedingly rare body known as the Xian physique, which would unleash a torrent of chilling energy within her every full moon, rendering her existence a torment. In a desperate bid to save his granddaughter, the patriarch of the Tang family exhausted all connections and, 5 years ago, brought the 15-year-old Tang Chu to Jilong Mountain to seek the aid of Yi Fan's revered master, the medical saint of Gigu. Initially, the medical saint had resolved never to intervene again, but upon witnessing the frail and tormented state of Tang Chu, Yi Fan felt a surge of compassion and implored his master to help. Thus, the medical saint acquiesced. Subsequently, Tang Chu remained on Jilong Mountain, undergoing treatment from the medical saint. Throughout those 3 years, Yi Fan devotedly cared for her, and the bond between the two young souls deepened, eventually blossoming into love. Brother Xiao Fan, have you mastered the 5th needle of the Gigu 9 needles? Tang Chu gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment. During her time on Jilong Mountain, she had learned that to eradicate the hidden dangers of her Xianin physique entirely, the 5th needle of the Gigu 9 needles was indispensable. At that time, although the medical saint was capable of employing the 5th needle, he did not completely cure her, leaving the remainder of the treatment in Yi Fan's hands, who had only reached the 3rd needle of the Gigu 9 needles then. Yes, I have now mastered the 5th needle. However, to fully cure your Xian physique, we must wait until the night of the full moon, he replied. So we shall have to be patient a little longer. Yi Fan nodded. Brother Xiao Fan, you are truly remarkable, Tang Chu exclaimed with admiration. Of course, your husband is the most formidable. By the way, why did those individuals seek to dismiss you today? Did something happen within the company? Yi Fan gazed at Tang Chu and inquired. Indeed, there seems to be a matter at hand. Tang Chu, seated on the sofa, recounted, Our Tang Corporation primarily specializes in beauty and skincare products, consistently commanding 70% of the market share in both Tianhai and Jiangnan County. She rubbed her temples, weary from the burden of the situation. I was wondering what the issue could be. It turns out to be quite straightforward.
Ye Fan respondet dismissively.
Tang Chu suddenly gazed intently at Yi Fan. Little brother Fan, are you truly speaking the truth? Certainly. Within the medical arts of the Ghost Valley lies an abundance of various medicinal formulas, including those for beauty enhancement, scar removal, and the treatment of myriad ailments. I possess a plethora of these, and their efficacy is undoubtedly remarkable. I shall transcribe these formulas for you at once. Yi Fan spoke as he directly took the paper and pen from Tang Chu's desk and began to write. This is the formula for the youth elixir. Consuming just one pill can instantly rejuvenate one's appearance by a decade. This is the recipe for the scar removal ointment. A mere dab can effortlessly erase any scar, leaving no trace behind. This is. Yi Fan elegantly penned over a dozen formulas, leaving Tang Chu gazing at them in sheer astonishment. Xiao Fan Gij, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed excitedly, embracing Yi Fan and planting a kiss on his cheek. From now on, with me by your side, no one shall dare to bully you, Yi Fan confidently remarked. Xiao Fan, dear brother, you have just descended from the mountain and surely lack a place to stay. Tang Chu interjected. Indeed, I have come seeking refuge with you, my beloved wife. You must graciously offer me shelter. Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu as he spoke. I recently purchased a villa. Why not move in with me? Just as she finished speaking, a blush appeared on her face. All right, Yi Fan readily acquiesced. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Come in, called Tang Chu. The door to the office swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white shirt paired with a black jacket, complemented by a form-fitting skirt and high-heeled black stockings, who entered holding a document. President, this, Sun Xiao exclaimed, glancing at Tang Chu, her gaze momentarily flickering towards Yi Fan, silently pondering whether this fellow was indeed the president's husband, noting that he was rather unremarkable in appearance. By now, news of Tang Chu's marital status had already spread throughout the Tang group. Xiao, you have arrived just in time. Take these two formulas and immediately inform the Research and Development Department to commence production of these two products according to the outlined methods. However, this matter must remain confidential. It is imperative that no outsiders are aware, not even the senior executives of the company. Tang Chu instructed, handing over the formulas for the youth preservation pill and scar removal ointment to Sun Xiao. Understood, President. Sun Xiao nodded. Yi Fan spoke. Tang Chu, are we purchasing clothes? My dear wife, I am utterly penniless. Yi Fan awkwardly said. It's all right. I'm here for you. My dear wife, you are far too kind to me. Shall we be off then? Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu and planted another kiss on her. What a scoundrel, Sun Xiao thought disdainfully. She never anticipated that the president's chosen husband would be so unimpressive. A mere sponge living off others, truly a cad. The president must have been deceived by him. I must assist her in ridding herself of this freeloading rogue. Sun Xiao's mind raced, categorizing Yi Fan as a villain who preys on innocent maidens. Chapter 6. Daring to covet my wife, you'll regret it. At the entrance of the Tang group, the two security guards stood still, unmoving. As Tang Chu emerged, she gazed at them. They don't believe you are my wife and won't let me enter. I may have to teach them a lesson. Yi Fan, uttering a few words, removed the silver needles from their bodies. As the needles were extracted, the two security guards immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. President, they exclaimed, scrambling to their feet to address Tang Chu. He is my husband. Do not obstruct us again. Tang Chu pointed at Yi Fan, asserting her claim. Yes. The two guards, initially taken aback, nodded fervently in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Fan and Tang Chu departed from the Tang Corporation. Could it be true that he is indeed the president's husband? How could this be? The president is the goddess of my heart, and yet she is married. The two security guards wore expressions of heartbreak. Their sorrow was not isolated. Countless employees within the Tang Corporation, who revered Tang Chu as their dream goddess, also felt their hearts shatter upon receiving this news. Meanwhile, in another office of the Tang Corporation, Ma Yan, who had been humiliated by Yi Fan, was on the phone lamenting her plight. Young Master Tang, you must stand up for me. My face is bruised and bleeding. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Ma Yan exclaimed fiercely, her face contorted with rage. She then hung up the call, covering her face, her expression chilling, with a serpent-like glint in her eyes. At the Tang family estate, after young Master Tang Feng ended a call, he rushed into a room and shouted at a middle-aged man within, "Father, a grave situation has arisen." His demeanor was frantic, as if the world were coming to an end. The middle-aged man, Tang Jingyi, the second master of the Tang family, leisurely sipped his tea, admonishing Tang Feng for his impatience. "What is it, Feng? Can't you see I'm enjoying my tea?" Tang Feng approached him, taking the cup from his hands and draining its contents. "What has happened? Has Tang Chu been successfully dismissed?" Tang Jingyi inquired with an air of indifference. "No, it's worse. Tang Chu has a man, and today he caused a commotion at the corporate meeting, even publicly striking Mr. Su and Ma Yan." Tang Feng recounted the events of the Tang Corporation's meeting in detail. Indeed, upon hearing this, Tang Jingyi's brow furrowed, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a turn of events? Yes, I too was taken aback. Tang Chu, who usually appears aloof and disinterested in men, has been involved with someone all along, masquerading as pure and noble. It's utterly ridiculous. Tang Feng scoffed. "Second master." At that moment, a servant entered, addressing Tang Jingyi. "What is it?" Tang Jingyi inquired, turning his gaze towards the servant. "The head of the Gong family has come to propose marriage for his son," the servant announced. "Ha ha ha. Everything seems to be aligning perfectly. It appears we are in for an entertaining day. Let us go." Tang Jingyi set down his teacup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a shopping mall, after Tang Chu had just purchased a complete outfit for Yifan, she received a call from her mother, and her brows furrowed in concern. "What is it, my dear wife?" Yifan gazed at Tang Chu and remarked, "The young master of the Gong family has come to my home to propose." Tang Chu responded, "A proposal? This fellow has quite the audacity, daring to compete with me for a bride." Yifan curled his lips and scoffed. "Little brother Fan, rest assured, I shall never accept his proposal," Tang Chu firmly declared while holding Yifan's hand. "Fool, I certainly believe you. However, I cannot allow anyone to covet my wife. Come, let us go to the Tang family." Yifan playfully flicked Tang Chu's nose before making his way to the Tang residence. The Tang family estate, located on the outskirts of Tianhai City, spans over 100 acres and comprises several opulent villas, showcasing the grandeur of the Tang clan. At this moment, in the main hall of the Tang residence, the matriarch sat in a prominent armchair, exuding vitality and an impressive aura. To her right sat Tang Zhengren, the eldest son of the Tang family and Chu's father, accompanied by his wife. However, Tang Zhengren was confined to a wheelchair, appearing rather haggard. Beside him were Tang Jingyi and his son, Tang Feng. To the left of the matriarch sat a middle-aged man and a young man, the former being Gong Shang, the head of the Gong family, one of the 5 prominent families of Tianhai, and the latter his son, Gong Qing. The matriarch glanced at Gong Shang, who smiled in response. "I have long harbored affection for Chu. If she agrees to marry me, I vow to treat her well. Moreover, our 2 families would become in-laws, which would undoubtedly lead to mutual prosperity. A true win-win situation." Gong Qing eagerly proclaimed, "It is an honor for our Chu to garner such affection from Gong Shao. I find this union quite favorable." Tang Chu's mother, Yang Yulan, chimed in with a smile. "I do not agree." At that moment, Tang Chu's voice cut through the air, as she entered alongside Yifan. "Chu." Gong Qing's gaze fixated on her, desire flickering in his eyes. "I have already told you countless times, Gong Qing, that I do not harbor feelings for you, so you need not pursue me further."
Tang Chu Rito Conli.
Chu, I have heard that the board members of the Tang Group plan to jointly dismiss you from your position as president today. If you do not marry me, it won't be long before the Tang family faces dire straits. Gong Qing's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "Are you threatening me?" Tang Chu's expression hardened. "I am merely informing you that marrying me is the only viable path for you and the entire Tang family at present," Gong Qing declared arrogantly. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the hall, sending Gong Qing flying back into a chair, shattering it to pieces. "Dare to covet my wife? You asked for it." Yifan replied coldly, "Son." Gong Shang's expression changed as he witnessed his son being struck, prompting him to exclaim urgently. At that moment, The members of the Tang family turned their gazes entirely towards Yifan. Damn you! How dare you lay a hand on my son? Gong Shang seethed with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifan while glaring at his son's swollen face. I do not appreciate being pointed at. Yifan spoke coldly, and with a decisive snap. The next moment, Gong Shang's finger was crushed by him. Ah! Gong Shang howled in agony, clutching his severed digit. Chapter 7. Without a house, without a car, without money. As Gong Shang's finger was broken, the expressions of the Tang family members shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting shock. They had not anticipated that this young man would resort to such ruthless measures. Old Madam Tang, is this young man one of your kin? Are you and your family declaring war on the Gong family? Gong Shang, grimacing in pain, glared menacingly at old Madam Tang. My apologies, Master Gong, but this young man is not affiliated with my family. His actions have no connection to the Tang clan, old Madam Tang quickly asserted. Who exactly are you? Gong Shang's gaze remained fixed on Yifan. He is my husband, Tang Chu declared boldly. Immediately, the countenances of the Tang family members, as well as Gong Shang and Gong Qing, underwent a dramatic transformation. Chu, what nonsense are you spouting? Tang Chu's mother, Yang Yulan, rushed forward, bewildered. Chu, you actually have a husband? How is that even possible? Gong Qing exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief as she stared at Tang Chu. Remember, if you dare to lay a hand on my wife again, next time it will not merely be a slap. Yifan cast a glance at Gong Qing, his demeanor icy. You! Gong Qing, seething with anger, glared at Yifan and was about to strike, only to be restrained by his father. You young man, I shall remember you, Gong Shang uttered coldly, leading his son away from the Tang family. Are you the one who caused a commotion in my Tang group's conference room today and assaulted someone, claiming to be Chu's husband? At that moment, the matriarch of the Tang family regarded Yifan with an imposing authority. Indeed, Yifan replied nonchalantly, Go ahead. What exactly is your relationship with Chu? Lady Tang inquired. Chu is my wife. What do you think our relationship is? Yifan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Young man, do not speak frivolously. Our Chu is not yet married. How could she possibly be your wife? Yang Yulan exclaimed, pointing at Yifan. Grandmother, father, mother, this is Brother Xiaofan, the medical disciple who helped me with my illness. For the past 3 years on the mountain, Brother Xiaofan has taken care of me, and we have long since pledged ourselves to one another. Tang Chu interjected, omitting the title of Yifan's master for reasons of discretion. Only the elder Tang and Tang Chu were aware that Yifan's master was the renowned medical sage of Gigu in the Dragon Kingdom. The other members of the Tang family merely knew that the old master had sent Tang Chu to a certain mountain for treatment, without knowing who the healer was. How amusing! Young man, you are quite impressive, having won the heart of the esteemed young lady of the Tang family. Tang Feng sneered from the side. Chu, why have you never mentioned this to us? How could you decide to pledge your life to this young man simply because he cared for you for a few years? Yang Yulan expressed her discontent towards Tang Chu. Mother, I genuinely like Brother Xiaofan, Tang Chu replied earnestly. Observing Tang Chu's resolute demeanor, Yang Yulan turned her gaze to Yifan, inquiring, Young man, do you have a home? No, he replied. Yifan shook his head. Do you own a car? Yang Yulan continued to inquire. Do you have any money? She asked once more. No. Yifan retorted, with no car, no house, and no money. What gives you the right to expect our Chu to become your wife? If our Chu were to be with you, how would you support her? Yang Yulan's expression immediately shifted, and she exclaimed. Her eyes filled with discontent as she looked at Yifan. I possess medical skills. Yifan spoke, medical practice? Do you possess a medical license? Yang Yulan replied coldly, a medical license? I do not have one. Yifan shook his head, asserting that as the esteemed heir of the medical sage of Ghost Valley, he had no need for such trivialities. You lack even a medical license, yet you dare to claim proficiency in the healing arts? I see you as nothing more than a rustic village doctor. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my family's Chu? Yang Yulan reproached sharply. Mom, please stop. Brother Xiaofan is a wonderful person. Tang Chu interjected hastily. Chu, you are still young and naive. Having spent so much time with him, it is only natural that you have been deceived. I cannot allow you to be misled, Yang Yulan insisted. This boy has nothing. He lacks even a respectable job. He is utterly unworthy of you. If you pursue a relationship with him, you will surely regret it. Yang Yulan continued to admonish Tang Chu-Chu. Chu-Chu, your mother is right. You are the esteemed young lady of the Tang family and currently the president of Tang Industries. You embody the dignity of our entire clan. If you associate with this individual, what will remain of the Tang family's reputation? We would become the subject of ridicule. The matriarch of the Tang family declared with an air of authority. Young man, do you hear that? You are not suited to be with my daughter. Vanish at once. Yang Yulan commanded, directing her ire at Yifan. I shall be with whomever I choose. No one can dictate my heart. I have chosen Chu-Chu as my bride, and none can alter that. Yifan spoke with an air of tranquility. You! Yang Yulan's expression shifted to one of exasperation. Chu-Chu, do you truly wish to be with this young man? Madame Tang gazed at Tang Chu-Chu, her voice low. Grandmother, mother, Xiaofan is the only man I have chosen for my life. Tang Chu-Chu declared resolutely. If you choose to be with this boy, then you ought to relinquish your position as the president of the Tang Corporation. It would be a disgrace for the esteemed Tang president to associate with a mere country bumpkin. Tang Feng seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed, Chu-Chu, if you pursue this relationship, you must forfeit your role as president of Tang Corporation, Madame Tang stated outright. Tang Chu-Chu then turned her gaze toward Yang Yulan and her father, Tang Zhengren, who sat in a wheelchair. Father, mother, I understand that you disapprove of Xiaofan, but I assure you that my choice is the right one. With that, Tang Chu-Chu took Yifan's hand and departed. Chu-Chu, this girl is driving me to despair. Yang Yulan exclaimed in frustration. Yulan, enough. Chu-Chu has grown up. We should not interfere too much. Tang Zhengren replied. What do you understand? Marriage is a significant matter. If Chu-Chu pursues this country lad, how will I face others? What will I tell my relatives and friends? That my son-in-law is a good-for-nothing without a car, a house, or a job. You have already become a failure. Do you wish for our daughter to marry a failure as well? Yang Yulan chastised Tang Zhengren without reservation. Yet he offered no retort, merely sighing in despondency, his silence heavy with resignation. Enough, Madame Tang declared solemnly. Zhang Yi, investigate this young man's background, and also, speak to the Gong family, clarifying that he has no ties to the Tang family. Madame Tang instructed Tang Jingyi. Yes, mother. Tang Jingyi nodded in compliance. In Tianhai, the Zijing Villa district is an upscale neighborhood, home to the affluent and powerful. Tang Chu-Chu led Yifan to one of the villas, number 3. This is the villa I purchased after leaving the Tang family. Xiaofan, you shall reside here from now on, Tang Chu-Chu announced. Does that mean we will share a room? Yifan gazed at Tang Chu-Chu with a playful smile. Tang Chu-Chu's charming face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head and said, If little Fan brother is willing. Chu-Chu, silly girl, I was just teasing you. Please prepare another room for me. Yifan jested. Oh, Tang Chu-Chu paused for a moment, nodding her head, yet a flicker of disappointment glimmered in her eyes. Chapter 8. The Blood Debt of Annihilation. Xiaofan, this is your room. Should you require anything, do let me know. Tang Chu-Chu led Yifan into a room that was furnished with a bed, a wardrobe, and a computer desk. All that one could need. This was more than sufficient.
Yifan uttered.
Tang Chu-Chu gazed at Yifan and said, Go ahead. If there is anything you cannot resolve, tell me. Remember, you are my Yifan's wife, and no one shall bully you. Yifan spoke. Tang Chu-Chu gently pressed her lips against Yifan's and then turned to leave. This little girl has truly grown up. Yifan brushed his lips and smiled gently. Suddenly, his expression shifted, turning solemn. He retrieved a jade pendant from around his neck, one side intricately carved with the likeness of a mythical beast, while the other bore the character Yi. The quality of the material was exceptional. This was, in fact, the heirloom token of the Yi family. Yifan clutched the jade pendant tightly, memories of that bloody night 18 years ago flooding his mind. 18 years prior, at merely 3 years of age, Yifan witnessed a harrowing night when a group of enigmatic assailants invaded the Yi residence. mercilessly slaughtering the entire family of over 100. His father, in a valiant attempt to shield him and his mother, met a tragic end beneath the adversary's blade. Yifan's mother fled with him, constantly pursued by assailants. "My dear, you must take good care of yourself from now on, especially the jade pendant you bear. It is the heirloom of the Yi family and must not be lost, nor should it ever be revealed to others." That night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Yifan's mother placed him in a garbage bin and uttered her final words before departing. He remained there for a grueling 3 days and nights, teetering on the brink of death when his master finally appeared and took him to the dragon's 9 mountains. Recalling the haunting scene from 18 years ago, Yifan's hand clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds, his nails digging into his palm, drawing blood without his awareness. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped him, coalescing into a palpable bloodlust that filled the entire room, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. "Father, mother, I shall avenge you. The blood debt of the 108 members of the Yi family must be repaid." Yifan's expression was resolute as he proclaimed each word with conviction. The blood debts of the Yi family have lingered in Yifan's mind for many years. His descent from the mountain this time serves a dual purpose: to cure Chu-Chu's ailment and to uncover the identity of the perpetrator who annihilated the entire Yi clan 18 years ago, ensuring they pay a blood price for their heinous act. However, unraveling the mystery of the assailant after such a lengthy passage of time proves to be a formidable challenge. It appears that he must seek the assistance of his 7th master to aid in this endeavor. Yifan produced a token inscribed with the characters Baihua. This was the Baihua order bestowed upon him by Master Qi, granting him the authority to summon the full might of the Baihua Tower. Ostensibly, the Baihua Tower serves as the largest fireworks establishment in the Dragon Kingdom. However, in truth, it operates as the nation's foremost intelligence organization. It possesses the capability to procure any information, provided one is willing to pay the price. Its intelligence-gathering prowess eclipses even that of the official Dragon Kingdom authorities. Yet, those privy to the true nature of the Baihua Tower are the elite, power-holding figures at the apex of society or influential figures within the underworld. The average citizen merely perceives it as a favored haunt for men. Yifan intended to mobilize the forces of the 100 Flowers Pavilion to investigate the perpetrator of the massacre that occurred 18 years ago. Meanwhile, within the esteemed Gong family, one of the 5 great families, Gong Shang sat with his finger wrapped in bandages, his expression dark and brooding. His son, Gong Qing, bore a swollen visage, his eyes brimming with a fierce intensity. "Father, this matter cannot be allowed to rest. I shall make that wretched Tang Chu-Chu and that boy pay dearly. As for the Tang family, I will ensure their utter ruin," Gong Qing exclaimed with a menacing countenance. "Fool!" A chilling voice interrupted, as a man clad in a flowing black robe approached, his hair disheveled, fixing a cold gaze upon Gong Qing. "Master He." Gong Shang and Gong Qing immediately rose to greet the man with utmost reverence. "To think that you were sent to propose a marriage and returned so severely injured. Utterly pathetic." Master He rebuked without reservation. The father and son duo dared not retort. "Master, this time our failure stemmed from the sudden appearance of a man claiming to be Tang Chu-Chu's husband. It was he who inflicted these injuries upon us," Gong Shang explained. "Husband?" Instantly, Master He's expression darkened, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. "Tang Chu-Chu has a man? It appears we can no longer delay. Master, what do you intend to do?" Gong Shang inquired. Master He's demeanor remained grim. "What is it?" Gong Shang furrowed his brow. "Is there a problem?" Master He shot a chilling glance at Gong Shang. "Of course not. However, since Tang Chu-Chu is the eldest daughter of the Tang family, if we were to act directly against her, it could provoke undesirable repercussions." With a sudden movement, Master He seized Gong Shang by the throat, his voice icy. "Do you intend to defy my orders?" "And no." Gong Shang gasped, his expression one of anguish. "Master, please, we shall follow your commands without fail." Gong Qing quickly fell to his knees in submission. With a swift motion, Master He waved his hand, sending Gong Shang crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. "Remember, I want Tang Chu-Chu to appear before me unscathed. Otherwise," Master He's gaze swept over the father and son duo, his threat lingering in the air. "Understood. I shall see to it immediately." Gong Shang trembled, nodding vigorously as he hastily departed with his son. With this profound body, I will completely restore my internal injuries and elevate my strength further. Master, he murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a captivating light. As nightfall descended, the world was shrouded in darkness. In Yifan's room, he sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by a manifestation of gray impurities. To his surprise, he discovered that his body harbored quite a few impurities. It appeared that in order to attain the extraordinary level spoken of by his second master, he would need to exert further effort. Yifan murmured to himself as he rose and made his way towards the bathroom, intending to freshen up. I love taking baths. However, upon opening the bathroom door, he was taken aback. Inside the bathroom, a young woman was lounging in the bathtub, serenading while blowing soap bubbles. Yet, this girl was not Tang Chu-Chu. At that moment, the girl's gaze met Yifan's, and their eyes locked. Ah!
Chapter 9 Yifan.
What are you doing? I had no idea someone was in the bathroom. Who are you? Get out! Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, hastily pulling a towel to shield herself. What's the matter? Just then, Tang Chu-Chu appeared. Cousin, there's a pervert in the house. Call the police. Chen Xiaoming shouted to Tang Chu-Chu. I had no knowledge that someone was bathing here. I am not a pervert. Yifan reassured, Xiaoming, do not be afraid. Brother Xiaofan is not a rogue. Please get dressed first. Tang Chu-Chu then pulled Yifan away from the bathroom. In the lobby on the first floor, Yifan sat on the sofa, gazing at Tang Chu-Chu. My dear wife, why is there another woman in your home? I forgot to mention it to you. My cousin has come to Tianhai to attend university and is living with me. Tang Chu-Chu replied apologetically. Your cousin? Yes, her name is Chen Xiaoming. A distant cousin of mine. Tang Chu-Chu affirmed with a nod. Cousin, why don't you report this rogue to the authorities and have him apprehended? At that moment, Chen Xiaoming emerged wearing a Pikachu onesie, looking at Yifan with indignation. She certainly has an appealing appearance. Yifan cast a glance at Chen Xiaoming, who possessed the visage of an innocent young girl, standing at a modest height of merely 1.65 meters, yet she had already developed quite a notable figure. Hey, you rogue, what are you staring at? Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, covering herself and glaring at Yifan. Xiaoming, you misunderstand. Brother Xiaofan is not a rogue. He is my husband. Tang Chu-Chu hurriedly interjected. Your husband? What? Cousin, you have a boyfriend? How come I was unaware? Chen Xiaoming initially froze in surprise, then cried out in astonishment. Not a boyfriend, but a husband. Chu-Chu is my wife. Yifan corrected her. This. For a moment, Chen Xiaoming was utterly flustered. I will explain everything to you in due time. Brother Xiaofan now resides with us, and I neglected to mention it earlier, which has led to this awkward situation. I sincerely apologize, Xiaoming.
Tang Chu-Chu interject.
Cousin, this has nothing to do with you. It's this rascal who spied on me while I was bathing. He owes me an apology. Chen Xiaoming pointed at Yifan, huffing indignantly. How can you blame me when you left the door unlocked while bathing? Yifan curled his lips in disdain. Why would I lock the door when it was just me and my cousin living at home? Chen Xiaoming placed her hands on her hips and retorted. So this is your issue? It has nothing to do with me. All right, I'm going to take a shower now. Yifan uttered a remark and departed. Cousin, what kind of husband have you found? He is utterly infuriating. Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, her bosom heaving with indignation. Enough, Xiaoming, do not be angry. You have only just met him. As you grow more acquainted, you will come to understand the true character of Brother Yifan, Tang Chu-Chu explained. Chen Xiaoming grasped Tang Chu-Chu's arm and inquired further. Half an hour later, Tang Chu-Chu recounted the events succinctly. So that is how it is. Chen Xiaoming realized. Cousin, although that fellow treats you well, I perceive he does not seem like a serious person. You must exercise caution. I have faith in Brother Yifan. Tang Chu-Chu replied with a smile. Oh, what a delightful aroma. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoming caught a whiff and rose to head towards the kitchen. There, she beheld Yifan emerging with 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. Did you make this? Chen Xiaoming marveled at the visually and aromatically appealing dish. If it wasn't me, then who else could it be? Come, my dear wife, it's time to eat. There weren't many ingredients in the fridge, so I prepared some noodles. Tomorrow, I shall procure more ingredients and prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Yifan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiaoming and addressed Tang Chu. Allow me to take the first taste. As Chen Xiaoming picked up her chopsticks to sample the dish, Yifan interjected, Did you not declare me a rogue? Would you really dare to eat what a rogue prepares? Humph, with my cousin here, what do I have to fear? Chen Xiaoming retorted with a proud huff before diving into the meal. To her surprise, the noodles were exceptionally delectable. A note of admiration escaped her lips. You actually possess culinary skills. Chen Xiaoming gazed at Yifan with wide, curious eyes. Of course, I am a master chef, he replied with a hint of pride. Yifan boasted, stating that for these years at Jilong Mountain, he had been the one responsible for the culinary delights of several masters, who possessed rather discerning palates. This relentless pressure compelled Yifan to master a culinary skill that could rival that of a gastronomic deity. Humph! You dare to open a dye house with just 3 colors? Chen Xiaoming rolled her eyes at Yifan, yet her mouth did not cease its movement as she voraciously consumed a bowl of noodles. Is there more? She inquired, casting a glance at Yifan. Such an appetite. No wonder you've grown so robust. Yifan jested, while Chen Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback. Upon realizing the implication as she glanced at her chest, she turned to Tang Chu with a look of pouting grievance, saying, Cousin, your man is teasing me. All right, I shall prepare some noodles for you. Tang Chu replied with a sense of resignation. At that moment, having just finished her bath and adorned in a delicate lace nightgown, she gazed at Yifan, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush and her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Her exquisite figure and stunning beauty were utterly captivating. What's this? My dear wife, do you wish to share a bed with me? Yifan wrapped his arms around Tang Chu's slender waist, smiling. Tang Chu's face immediately flushed crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Yifan's gaze. Yifan embraced Tang Chu and carried her into her room, gently placing her on the bed. Tang Chu's breath quickened, her eyes half closed, exuding an aura of submission to Yifan's whims. My dear wife, do sleep peacefully. Yet, Yifan did not pursue any further actions. He merely pressed a tender kiss upon her forehead before departing the room. As Tang Chu watched him leave, an overwhelming sense of melancholy enveloped her. Soon after, Chen Xiaoming stealthily entered the room, slipping onto Tang Chu's bed. Xiaoming, what brings you here?
Tang Chu inquired.
I saw that fellow carry you into the room, and I thought you were about to surrender tonight. But why did he leave? Chen Xiaoming remarked. I don't know. Tang Chu shook her head, having already regarded Yifan as her husband in her heart. She had intended to entrust herself to him that night, becoming his true wife. But his unexpected departure left her feeling somewhat hollow, pondering his thoughts. How could a man remain indifferent in the presence of such a stunning beauty offering herself so willingly? There must be something amiss with him, Chen Xiaoming speculated whimsically. What nonsense are you spouting? Tang Chu shot her a disapproving look. I'm merely stating the truth. With your beauty and figure, what man could resist such temptation? Unless, of course, he is incapable. Sister, if that fellow truly cannot perform, you must not tie your fate to him. Otherwise, you may end up living a life of solitude, Chen Xiaoming urged earnestly. Were Yifan to hear Chen Xiaoming's words, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. How could a man of his stature be labeled as inept? It would not be long before he demonstrated to that girl just how capable he truly was. Chapter 10. The young master of the Bai family, coveting Chu. The following day, Yifan prepared breakfast, and Tang Chu and Chen Xiaoming descended. Wife, come and enjoy breakfast. Yifan exclaimed, Little Fan, do you have anything planned for today? Would you like me to accompany you? Tang Chu gazed at Yifan and inquired. No need, just attend to your work. I will take good care of myself. Yifan spoke directly. At that moment, Chen Xiaoming's phone rang. Upon answering, her expression immediately soured as she said, I understand, and promptly hung up. Chen Xiaoming's eyes darted around, and suddenly she turned her gaze towards Yifan, asking, Will you accompany me to my school later? What purpose does that serve? I cannot go. I have other matters to attend to. Yifan remarked that he was planning to contact the Baihua Tower to investigate the murderer. Come with me for a moment. I have something I need your assistance with, Chen Xiaoming said, tugging at Yi Fan's hand with a pitiful expression. I won't go, Yi Fan resolutely declared. Cousin, take a look at your man. Immediately, Chun Xiaoming gazed at Tang Chu with a face full of grievance. Brother Xiaofan, why don't you? All right, I'll go then. Faced with Tang Chu's words, Yi Fan found it impossible to refuse and could only acquiesce. You truly are the most effective cousin. In the next moment, Chun Xiaoming cheerfully indulged in her breakfast. This girl. Yi Fan gazed at the quirky young girl, shaking his head in resignation. After finishing breakfast, he and Chun Xiaoming headed to Tianhai University. Today, a piece of news sent shockwaves through Tianhai. The renowned beauty and CEO of Tianhai, Tang Chu, was rumored to have a man in her life. Just yesterday, this man had caused a commotion at a Tang group meeting, and Tang Chu had publicly acknowledged her relationship with him. The revelation ignited a frenzy throughout Tianhai. After all, Tang Chu was the most sought-after beauty in the city, with countless wealthy suitors vying for her affection. Yet, this goddess had rebuffed them all, maintaining an air of indifference towards men. Now, the sudden news of her having a partner was nothing short of sensational. Many young gentlemen found their hearts shattered, wishing to confront the audacious man who had tarnished their goddess' reputation. Before long, this news spread rapidly throughout Jiangnan County. Within one of the 4 prominent families, the Bai family, a cacophony of destruction erupted in a room. A young man clad in white stood amidst a pile of shattered pieces, his expression dark and his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Calm down, young master. A man in a suit approached, his demeanor reflecting trepidation. How could the woman by Jingtian, have set my sights on be snatched away by another man? It is an utter indignity, the young man exclaimed in fury. He was Bai Jingtian, the heir of the Bai family, a true elite of Jiangnan County. Who would dare to compete with you for the woman you desire? That fellow must be a fool. I shall deal with him at once, the suited man hastily asserted. I had initially intended to wait until the Tang family was thoroughly suppressed by the Gong family before intervening to rescue them, thereby winning Tang Chu's heart. However, with this unexpected rival appearing, I see no reason to delay any longer. Notify all the families in Tianhai. I shall host a grand banquet tonight, and I expect their attendance, particularly that of Tang Chu. I intend to claim her before everyone, proving that Tang Chu is the woman I, Bai Jingtian, have chosen, he declared with a domineering presence. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately, the suited man replied. Tang Chu, you are my quarry, and none shall steal you away. A glint of malice flickered in Bai Jingtian's eyes as he spoke with brazen confidence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianhai University, dozens of luxury cars, each valued at over $1 million, had gathered. These vehicles were adorned with roses, meticulously arranged to form a heart shape. In front of a Lamborghini stood a young man in a white suit, holding a bouquet of roses, exuding charm and affluence. Surrounding him were numerous students from Tianhai University. The female students gazed at him with starry eyes, captivated, while the males were filled with envy and jealousy.
Du show.
Do you think you can win over Chun Xiaoming today? One of the well-dressed young men beside the young man in white teased. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly succeed today, Du replied with unwavering confidence. Chun Xiaoming's figure is absolutely perfect. It seems luck is on Du Xiao's side. The other young men chimed in enviously. Not far away, a girl wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared anxious as she awaited the arrival of a yellow beetle. Behind the wheel was Chun Xiaoming, with Yi Fan seated beside her. Xiaoming, you finally made it, the girl exclaimed, her gaze shifting to Yi Fan. And who might this be? She inquired. Oh, he is. I am her cousin-in-law, Yi Fan responded. Yi Fan spoke directly. Cousin-in-law? Xiaoming isn't your cousin. The girl with the black frame glasses, aware that Chun Xiaoming's cousin is the renowned beauty CEO of Tianhai, looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. We will discuss this matter later. First, let's address the issue at hand, Chun Xiaoming murmured. Xiaoming, what do you plan to do? It seems that Du Yu is determined to make you his girlfriend this time, the girl remarked. Humph, dreaming of having me as his girlfriend? Absolutely not, Chun Xiaoming retorted proudly, her gaze shifting to Yi Fan. Cousin-in-law, let's go. What exactly am I here for? Yi Fan inquired. Do not concern yourself. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Chen Xiaoming linked her arm with Yi Fan's and headed towards the school gate. Xiaoming, Du beamed upon seeing Chen Xiaoming's arrival, while the others cast their gazes in her direction, secretly acknowledging that the day's leading lady had finally made her entrance. However, when they noticed her entwined with an unfamiliar gentleman, they were momentarily taken aback, and Du Yu's expression shifted dramatically. What sort of spectacle are you trying to create?
Du Yu?
Chen Xiaoming confronted him directly. Xiaoming, who is he? Du Yu inquired, his demeanor darkening as he scrutinized Yi Fan. He is my boyfriend, Chen Xiaoming declared without hesitation. In an instant, both Du Yu and the onlooking students were astounded. Chen Xiaoming was one of the 4 renowned beauties of Tianhai University, and while she had countless admirers, it was unprecedented to witness her display such intimacy with any male. You have a boyfriend? How is that possible? Why was I not informed? Du Yu exclaimed, his face clouded with discontent. Must I report to you about my choice in partners? You may have just learned this now, but it is not too late. Cease your pursuits henceforth. Chen Xiaoming huffed before attempting to lead Yi Fan into the school. Halt, Du Yu suddenly commanded. Chapter 11. It's you I am targeting. Du Yu glared at Yi Fan with a menacing gaze. You, who suddenly appeared, dare to vie for a woman with me? Indeed, you possess quite the audacity, daring to compete with Du Shao for a lady. Do you even comprehend who Du Shao is? He is the heir of the Du family, one of the 5 prominent families of Tianhai. To challenge Du Shao for a woman is tantamount to courting disaster. The privileged companions surrounding Du Yu regarded Yi Fan with scornful expressions. Yi Fan shot a glare at Chen Xiaoming, realizing that this girl had the audacity to use him as a shield. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming gazed at Yi Fan with pitiful eyes, as if pleading for his assistance. What connection do I have with you? A good dog does not obstruct the path. Leave. Yi Fan gazed at Du Yu, who spoke in a rather indifferent manner. You dare to insult me as a dog? Du Yu, filled with rage, shouted as he swung his fist directly at Yi Fan. Be careful, Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically. Bang! Yi Fan swiftly struck with his hand, sending Du Yu flying through the air, crashing against a Lamborghini sports car. A resounding impact echoed as the hood of the vehicle crumpled under the force, with all 4 tires bursting, showcasing the sheer magnitude of the power behind the blow. Du Yu emitted a wretched scream of agony, half of his teeth having been knocked out. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. I had no desire to resort to violence. Why must I be compelled to do so? Yi Fan shook his head, wearing an expression of innocence despite having just struck someone. Chen Xiaoming could no longer contain her laughter, and even the girl beside her, adorned with black-framed glasses, cast a peculiar glance at Yi Fan. The surrounding students, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. They gazed at Yi Fan, silently wondering how he possessed such strength. With a single slap, he had rendered a luxury sports car worth over $1 million utterly useless. How formidable! Duke, are you all right? At that moment, the group of affluent young men reacted, hastening to Du Yu's side. You scoundrel, make sure to beat him. Du Yu, clutching his injured mouth, exclaimed with a menacing glare. Immediately, these young men turned their eyes toward Yi Fan, scoffing, You dare strike Duke? You are doomed. Brothers, charge. The group of privileged youths rolled up their sleeves and charged at Yi Fan. Slap, slap, slap. Yi Fan unleashed a flurry of slaps, sending each of these young scions flying one after another, their bodies crashing onto the luxurious sports cars, rendering them utterly damaged. You initiated this confrontation, so do not hold me accountable. After finishing, Yi Fan deliberately remarked, Do you stay out of my way in the future, or I shall have my boyfriend teach you a lesson. Chen Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, exclaimed as she pulled Yi Fan towards the school. At that moment, onlookers gazed at the groaning young masters of Du Yu's entourage with a mix of pity and intrigue. Meanwhile, within the confines of Tianhai University, Chen Xiaoming looked at Yi Fan with exhilaration. I didn't realize you possessed such capabilities. Yi Fan retorted, You dragged me out here early in the morning just to serve as your shield. I have yet to settle the score with you. Yi Fan glared at Chen Xiaoming. Oh, you are my cousin's husband. We are family. Shouldn't we support one another? If you come to settle scores with me, I shall report to my cousin. Chun Xiaoming placed her hands on her hips, haughtily declaring, Xiaoming, that Du is the heir of the Du family. If your cousin's husband has harmed him, could there be consequences? Furthermore, those young masters are not to be trifled with. At that moment, the girl with black-framed glasses expressed her concern. Humph! If they dare to act recklessly, just watch how I teach them a lesson. Chun Xiaoming replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, with that group of good-for-nothings, they cannot inflict any harm upon me. Yifan replied coldly, I must say, you are quite impressive. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is my university best friend, Wang Bingqing. Chun Xiaoming said as she gestured towards the girl beside her, who wore black-framed glasses. Hello. Wang Bingqing adjusted her glasses and gazed at Yifan.
Greetings, Yifan.
Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yifan uttered a remark and was about to depart. You've come all this way. Why the haste to leave? Our university is brimming with beautiful women. Chun Xiaoming murmured. Is she more beautiful than your cousin? Yifan exclaimed. My cousin is the most beautiful woman in Tianhai. Chun Xiaoming remarked. Yifan curled his lips in disdain and departed. Xiao Meng, is he truly your brother-in-law? Has President Tang actually tied the knot? Wang Bingqing gazed at Chun Xiaoming with a curious expression. This matter is quite intricate. Allow me to explain it to you in detail, Chun Xiaoming replied. On the other side, Yifan wandered through the campus of Tianhai University, casting his gaze upon the vibrant youths radiating the essence of youth, a flicker of envy evident in his eyes. Had it not been for that catastrophic event years ago, he likely would have been among them, completing his studies, entering society, securing employment, marrying, and leading the ordinary life of a common man. However, all of this has become irrelevant to him now. You worthless fool. Being asked to serve as our lackey is a privilege, and yet you dare to refuse. I will not be your dog. Humph. You incompetent men of the Dragon Nation are only fit to be our lackeys. Indeed, our aim is to transform you Dragon Nation men into our slaves and playthings for the women of our realm. Laughter echoed cruelly as they continued their assault, mocking and humiliating their victim. A considerable number of students gathered around, yet none dared to intervene, for those perpetrating the violence were members of the Taekwondo Club, a dominant force at Tianhai University. Who would dare cross them? Before long, the frail young man was left bleeding profusely. Are you from the Glass Kingdom? Boy, do you wish to meddle? One member of the Taekwondo Club sneered, speaking in broken Dragon Nation dialect as he regarded Yifan with disdain. Are you from the Glass Kingdom? Yifan continued to inquire. Indeed, we are the noble glazed ones. If you wish to avoid a beating, you had better leave at once. The man glared at Yifan with a fierce expression. Since you have admitted it, this shall be easily resolved, Yifan declared, and as soon as he finished speaking, he delivered a resounding slap. With a loud crack, the man was sent hurtling through the air, crashing onto the stone steps nearby, blood spewing forth as he screamed in agony. The other members of the Taekwondo Club glared at Yifan with fury, yet before they could utter a word, he dispatched them one by one, sending them sprawling to the ground in a cacophony of cries. How dare you strike us? One of the fallen shouted at Yifan from the ground. It is precisely you whom I have struck. Master Lu has made it abundantly clear that one of his greatest grievances lies with the Lioli Kingdom, for it once trespassed upon our Dragon Kingdom's borders, taking the lives of countless soldiers and committing egregious sins. Thus, Master Lu has instructed me to show no mercy to anyone from Lioli when I encounter them. Just strike. Yifan gazed coldly at the group of individuals. Chapter 12. Coercion. At that moment, the surrounding students were utterly astonished by the scene before them. They had never anticipated that someone would dare to lay hands on the members of the Taekwondo Club, let alone incapacitate so many of them in a single strike. This was a display of prowess surpassing even that of the Martial Arts Society. Are you all right? Yifan cast his gaze upon the frail man who had been beaten. Thank you. The man looked up at Yifan with a submissive demeanor. Remember, as a proud son of the Dragon Nation, you must never allow these foreign beings to trample upon you, lest you bring shame upon the people of the Dragon Nation. Yifan gazed at the man and remarked, You are quite audacious. Suddenly, a chilling and sonorous voice resonated in the air. Not far away, over 100 individuals clad in taekwondo uniforms surged forth, led by a robust and stern-faced young man with golden hair, whose brooding gaze fixated on Yi Fan. "President, you must avenge us," cried the taekwondo club members strewn on the ground, directing their pleas towards the golden-haired youth. It was Jin Xiucheng, the president of the taekwondo club. It is rumored that his martial prowess is formidable, to the extent that even the president of the martial arts club cannot rival him. This spells trouble for that young man. The surrounding students, upon witnessing the arrival of the golden-haired youth, exchanged glances filled with concern as they looked towards Yi Fan. "You have the audacity to strike me," Jin Xiucheng coldly admonished Yi Fan. "On the sacred ground of our dragon nation, when did it become permissible for you, a group of glass-like individuals, to act so brazenly?" Yi Fan coldly declared, "Today, I shall act with abandon." "Attack!" commanded Jin Xiucheng, and instantly, the 100 members of the taekwondo club surged toward Yi Fan. Witnessing such a multitude confronting him, the other students could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for his safety. Bang! 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 As the throng of taekwondo practitioners approached Yi Fan, they were suddenly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, the crowd was left astounded, finding the members scattered on the ground, groaning in agony, with broken limbs and shattered arms, a truly pitiful sight. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how Yi Fan had executed his moves. "Ha!" Jin Xiucheng's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. With a fierce shout, he stepped forward and unleashed a powerful high kick aimed at Yi Fan. The force of this strike was accompanied by a howling wind, potent enough to shatter a boulder. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of this kick. Yet, Yi Fan did not even glance at it. He retaliated with a punch that directly impacted Jin Xiucheng's leg. Crack! In an instant, the leg of the taekwondo club president was shattered by Yi Fan's blow, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of anguish. At that moment, the entire arena was engulfed in shock. Yi Fan approached Jin Xiucheng and placed a foot upon his face, declaring, "Remember, this is the Dragon Nation. It is not your place to flaunt your arrogance here." As he spoke, he continued to mercilessly grind the head of the taekwondo club president into the ground, leaving the latter's face a gruesome mess. Gasp! The students of Tianhai University, witnessing this scene, collectively inhaled sharply. It was their first time seeing the taekwondo club president so brutally beaten. Typically, the members of the taekwondo club wielded their skills to dominate and intimidate within the university, yet today they had met with a downfall. Cheers erupted from those who had previously been bullied by the taekwondo club, applauding the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that Tianhai University could produce such a formidable brother? At that moment, another group clad in black martial arts uniforms approached, led by a man who looked at Yi Fan and extended an invitation. "I am Xia Hao, president of the Martial Arts Society at Tianhai University. I wonder if you might be interested in joining our society?" "Not interested," came Yi Fan's terse reply. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at the individual before departing. "President, where did this guy come from? He single-handedly annihilated the entire taekwondo club. He is incredibly formidable," remarked another member of the Martial Arts Society, gazing at the fallen taekwondo members scattered about. "Go investigate immediately and find out which department this brother belongs to," Xia Hao commanded, his gaze shifting to the still wailing Jin Xiucheng, sneering, "You were so arrogant. Now you've kicked a steel plate." President Jin Xiucheng's background is quite substantial. Given his current state, the repercussions will likely be significant. A man informed Xia Hao, "What is there to fear? No matter how impressive he is, this is Long Country. It is not their place to run rampant." Xia Hao retorted dismissively. Not far away, in a nearby building, a woman donned in a flowing purple gown, strikingly beautiful and serene, observed the earlier scene of Yi Fan's intervention. Accompanying her was a lady in green attire, who remarked, "Miss, this young man appears to possess considerable skill. He is not merely skilled. His strength is such that even you would struggle to withstand a single blow." The woman in purple replied with a melodious voice,
Impossible.
"How could a mere mortal possibly be my opponent?" The woman in green huffed in dissatisfaction. "His prowess is beyond my comprehension," the purple-clad woman asserted. "What? Even you cannot see through him? Could it be?" The green-clad woman's expression shifted, astonishment evident in her tone. Meanwhile, a young man in white observed Yi Fan's departing silhouette and stated, "Investigate his identity." "Yes, young master." A middle-aged man standing behind the youth nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the Tang family, Tang Chu approached the matriarch, saying, "The young master of the Bai family is coming to Tianhai?" "Indeed. The young master of the Bai family has sent word that he will host a banquet in Tianhai tonight, inviting all prominent families to attend, specifically requesting your presence." Chu, do you know the Bai young master?" the matriarch inquired. "I have only met him once at a charity event. We have no further connection." Tang Chu shook her head. "It appears the Bai young master may have taken an interest in you, hence his special invitation to Tianhai for this banquet," the matriarch suggested. "Grandmother, I have no interest in him," Tang Chu declared firmly. "Do you realize the Bai family is one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan? They wield immense power throughout the region. To be favored by the young master of the Bai family is a dream for many women. Should you become his partner, the Tang family will secure its place not just in Tianhai but throughout Jiangnan," the matriarch insisted gravely. "Indeed, Chu, only a young master of such stature is worthy of you. Do not waste your thoughts on that useless boy," interjected Yang Yulan hastily. "Grandmother, mother, I have said it before. My heart belongs solely to Brother Fan. I cannot entertain anyone else. I will not attend that banquet," Tang Chu stated resolutely, turning to leave. "Stop." The matriarch slammed the table, her voice commanding. "Mother, please don't be angry." Tang Zhengren and Tang Zhengyi urged the matriarch simultaneously. Chu, have you forgotten your grandmother? Regardless of whom you favor, this banquet is pivotal for the honor of the entire Tang family. You must attend. If you refuse, I shall expel your father and mother from the Tang family and erase your names from the family tree," the matriarch declared with stern authority. "Mother, please don't," Tang Zhengren and Yang Yulan exclaimed, their expressions shifting in alarm. Tang Chu's expression faltered as she looked at the matriarch. "Grandmother, this matter does not concern my parents." "Doesn't concern them? If you do not attend tonight's banquet, the Bai young master will surely retaliate against the Tang family. If the Tang family ceases to exist, your parents will be branded as traitors. They will have no right to call themselves Tang family members, and in the afterlife, they will be ashamed to face your grandfather and ancestors. Do you wish to see your parents become pariahs, forever disgraced, or will you attend the banquet? The choice is yours." The matriarch's voice was cold and unyielding. "Chu, you should go. Do you truly want your parents to be cast out and left homeless?" Yang Yulan implored Tang Chu. "I will attend the banquet, but I will never become that Bai young master's woman," Tang Chu declared, her gaze flickering before she departed. "Mother, what if the Bai young master truly takes a liking to Chu tonight?" Tang Zhengyi asked. "If the Bai young master truly favors her, then she will have no choice in the matter," the matriarch replied, leaning in to whisper instructions to Tang Zhengyi. Unbeknownst to these happenings, Yi Fan arrived at the illustrious Baihua Lu, a favored destination for men in search of revelry. Chapter 13. Baihua Lu. Baihua Lu, the most renowned establishment of its kind in Long Country, is adored by countless men. Within its walls reside numerous enchanting courtesans, each not only possessing exquisite beauty but also mastering a plethora of arts, including music, dance, and calligraphy. It is a sanctuary where the arts flourish. However, Baihua Lu adheres to a unique principle. It sells artistry, not bodies. Guests of Baihua Lu are strictly prohibited from coercing its women into any form of bodily transactions unless the women themselves consent. Any guest, regardless of status, who dares to violate this rule will be expelled without recourse. Despite this, Baihua Lu remains a haven for indulgence, frequented by the elite, wealthy heirs, and influential figures. In mere years, Baihua Lu has expanded across the 9 prefectures of Long Country, becoming a defining characteristic of the nation. In Tianhai, a Baihua Lu stands proudly in a bustling area. At this moment, Yi Fan approached its entrance, where the establishment, a towering edifice constructed in an ancient architectural style, exuded an air of antiquity. For stunning women clad in kipeos awaited guests at the entrance, surrounded by an array of luxury vehicles. Yi Fan cast a glance at the 100 Flowers Pavilion before stepping inside. "Esteemed guest, Please enter. The four ladies in Qipao greeted Yifan with a respectful bow. As Yifan stepped into the Baihua Tower, he was immediately enveloped by the gentle and soothing strains of a guqin mingling with melodious singing. His gaze swept across the establishment, landing on a stage at its center where four exquisitely beautiful women clad in ancient Tang attire performed in perfect harmony. One played the guqin, another blew the shao, a third danced gracefully, and the last sang enchanting melodies. The scene was truly a feast for the senses. Surrounding them, the upper levels were filled with men, all entranced by the captivating quartet. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by cheers of appreciation from the audience. Spring orchid, summer bamboo, autumn chrysanthemum, winter plum, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your patronage. The four performers bowed gracefully, embodying the renowned four flowers of Baihua Tower. Indeed, they were remarkable, yet it was a pity that these four women only sold their artistry and not their company, leaving many a heart longing. Numerous patrons lamented as they admired the enchanting figures on stage. As the four flower maidens prepared to depart, a young gentleman, his face flushed and slightly intoxicated, rose to his feet and pointed at them, exclaiming, "Don't go, you four. Come and drink with me." "My apologies, young sir, but we are here solely to perform and do not partake in drinking," replied Spring Orchid with a smile. "Allow me to accompany you in your drink." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed woman approached the young gentleman. "Begone. I want them four to drink with me," he bellowed, shoving the woman aside as he pointed emphatically at the performers. "Sir, we do not engage in such activities, and we ask for your understanding," the four maidens reiterated, unfazed by his demands, as they turned to leave. "How dare you refuse me? You possess great audacity." The young man smashed his wine glass to the ground, his voice cold and commanding. Instantly, four burly men appeared before him, bowing respectfully. "Young master, seize these four impudent girls and bring them to me for drinks," he ordered with a chilling tone. "Who is this young master, so brazen as to cause a ruckus in Baihua Tower? Does he seek his own demise? Hush, do not speak carelessly. He is none other than the son of Governor Chai of Tianhai." "Ah, no wonder he is so arrogant," murmured the other patrons, casting furtive glances at the young man. Upon hearing Chai Chen's command, the four men moved to apprehend the flower maidens. "Young master, this is Baihua Tower's territory. Are you certain you wish to act here?" Spring Orchid's expression darkened as she addressed Chai Chen. "And what of Baihua Tower? My father is Governor Chai Quan of Tianhai, and my brother is General Chai Feng, commander of the Tianhai garrison. Should you four refuse to drink with me and indulge my whims, I shall raze your precious Baihua Tower to the ground," Chai Chen declared with audacious bravado. The expressions of the four maidens turned icy, a glint of cold light flickering in their eyes as they prepared to respond, when a male voice interrupted. "Ah, such arrogance. One might think the entirety of Tianhai belongs to you." Yifan approached and took a seat beside him, observing the young gentleman with an amused smile. "Who is this brat? Get out of the way," Chai Chun remarked coldly as he gazed at Yifan. "What if I refuse to move?" Yifan spoke calmly, seeking death. Chai Chun shouted directly, "Break his limbs for me." Immediately, the four muscular men charged towards Yifan, their movements decisive and fiercely aggressive, clearly indicating their warrior origins. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yifan flicked his wrist, and four silver needles shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing the bodies of the four individuals. In an instant they collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. The surrounding guests were taken aback by this spectacle, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The four flower maidens, their gazes fixed upon Yifan, wore expressions of solemnity. "You!" Chai Chen stammered, pointing at Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. "Seize them and cast them out. They shall not set foot in the 100 Flowers Pavilion ever again," commanded Chunlan from the stage. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in black emerged within the pavilion, seizing Chai Chun and preparing to expel him. "Hold on. My father is Chai Quan. How dare you treat me this way? You are exceedingly bold," Chai Chun cried out, but his protests were swiftly silenced as he was hurled out, his scream echoing as he and his four subordinates were unceremoniously thrown out. My apologies for disturbing our esteemed guests. Please, continue to enjoy your evening, came the soothing reassurances from the staff of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. The 4 flower maidens then approached Yifan, inquiring, "Young master, may we have a word upstairs?" Yifan remained silent as he rose to follow the 4 women upstairs, a scene that elicited envy from the other guests present. Soon after, he accompanied them to a finely adorned room on the 5th floor of the Baihua building. As Yifan was about to reveal his identity with the 100 Flowers Order, the 4 flower maidens immediately knelt before him. Servants Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei pay their respects to the young master. They knelt on the ground, addressing Yifan with utmost reverence. Chapter 14. Death may be escaped, but living offenses are hard to avoid. Do you recognize me? Yifan gazed at the 4 women in astonishment. The host has already conveyed the information about the young master to us. We have come specifically to Tianhai, awaiting the young master's summons. Chunlan remarked. Master Qi has indeed made meticulous arrangements. Yifan smiled gently and said, "Please, rise. There is no need for such formality. I have come today merely to request a favor from you." The 4 individuals stood up, and Chunlan inquired, "Young master, you may command us with anything, and we shall endeavor to fulfill it to the best of our abilities." Yifan continued, "I would like you to mobilize the intelligence resources of the 100 Flowers Pavilion to investigate a massacre that occurred 18 years ago in Jiangqing, involving a family known as the Yi clan. 18 years ago, they were exterminated. I wish to uncover the identity of the perpetrator." Yifan spoke with indifference. Jiangcheng is a city situated 100 miles away from Tianhai, where Yifan and his parents once resided. "Indeed, we shall attend to it immediately," Chunlan replied. "Very well. Keep me informed of any developments." Yifan spoke, preparing to rise and depart. "Since the young master has graced the 100 Flowers Pavilion for the first time, allow us to attend to you properly." At that moment, Xiaozhu boldly addressed Yifan, while Chunlan and Qiuju's faces flushed with a hint of crimson. In contrast, Dongmei maintained a cool demeanor, revealing no discernible change. "Ahem, perhaps it is best to forego this notion." Yifan coughed awkwardly. "Young master, my 3 sisters and I are all virtuous maidens, untouched by any man, so you need not worry," Xiaozhu said, gazing at Yifan. "I have come today solely to request your assistance in uncovering the identity of the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Yi family. I harbor no ulterior motives. If my 7th master has conveyed anything to you, please do not take it to heart. I shall take my leave now." Upon finishing his words, Yifan hurriedly made his way outside, anxious that lingering any longer might lead to unforeseen troubles. "Surround this place. All unrelated individuals. Leave at once." A chilling voice suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and panicked murmurs. Instantly, the expressions of Yifan and the 4 companions shifted, compelling them to step outside. "Miss Chunlan, a group of soldiers has unexpectedly surrounded the entire Baihua Tower." A member of Baihua Tower rushed over to inform Chunlan. "It must be that young master from the Chai family who summoned them," Qiuju interjected. "To dare encircle Baihua Tower. Such audacity." A frigid glint flickered in Dongmei's eyes, her demeanor radiating a palpable aura of icy menace. "Let us proceed and investigate." Yifan made his way directly downstairs. In the grand lobby on the 1st floor stood a group of armed warriors, while the guests had been hastily driven away. At the forefront of these warriors stood 2 figures. One was Chai Chen, who had been previously thrown out, and the other was a man clad in armor, exuding an aura of coldness, appearing to be around 30 years of age. This man was Chai Chen's elder brother, Chai Feng, the commander of the Tianhai garrison. Soon, Yifan and the 4 women, Chunlan and her companions, descended. "Elder brother, it is them. This brat has injured my 4 subordinates and dared to provoke the Chai family. And these 4 vile women, they actually threw me onto the street, causing me to lose all face. I will ensure they suffer a fate worse than death," Chai Chen exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he pointed at Yifan and the others. "You have the audacity to provoke the Chai family and harm my brother. Your courage is indeed remarkable," Chai Feng declared with a chilling demeanor. Instantly, the warriors moved to apprehend them, but a group of individuals clad in black surged out from the Baihua building, weapons drawn, standing their ground. What? Do you dare to resist? Those who defy us shall meet with no mercy. Chai Feng bellowed. A mere garrison commander dares to seize individuals from the Baihua building? Who grants you such audacity? Chun Lan replied, her expression one of authority. What of the Baihua building? It is merely a place of entertainment. What is there that we cannot seize? Take them all. Chai Feng scoffed disdainfully. Immediately, the warriors drew their weapons, preparing to strike. In a matter of moments, the over 100 Tianhai garrison soldiers led by Chai Feng were all brought down to the ground by Chun Lan and her companions. Chai Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to retaliate, a blade radiating a chilling aura was pressed against his neck, wielded by Dong Mei. At that moment, Chai Feng's countenance turned grim. Very well, very well. Yifan clapped his hands with a smile. His seventh master's subordinates indeed possessed some skill. You have quite the audacity to openly defy the garrison. Are you attempting to incite rebellion? Chai Feng exclaimed with a face full of indignation, while Chai Chun stood in stunned silence. Bang! Dong Mei delivered a swift kick to Chai Feng's leg, forcing him to kneel on the ground. How dare you invade my Baihua tower? What do you expect me to do with you?
Chun Lan ordered Chai Feng.
The master of the tower has decreed that anyone who dares to oppose Baihua Tower shall be executed on sight.
Dong Mei retorted coldly.
The blade in her hand pressed firmly against Chai Feng's throat, soon leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. You cannot kill me. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go. Chai Feng's face paled as he shouted. Indeed, my father is the governor of Tianhai. If you lay a finger on me or my elder brother, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Chai Chen echoed in alarm. Young master, how should we deal with them? Chun Lan inquired, casting a glance at Yifan. Their arrogance stems from their father's influence. Let us summon him forth. Yifan spoke in a calm tone. Indeed.
Chun Lan nodded.
Soon, within 10 minutes, a man in a suit in his 50s, accompanied by several individuals, hurriedly arrived. This man was Chai Quan, the governor of Tianhai. In the Dragon Kingdom, a governor oversees a city, and beneath him are the commanders who assist in administration.
Chai Quan,
being the governor of Tianhai, wielded significant power and influence in the region. Father, you have finally arrived. Chai Feng and Chai Chun, the two brothers, exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Chai Quan. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Chai Quan's expression shifted, and he furrowed his brows deeply. Father, quickly have these individuals arrested.
Chai Chen shouted at Chai Quan.
Silence. Chai Quan delivered a resounding slap to his youngest son, sending him sprawling to the ground. At this moment, Chai Chun was left bewildered, while Chai Feng stood beside him, equally perplexed. Father, why did you strike me? Chai Chun protested, covering his face as he looked at his father with discontent. You wretched child. How could you allow your elder brother to surround the Baihua building with soldiers? Have you both lost your minds?
Chai Quan exclaimed in anger.
After reprimanding his sons, he turned to Chun Lan and the others, saying, It is my failure in disciplining my sons that has led them to offend the Baihua building. I humbly request your forgiveness. Your two sons nearly caused a catastrophe, and a mere apology suffices? Yifan sat quietly to one side and softly inquired, Who might this be? Cha Quan cast a puzzled glance towards Yifan, revealing a hint of confusion. He is our master. Chun Lan replied directly, choosing not to disclose Yifan's esteemed identity as the young master of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, for such a status was extraordinary and could potentially incite a tremendous uproar if revealed. Upon hearing Chun Lan's words, Cha Quan regarded Yifan with a trace of respect and stated, I am unaware of your intentions, but if you could spare the lives of my two sons, I would be willing to do anything. While the death sentence may be avoided, the punishment of living cannot be escaped.
Yifan remarket oldu.
Chapter 15. The Grand Banquet. Death may be evaded, but the living sins are inescapable. Yifan gazed at Chai Quan, who uttered 8 words. Chai Quan's expression shifted, his eyes flickering as he inquired, Might I ask how you intend to proceed, my lord? Let us sever a leg each.
Yifan spoke oldu.
In an instant, both Chai Quan and his two sons changed their expressions. Do you dare? Chai Feng shouted angrily at Yifan. Silence.
Chai Quan barked at Chai Feng.
Then turned to Yi Fan, "It is my failure in discipline, so I shall handle this personally." Subsequently, Chai Quan ordered his subordinates to fetch a stick and approached his two sons. "No, father, I do not wish to have my legs broken," Chai Chen pleaded, his face paling as he watched his father approach.
Recht son.
Chai Quan yelled furiously, swinging the stick down onto Chai Chen's leg. Crack! Ah! Immediately, one of the legs of the second young master of the Chai family was shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Chai Feng, witnessing this scene, changed his expression slightly but remained silent. Crack! Then, Chai Quan swung the stick again towards his eldest son, Chai Feng, breaking one of his legs. The latter merely grunted, gritting his teeth, suppressing his cries. "Are you satisfied, young master?" Chai Quan tossed aside the stick and fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan. "Get out of my sight. Remember, if there is a next time, it will not be as simple as a broken leg." Yi Fan spoke with remarkable calmness, yet his words struck the governor of Tianhai with an overwhelming sense of dread. Indeed, indeed, Chai Quan nodded affirmatively, hastily summoning individuals to carry away his two sons, while the injured guards supported one another as they departed from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. "Young master, is it not too lenient to let them go just like this?" Dong Mei remarked, gazing at Yi Fan. "This is merely a warning. Should there be a next time, no mercy will be shown." Yi Fan spoke softly. Indeed, the four from Chunlan nodded in agreement. Outside the Baihua Tower, a vehicle awaited as Chai Feng and Chai Chun were assisted into it, while Chai Quan sat to one side. "Father, it is merely the Baihua Tower. Why do you fear them? You are the commander of Tianhai, second only to one, above 10,000. Chai Chun, pale and tormented, gazed at Chai Quan with a blend of anguish and resentment. "Fool, what do you understand? Do you think the Baihua Tower is merely a place of indulgence and revelry? Are you aware of the immense power that underlies it? Even the esteemed nobles of the imperial capital dare not cause a stir at the Baihua Tower. You dare to create trouble, inciting your elder brother to surround it with troops. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Chai family?" Chai Quan reprimanded him, his face etched with disappointment. The second young master of the Chai family was left speechless by the scolding. "Father, is the Baihua Tower truly that formidable?" Chai Feng gritted his teeth. "Indeed, the might of the Baihua Tower surpasses our comprehension. Remember, we must never offend them. Otherwise, the entire Chai family will be doomed." Chai Quan's expression was grave. Meanwhile, in a hospital room in Tianhai, angry voices erupted. "Scoundrel!" The president of the Taekwondo club at Tianhai University, Jin Xiucheng, lay on the bed, his face bandaged and filled with rage. "Young master, please do not lose your temper, or your wounds may reopen." A man beside the bed cautioned Jin Xiucheng. He shouted in response, "The second master is from the War Department of Liuli Nation. If he sends someone and it draws the attention of Long Nation, could be detrimental to you." The man warned. "And what of it? Before long, the entirety of Long Nation will belong to Liuli Nation. You must act immediately," Jin Xiucheng commanded. "Yes, young master." The man nodded and departed. However, as he entered the villa, two women emerged from an adjacent villa, the young lady in the purple dress and the one in the green attire from Tianhai University. "Miss, is that fellow? I did not expect him to reside here," the green-clad woman remarked. The young lady in purple remained silent, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the day drew to a close. Yi Fan emerged from his meditation, glancing at the time before deciding to retrieve Chu Chu from the company. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Tang Group building, where the two security guards immediately saluted him with expressions of utmost respect. Indeed, quite commendable. Yi Fan patted the shoulders of the two individuals and proceeded inward. However, upon arriving at Tang Chuchu's office, he discovered that she was not present. "Are you here to see the president?" inquired Tang Chuchu's secretary, Sun Xiaoxiao, as she approached Yi Fan. Where's my wife?" he replied. Yi Fan inquired, "It seems that the president is attending a banquet this evening. Did she not mention it to you?" Sun Xiaoxiao responded. "A banquet?" Yi Fan took out the phone that Tang Chuchu had bought for him and dialed the number, but no one answered. "Do you know the location of the banquet she is attending?" Yi Fan's gaze swept over Sun Xiaoxiao. It seemed to be the Tianhai Grand Hotel. Without hesitation, Yi Fan made his way outside. Hey you! Sun Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Fan, wanting to say something more, but he had already vanished. How rude! Sun Xiaoxiao huffed. The Tianhai Grand Hotel, the most opulent establishment in Tianhai, was a venue frequented by the wealthy and influential elite. Today, the entire hotel had been privately booked. The host of this exclusive event was none other than the young master of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan County. This banquet was regarded as the pinnacle gathering of Tianhai's high society. Presently, in the grandest VIP hall of the Tianhai Grand Hotel, numerous tables were arranged, occupied by the heads of major families and esteemed dignitaries of Tianhai. The leaders of Tianhai's 5 great families, Du, Gong, Jiang, Tang, and Yen had all gathered here. The mere presence of these 5 family heads together was enough to signify the status of the Bai family's young master. At the foremost table sat the matriarch of the Tang family, Tang Laofuran, alongside Tang Jingyi, Yang Yulan, Tang Chuchu, and Tang Feng. With all the family heads assembled, anyone who garnered the young master's favor would ascend to the pinnacle of Tianhai's elite. Tang Laofuran spoke solemnly, her gaze directed at Tang Chuchu, the implication clear. Hearing her words, Tang Chuchu frowned, her small hands tightly clenched. Meanwhile, the members of the various families engaged in hushed discussions, speculating the purpose of the young master's visit and this grand banquet. The young master has arrived. Suddenly, a voice announced. The doors to the banquet hall swung open, and Bai Jingtian strode in, clad in a pristine white suit, exuding an elegant smile, reminiscent of a Prince Charming. As Bai Jingtian made his entrance, all the dignitaries present rose to their feet, respectfully greeting him. We pay our respects to the young master. Bai Jingtian approached the front of the hall, surveying the attendees with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please, do not feel overly constrained. So handsome. Many young ladies from Tianhai's families gazed at Bai Jingtian, their faces alight with admiration. Handsome? I find him rather ordinary. Jiang Shui, seated beside Jiang Tiancheng, the head of the Jiang family, remarked dismissively. Shui, are you still thinking about that disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage? Jiang Tiancheng shot a knowing glance at Jiang Shui. Instantly, her cheeks flushed as she retorted, Dad, don't say such things. I'm not. You can't fool me. Jiang Tiancheng chuckled. Jiang Shui's eyes flickered, her mind drifting to Yi Fan's image. You must be curious about my purpose for coming to Tianhai and inviting you all here, Bai Jingtian began. I have come to Tianhai for one person, he stated boldly. For one person. The representatives of the various families murmured, speculating who could possibly warrant such attention from the esteemed young master of Jiangnan County. Tang Laofuran and Yang Yulan's expressions grew increasingly animated, secretly hoping the person he referred to was Tang Chuchu. That person is none other than the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Bai Jingtian declared, his gaze locking onto Tang Chuchu, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I have long admired Miss Tang, and hope she will consider becoming my girlfriend. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. All eyes turned toward Tang Chuchu, astonished expressions etched on their faces. The families were taken aback that the young master had set his sights on the most beautiful CEO in Tianhai, and many young ladies cast envious glances at Tang Chuchu, while the heads of the families wore expressions of regret. Who would have thought she would catch the young master's eye? Fortunately, our proposal was thwarted. Otherwise, we would have been at odds with the Bai family. Gong Shang, the head of the Gong family, observed the scene, his expression darkening. Father, now that Tang Chuchu has caught the young master's attention, how can we proceed? Gong Qing inquired. This. Gong Shang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Tang Laofuran and Yang Yulan were so agitated by Jingtian's words that they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Tang Chuchu's expression shifted as she addressed Bai Jingtian directly. Thank you for your admiration, but I am already married. I cannot be your girlfriend. What? Tang Laofuran and Yang Yulan's faces paled, as they exclaimed, Chuchu, what nonsense are you talking about? Young master, please don't misunderstand. Our Chuchu has no husband. She was just joking. Tang Laofuran hurriedly clarified to Bai Jingtian. I have heard rumors about Miss Tang having a boyfriend, but I believe he is unworthy of her. What do you think, matriarch? Bai Jingtian smirked, gazing at Tang Laofuren. Indeed, young master, you and Chu Chu are a match made in heaven. It is an honor for her and the entire Tang family to earn your favor.
Tang Lao Phun Nốt Det Vigorusin.
A young talent like the young master is precisely the kind of person suitable to be our Chu Chu's partner. Others simply do not qualify. Yang Yulan quickly agreed. Grandma, Mom, enough. Aside from Brother Xiaofan, I will not be with anyone else. Tang Chu Chu declared resolutely, attempting to leave, but was restrained by Yang Yulan. Chu Chu, your marriage is not solely your decision as a member of the Tang family. If you dare to leave, I will expel you and your parents from the Tang family.
Tang Lao Phun Un Côn Ly.
Mother, please, calm down.
Tang Yen Yi Interjet.
Chu Chu, the young master's interest in you is a gesture of respect. Don't be ungrateful. If you anger him, our entire Tang family will suffer the consequences. Tang Feng added, imploring her. Miss Tang, if you leave today, the balance of power among the 5 great families of Tianhai will surely shift. Bai Jingtian remarked, his gaze fixed on Tang Chu Chu. Tang Chu Chu's expression changed as she scrutinized Bai Jingtian. Are you threatening the entire Tang family? I merely wish to offer a warning. I possess a particular trait. I will obtain whatever I desire, no matter the cost. If I cannot have it, I shall destroy it, and no one else shall possess it, Bai Jingtian said with a playful smirk. His words sent a chill through the room, and the atmosphere grew tense. Young master, please, do not be angered. As the acting head of the Tang family, I hereby announce that Chu Chu is yours, and she shall henceforth be your own. Madame Tang addressed Bai Jingtian directly, exclaiming, you are quite astute. Henceforth, the Tang family shall undoubtedly be regarded as the foremost clan in Tianhai. Bai Jingtian replied with a smile, you flatter me, Madame Tang. This is simply our duty. With a forced smile, Madame Tang responded. Miss Tang, have you heard? You shall henceforth be my woman, Bai Jingtian. His gaze shifted towards Tang Chu Chu, accompanied by a charming grin. Tang Chu Chu's complexion turned pale, her heart brimming with a sense of grievance and helplessness. She yearned to flee, yet she could not bring herself to do so, for she understood that if she left, Bai Jingtian would surely unleash his wrath upon the Tang family. Given the Bai family's influence, annihilating the Tang family would be as effortless as squashing an ant. She could not jeopardize the entire Tang family for her own sake. How could she ever explain that to her grandfather in the afterlife? In this moment, despite her remarkable intellect and formidable business acumen, Tang Chu Chu felt utterly lost and despondent. Congratulations, Bai Xiao, on winning the heart of a beauty. The heads of various families present hurriedly offered their congratulations to Bai Jingtian. Who dares to covet my wife? What audacity is this? Suddenly, a voice, cold and devoid of warmth, pierced the air. As this chilling voice resonated, the grand hall's door crashed down with a thunderous noise, revealing several Bai family guards sprawled on the ground, crying out in agony. Yi Fan entered with an air of indifference, stepping over the fallen guards, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. In that moment, every gaze in the room turned towards him. It is he. Jiang Shui gazed at Yi Fan, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. The expressions of old Madame Tang and Yang Yulan darkened upon his arrival. Tang Chu Chu, seeing Yi Fan, resembled a drowning child who had just spotted a lifeline. She rushed towards him and embraced him tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Xiaofan, I'm sorry, my dear wife, for arriving late and causing you distress. Yi Fan gently wiped away the tears from Tang Chu Chu's eyes and comforted her. Little sister Fong. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Jingtian and approached him. As Bai Jingtian watched Yi Fan approach, a flicker of coldness appeared in his eyes. You. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Yi Fan struck Bai Jingtian as he stood before him. Caught off guard, Bai Jingtian was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Touch my wife, and you shall perish, Yi Fan coldly declared. Chapter 17. You shall perish today. With a resounding slap, he sent Bai Jingtian crashing to the ground, leaving everyone present in a state of utter shock. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, as the members of the prominent families of Tianhai gaped in disbelief. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to publicly strike the face of the young heir of the Bai family. Such audacity was simply unfathomable. The Bai family, one of the 4 great clans of Jiangnan Prefecture, with a legacy spanning a century, held deep roots and immense power. Who would dare to provoke them? Yet today, such an act had indeed occurred, perpetrated by none other than a youth. Young master. At that moment, by Jingtian's subordinates, their expressions altered, rushed forward to assist him. You actually dared to strike me? Bai Jingtian glared at Yi Fan with a face as dark as ink, his eyes glinting with intense murderous intent. As the esteemed heir of the Bai family, to be publicly humiliated in such a manner was an affront beyond measure. You covet my wife, causing her heartache and tears. You are unworthy of life. Yi Fan gazed intently at Bai Jingtian, his voice resonating with an authoritative edge. In that instant, the typically carefree smile upon Yi Fan's visage transformed into an icy countenance, emanating an aura so suffocating that it rendered the atmosphere tense. This was the unmistakable sign of his fury. Witnessing Tang Chu-Chu's tear-filled eyes and her expression of helplessness tugged at Yi Fan's heartstrings, igniting a profound sense of anguish intertwined with an unquenchable rage. He had long regarded Tang Chu-Chu as the person closest to him, second only to his 7 masters. Now that she was being wronged, Yi Fan's ire was only natural. Even a dragon has its vulnerable spots, and to provoke them is to court death. Tang Chu-Chu was Yi Fan's vulnerable spot. The onlookers, upon hearing such audacious declarations from Yi Fan, were taken aback. Could he be mad? How dare he speak to young Master Bai in such a manner? Did he truly intend to threaten him? How dare you utter such insolence? Kneel and apologize to young Master Bai at once, Lady Tang exclaimed, her finger accusatorily pointed at Yi Fan. In her heart, she was cursing him fiercely, wondering how the scoundrel had the audacity to appear here and even strike young Master Bai. Was he intent on bringing ruin to the Tang family? Were it not for his connection to Chu-Chu's grandmother, she would have dealt with him harshly long ago. Yi Fan cast a glance at the elderly Mrs. Tang. You. Mrs. Tang was instantly infuriated. You insolent boy, what nonsense are you spouting? This is not a place for you. Be gone at once. Yang Yulan hastily urged Yi Fan to leave as well. He cannot depart. Bai Jingtian interjected. In an instant, a group of individuals clad in combat attire and wielding weapons emerged, encircling Yi Fan with an imposing presence. There were no less than several dozen of them. Their expressions were cold, and their gazes piercing, clearly indicative of elite fighters honed through rigorous training. You're the first to dare strike me. I shall ensure you comprehend the consequences of crossing me, Bai Jingtian declared with a malevolent grin. As for Tang Chu-Chu, she shall be mine. By tonight, I will have her submit beneath me, and I want you to witness how I toy with your woman. Just imagine that scene. It will surely be thrilling. Bai Jingtian laughed sinisterly at Yi Fan. You are destined to perish today. Yi Fan gazed at Bai Jingtian as he uttered 5 words. The moment those words were spoken, a chilling aura swept through the air, causing everyone present to involuntarily shudder. No one dares to threaten me. Seize him, Bai Jingtian declared with disdain. Immediately, dozens of meticulously trained guards from the Bai family surged towards Yi Fan, resembling fierce tigers unleashed, exuding an overwhelming might that was impossible to withstand. Whoosh! Yi Fan swiftly flicked his wrist, and dozens of silver needles shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing the bodies of the Bai family guards. This time, Yi Fan showed no mercy. Each needle struck a vital point, and in an instant, the guards collapsed to the ground, breathless and lifeless, their eyes wide open in death. A collective gasp of shock echoed through the crowd as they witnessed the scene unfold. They had not seen what Yi Fan had thrown, only a glint of cold light before the guards met their demise. Witnessing this, Bai Jingtian's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment evident in his eyes. Black Hawk, he exclaimed, calling out urgently. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the air as a man clad in black appeared before Bai Jingtian. His countenance was grim, his sunken eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, evoking an instinctual sense of dread akin to being hunted by a hawk. Your subordinate is here. The man addressed Bai Jingtian with deference. Take care of this brat. Disable his limbs, but do not kill him, Bai Jingtian commanded coldly. Understood. The man nodded, his hawk-like gaze fixated on Yi Fan, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, instilling terror in those who bore witness. Black Hawk? Could he be the infamous murderer from a year ago who slaughtered over 100 people? Rumors whispered among the onlookers. It was said that no victim had been left intact after encountering him, a harbinger of fear. Previously, it was rumored that he sought refuge with a powerful family to escape the pursuit of the Celestial Patrol. And now it seemed he had allied himself with the Bai family. With Black Hawk in play, calamity was surely imminent. As several dignitaries from Tianhai observed the scene, they exchanged hushed words about Black Hawk, their expressions reflecting sheer terror at the presence of this notorious killer. You possess some skill, kid, but alas, encountering me spells your misfortune. Black Hawk sneered, cracking his knuckles as he advanced toward Yifan, his calloused hands morphing into deadly talons aimed at Yifan's hands, so sharp that they could crush steel, let alone flesh. Bai Jingtian watched with a cold smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Anyone daring to oppose him was merely courting death. He held no concern for Black Hawk's strength. He had witnessed it firsthand, capable of decimating a battalion of hundreds without breaking a sweat. If not for the need to evade the Celestial Patrol, Black Hawk would never have sought refuge with the Bai family. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Bai Jingtian assumed Black Hawk had incapacitated Yifan, but a glance revealed a shocking sight. Black Hawk's talons had halted just inches from Yifan, who had seized the lethal claws and crushed them effortlessly. The agonizing pain from the shattered claws twisted Black Hawk's expression into one of fury, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he lunged at Yifan's heart with his other hand. Yet Yifan, with lightning speed, countered, crushing the talons of Black Hawk once more. Before anyone could react, Yifan seized Black Hawk by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. A chilling crack reverberated through the tense atmosphere. Yifan swiftly crushed the neck of the Black Eagle, discarding the lifeless body at the feet of Bai Jingtian. Thus, this notorious murderer, responsible for the deaths of countless individuals, was decisively eliminated by Yifan. As Bai Jingtian gazed upon the discarded corpse of the Black Eagle, he trembled and staggered back several steps. In that moment, his complexion turned exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that even the Black Eagle would fall short against Yifan, let alone be obliterated so effortlessly. Who exactly is this young man? The esteemed figures present were taken aback by Yifan's ability to vanquish such a formidable killer, leaving them in silent astonishment, while Tang Laofu Ren and Yang Yulan were utterly petrified. Yifan's gaze swept towards Bai Jingtian once more as he approached the latter. Brother, to dare cause a commotion in my Tianhai Grand Hotel reflects considerable audacity. At that moment, a voice, resonant and authoritative, unexpectedly broke through the atmosphere. Chapter 18. Better to anger the King of Hell than the Dragon King Hall. As this commanding voice echoed, a throng of men clad in black suits, tall and imposing, surged into the banquet hall, forming two orderly rows. Subsequently, a man in a crimson robe, his hair a mix of gray and white, and appearing to be in his 40s, strode in, holding two beads that he incessantly twirled. Following this man were two others dressed in gray long gowns, their temples pronounced, exuding an aura of vitality that imparted an intangible sense of pressure. It was none other than Su, the proprietor of the Tianhai Grand Hotel. It was unexpected that even Su had been stirred. The members of various prominent families in Tianhai gazed at the man in the crimson robe with utmost respect, their eyes filled with reverence. To command such respect from the heads of the esteemed families of Tianhai revealed the extraordinary nature of this man. He was Su Tian, the owner of the Tianhai Grand Hotel. The establishment's status as the most luxurious venue in Tianhai, where no one dared to stir trouble, was largely attributed to its formidable owner, Su Tian. Even governors would treat him with deference, and rumors suggested he had ties to the Dragon King Hall. It was precisely these rumors that instilled such respect among the influential families of Tianhai towards Su Tian. Who would dare to offend a member of the Dragon King Hall? In Longua, there is a well-known adage, better to provoke the King of Hell than the Dragon King Hall. These simple 9 words encapsulate the terror of the Dragon King Hall within Longua. At this moment, Su Tian strode forward, squinting at Yifan, and remarked, "Brother, you possess remarkable skills at such a young age. You are indeed a talent. However, are you unaware of the consequences of causing a disturbance in the Tianhai Grand Hotel?" "Unaware, and I have no desire to find out." Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Su Tian and remarked, "Anyone causing trouble here shall be cast into the river." Su Tian replied with a nonchalant tone, "Do you intend to cast me into the river?" Yi Fan gazed at Su Tian. Aware that this was the unbreakable rule of the Tianhai Grand Hotel, no one could defy it. Su Tian retorted coldly. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers lamented the misfortune that had befallen Yi Fan. Not only had he offended the Bai family, but he had now also incurred the wrath of the hotel's proprietor, leaving him in a perilous situation indeed. As Su Tian spoke, one of the two men clad in gray robes surged towards Yi Fan. The man's strike was swifter and more powerful than that of a black eagle, delivering a blow that seemed capable of shattering stone and scattering gold. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Yi Fan sent the assailant hurtling away. The gray-robed man crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Yi Fan. Su Tian, however, paid no heed to his injured subordinate. His gaze was fixed intently on Yi Fan's right hand, specifically the jade ring adorning his finger. This ring, crafted from a unique material, exuded an air of unparalleled prestige. This is the Dragon King's ring. Su Tian's expression shifted drastically upon recognizing the jade ornament on Yi Fan's index finger. His eyes widened with incredulity, and his entire body trembled, causing the two beads he held to fall to the ground. The others present were perplexed by Su Tian's reaction, including his subordinates, who were equally bewildered by their master's sudden change. Yet, Yi Fan sensed the man's unwavering gaze fixed upon his ring and began to piece together the truth. This ring had been given to him by his fifth master and was said to be a token of the Dragon King Palace's leader. According to his master, only those affiliated with the Dragon King Palace could recognize it. Given the man's reaction, it was highly probable that he was indeed one of them. "Are you still intent on sinking me?" Yi Fan inquired, twisting the ring on his finger as he regarded Su Tian. Suddenly, Su Tian snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in terror. The possession of the Dragon King's ring indicated that Yi Fan was not to be trifled with. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Tian broke out in a cold sweat, his complexion turning pale as he trembled uncontrollably. He instinctively prepared to kneel before Yi Fan but was halted by a mere glance from him. Su Tian quickly comprehended the implications and declared, "Today, this is merely a private grievance between you two. I shall not interfere." With that, he motioned for his subordinates, and they departed hastily. The onlookers were left in bewilderment, unable to fathom what had transpired in those fleeting moments that led the proprietor of the Tianhai Grand Hotel to spare Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze then shifted to Bai Jingtian, who glared at him with a dark expression. "I am the eldest son of the Bai family. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" Bai Jingtian seethed. "I have declared it. Today you shall die. I am a man of my word."
Yi Fan asserted resolutely.
Yi Fan approached coldly, step by step. "Young master, do not fear. I have already contacted Governor Tianhai. He will arrive with his men shortly." At that moment, one of Bai Jingtian's subordinates spoke up. Suddenly, as if summoned, Governor Chai Quan of Tianhai burst in with a throng of Tianhai guards, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Upon receiving news of a plot against the young master of the Bai family, Chai Quan had dared not waste a moment, swiftly mobilizing his forces. With the governor absent, should any misfortune befall the Bai heir in Tianhai, the wrath of the Bai family would undoubtedly fall upon him. Despite his position, in the face of the Bai family's might, he was insignificant.
Chai Quan Gapet for Brit.
"Young master, it is Governor Tianhai. We are safe now," one of the subordinates exclaimed upon seeing Chai Quan and his men. "Quickly, seize this scoundrel," Bai Jingtian commanded, fixing his gaze upon Chai Quan. "Young master Bai, I apologize for my tardiness." Chai Quan bowed deeply to Bai Jingtian, then turned to address Yi Fan, who stood with his back to him. "Bring this assailant into custody." Immediately, the soldiers surged toward Yi Fan. At that moment, Yi Fan turned to face Chai Quan and asked, "Do you intend to apprehend me?" Chai Quan nearly lost his footing upon recognizing Yi Fan. Good heavens, how could it be him? He thought, lamenting the ill fortune that had led him to encounter the very individual who had, just that afternoon, caused him to break both legs of his two sons with a mere word. "I had no idea it was you," Chai Quan stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the night's events would unfold as a clash of titans, with the heir of the Bai family on one side and the forces of Baihua Tower on the other, leaving him caught in an untenable position. Do you wish to meddle in my affairs with him? Yi Fan said coldly, as for your private grievances, I shall refrain from intervening. Farewell. Without hesitation, Chai Quan declared, and upon finishing his words, he led his group away. He could not afford to offend either side, so he chose to depart out of respect. Bai Jingtian, witnessing Chai Quan and his companions suddenly leaving, changed his expression and shouted, "You can go die." Yi Fan gazed at Bai Jingtian with a frigid demeanor, his voice chilling to the bone, akin to the pronouncement of Yama, heralding the death sentence of this young scion of the Bai family. Chapter 19. A Fatal Blow. You may embrace death. As Yi Fan's voice resonated with the icy finality of the netherworld, he unleashed a single punch that sent Bai Jingtian hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Bai Jingtian's body was propelled against the wall of the banquet hall, embedded within it, unable to fall. Blood continuously poured from his mouth. His ribcage utterly caved in, and his eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Yi Fan, forever unable to close in death. In that singular moment, the internal organs of Bai Jingtian were reduced to mere pulp. He was irrevocably deceased. Thus, this heir of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, met his demise at the hands of Yi Fan. In that instant, the banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, a profound stillness enveloping the space. The members of the various influential families present in Tianhai stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their expressions frozen in shock. After vanquishing Bai Jingtian, Yi Fan turned to Tang Chu, his previously indifferent countenance softening to its natural state. My dear wife, I have avenged you. Do not grieve any longer. Brother Xiaofan, he deserved his fate. Tang Chu began to speak, but Yi Fan interrupted her with a stern retort. Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu as they made their way outside. Once the two had departed, the onlookers finally reacted, gasping in disbelief. Had he truly killed the eldest son of the Bai family? Was he out of his mind? Did he not fear the wrath of the Bai family? The crowd was astounded as they gazed at the lifeless body of Bai Jingtian, embedded in the wall, still struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. The top heir of Jiangnan County had perished just like that? It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Tang Chu was indeed his wife? When Yi Fan had previously declared her as such in the car, Jiang Shui had dismissed it as mere fantasy. Yet here it was, a stark truth. He had publicly slain the Bai family's eldest son for the sake of Tang Chu, a testament to love that stirred both admiration and envy within Jiang Shui. With the death of the Bai heir, it seemed a storm was brewing over Tianhai. Jiang Tiansheng spoke gravely. Father, will he be all right? Jiang Shui's eyes revealed a flicker of concern. Let us not forget, he is a disciple of the medical sage from Gigu. Jiang Tiansheng's gaze flickered with intensity. Xiao Wu, investigate this young man's origins and identity, commanded Yan Nantian, the head of the Yan family, one of Tianhai's 5 great families, to a man in a black shirt beside him. Are you intrigued by this young man, master? The man, named Xiao Wu, inquired. My instincts tell me he is extraordinary, and he may very well be connected to the Dragon King Hall. If my assumptions are correct, this presents a remarkable opportunity. Yan Nantian's eyes glimmered with a keen light. It's over. The Tang family is finished. The elderly matriarch of the Tang family trembled, her face filled with despair. Mother, do not fret. Tang Jingyi and Tang Feng quickly supported her. Mom, be quiet. Yang Yulan snapped at the elderly matriarch as soon as she began to speak. Look at the daughter you raised. She has brought ruin upon our Tang family. The matriarch pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Yulan. Mother, Chu. From this day forth, Tang Chu is no longer a member of the Tang family, nor shall she hold the position of president. The matriarch seethed with fury. Mother, please, this matter has nothing to do with Chu. It was all that scoundrel's doing. Chu was ensorcelled by him. Yang Yulan's complexion changed, and she spoke urgently. Mother, we must swiftly sever ties with that young man. Otherwise, if the Bai family unleashes their fury, it will spell disaster for the Tang family. Tang Jingyi asserted. You speak the truth. The matriarch nodded, her gaze fixed on Yang Yulan. Tell Tang Chu that if she does not immediately issue a statement disavowing any connection to that young man, I will expel her and you too from the family. I cannot allow your family to bring ruin upon the entire Tang clan. Rest assured, I will ensure Chu separates from that young man. Yang Yulan promised earnestly. Soon after, news of the Bai heir's murder spread rapidly, causing an uproar in the upper echelons of Tianhai society. Those who had not attended the banquet sought to uncover the truth, and upon learning that the husband of the stunning CEO, dubbed Tianhai's first beauty, had slain the Bai heir, they were left in utter shock, pondering the audacity of this young man. He is dead? In the governor's residence, Chai Quan's expression soured upon hearing the news of Bai Jingtian's demise. Tianhai is in for significant trouble, he stated gravely. With Bai Jingtian dead, the Bai family will not rest easy, and Yifan, being affiliated with the Baihua Tower, will not be easily dealt with. If these two colossal forces clash, it will shake the very foundations of Tianhai. We must contact the governor immediately.
Chai Quan Eklim Ugenti.
The situation had escalated beyond his control. He could only alert the governor. Cousin, why do you look so tearful? Has someone bullied you? Chen Xiaoming, sitting on the sofa, observed Tang Chu's reddened eyes and suddenly called out to Yifan. This has nothing to do with my brother Xiaofan. Tang Chu shook her head. What exactly transpired? Chen Xiaoming turned her gaze towards Yifan. Yifan briefly recounted the situation. What? How could this young master of the Bai family be so shameless? He is nothing but scum. He deserves to die. If I had been there, I would have certainly beaten him to a pulp. Chen Xiaoming huffed indignantly. You with your slender arms and legs? Be careful not to get beaten yourself, let alone think of beating others. Yifan jested. I cannot, but I can call. Chen Xiaoming, filled with excitement, left her sentence unfinished. With a swift glance, she continued, Cousin, given the gravity of the situation, allow me to accompany you to rest. Tang Chu gazed at Yifan with a worried expression. Brother Xiaofan, having killed Bai Jingtian, the Bai family will certainly not let this go easily. Are you certain you will be all right? Yifan reassured her. Do not worry. Your brother Xiaofan is not an ordinary person. A mere Bai family cannot pose a threat to me. Now take some time to rest.
Yifan similed.
Soon after, Tang Chu and Chen Xiaoming ascended the stairs, while Yifan departed the villa directly. Chapter 20. The Bloodbath at Tianhai. At the Tianhai Grand Hotel, within an opulent office on the top floor, Su Tian paced anxiously, his expression laden with gravity. At that moment, the door to the office swung open. Yifan entered.
Su Tian,
the head of the Tianhai branch of the Dragon King Hall, addressed the master, declaring, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I beseech you to punish me. Su Tian gazed at Yifan and immediately knelt down. It seems you are indeed one of the Dragon King Hall's members. However, I am not a master. Rise. Yifan exclaimed, Young master, what you hold in your hand is the Dragon King's ring, a token of the Dragon King's Hall's master.
Su Tian remarked,
gazing at the ring on Yifan's right index finger. This was bestowed upon me by my fifth master.
Yifan spoke calmly.
You are the disciple of the former hall master? So, you are the young master. Su Tian respectfully acknowledged. Greetings, young master. Su Tian soon realized, directing his gaze at Yifan. However, young master, since the former hall master entrusted you with the Dragon King's ring, it signifies that you are the new master of the Dragon King Hall. I shall immediately inform the main hall of the Dragon King Hall to come and pay their respects to you. Su Tian stated earnestly. There is no need for that. I have no intention of assuming this position, nor do I wish for anyone to be aware of my connection with the Dragon King Hall. Do you understand? Yifan gazed at Su Tian and spoke. My subordinate understands. However, young master, the Dragon King Palace has long since fragmented into various factions due to the prolonged absence of the former master. It is in dire need of a new leader to restore order. Otherwise, I fear the Dragon King Palace. Su Tian said with a solemn expression. Yifan furrowed his brow. Indeed, after the departure of the former hall master, the Dragon King Hall was jointly governed by the 4 great dragon lords and the 8 dragon heads. However, as the years have passed, the former hall master has yet to reappear. The 4 great dragon lords and the 8 dragon heads have been unable to reach a consensus, and their aspirations for the position of Hall Master have led to internal strife. Ultimately, the Dragon King Hall has fractured into multiple factions, each engaging in both overt and covert conflicts, resulting in a significant decline in its strength. Moreover, it has faced clandestine assaults from various forces within the Dragon Kingdom. Rumors even suggest that several enigmatic powers are seeking to seize this opportunity to annex the Dragon King Hall during its leaderless state.
Su Tian Rimac.
To annex the Dragon King Hall? What audacity! Yifan's expression grew cold. The Dragon King Hall was the culmination of his master's lifelong efforts. Although Yifan had no desire to assume the role of Hall Master, he could not stand idly by as the Dragon King Hall crumbled or fell prey to others. Therefore, his subordinates hoped that the young master would take on the position of the new Hall Master, revitalizing the Dragon King Hall.
Su Tian spoke solemnly.
I will deliberate on this matter. For now, my existence must remain confidential. It must not be revealed to anyone. Yifan spoke coldly. Indeed, Su Tian nodded, gazing at Yifan. By the way, young master, having slain that young master of the Bai family, they are unlikely to let this matter rest. Should I gather a force to eliminate them? However, given the Bai family's considerable influence, completely eradicating them may necessitate contacting the branch master of the Dragon King's Hall in Jiangnan Prefecture. That won't be necessary. You need not involve yourself in this matter. Should the Bai family undertake any further actions, please inform me. Yifan replied coldly. Understood. My subordinate. Young master, this is the supreme VIP card for the Tianhai Grand Hotel. Should you require a meal, simply present this card to enjoy the utmost privileges. My contact number is inscribed upon it, so you may reach out to me at any time for your needs. At that moment, Su Tian produced a black and gold card and handed it to Yifan, adorned with a soaring golden dragon. Thank you. Yifan did not hesitate to accept the card, turning and making his way outside. Su Tian personally escorted Yifan out. Once Yifan departed from the Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Tian finally let out a sigh of relief. With the young master's return, it seemed that a significant reshuffle was imminent within the Dragon King Hall. By aligning himself with the young master, perhaps I too could advance further. Excitement gleamed in Su Tian's eyes. The following day, early in the morning, in the county city of Jiangnan, Su City, on the outskirts, there was a grand manor steeped in a vintage style, sprawling over 1,000 acres in utmost luxury. This was the residence of the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan County. The Bai family, with a legacy spanning a century, possessed profound heritage and extensive connections, their influence stretching throughout Jiangnan County. Even the county governor would show deference when visiting the Bai family. However, at this moment, the vast Bai family estate felt incredibly oppressive, the atmosphere seemingly frozen, as all the Bai family members, servants, and guards dared not utter a single breath. This was because their eldest young master had died. The news struck the Bai family like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone within their ranks. Given the Bai family's standing in Jiangnan County, who would dare to kill their eldest son? Such an act would undoubtedly position them as enemies of the entire Bai family, who possessed such audacity. Thus, when the Bai family members first heard the news, they dismissed it as a joke. But as soon as Bai Jingtian's lifeless body was brought into the estate, they were forced to confront the grim reality. The eldest son of the Bai family, their sole heir, Bai Jingtian, had indeed been murdered. Realizing the implications of this tragedy, no one dared to speak out of turn. At this moment, in the Bai family's grand hall, all the senior members were gathered. Bai Jingtian's body lay on the floor, his eyes wide open, staring blankly into eternity. Bai Chun, the head of the Bai family, gazed at his son's unblinking eyes, his own eyes bloodshot, filled with an overwhelming fury and murderous intent as he clenched his fists, the sound echoing in the silence. Ah! He then let out a roar of anguish. At that moment, an elderly man in a white robe with flowing white hair entered, leaning on a dragon-headed cane. Father, Bai Chun exclaimed upon seeing the elder. Old patriarch. The other senior members of the Bai family bowed in respect. This elder was Bai Kunshin, the former head of the Bai family and the pillar of the entire clan. Now, Bai Kunshin, trembling, crouched down to examine the body of his grandson. by Jingtian. He reached out with a wrinkled hand and gently closed Jingtian's wide-open eyes. Father, I am sorry. It is my fault for not protecting Jingtian, Bai Chen said, looking at his father. I do not wish to hear excuses. Who is the murderer? Bai Kunshan's voice was cold, causing shivers. The perpetrator is the man of Tang Chuchu, the president of the Tianhai Tang Group. This time, Jing Tian went to Tianhai to invite members of various families and publicly professed his love for Tang Chuchu. But unexpectedly, Bai Chun replied in a somber tone, the scoundrels of Tianhai, to stand idly by while my grandson was murdered. They all deserve to die. Inform everyone, seal off Tianhai, and cleanse the families of Tianhai in blood. I will have them accompany my grandson to the grave. Bai Kunshan declared, each word dripping with murderous intent. Father, to cleanse the families of Tianhai in blood. This may be excessive. Bai Chun began to say, do as I say. They failed to protect my grandson, and thus they deserve death. Bai Kunshan roared. Understood. Bai Chun nodded. Chapter 21. Severing Ties. In Tianhai at Villa No. 3 in the Zijing district, Yifan was preparing breakfast when Chan Xiaoming and Tang Chuchu, having completed their morning routines, descended the stairs. Come, my dear. Breakfast is served. Yifan placed a bowl of millet porridge, a fried egg, and a glass of milk in front of Tang Chuchu. Thank you, brother Xiaofan.
Tang Chuchu Eckerlim.
After a night of rest, she had evidently emerged from the shadows of the previous evening, her spirits considerably revitalized. And you are not allowed to say thank you to me. Yifan spoke, you not only possess culinary skills, but can also safeguard your cousin. Aside from lacking a proper occupation, you seem quite commendable. Chun Xiaoming remarked while observing Yifan. You, girl, should focus on your meal and refrain from such unnecessary chatter. Yifan glared at Chun Xiaoming, who haughtily snorted and picked up a glass of milk to drink it down in a gulp. Truly, one becomes what one consumes. Yifan jested. Cousin, your man is teasing me again. Immediately, Chun Xiaoming turned to Tang Chuchu and acted coy. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Tang Chuchu rose to answer it. Mom and Dad, what brings you here? She inquired, for standing at the door were her mother and her father, who was in a wheelchair. If we hadn't come, we would have been cast out. Yang Yulan exclaimed coldly, pushing Tang Zhengren into the villa. Uncle, Aunt. Chun Xiaoming greeted them. Meanwhile, Yifan cast a casual glance at Yang Yulan and her husband, then resumed his breakfast with great relish. You scoundrel! You've brought ruin upon our family, and yet you still have the audacity to eat breakfast. Yang Yulan glared at Yifan, her anger palpable. Mom, please don't be upset. Yesterday's events are not Xiaofan's fault.
Tang Chuchu Huriden Interjet.
If not him, then who? Should I blame myself? Last night was supposed to be a glorious occasion for the Tang family, but this brat ruined everything. He even had the audacity to kill young master by creating a monumental disaster. Now, Grandma is furious and threatens to strip you of your position as president of the Tang family and expel both me and your father. Are you satisfied now?
Yang Yulan shouted.
Enough, Yulan. Tang Zhengren, seated in his wheelchair, attempted to intervene. You only know how to blame me. As a father, you should be guiding your daughter. Just look at the man she chose. Now the entire Tang family is on the brink of disaster. How will you explain this to your father in the afterlife? Yang Yulan redirected her ire toward Tang Zhengren, who bowed his head in silence, offering no defense. All right, it's early in the morning. Can we not be deprived of breakfast? At last, Yifan spoke up. You worthless fool. How dare you say that? Our current predicament is entirely your doing. Yang Yulan accused Yifan, then turned to Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu, if you still recognize your father and me as your parents, you must immediately issue a statement declaring that you have no relationship with this scoundrel. Then, your grandmother will lead our family to the Bai residence to personally apologize and seek their forgiveness. If you refuse, we will sever all ties today, and you will no longer be our daughter. Mom! Tang Chuchu's face turned pale, her eyes filled with conflict and anguish. She could never abandon Yifan, yet the thought of severing ties with her parents was equally unbearable. You expect my wife to apologize to the Bai family? Do they even deserve it? Yifan spoke coldly. Young man, do not be overly self-assured. Do you believe that possessing a modicum of skill renders you remarkable? In this world, power, status, and background hold paramount importance. The Bai family is a prestigious lineage in Jiangnan County. With but a flick of their fingers, they could devise countless means to extinguish someone as inconsequential as you, a mere rustic without any connections. Yang Yulan regarded Yi Fan with disdain. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a feudal martial artist, utterly incomparable to the Bai family. Rest assured, I will handle the Bai family. The Tang family shall remain untouched. Yi Fan spoke softly. You intend to handle this? With what means do you propose to do so? Who do you think you are? It would be wisest for you to go to the Bai family and confess, asserting that neither you nor Chu have any ties with our Tang family.
Yang Yulan exclaimed,
Pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Fan. Mother, please refrain from speaking. If the Bai family truly pursues this matter, I shall bear the burden alone. I will ensure that the Tang family remains unscathed.
Tang Chu interjected.
What can a woman like you possibly shoulder? Yang Yulan retorted, her gaze fixed fiercely on Tang Zhengren. You should persuade your daughter to abandon her misguided notions. What use is there in following such a reckless fool? Yulan, Chu is of age now. She has her own thoughts. We ought not to impose our will upon her. Tang Zhengren replied helplessly. You all are driving me to the brink of despair. Yang Yulan declared, her face flushed with indignation, before she turned on her heel and stormed out. Dad, Mother. Tang Chu's expression shifted dramatically. Rest assured, your mother will be fine. Tang Zhengren reassured her. Chu, I apologize. It is my inadequacy that leaves me unable to assist you in this situation. He sighed, patting his own legs. What caused Uncle S' legs to be this way? Yi Fan inquired at that moment. My father was involved in a car accident. The doctor said his legs have suffered complete nerve damage and cannot stand again. Tang Chu explained, suddenly turning to Yi Fan. Brother Xiaofan, do you possess a way to heal my father's legs? Severed meridians and damaged nerves are trivial matters for me. Yi Fan approached with confidence. Little brother Fan, can you truly help my father stand up again? Tang Chu gazed at Yi Fan with excitement. Of course. Yi Fan approached Tang Zhengren and inquired, Uncle, would you be willing to allow me to treat you? Is it truly possible for me to restore your legs to their former state? Many esteemed medical masters I consulted previously claimed that your legs were beyond healing. Tang Zhengren responded incredulously. Those individuals are merely a group of self-serving charlatans who possess no understanding of what genuine medical skill entails. Yi Fan scoffed. Father, you must have faith in Brother Xiaofan. Tang Chu gazed at Tang Zhengren as she spoke. Well, let's give it a try. After all, if it doesn't work out, it won't matter.
Tang Zhengren Rito.
Subsequently, Yi Fan rolled up the trousers of Tang Zhengren's legs, which were beginning to wither due to nerve damage. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion of his hand, Yi Fan inserted 2 silver needles into the acupoints of Tang Zhengren's legs. Subsequently, Yi Fan gently caressed the 2 needles with his hands. The needles vibrated at a unique frequency, shimmering with a radiant glow, creating an extraordinarily enchanting spectacle. Chapter 22. I am merely an observer. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan swiftly removed the 2 silver needles and turned to Tang Zhengren, inquiring, Uncle, how do you feel now? I sense a warmth in my legs.
Tang Zhengren responded.
Father, you can feel your legs? Tang Chu exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Yi Fan pricked Tang Zhengren's leg with a needle and asked, Uncle, how does that feel? It hurts.
Tang Zhengren replied candidly.
Wonderful news, Father. Your legs are truly regaining sensation. Tang Chu exclaimed with excitement. Uncle's legs have not yet fully recovered. They are merely beginning to regain feeling. However, to achieve complete mobility, another acupuncture session is necessary. I shall prepare a prescription for Uncle. You need to gather these medicinal herbs and prepare a tincture, soaking it for 3 hours each day. After 3 days, I will return to continue the acupuncture. By that time, Uncle will be able to stand and walk like a normal person. Yi Fan spoke, Xiaofan, I am truly grateful to you. I never imagined that in my lifetime, Tang Zhengren, would be able to stand once more. Thank you so much. Tang Zhengren looked at Yi Fan with excitement and said, Uncle, you are too kind. As the father of Chu and my father-in-law, It is only right for me to do this. Yifan chuckled. Very well. I, Tang Zhengren, acknowledge you as my son-in-law.
Tang Zhengyun lau ghét hơi titili.
Dad, you are truly wonderful. Tang Chu also revealed a faint smile. Chu, do not worry. I shall persuade your mother, Tang Zhengren assured. As Tang Chu and Qin Xiaoming departed, one for work and the other for school, Yifan found himself at leisure. After spending several hours in the villa, boredom crept in, prompting him to venture outside. However, just as he stepped through the villa's door, a chilling voice emanated from the adjacent courtyard. Morong Yuntian, I have made it clear that I do not wish to see you. Please do not appear before me again. In the neighboring courtyard, a woman clad in a purple dress regarded a man in white with icy indifference. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an ethereal charm, yet his eyes bore a hint of malevolence. Liuli, do you truly despise me so? You even abandoned your family to evade me, coming to this desolate place. The man in white addressed the woman in purple. Indeed, I have stated my disinterest in you. Depart at once. The woman retorted coldly. Morong Yuntian, my lady has expressed her disdain for you. Why do you persist in your pursuit? The young woman in green beside the purple-clad lady interjected. Am I conversing with your lady? What right do you have to interrupt? The man in white sneered, commanding a middle-aged man behind him to strike the green-clad woman. With a swift motion, the woman in purple raised her delicate hand, unleashing a forceful energy that thwarted the man's advance. Morong Yuntian, is my maid someone you can strike at your whim? She glared at the man in white. I merely intended to discipline your impertinent maid. He replied dismissively, continuing, however, rest assured, as long as you have not taken a liking to another, I shall persist in my pursuit. I am confident you will eventually come to appreciate me. Does that mean if I find someone I admire, you will cease to appear before me? The woman in purple inquired. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. Then the person I admire is him. She pointed directly at Yifan, who was taken aback, having merely been an observer of the unfolding drama. Huh? I'm merely a spectator. I do not know her, he exclaimed. Yifan explained, do you have feelings for him? Luli, do not deceive me. You are not even acquainted. The man in white snickered. Regardless of our familiarity, the one I adore is he, so you may leave now. The woman in the purple dress replied coldly. If that is the case, I shall take his life. The man in white's expression turned icy as he spoke. With a swish, upon his words, the middle-aged man beside him charged towards Yifan, leaping over the fence that separated the courtyard, unleashing a powerful palm strike aimed at Yifan. As the strike was delivered, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, brimming with strength. I have already stated, I am merely a spectator. Yifan lamented, to merely watch a play yet invite such peril upon oneself. What ill fortune is this? Suddenly, a streak of silver light shot forth, piercing the body of the middle-aged man. Instantly, he collapsed to the ground, motionless, his eyes wide open in shock. Upon witnessing this scene, the man in white changed his expression, fixing his gaze upon Yifan. In contrast, the woman in the purple dress remained remarkably composed. What have you done to him? The man in white demanded, his eyes locked onto Yifan. Oh, nothing much, I merely administered a small injection, Yifan replied nonchalantly. Yifan spoke, waving his hand once more, prompting the middle-aged man to rise, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes as he gazed upon him. Are you not leaving yet? The woman in the purple dress remarked, casting an unfriendly glance at the man in white. You, young man, I shall remember you. The man in white retorted with a cold snort before departing. Alas, even merely observing the commotion can incur enmity. It seems today is not my fortunate day. Yifan sighed. I apologize for my earlier behavior. At that moment, the woman in the purple dress cast a glance at Yifan. Fair lady, though we are strangers, you used me as a shield, putting my life at risk. Is a mere apology sufficient to absolve you? Yifan glanced at the other person, who curled their lips in disdain. I am Shangguan Lioli. If you ever need anything, feel free to seek me out. Shangguan Lioli? The name is quite appealing, but alas, it lacks the warmth and charm of my beloved wife. Yifan shook his head. At that moment, a property staff member from the villa area approached Yifan and inquired, Are you the owner of Villa number 3? Is there something you need?
Ye fan remarket.
Outside the villa area, there is a young lady who claims her name is Wang Bingqing. She seeks the owner of Villa Number 3, stating that there is an urgent matter. The property staff responded, Wang Bingqing, isn't she the close friend of Chen Xiaoming? Yifan expressed his astonishment, inquiring, where is she? Right at the entrance of the villa district. Without hesitation, Yifan proceeded towards the entrance of the villa area, asking, what brings you here? Yifan stepped out and looked at Wang Bingqing. Mr. Yi, Xiao Meng has been taken away by Du Yu. Please hurry and save her. Wang Bingqing said anxiously to Yifan. Yifan furrowed his brows. This afternoon after school, I went out with Xiao Meng to grab a bite, but Du Yu came with his entourage and abducted Xiao Meng. He even issued a threat, saying that if we wanted to rescue her, we must go to the White Rose Club. Lacking your contact information, I had no choice but to come here. Wang Bingqing exclaimed anxiously. Yifan declared that little Meng. Rest assured, I shall rescue that girl. Yifan spoke directly, and after finishing, he hailed a taxi to the White Rose Club. Meanwhile, within the villa, the woman in the green attire observed Shangguan Liuli and remarked, Miss, I never expected that young man to be so formidable, managing to subdue Murong Yuntian's bodyguard with merely a silver needle. I told you his prowess is extraordinary. Shangguan Liuli replied softly, Miss, I was taken aback when you mentioned you liked him. Thankfully, I know that cannot be true. The woman in green patted her chest. Why can't it be true? Shangguan Liuli inquired. Miss, do you truly harbor feelings for him? The woman in green's expression shifted. Astonishment painted across her face as she gazed at Shangguan Liuli. At the very least, he is far more pleasing to the eye than Murong Yuntian. As for affection, that depends on his capabilities. Shangguan Liuli softly declared, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. Chapter 23. The Rescue at the Club. The White Rose Club, one of the most renowned establishments in Tianhai. This is where the affluent young masters of Tianhai indulge in their leisure. Even during the day, it remains bustling with vibrancy. At this moment, Yifan arrived at the venue, but just as he was about to enter, he was halted. Sir, our club operates on a membership basis. Please present your membership card. Two men at the entrance of the club stopped Yifan and stated, Bang! Bang! Yifan spoke no more, and with a swift motion of his fists, the two individuals were sent crashing into the establishment, shattering the grand glass doors. Instantly, the patrons within the venue were taken aback. Yifan entered, coldly inquiring, Is Du Yu here? Kid, I never expected you to have the audacity to show up. A young man accompanying Du Yu sneered at Yifan. However, before he could finish his words, Yifan swiftly pierced his brow with a needle, resulting in instant death. Yifan showed no mercy towards such scum. Seize him! Another young man shouted fiercely, as a group of around 40 to 50 guards and bodyguards armed with weapons surged towards Yifan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yifan flicked his wrist, and a flurry of silver needles shot forth, incapacitating all the bodyguards before they could approach him. He then seized the young aristocrat by the collar and demanded, Where is Du Yu? In room 302 on the third floor, the young man stammered, terror etched across his face. With a resounding crash, he was hurled against the wall, blood spurting from his mouth, leaving his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, in room 302 on the third floor, Chen Xiaoming sat bound, while Du Yu lounged beside her, sipping his drink. Du Yu, how dare you kidnap me? Do you have any idea who I am? Chen Xiaoming shouted defiantly. I care not for your identity.
Du Yu retorted coldly.
I have pursued you countless times, yet you have spurned me and even flaunted a boyfriend before me, causing me public humiliation. Today I shall demonstrate my power. I wonder if your boyfriend dares to show up. If he does, it will make for quite the spectacle. How dare you? Chen Xiaoming exclaimed. What is there for me to fear? Du Yu sneered, advancing towards her. He tore a gash in her clothing, revealing her fair skin. You scoundrel! May you meet a terrible end. Chen Xiaoming gasped, her complexion pale with fright. Suddenly, the door to the room was burst open, and Yifan strode in. Brother-in-law, save me! Chen Xiaoming cried out, her eyes wide with desperation. Brother-in-law? He isn't. Du Yu began, momentarily taken aback, but before he could finish, Yifan seized him by the collar and threw him out. He then swiftly untied the ropes binding Chen Xiaoming and draped his coat over her shoulders. You finally arrived. Had you been a moment later, my purity would have been tarnished. Chen Xiaoming said, a tremor of fear still evident in her voice. I came specifically to rescue you. Should you not express your gratitude? Yifan scoffed. Thank you. Chen Xiaoming mumbled, you little brat. Go die. At that moment, Du rose to his feet, brandishing a gun directed at Yifan. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Yifan swiftly launched a silver needle, piercing it into Du Yu's brow, thereby dispatching the young master of the Du family. Is your silver needle truly more formidable than a gun? Chen Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. My second master once remarked that firearms are instruments reserved for the feeble.
Yifan ehalet deeply.
They proceeded towards the exit. But as Yifan and Chen Xiaoming arrived on the first floor, they were met by a group of men clad in black, wielding long knives. Seated elegantly on a sofa was a captivating woman in a white qipao, her complexion radiant like a peach blossom. You believe you can simply walk away after causing havoc in my establishment? The woman in the qipao took a sip of red wine, her crimson lips parting slightly. What do you intend to do? Yifan remarked, to dare to commit murder in my White Rose Club, young man, your audacity is rather remarkable. However, having violated the rules of this establishment, you must face the consequences. The woman in the cheongsam gazed at Yifan with a charming allure. What punishment awaits? Yifan inquired with curiosity. You, sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and sever your tongue. As for the one beside you, she is quite pleasing in appearance. Let her remain at my 100 Roses Club as a courtesan. The woman in the qipao softly replied, You think you can make her a courtesan? Chen Xiaoming retorted indignantly. The little girl certainly has a sharp tongue. No matter, I shall take my time to educate you. The woman in the qipao smiled faintly and snapped her fingers. Instantly, a group of men in black brandished their blades towards Yifan, each exuding an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, resembling warriors rather than mere bodyguards. Bang! 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 With a single strike, Yifan sent the group of individuals hurtling through the air. Despite their remarkable combat prowess, they proved utterly ineffectual before him. In the blink of an eye, they lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. The woman in the white qipao, witnessing this scene, experienced a change in her countenance. With a sudden leap, she brandished a dagger and lunged at Yifan with astonishing speed. However, just as she reached him, before the blade could pierce his flesh, he seized her throat with lightning speed, crushing her neck with a swift motion. Instantly, the enchanting beauty in the qipao collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open in disbelief. How ruthlessly decisive he was, to so easily dispatch such a stunning woman. Chen Xiaoming swallowed hard. If she were to survive, she would have to accept her fate as a lady of high standing. Yifan coldly remarked, Then let her perish. Chen Xiaoming pouted her lips. Cousin, I am perfectly fine. With a cheerful smile, Chen Xiaoming continued. You, my dear girl, truly do not allow others to rest easy. Tang Chu said, directing her gaze towards Yifan. Thank you, little fan. For today, it's nothing, merely a trivial effort. Yifan spoke casually and then turned to Tang Chu, saying, Chu, I shall be visiting Jiangcheng tomorrow. Jiangcheng? Isn't that? Tang Chu exclaimed in surprise. On Jilong Mountain, Yifan had revealed his background to her, which is why Tang Chu was aware that his former home was indeed in Jiangcheng. Yifan said in a deep voice, Little brother Fan, I shall accompany you. Tang Chu immediately responded, Very well.
Yifan nodded.
Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Dragon Kingdom, what? Xiao Meng has been kidnapped? A man in his 40s, with a square face and an imposing demeanor, barked ominously. Master, I apologize for my negligence. However, our people intended to intervene and rescue her, but were outpaced by others. The young lady is now unharmed. At that moment, a man knelt on the ground and spoke. Who rescued Xiao Meng? The man inquired coldly. It was Miss Tang's companion, apparently named Yifan. The man replied,
Yifan.
Investigate his background at once. And as for that Du family, those who dare to harm my daughter shall be exterminated. Not a single one spared. The middle-aged man commanded with ruthless authority. Understood, master. The man nodded. Chapter 24. The lockdown of Tianhai. Despair among the people. The following day, early in the morning, as Yi Fan descended the stairs shortly after waking, he was greeted by the voice of Tang Chu-Chu. Brother Xiao Fan, the Du family has been annihilated, Tang Chu-Chu exclaimed, gazing at Yi Fan. The Du family has been wiped out? A hint of astonishment flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Indeed, in the early hours of last night, the Du family was annihilated by a group of mysterious individuals. The entire clan, numbering over 100 souls, was brutally slain, and even some of the family members residing elsewhere met the same grim fate. Now, the entire Tianhai is abuzz with discussions regarding this incident. Tang Chu-Chu recounted the details. Who could be responsible for such a heinous act? Yi Fan inquired with curiosity. This remains unclear. However, the annihilation of the Du family at this juncture, could it be related to Xiao Meng's abduction? Initially, I suspected it was your doing.
Tang Chu-Chu replied.
If the one they kidnapped were you, then it would undoubtedly be my responsibility. Yi Fan smiled and said, hey, it saddens me to hear you say that. Am I truly less significant than my cousin in your eyes? At that moment, Chun Xiaoming descended the stairs, casting a sorrowful glance at Yi Fan. Isn't that stating the obvious? Yi Fan cast a disdainful glance at Chun Xiaoming, instantly provoking her ire. Xiaoming, could it be that your family is behind this? Tang Chu-Chu inquired, gazing intently at Chun Xiaoming. I have no idea, Chun Xiaoming replied, shaking her head. Could it be that this young lady's family possesses such formidable power? Yi Fan cast a glance at Chun Xiaoming. Humph, of course. If you dare to bully me again, I will have my father deal with you, Chun Xiaoming declared, hands on her hips, with an air of defiance. You little brat, I'm done arguing with you, Chu-Chu interjected. Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. We should tidy up and prepare to set off. Yi Fan spoke up. Tang Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they tidied up and made their way towards the villa exit. As they stepped outside, they encountered Shangguan Liuli emerging from the adjacent villa. Oh, is there someone living next door? And it appears to be a beautiful lady. Tang Chu-Chu observed Shangguan Liuli with a hint of surprise. Hello, I am Shangguan Liuli, your new neighbor. Shangguan Liuli greeted Tang Chu-Chu directly. Hello, my name is Tang Chu-Chu. Welcome to the neighborhood. However, Miss Shangguan, you are truly stunning. Tang Chu-Chu smiled at Shangguan Liuli. You are beautiful as well. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Shangguan Liuli glanced at Yi Fan as she spoke. Shangguan Liuli? You actually moved here? At that moment, Chun Xiaoming appeared, looking at Shangguan Liuli in astonishment. Xiaoming, do you know her? Tang Chu-Chu inquired. She is one of the 4 campus beauties at Tianhai University, Shangguan Liuli. She has always been quite enigmatic at school, Chun Xiaoming explained. Hello. Shangguan Liuli greeted Chun Xiaoming before departing. I just heard her mention that you helped her yesterday. How did you two become acquainted? You two aren't secretly up to something behind my cousin's back, are you? Chun Xiaoming cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Fan. If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall sew your mouth shut with a needle. Yi Fan cast a sharp glance at Chun Xiaoming before departing with Tang Chu-Chu. Why did this woman, Shangguan Liuli, who never conversed with any man at school, suddenly seek assistance from this fellow upon her arrival? Chun Xiaoming murmured, convinced that something was amiss with the two of them. Meanwhile, in the villa, Shangguan Liuli leisurely sipped her tea, while a woman clad in green stood beside her. Miss, that man is living with 2 women, and the atmosphere is rather ambiguous. He is nothing short of a scoundrel, akin to Murong Yuntian. You must not develop feelings for him, the woman cautioned. I am merely curious about him. As for affection, that is a far cry, Shangguan Liuli replied, shaking her head. Curious? Curious about what? The green-clad woman inquired, perplexed. Curious about who he truly is, Shangguan Liuli said, pursing her lips. Meanwhile, on the road leading out of the city, Tang Chu-Chu drove a BMW, with Yi Fan accompanying her towards Jiangqing. Since Yi Fan had never driven before, it was solely up to Tang Chu-Chu. Fortunately, the journey from Tianhai to Jiangqing was not extensive, taking just over 2 hours to reach. Yi Fan gazed at Tang Chu-Chu and said, Little Fan brother, you need not explain. I trust you. Even if you come to like someone else in the future, as long as you hold a place for Choo-Choo in your heart, that will suffice.
Tang Choo-Choo spoke softly.
My dear wife, are you truly this magnanimous? Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. Because your seventh master once told me that your fate is extraordinary, that you are no ordinary person, and that in the future, it is unlikely you will be bound to just one woman. Therefore, if I wish to be with you, I must come to terms with this in advance. Tang Choo-Choo replied, the seventh master is merely speaking nonsense.
Ye Fan promptly replied.
Tang Choo-Choo merely smiled and said, Xiao Fan, would you like to learn how to drive? To which he responded, driving is quite simple. There is no need to learn.
Ye Fan responded dismissively.
Although he had never driven a car, his aptitude for learning suggested that he could master it after merely observing someone else do it once. Tang Choo-Choo remarked, Darling, you are truly wonderful. It appears that I am destined to become a man living off his wife's support. Yifan gently pressed his lips against Tang Choo-Choo's face. Soon after, they departed from the urban expanse of Tianhai, making their way towards Jiangqing. Concurrently, as Yifan and his companions vacated Tianhai, the Bai family unleashed their formidable influence, effectively sealing off the entire city, forbidding anyone from departing. Shortly thereafter, the Bai family issued an edict stating that all individuals who attended the banquet that evening were to accompany the Bai family's eldest son in death. The announcement sent shockwaves through Tianhai. In an instant, the prominent families and elite figures of Tianhai were left in a state of sheer astonishment. They had never anticipated the Bai family's audacity to seek the demise of all attendees, which would amount to a massacre throughout Tianhai. Swiftly, the various clans sought every conceivable means to contact the Bai family, hoping to secure their forgiveness, even offering any form of compensation. Alas, their hopes were dashed by a singular response. The Bai family's eldest son had been slain, and someone must pay the price. This pronouncement shattered the hopes of all. Immediately, the influential families and dignitaries of Tianhai began preparing to flee, for remaining would only lead to certain doom. However, with the entire city effectively sealed by the forces of the Bai family, escape was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, within the Tang household, upon receiving this news, the matriarch uttered in despair, "It is over. Everything is over." Following this, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Chaos erupted throughout the Tang family. Simultaneously, in Tianhai at the governor's office, Chai Quan and a multitude of officials gathered, their faces etched with urgency. Shortly, a man in his 50s, clad in a suit with graying hair, made his entrance. He was Governor Ho Hai. Governor, what is the situation? Does the Bai family truly intend to annihilate all the prominent families of Tianhai?
Chai Quan inquired hastily.
I have contacted the head of the Bai family, and the response received was that the patriarch has personally decreed that all who attended the banquet must accompany his grandson in death. No one can alter this outcome. Governor Ho replied solemnly. Instantly, the countenances of those present shifted dramatically. Is the Bai family not going too far? Just because of the death of a grandson, they demand such a toll of lives? Should they proceed with this, Tianhai will descend into chaos. Do they not fear repercussions from above? One official spoke up. The Bai family's influence extends throughout the Jiangnan region, deeply entrenched. Even the regional governor dares not offend them, and with the backing of imperial authority, they are unconcerned about potential inquiries from higher powers. Chai Quan lamented. The only recourse now is to swiftly apprehend the individual responsible for the death of the Bai family's eldest son and deliver them to the Bai family, in hopes of alleviating their wrath. Perhaps they may then spare Tianhai. Governor Ho declared. No, Governor. This is not advisable.
Chai Quan interjected forthfell.
What do you mean? Governor Ho asked, perplexed. Chai Quan then whispered a few words into Governor Ho's ear. He possesses such a background? Governor Ho's expression changed dramatically. Indeed.
Chai Quan nodded.
At that moment, Governor Ho's eyes flickered with contemplation as he stated, "We shall refrain from further involvement in this matter. Everyone should observe the developments closely." The assembly was taken aback by Governor Ho's words, uncertain of their meaning, yet none dared to inquire further. On a road leading to the urban center of Tianhai, dozens of vehicles traversed the path, all occupied by elite guards cultivated by the Bai family. In half an hour, they would commence their operation. None on this list would be spared. In the foremost vehicle, the captain of the bodyguards produced a list and presented it to his subordinate with a cold demeanor. The names inscribed were those of the attendees of Bai Jingtian's banquet, including the 5 prominent families of Tianhai. Captain, what of the Tang family? I shall handle the Tang family personally, the captain replied with indifference. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. The insult to Qin Yifan's fury, as the Bai family sealed off Tianhai, plunging its prominent families into despair. Yifan and Tang Chuchu have arrived in Jiangqing. In comparison to Tianhai, Jiangqing is relatively small and remains inconspicuous among the various cities of Jiangnan Prefecture. Over a decade ago, the Yi family was considered a prominent clan in Jiangqing. However, after all these years, the name Yi family has long since faded from the city's memory. Yifan and Tang Chuchu made their way towards the old residence of the Yi family. In the eastern part of Jiang City, there lay the ruins of a once grand estate, ravaged by flames. The remnants of walls stood in disarray, bearing the scars of the devastating fire. Even some stones were stained with dark traces of blood, a grim testament to the massacre that had transpired here. This was the site of the Yi family's ancestral home, now reduced to desolation, a poignant reminder of days filled with life and vibrancy that had long since vanished. Amidst this desolation, there existed a dog cage, within which was confined a woman, seemingly in her 40s. Her disheveled white hair framed a face marred by numerous wounds and bruises, some festering and oozing. A particularly gruesome bite mark marred her visage, rendering her appearance utterly pitiable. At that moment, a stout woman approached, casting a bowl of spoiled food into the cage with a look of disdain. "Time to eat," she proclaimed. The woman trapped within the cage raised her head to meet the stout woman's gaze, her voice raspy and weathered. "Just kill me. Please, end my suffering. Want to die? It's not that simple. Hurry up and eat, or I'll unleash the dog," the stout woman retorted fiercely. Beside her a large black dog barked menacingly at the caged woman, poised as if to spring forth at any moment. The caged woman trembled in fear, reluctantly extending a quivering hand to grasp the bowl of rotten food.
Shan Yi?
Suddenly, a voice filled with shock echoed through the air. Yifan and Tang Chuchu arrived at the location, and as Yifan gazed upon the woman confined within the dog cage, his pupils suddenly dilated in disbelief as he exclaimed, You are Xiao Fan?" The woman in the cage lifted her head to meet Yifan's eyes, her expression momentarily frozen before transforming into one of overwhelming excitement, her entire being trembling with fervor. "Aunt Shun, it is truly you." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yifan immediately confirmed that the woman confined within the dog cage was none other than Shen Yan, the devoted maid who once served his mother. Shen Yan had been a constant presence in Yifan's childhood, attending to his daily needs and leaving a profound impression on him. Although 18 years had elapsed, the moment Yifan laid eyes on her again, a wave of nostalgia surged within him. Thus, he instinctively called out for Aunt Shin, a name he had affectionately used in his youth. Little did Yifan anticipate that this truly was Aunt Shin. Aside from him, there are indeed others alive in the Yi family, which filled Yifan's heart with immense excitement, a joy beyond his expectations. However, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Shen Yan, especially seeing his childhood confidant, Aunt Shen, confined within a dog cage and forced to consume foul and putrid food, his eyes instantly reddened, and an indescribable fury erupted from within him. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura of lethal intent emanated from Yifan, enveloping the heavens. At this moment, Yifan's eyes were blood-red, resembling a harbinger of death incarnate. The surrounding space abruptly froze, instilling a sensation of suffocation. Who are you? Who permitted your presence here? Leave at once." At this juncture, the plump woman, observing Yifan's demeanor, felt a tremor within her heart and, suppressing her fear, exclaimed, "It was you who brought such harm to Aunt Shin, imprisoning her in this cage and subjecting her to such vile sustenance?" Yifan suddenly fixed his gaze upon the stout woman, his words resonating with a thunderous clarity. To her ears, his voice struck like ominous thunder, sending tremors through her legs. "What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, I am of the Sun family." The woman's complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she regarded Yifan. "You shall pay for this," In a fit of rage, Yi Fan strode purposefully towards his adversary. "Do not approach me," cried the stout woman in alarm, urgently beckoning to the large black dog at her side. Yet, the once boisterous canine, which had barked incessantly just moments before, now quailed in fear at the sight of Yi Fan, retreating in trepidation, its body trembling. As the plump woman turned to flee, she was swiftly seized by Yi Fan. Ah! Yi Fan seized the corpulent woman's body and hurled her violently to the ground, eliciting a piercing scream that marked her final breath. The large black dog, terrified, turned to flee. "You too shall meet your demise." Yi Fan's crimson eyes fixated on the large black dog. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it, striking the creature directly. With a resounding boom, the massive dog erupted into a cascade of fragments. Having dealt with the man and the dog, Yi Fan gradually suppressed the fury within him as he approached the dog cage. With a swift motion, he dismantled it, exclaiming, "Aunt Shun, I am truly sorry. Xiao Fan has arrived late." Yi Fan gazed at Aunt Shun, her body marred by countless scars. A deep sense of guilt and sorrow etched upon his face. Presently, Shun Yen bore no part of her body unscathed, with some wounds bearing the weight of decades, clearly indicating that she had endured relentless torment for the past 18 years. Yi Fan could hardly fathom how this seemingly delicate woman had endured the past 18 years. "Xiao Fan, I always knew you would be fine. To see you once more in this lifetime. I have no regrets," Shun Yen said, extending her withered, scarred hand to gently caress Yi Fan's face, a rare smile gracing her features. "Aunt Shun, rest assured, I will not allow you to perish." With unwavering determination, Yi Fan declared, casting a glance towards Tang Chu-Chu. "Chu-Chu, please assist Aunt Shun." Without hesitation, Tang Chu-Chu stepped forward to support Shun Yen. Meanwhile, Yi Fan deftly wielded a silver needle, piercing it into Shun Yan's body. As he held the needle, streams of energy surged from within him, flowing through the needle and into Shun Yan. From a conventional medical perspective, Shun Yan's condition appeared dire, her body seemingly beyond salvation. However, for Yi Fan, who had mastered the formidable medical arts of the Ghost Valley, particularly the 9 needles of Ghost Valley, as long as she was still alive, hope remained. The medical techniques of Ghost Valley are profoundly enigmatic, with each needle in the 9 needles possessing astonishing efficacy. The application of the 9th needle could even reverse the cycle of life and death. At that moment, Yi Fan employed the 9 needles of Ghost Valley to treat Shun Yan. Swiftly, he thrust another silver needle into Shun Yan's Tianquan acupoint, marking the administration of the 2nd needle. As Yi Fan executed the 9 needles, the long-standing internal injuries within Shun Yan began to recover rapidly, her previously ethereal and fragile vitality stabilizing. Yi Fan once again employed the 3rd needle of the 9 needles of Gigu. As the needle descended, the festering sores upon Shun Yan's body began to exude black blood, and almost instantaneously, the wounds started to heal. Even the significant bite mark on her face was rapidly mending, giving rise to new skin. Should this miraculous scene be witnessed by other physicians, they would undoubtedly stand in utter astonishment, believing that a celestial being had descended. Such is the wondrous nature of the 9 needles of Gigu. After 20 minutes, all of Shun Yan's internal injuries and wounds had completely recovered. Apart from a lingering weakness, she was free of any other ailments. Subsequently, Yi Fan withdrew the silver needle and gazed at Shun Yan, inquiring, "Aunt Shun, how do you feel?" "My injuries. They have all healed?" At that moment, Shun Yan, looking at her body restored to its former state, was utterly astonished. She had never encountered such extraordinary medical skills. It was truly akin to divine sorcery. "Aunt Shen, your body is no longer in grave condition. You merely need to rest and recuperate for a few days," Yi Fan remarked. "Xiao Fan, I never imagined that after all these years, you would acquire such remarkable medical skills. Truly, you are the son of the Yi family. If only Madame were still alive to witness your prowess, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride." As Shun Yan spoke, a sense of melancholy and sorrow clouded her expression. "And who is that wretched person? What have you endured over these 18 years? At this moment, Yi Fan inquired. "Those individuals failed to locate you back in the day, thus sparing my life, hoping to extract some valuable information from me. Unfortunately, they were unsuccessful. In the end, They subjected me to torment before handing me over to the Sun family, who imprisoned me here, assigning someone to keep watch. They likely intended to use me as bait to lure you out. Yet little did they know, this ordeal would last for 18 long years. Xin Yan lamented. The Sun family? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. The Sun family was once the second most prominent family in Zhongcheng, and now they had ascended to become the foremost family in the city. Xin Yan remarked. The Sun family. Instantly, a fierce intent to kill flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan addressed Tang Chu-Chu. Very well. Tang Chu-Chu nodded in agreement. Xiao Fan, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to confront the Sun family? You must not go. Their influence is vast, and you alone cannot contend with them. Xin Yan implored, gripping Yi Fan's arm. Aunt Xin, you need not worry. I shall be fine. The Sun family has treated you so poorly. They must face the consequences. Yi Fan, with an expression of utter indifference, proclaimed. Chapter 26. After today, the Sun family will no longer exist in Jiang City. In the heart of Jiang City, the Sun family, the foremost clan, resided within a sprawling estate covering several hundred acres, adorned at its entrance by two imposing stone lions that epitomized their grandeur. Today marked the 60th birthday of the family patriarch, an occasion that drew the elite of Jiang City to extend their congratulations, including the governor and various officials, underscoring the Sun family's esteemed status. Within the Sun residence, a festive atmosphere prevailed, filled with guests. In the grand hall, the patriarch donned a vibrant red traditional attire, receiving well wishes from the city's most influential figures. The direct descendants of the Sun family stood proudly by, their expressions brimming with arrogance as they observed the tributes offered to their elder. Congratulations, congratulations, old Master Sun. The governor, Jiang Quan, joined in the chorus of celebrations. Your kindness is overwhelming. Please, take a seat. The patriarch replied with a warm smile, while the surrounding dignitaries looked on with envy, impressed that even the governor had come to pay his respects. Had it not been for the annihilation of the Yi family years ago, how could the Sun family have risen to prominence? One nobleman remarked, unable to contain himself. Hush! Such words should not be spoken lightly. A man beside him quickly cautioned. However, the patriarch had already caught wind of the remark and turned his gaze towards the speaker, coldly retorting, Do you believe my Sun family inferior to the Yi family of old? My apologies, old master. I spoke without thinking. The nobleman stuttered, trembling. Take him away and execute him. The patriarch commanded with an air of authority. Yes, the eldest son of the Sun family affirmed immediately. Old master, please no. The nobleman's complexion drained as he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Let it be known, I do not wish to hear the name Yi family again. The Yi family is no more. Jiang City now belongs to the Sun family, the patriarch declared forcefully. Who says the Yi family is gone? Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated through the Sun residence. Boom! In the next instant, the ancient bronze doors of the Sun estate were shattered, debris flying in all directions amidst a cloud of dust. A figure strode forth from outside, none other than Yi Fan himself. Before he even set foot inside, he had overheard the patriarch's proclamation, igniting a fierce rage within him once more. As Yi Fan stormed through the broken entrance, he startled everyone present. All eyes turned towards Yi Fan, a mixture of confusion and disbelief evident. Who was this audacious individual daring to disrupt the patriarch's birthday celebration? The members of the Sun family and the gathered dignitaries were equally taken aback. How dare he create such a ruckus in their midst? The eldest son of the Sun family stepped forward, his voice laced with menace as he glared at Yi Fan. You, boy, possess an audacity most unbecoming. How dare you cause a disturbance in the Sun family's domain? After today, there will be no more Sun family in Jiang City.
Yi Fan retorted.
Yi Fan stood like a deity of judgment, pronouncing a verdict upon the Sun family. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his audacity, questioning whether he had lost his sanity to utter such words. To curse the Sun family is to court death. Seize him, commanded the eldest son of the Sun family. At his behest, a throng of family guards surged forth, charging at Yi Fan. In an instant, Yi Fan waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of silver needles that shot forth like a torrential rain, piercing the guards with lethal precision. All at once they collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide in shock, succumbing to their untimely demise. The scene left the members of the Sun family and the gathered guests utterly astounded. You! The eldest son of the Sun family gazed at Yifan, his expression one of disbelief. Soon, the patriarch and other members of the family emerged from the hall, their faces pale as they beheld the carnage before them. Young man, who are you truly? What grievance do you hold against the Sun family? Inquired the elder with a mix of fear and curiosity. You have confined Aunt Shen in a cage, subjecting her to 18 years of torment and humiliation. Such sins deserve the gravest of punishments. Yifan spoke with a commanding tone. Aunt Shen? Are you referring to that maid of the Yi family? Upon hearing Yifan's words, old Master Sun was initially taken aback, but then his gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Yifan. Could it be? You are the remnant of the Yi family? The mention of the Yi family's remnant left the other members of the Sun family and the esteemed dignitaries present in Jiangcheng momentarily stunned. They then turned their astonished eyes toward Yifan, silently questioning if this young man was indeed a member of the Yi family. Are there still survivors from the Yi family? Those unrelated to the Sun family shall vanish immediately. Otherwise, they shall face merciless execution.
Yifan spoke coldly,
Expressing his astonishment that remnants of the Yi family still existed. 18 years have passed, and at last, you have shown yourself. He commanded, bring him down. Elder Sun fixed his gaze upon Yifan, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he shouted decisively. In an instant, a multitude surged forth from the Sun family, numbering in the hundreds, each exuding a fierce and menacing aura, akin to a band of ruthless brigands. They brandished an array of weapons, charging towards Yifan. These individuals were composed of retired military elites and some of the most dangerous miscreants, representing the Sun family's ultimate trump card. Crack! Yifan stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the head of the foremost assailant. In the following moments, Yifan transformed into a harbinger of death, dispatching one adversary with each stride, leaving no opportunity for a second strike. Despite the ferocity of the hundreds before him, all reckless and desperate, they were rendered as insignificant as ants in the face of Yifan's might. The sound of cracking bones echoed, accompanied by the splatter of blood. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of corpses lay at his feet, leaving all present in utter astonishment. The expression on old Master Sun's face was grim. He had not anticipated Yifan's formidable strength. Governor Jiang, it appears I will require your assistance today. At that moment, old Master Sun's gaze turned towards Governor Jiang Quan of Jiangcheng. I have already issued the notification. The Jiangcheng garrison will arrive shortly, Jiang Quan assured. Thank you, Governor. Old Master Sun expressed his gratitude. With a resounding crash, the last of the assailants was dispatched by Yifan's fist, leaving the elite cadre meticulously recruited and trained by the Sun family in a state of utter annihilation. In that instant, the Sun residence was a scene of carnage, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. The guests present, stricken with terror, hastily fled the scene. Youth, I must admit I underestimated you. However, this is the territory of the Sun family, and today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise, old Master Sun declared darkly, fixing his gaze upon Yifan. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy cadence of footsteps resounded. Outside the Sun residence, a multitude of fully armed soldiers from the Jiangcheng garrison stormed in. This garrison represented the strongest defensive force of any city, ranking third within the combat hierarchy of the Dragon Kingdom, surpassed only by the prefectural guards of the 9 prefectures and the elite 9 legions of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, over 1,000 soldiers of the Jiangcheng garrison surged into the Sun residence, weapons drawn, encircling Yifan. Chapter 27. Vengeance must be avenged, or the heavens will strike. Youth, surrender at once.
Governo Jiang Quan, adreça República del Yemen Fan.
Are you the governor of Jiangcheng? Yifan regarded Jiang Quan with a frosty demeanor. Indeed.
Jiang Quan nudda.
Do you intend to meddle in the affairs between me and the Sun family? Yifan coldly declared, in light of your rampant slaughter, how can I, as the governor of Jiangcheng, stand idly by? Seize him.
Jiang Quan commanda.
Instantly, over 1,000 soldiers surged towards Yifan. Get lost. with an expression of cold indifference.
Ye fan belloed.
Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, unleashing an invisible shockwave that surged forth and struck the 1,000-strong battalion of soldiers. In an instant, all these warriors were sent flying, crashing to the ground, and spitting blood in unison. The onlookers were rendered utterly speechless, with Jiang Quan and Old Master Sun left in a state of astonishment. In a mere heartbeat, Yi Fan materialized before Jiang Quan, gripping his neck with one hand. If you wish to live, take your men and leave at once. Upon finishing his words, Yi Fan cast the governor of Jiang City aside, the latter crashing to the ground with a cry of anguish. His gaze fixed upon Yi Fan, revealing a profound shock in his eyes. Retreat.
Jiang Quan commanda decisively.
The soldiers of the garrison promptly assisted one another, rising to their feet and vacating the Sun family's premises. Governor Jiang, elder Sun exclaimed, his countenance shifting dramatically as he observed Jiang Quan's departure. No need to call out. Today, no one can save you. Yi Fan replied with indifference, young man, do not be overly arrogant. No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, can you truly compare to the firearm I wield? The eldest son of the Sun family directly brandished a gun, aiming it at Yi Fan. You may give it a try. Yi Fan uttered coldly, go to hell. Bang! The eldest son of the Sun family shouted fiercely, pulling the trigger without hesitation, and a golden bullet shot towards Yi Fan with tremendous speed. Just when the Sun family members believed Yi Fan was doomed, he waved his right hand, astonishingly pinching the bullet between his index and middle fingers. Catching a bullet with bare hands? How could that be possible? The entire assembly from the Sun family stood frozen in disbelief. Whoosh! The eldest son of the Sun family, eyes wide open, collapsed to the ground. Chenya! The elder of the Sun family cried out in anguish upon witnessing the tragic demise of his son. Utterly worthless to me.
Ye fan spoke oldu.
He commenced a frenzied slaughter against the Sun family. In that moment, Yi Fan resembled a living Azura, exuding an aura of death. The members of the Sun family found themselves akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, left with no choice but to await their demise. Within a mere 3 minutes, the Sun residence had transformed into a river of blood, countless members of the Sun family lying lifeless in the crimson pools. Ultimately, only the venerable elder of the Sun family remained alive. Yi Fan approached Old Master Sun with an expression devoid of emotion. You shall meet a miserable end. Old Master Sun bellowed at Yi Fan, pointing an accusatory finger. Tell me about the culprits who annihilated my Yi family, and I may grant you a swifter death. Yi Fan gazed coldly at the Old Master Sunday. Since the Sun family had initially imprisoned Aunt Shen at the behest of that group to lure him, it was evident that they had some connection with those murderers and perhaps possessed certain information. Do you wish to uncover who annihilated your Yi family? Ha ha ha. That knowledge shall elude you for all eternity. Furthermore, should you bring ruin upon my Sun family, they will swiftly become aware, and at that moment, your demise shall be inevitable. I shall await you in the netherworld. The Old Master Sun laughed maniacally, and after uttering those words, he seized the firearm from his eldest son and took his own life. Is that so? Then I shall await their arrival.
Ye fan koldu remarked.
He was not afraid of that group's arrival. Rather, he feared their absence. As long as they dared to show themselves, he could trace back and uncover the true culprit behind the annihilation of the Yi family. Shortly thereafter, Yi Fan departed from the Sun family estate, and upon his exit, a tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire Sun residence in roaring flames. The Sun family met a fate akin to that of the Yi family. In an instant, the elite and dignitaries of Jiang City were left utterly astonished. Jiang Quan, upon learning of the Sun family's demise, also changed expression. Governor, now that the Sun family has been eradicated, shall we simply let that young man from the Yi family go unpunished? The governor of Jiang City looked at Jiang Quan and said, this individual's strength is formidable. He is beyond our means to contend with. You should contact the Celestial Patrol and leave it to them to handle.
Jiang Quan raplia. Understood.
The governor nodded. Little brother Fan.
Tang Chu Chu a project, supporting Shen Yang.
Aunt Shen. Yi Fan gazed at Shun Yen and exclaimed, Little Fan, have you annihilated the Sun family? Shen Yen looked at Yi Fan and inquired, Indeed?
Ye Fan nodded.
Upon hearing his words, Shun Yen was taken aback. She never anticipated that the young master, who was merely a child back then, had now become so formidable. It seems that the heavens have favored the Yi family. Head of the family, madam, may your spirits rest in peace, Shin Yen exclaimed with fervor. Subsequently, Yi Fan stood amidst the ruins of the Yi family estate and knelt down, bowing 3 times. Mother, father, I, your unworthy son, have taken so long to pay you a visit. Rest assured, I shall uncover the perpetrators responsible for the destruction of the Yi family and ensure they pay 10-fold or even 100-fold. I, Yi Fan, vow here and now, should I fail to avenge this grudge, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Yi Fan spoke with unwavering conviction, his eyes filled with resolute determination and a chilling aura of menace. Uncle, aunt, I am Chu Chu, and from now on, I shall remain by Xiao Fan Ji's side, taking care of him, so you need not worry. At that moment, Tang Chu Chu also knelt down and bowed 3 times. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her mobile phone pierced the air. Upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Fan Go. Something has happened in Tianhai. Tang Chu Chu hung up the phone, her face etched with urgency as she gazed at Yi Fan. What has transpired in Tianhai? Yi Fan inquired. The Bai family has sealed off the entirety of Tianhai, and simultaneously, the patriarch of the Bai family has issued a decree commanding that all those who attended the banquet that evening accompany Bai Jing Tian in death. Now, the Bai family has dispatched a large force into Tianhai, commencing widespread slaughter. Upon receiving this news, grandmother fainted, and the Tang family has descended into utter chaos.
Tang Chu Chu ri cao.
The Bai family is indeed ruthless. Yi Fan spoke with indifference. Subsequently, they set off towards Tianhai. Not long after Yi Fan's departure, a figure clad in black appeared outside the Sun family estate, engulfed in flames, and then made his way to the ruins of the Yi family, where he placed a phone call. The man in black exhaled deeply. Chapter 28. Sending them to meet the King of Hell. Within the confines of a mysterious residence in the Dragon Kingdom, there lay a vast lake, at the center of which stood a pavilion. At this moment, a middle-aged man adorned in a purple python robe engaged in a game of chess with an elderly man clad in simple garments. As the man in the python robe made his move, an aura of lethal intent erupted across the board, encapsulating the dragon in a snare. This strategy of entrapment is indeed formidable. I concede, the elderly man remarked, stroking his beard. You're too modest. My skills in chess pale in comparison to yours. The man in the python robe replied with a slight smile. At that moment, a man in black hurried towards the man in the python robe and stated, Master, we have just received news from Jiangqing. Jiangqing? Upon hearing this name, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he asked, What news? The remnant from years past has resurfaced and has obliterated the Sun family. The man bowed respectfully. In an instant, the expression of the man in the python robe shifted, an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing the air around them to solidify, even causing the lake's water to recede by several centimeters. He is indeed still alive, the man in the python robe declared. Since he has re-emerged, he must be dealt with. There is no need for you to worry about this, the elderly man said, taking a sip from a nearby cup of tea. Quite so, it has been 18 years. This matter should finally reach a satisfactory conclusion. The man in the python robe commanded, Send someone to find him and eliminate him. Understood. The man nodded and departed. Once this remnant is eradicated, the master can commence with the next phase of action. The elderly man stated calmly. 18 years have passed, and this day has finally arrived. The man in the python robe's eyes sparkled with ambition, exuding an air of dominance. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Yi Fan, he had become the target of surveillance. Vehicle ahead. Please reduce speed and pull over. You are severely exceeding the speed limit and must submit to inspection. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind Yi Fan's vehicle. A female traffic officer, riding a motorcycle, was in pursuit. However, Yi Fan disregarded her warning and pressed the accelerator to the floor, vanishing from her sight. How infuriating! The traffic officer halted her motorcycle, exasperated. You wait right there. I will apprehend you, Zhao Yurong exclaimed, removing her helmet in anger. The Bai family's guards had already arrived in Tianhai, ready to unleash chaos. However, as they made their move, another group intervened, clashing violently with the Bai family's guards. This group comprised members from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King's Hall stationed in Tianhai. The Spring Orchid 4 and Su Tian took to the front lines personally. Upon learning of the situation in Tianhai, Yi Fan swiftly contacted Spring Orchid and Su Tian, instructing them to mobilize the forces of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King's Hall to thwart the Bai family. With the intervention of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King's Hall, they successfully obstructed the Bai family's advance. Sister, the Bai family's guard captain is leading a contingent towards the Tang family. After a fierce battle, Xiazhu reported to Spring Orchid. The young master has commanded that nothing must happen to the Tang family. Dong Mei, come with me to the Tang family. The rest of you continue to engage the Bai family. Spring Orchid ordered decisively. Thus, Spring Orchid and Dong Mei led a contingent towards the Tang family. Meanwhile, within the Tang family estate, the Bai family's guard captain had already breached their defenses. The family head has decreed that all direct descendants of the Tang family are to be captured. As for the rest, they are to be killed without mercy. The guard captain shouted coldly. Tang Zhengren, Tang Zhengyi, Tang Feng, Yang Yulan, and the others watched in horror as the Bai family stormed in. Their faces drained of color, despair evident in their eyes. It is all your fault. If you had not raised such a remarkable daughter, our Tang family would not have met such a fate. Tang Feng snarled, glaring at Tang Zhengren and Yang Yulan. At this moment, the Bai family's guards clashed with the Tang family's protectors, but the latter proved utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. In the blink of an eye, the Tang family's guards were slaughtered. Just as the Bai family prepared to strike at the Tang family, a chilling voice interrupted. You dare to act against the Tang family? With the sound of this voice, a group stormed in, led by a man in his 30s, exuding an aura of iron and blood, his expression icy. Zheng Dao, Tang Zhengren and Tang Zhengyi exclaimed in unison, while Tang Feng also called out. This man was none other than Tang Zhengdao, the third son of the Tang family. Eldest brother, second brother. Tang Zhengdao approached them directly. Tang Zhengren sighed, I am aware of the situation regarding the Tang family. Do not worry, I will ensure their safety. Tang Zhengdao's gaze then fell upon the captain of the Bai family's guards. I know you are from the Bai family, but as long as I am here today, you shall not lay a finger on the Tang family. Such audacity! Who do you think you are? The guard captain retorted disdainfully. I am Tang Zhengdao, the commander of the 4th Legion of the Heavenly Wolf Army. He declared coldly. The Heavenly Wolf Army? The guard captain's expression shifted at the mention of those words. The Heavenly Wolf Army is one of the 9 major legions of the Dragon Kingdom, and to encounter a commander from their ranks is no trivial matter. Do you have proof that you are the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Army? The guard captain asked skeptically. This is the Heavenly Wolf token. Behold, Tang Zhengdao produced a silver token engraved with a fierce wolf howling at the sky. Upon seeing the Heavenly Wolf token, the guard captain had no choice but to acknowledge his identity. Retreat, he commanded, realizing that with the Heavenly Wolf Army involved, further action would require consultation with their family head. Immediately, the Bai family's members began to withdraw. Third brother, you have become the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Army. Tang Zhengyi exclaimed in astonishment. Third uncle, you are remarkable. If it weren't for you today, we would have been doomed. Tang Feng expressed excitedly. The members of the Tang family looked at Tang Zhengdao with gratitude, their expressions reflecting their relief. As a member of the Tang family, it is my duty to act in times of crisis. By the way, where is mother?
Tang Zhengado inquit.
Upon hearing the news that the Bai family intended to take action against the Tang family, mother was so enraged that she fainted. Tang Zhengyi shook his head in disbelief. What? Quickly, take me to see. Tang Zhengdao's expression changed dramatically as he shouted. 20 minutes later, Yi Fan drove to the Tang residence, and he and Tang Chuchu made their way directly inside. However, upon seeing that the family was still present, they both let out a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, Tang Chuchu exclaimed as she rushed in. Upon seeing her, Yang Yulan immediately launched into a barrage of scolding. Tang Feng looked at Tang Chuchu with a mocking expression. Mom and Dad, I was with brother Xiaofan. Smack. No need to say anything. I cannot accept a daughter like you. Before Tang Chuchu could finish her sentence, Yang Yulan struck her across the face. Yifan's expression turned icy as he moved forward, but he was halted by Tang Chu-Chu. Remember, Chu-Chu is my wife. Although you are her mother, you have no right to strike her. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for being impolite. Yifan gazed at Yang Yulan and coldly exclaimed, You. Yang Yulan, with an expression of fury, stared back at him. Are you the wretch who killed Bai Jingtian? At that moment, a deep and chilling voice emerged. Tang Zhengdao stepped forward, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Yifan. Uncle San. Tang Chu-Chu exclaimed upon seeing Tang Zhengdao. With a serious demeanor, Tang Zhengdao replied, Uncle San, I apologize, but this matter does not concern you. Just as Tang Chu-Chu began to speak, Tang Zhengdao interrupted her, shifting his attention to Yifan. Young man, you possess considerable audacity to have slain the heir of the Bai family. However, having committed murder and expecting the Tang family to bear the consequences of your actions is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? This incident originated from me, and I shall take responsibility to resolve it. Yifan replied with indifference. Resolve? What means do you have to resolve this? Although the Bai family has refrained from striking against the Tang family out of respect for me, this enmity will certainly not be allowed to pass without consequence. If you are a true man, you should immediately go to the Bai family and offer your life as an apology to quell their wrath. Tang Zhengdao gazed at Yifan, his expression one of cold detachment. Indeed, you should hasten to the Bai family and offer your life as atonement. Do not drag us down with you into the abyss.
Tang Feng Uget Ugenti.
Third uncle, Brother Xiaofan. Tang Chu-Chu began to speak but was interrupted once more. Chu-Chu, are you aware that grandmother has collapsed due to this incident and has yet to regain consciousness? Do you truly wish to witness the downfall of the Tang family?
Tang Yengado Admonits Tang Chu-Chu.
What? Grandmother has fainted? How is she now? Tang Chu-Chu's expression shifted in alarm. You care for your grandmother after all.
Yang Yulan scoffed.
I shall go to the Bai family, but I will not do so to offer my life in apology. Rather, I will send them to meet the king of hell. Yifan spoke up. What audacity! Do you really think you can oppose the entire Bai family? Who do you think you are? Tang Zheng looked at Yifan with contempt. Yifan chose to disregard Tang Zhengdao's derision and spoke a few words to Tang Chu-Chu before turning to leave. Chapter 29. Entering the Bai family. Be careful, Brother Xiaofan. Tang Chu-Chu called out to Yifan. Keep an eye on him. Tang Zhengdao commanded the men who had accompanied him to the Tang residence. If he does not head to the Bai family, seize him and deliver him there. These men were his subordinates from the Tianlang army, known for their formidable combat prowess.
Understood, corps commandé.
They nodded and promptly departed. Third uncle, Brother Xiaofan said he would go to the Bai family, and he will certainly do so. Tang Chu-Chu declared solemnly. If he truly goes, I shall respect him as a man and will erect a monument in his honor.
Tang Yengado Rimak Dit Daifun.
Brother Xiaofan will be fine, Chu-Chu insisted. Chu-Chu, although this young man possesses some skill, he is devoid of power, influence, or connections. Against a century-old aristocratic family like the Bai family, he is utterly defenseless. His venture to the Bai family is tantamount to a death sentence. You should cease your concerns for him.
Tang Yengado Rito Kunli.
Third brother, our mother remains in a coma. What should we do? Tang Zhengren asked, his expression filled with worry as he glanced at Tang Zhengdao. Brother, there is no need for concern. I have summoned a master of medicine, whose mentor is the imperial physician. He should be able to cure our mother. The disciple of an imperial physician? How remarkable! Tang Zhengren exclaimed in astonishment. Third brother truly is impressive, worthy of being the corps commander of the Tianlang army. Meanwhile, shortly after Yifan had departed from the Tang residence, Chunlan and Dongmei appeared before him. What are you doing here? Yifan gazed at the two women and remarked, Young master, upon receiving your message, we commenced our efforts to thwart the Bai family's forces. Subsequently, we learned that they had approached the Tang family, prompting our swift arrival. Chunlan responded, the commander of the Tianlang Legion? No wonder he exudes an air of lethal resolve. Yifan chuckled softly and said, Please provide me with the address of the Bai family. Is the young master intending to visit the Bai residence? Should I immediately mobilize the forces of the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Spring Orchid inquired. No need, he replied. I can manage on my own. Please assist in taking care of Aunt Shin. Yifan assisted Shin Yen down from the vehicle and entrusted her to Chun Lan. Xiao Fan you. Shin Yen gazed at Yifan with a worried expression. Aunt Shin, do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Yifan smiled and then set off alone towards the Bai family. Soon, the prominent families of Tianhai received news of a fierce battle between a group of mysterious individuals and the Bai family, resulting in the slaughter of a significant portion of the Bai family's representatives in Tianhai, with the remaining members fleeing the city. This revelation sparked a wave of excitement among the influential families, though it was quickly replaced by curiosity regarding the identity of those powerful enough to confront the Bai family. However, the answer eluded them. Meanwhile, within the Bai family, a mourning hall had been erected, with Bai Jingtian lying in a coffin made of golden silk Nanmu wood. At that moment, Bai Chun, clad in mourning attire, received alarming news from his subordinates, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What is it? Inquired Bai Kunshin, who was seated nearby. Father, we have just received word that our people were ambushed by a group of mysterious assailants upon arriving in Tianhai. The enemy is formidable, and our losses are severe, Bai Chun reported, gazing at his father. Bai Kunshin's countenance darkened as he exclaimed, Is there a force in Tianhai capable of contending with us? Investigate immediately to uncover their identity. It seems anyone dares to oppose the Bai family these days. Bai Chun added, Could it be the Tianlang army? At this, Bai Kunshin furrowed his brows. And what of the Tianlang army? They caused the death of my nephew, and even the commander must pay the price. A rugged, icy voice resonated from outside the mourning hall, as a man clad in battle attire, exuding an air of lethal intent, entered. Bai Chun gazed at the man in astonishment. The newcomer was Bai Feng, the second son of the Bai family. Jingtian, I apologize for my tardiness, Bai Feng said, approaching Bai Jingtian's coffin to light incense in tribute. He then turned his gaze to Bai Kunshin and Bai Chun. Father, elder brother, I have achieved a significant accomplishment and have been promoted to an 8-star rank. Even if the Tang family has a commander from the Tianlang army, it is of no consequence. Those responsible for Jing Tian's demise shall face retribution. Second brother, you have attained the 8-star rank? Splendid, Bai Chun exclaimed with enthusiasm. In the Dragon Kingdom, military ranks are classified into 3 tiers: soldier, officer, and general, with each tier divided into 9 stars. An 8-star rank is a prestigious position within the various military legions of the Dragon Kingdom, and above it, aside from the 9-star rank, are the esteemed leaders of armies. Those at this elevated level are either military commanders or legendary figures known for their extraordinary achievements, existing as figures of great reverence. Thus, possessing an 8-star rank is a considerable honor and symbol of status. Even a legion commander would find it challenging to attain such a rank. As a key figure in the Baihu army, one of the 9 major legions of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Feng regarded Tang Zhengdao, the commander of the Tianlang army, with disdain, for the Baihu army outclassed the Tianlang army by a wide margin. Fenger, with your elevation to an 8-star rank, our family's standing will surely rise. If it were not for Jing Tian's tragic fate, we would be celebrating a joyous occasion. Bai Kunshin sighed. Father, Jing Tian was my nephew. I will ensure that his death is avenged. I have brought 3,000 warriors from the Baihu army, and I will make those responsible for Jing Tian's demise pay dearly, Bai Feng declared with fierce determination. Master, the county governor, and Mr. Jiang, along with members of several other prominent families, have arrived to pay their respects to the young master, announced the Bai family steward. Let them in, Bai Chun instructed. Soon, Su Lin, the county governor of Jiangnan, entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with a vintage style. Following them were members of the other 3 prominent families and various influential figures, all there to pay their respects to the Bai family's young master. County Governor, Mr. Jiang. Bai Chun promptly greeted Su Lin and the man in the white robe. Su Lin expressed his condolences, while the man in white added, I did not expect Mr. Jiang to come personally. Your son can now rest in peace. Bai Chun regarded the man in the white robe with utmost respect. The elder Bai also expressed gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for coming to pay your respects to my grandson. The Bai family showed even greater deference to the man in white than to Su Lin, indicating the high status of the visitor. You are too kind, Elder Bai, the man in white replied. They then proceeded to pay their respects, and after the morning ceremony, Su Lin's attention turned to Bai Feng. You must be the second master of the Bai family, he remarked. Indeed, this is my younger brother, who has served in the Baihu army and has now attained the 8-star rank, Bai Chun introduced. An 8-star rank. Su Lin's eyes widened with surprise. Such a rank and status rival even that of a county governor. I had no idea the Bai family had secured an 8-star rank. It seems their standing is destined to rise even further. Su Lin mused inwardly. Have the culprits behind the young master's death been apprehended? Do you require my assistance? The man in white inquired. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Jiang. If we cannot even capture a single assailant, what face would the Bai family have to stand in Jiangnan? Bai Kunshan responded solemnly. Bai Feng interjected, no need. I have already arrived. In the next moment, a chilling voice echoed within the Bai residence. Yifan strode directly inside. Chapter 30. Breaking into the Bai family. Within the Bai residence, Yifan entered with an expression of indifference. As he appeared before the Bai family, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to him. Who are you? Bai Feng inquired coldly, regarding Yifan. I am the very culprit you seek to apprehend. Bai Jingtian, I am the one who took his life. Yifan's expression was devoid of warmth as he uttered those words. With a swift motion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The members of the Bai family cast him glances filled with icy hostility, transforming the ambience into one of oppressive weight. The air was thick with a palpable aura of impending violence. Bai Kunshan, Bai Chun, and Bai Feng, the father and son trio, regarded Yifan with frigid stares, their eyes glimmering with a fierce intent to kill. You are the murderer of my son? Bai Chun exclaimed, fixing Yifan with a piercing gaze. Indeed, are you not seeking vengeance? Here I am. Yifan remarked with a chilling tone. You certainly possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to present yourself here. It seems you are aware that your days are numbered. Thus you have come to atone with your life? Bai Feng gazed at Yifan, his voice dripping with disdain. Atone with death? Ha! Yifan let out a cold laugh. What are you laughing at? Bai Feng retorted icily. I find your arrogance utterly amusing. I have not come here today to atone for my sins with my death, but rather to facilitate your family's reunion with Bai Jingtian. It would spare that lad the loneliness of the underworld, as I send you all to keep him company. Consider it a benevolent act on my part. Yifan spoke softly. Have you come to annihilate my family, the Bai? Bai Chun gazed at Yifan and replied coldly. Indeed, Yifan exclaimed with fervor. Instantly, the members of the Bai family and the prominent figures from various esteemed clans who had come to pay their respects were taken aback. This young man dared to declare the annihilation of the Bai family? Had he lost his senses? Did he not comprehend the significance of the Bai family? The Bai family, indeed, stood as one of the 4 great clans of Jiangnan Prefecture, a lineage with a history spanning a century, deeply entrenched in the region. Even the governor of Jiangnan would not dare to act insolently before them. Yet here was this audacious youth, boldly proclaiming his intent to eradicate the Bai family. Such arrogance was unparalleled. You, with your meager abilities, think you can obliterate my Bai family? You must be out of your mind. Bai Feng scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Today, your head shall serve as a tribute to the spirit of my grandson. At this moment, Bai Kunshan finally spoke. As soon as his words left his lips, Bai Chun gestured with a swift hand, and the commander of the Bai family's guards, accompanied by a cadre of elite protectors, surged forward, encircling Yifan. You underestimate the might of my Bai family, Bai Chun declared coldly. Today, you shall witness our true power. Seize him. With that command, the Bai family's guards charged at Yifan. These protectors were all seasoned warriors, rigorously trained and exceedingly formidable. Yet in Yifan's eyes, they appeared no different from ordinary individuals. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yifan's eyes as he took decisive action. Crack, crack, crack. As Yifan made his move, he transformed into a veritable deity of death, showing no mercy whatsoever. The white family guards either had their skulls shattered or their chests caved in, their hearts exploding in the process. In short, this group of white family guards became akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, each one dispatched with ruthless efficiency. This young man possesses astonishing strength, Bai Chun remarked solemnly. No wonder he dares to boast about annihilating my white family. He indeed has some capability. Unfortunately, he has chosen the wrong target. Bai Feng retorted coldly, promptly making a phone call. Crack. As Yi Fan crushed the throat of the leader of the White Family Guards with a single hand, the over 100 elite guards met a grim fate at his hands, each death more tragic than the last, their eyes forever wide open in disbelief. The expressions of those from the White family shifted, revealing a flicker of fear in their eyes. Young man, despite your youth, you possess considerable skill. However, in this society, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly contend against 100, 1,000, or even 3,000 men? Bai Feng gazed at Yi Fan with a scornful disdain. Tat tat tat. Just as Bai Feng's words fell, a contingent of soldiers clad in white combat uniforms, armed with weapons and exuding an aura of lethal intent, stormed into the White family estate. These warriors radiated ferocity, their eyes glinting with menace, resembling a pack of tigers descending from the mountains, creating an unstoppable momentum. They were the soldiers of the White Tiger Army, one of the 9 great legions of the Dragon Kingdom, numbering a staggering 3,000, all brought by Bai Feng. While the White Tiger Army may not be the pinnacle among the 9 legions, it certainly ranks within the top 5, with each soldier being fiercely formidable, akin to wild tigers. This trio of 1,000 White Tiger soldiers could easily match a small army of 10,000. This is the White Tiger Army. The governor of Jiangnan County observed the soldiers in their distinctive attire with a hint of astonishment. The members of various prestigious families present gazed at the 3,000 White Tiger soldiers with expressions of sheer shock. Young man, today I am eager to witness just how strong you truly are, and whether you can surpass my 3,000 White Tiger soldiers, Bai Feng declared icily, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan. The White Tiger Army is a legion of the Dragon Kingdom, composed of warriors loyal to the nation. Do you realize the grave sin you commit by summoning so many soldiers to act as your enforcers? Yi Fan cast a glance at the group of White Tiger Army soldiers and addressed Bai Feng. Humph, they are all my subordinates, and they shall do as I command. What? Are you frightened? Bai Feng regarded Yi Fan with a cold smirk. I have no desire to harm the innocent. If you wish to avoid death, it would be prudent for you to vanish at once. Yi Fan gazed at the White Tiger Army soldiers and coldly declared, charge forth and subdue him, regardless of life or death. Bai Feng bellowed directly. At his command, the group of White Tiger soldiers surged toward Yi Fan, clearly disregarding his instructions. If that is the case, then I shall bear no responsibility. Yi Fan shook his head, and an ominous glint flickered in his eyes, as a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from his being, transforming him into a hellish harbinger of death. With a swift motion, he lunged forward, fists raised, charging towards the ranks of the White Tiger Army warriors. In an instant, splashes of crimson erupted as these fierce soldiers fell one after another. Despite facing 3,000 relentless warriors, Yi Fan remained utterly unafraid, even exhibiting an overwhelming dominance. The once formidable White Tiger soldiers appeared feeble before him, unable to withstand even a single strike. Within less than 3 minutes, over 1,000 of the 3,000 warriors lay defeated on the ground. At this moment, the members of the Bai family and other noble clans were left utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Among them, Bai Feng bore the darkest expression, his face as grim as ink, his eyes glinting with a palpable murderous intent, as he witnessed his subordinates perish one by one at Yi Fan's hands. Even Su Lin, the local governor, was shaken by Yi Fan's terrifying prowess. As for the man in the white robe known as Mr. Jiang, he regarded Yi Fan with a peculiar gaze. Chapter 31. Master of the Human Realm. Boom! Just as Yi Fan obliterated a White Tiger warrior along with his weapon with a single punch, Bai Feng finally made his move. With a swift motion, Bai Feng brandished a glimmering blade, slicing towards Yi Fan with tremendous force, the very air seeming to tear apart in its wake. Crack! In response to Bai Feng's ferocious strike, Yi Fan did not even glance, unleashing a single punch that shattered the blade to smithereens while simultaneously sending his fist crashing into Bai Feng, propelling him backward. Thud! Bai Feng was hurled through the air, crashing before Bai Kunshan and Bai Chun. His chest caved in, ribs exposed, blood pouring from his mouth. Fenger, second brother. Bai Kunshan and Bai Chun cried out in shock upon witnessing Bai Feng's injury. The remaining white tiger warriors, seeing Bai Feng wounded, their eyes gleamed with ferocity, charging at Yi Fan with renewed fervor. Thud, crack. Yet, no matter how fiercely they charged, their fates were equally grim. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. All 3,000 white tiger warriors had been vanquished by Yi Fan, their bodies piled high upon the ground, blood staining the earth. Yet, not a single drop of blood marred Yi Fan's form, though his aura of slaughter had thickened immensely. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the scene, the air heavy with disbelief. They had never anticipated that this young man could be so formidable, single-handedly annihilating 3,000 white tiger warriors. Such strength was unparalleled. The expressions of Bai Kunshan and Bai Chun were grim indeed. Yi Fan spoke with an expressionless demeanor. At such a young age, possessing this level of strength, you must be someone extraordinary. Which faction do you belong to? Bai Kunshan gazed solemnly at Yi Fan. The dead do not need to know so much. Yi Fan remarked coldly, young man, such arrogance is hardly commendable. One ought to adopt a more modest demeanor. Suddenly a deep, hoarse voice echoed as a stooped old man with white hair emerged, leaning on a cane. Old you, Bai Kunshan exclaimed upon seeing the elder. Rest assured, my lord, with this old servant present today, I shall not allow this lad to harm a single soul from the Bai family. The elder spoke softly, leaning on his cane. Could this be the formidable hidden strength of the Bai family? It is said that the Bai family conceals a powerful figure capable of annihilating anyone who dares to challenge them. The other members of prominent families present began to discuss among themselves, casting glances at the stooped elder with the cane. As one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan Prefecture, it is essential not only to possess formidable connections but also to have sufficient trump cards to instill fear in others. This white-haired elder serves as the greatest asset of the Bai family. His origins are shrouded in mystery. Only the patriarch of the Bai family knows his true identity, while the other members merely refer to him as Old You. The strength of this elder is unfathomable, and it is precisely due to his presence that no one dares to provoke the Bai family. However, it has been decades since Old You last revealed himself before outsiders, and today, he has finally made an appearance because of Yi Fan. Old fellow, at such an advanced age, why not enjoy your twilight years in peace instead of seeking out the commotion? Yi Fan gazed at the indifferent elder Yu and remarked, young man, when a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be beset by the wind. It is wiser to remain modest. Elder Yu then looked at Yi Fan and replied, it is the weak who must remain low-key. The strong have no such need. Yi Fan dismissed, it seems that you, a young man, are determined to strike at the Bai family today. If that is the case, I must take action. As Elder Yu spoke, he forcefully slammed his cane onto the ground, causing a thunderous roar to erupt. The marble floor shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying in all directions. With a swift motion, Elder Yu stepped forward, wielding his cane like a sinuous dragon, charging through the cascading rubble towards Yi Fan. The impact of the strike bore an overwhelming force, creating a piercing sound that resonated through the air. Though Elder Yu appeared frail and aged, as if one foot were already in the grave, his sudden action stunned everyone present. With Elder Yu's intervention, this young man is undoubtedly doomed. Bai Feng scoffed coldly. Is this the might of a powerful figure from the human realm? Bai Chun murmured to himself. Yet, Yi Fan remained remarkably composed in the face of Elder Yu's assault, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Just as Elder Yu's cane was about to strike Yi Fan, he effortlessly grasped it with one hand. In that instant, the cane, infused with tremendous power, became utterly immobilized. No matter how much strength Elder Yu exerted, he could not advance it an inch further. Is this all the strength you possess? I expected something far mightier. Yi Fan regarded Elder Yu with a cold smile. However, Elder Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, his cane shattered in an instant, and Yi Fan's palms struck him with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, Elder Yu was propelled backwards, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep crater. Lying in the pit, he spewed blood frantically, his eyes wide with shock. He uttered not a single word before drawing his last breath. Elder Yu, Bai Kunshan cried out in anguish as he witnessed the demise of Elder Yu. The members of the Bai family stared in disbelief at the loss of their greatest trump card. their faces frozen in shock. The atmosphere within the Bai household grew unbearably oppressive and heavy. Bai Chun and Bai Feng wore expressions of profound distress, their hearts shaken to the core. They had never anticipated that even Elder Yu could be eliminated by Yi Fan in a single strike. Elder Yu was a true master of the human realm. For martial artists, once they entered this realm, they became genuine experts. The difference between those who had and had not entered the realm was akin to two entirely different levels of existence. Achieving this status and becoming a master of the human realm is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Many practitioners who have trained for decades may never reach this pinnacle. Even Bai Feng was on the cusp of entering the realm. Yet Elder Yu, a genuine master, had perished so easily? It was simply incredulous. How utterly feeble. After Yi Fan swiftly eliminated the Elder Yu, he shook his head and sighed. His words nearly took the breath away from the Bai family trio. A master of the human realm still deemed weak? This young man is rather ostentatious, it seems. Clearly, the Bai family possesses only this level of strength. Thus, I shall not hold back. At this moment, Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Bai Kuan and his two sons. Young man, it is wise to know when to stop. Finally interjected Su Lin, the governor of Jiangnan Prefecture. As the ruler of a prefecture, he could not idly watch the downfall of the Bai family. After all, the Bai family wielded considerable influence, and their demise would have far-reaching repercussions. Should the higher authorities seek accountability, it would be a burden far too great for him to bear. And who might you be? Yi Fan cast a glance at Su Lin and coldly remarked, I am the prefect Su Lin of Jiangnan Prefecture. Su Lin spoke with an air of indifference, his words imbued with the authority of a superior. The prefect of Jiangnan? Do you intend to assist the Bai family? Yi Fan retorted, the Bai family cannot be exterminated. Su Lin responded decisively, then I must make it my mission to do so. Yi Fan gazed at the other person coldly and remarked, then you are indeed an enemy of the court. I shall immediately mobilize the county guards to apprehend you. Su Lin replied with an air of authority. Apprehend me? Yi Fan's expression turned icy. Chapter 32. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Fan waved his hand, and a silver needle shot forth, piercing directly into Su Lin's body. Ah! Su Lin's countenance changed dramatically, emitting a cry of anguish. What have you done to me? Su Lin glared fiercely at Yi Fan. I have done nothing. This needle has merely pierced a vital point of yours. Apart from me, should anyone attempt to remove this needle, you are undoubtedly doomed.
Yi Fan spoke calmly.
What? Immediately, Su Lin's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor turning quite grim as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? I am the magistrate of Jiangnan County, a fifth-rank official. You are conspiring against a court official. If you refrain from interfering in the affairs of the Bai family, I will naturally withdraw this thorn from your side. However, should you insist on meddling, you shall share the same fate as the Bai family. Yi Fan spoke with an air of indifference and cruelty. In an instant, Su Lin's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately falling into silence. It was evident that he had chosen his own life over the Bai family. This young man was truly terrifying, daring even to threaten the county magistrate. Who, then, could possibly save you now? Yi Fan confronted the three members of the Bai family with a chilling tone. Do you dare to kill me? I am a capable general of the White Tiger Army, holding the rank of 8-star colonel. If you lay a hand on me, not only will the commander of the White Tiger Army not spare you, but even the War Department of the Dragon Kingdom will not let you off. Bai Feng shouted at Yi Fan. Is that so? Then let them come for me. Yi Fan spoke lightly, and as his words concluded, he unleashed a powerful strike that swiftly took Bai Feng's life. Second brother. Feng. Bai Chun and Bai Kunshan gazed in anguish at the demise of Bai Feng, their expressions etched with sorrow. You shall surely die today. Bai Kunshan, witnessing the slaughter of his second son, glared at Yi Fan with eyes filled with fury, roaring, Is it merely on your account? Yi Fan said coldly, Mr. Jiang, I implore you to assist the Bai family this once, considering our past connections. Subsequently, Bai Kunshan turned to the man in the white robe, seeking his help. Yi Fan cast his gaze upon the man clad in white. Given my long-standing friendship with the Bai family, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this matter. The man in white spoke. You too wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Yifan's expression turned icy as he gazed at the other man. Young man, do you know who I am? The man in white said, looking at Yifan. No matter who you are, those who stand in my way shall perish. Yifan coldly exclaimed without reservation, I am a member of the Dragon King Temple, specifically from the Jiangnan Prefecture branch. Are you certain you wish to take action against me? The man in the white robe responded, The Dragon King Temple. Yifan observed the furrowed brow of his counterpart, while the others present felt a shiver run through them upon hearing the words Dragon King Hall. These 3 words held an ineffable significance in the Dragon Kingdom. To dare oppose the Dragon King Hall within the realm was a fate far more dire than challenging the imperial court itself. It is better to provoke the King of Hell than to incite the wrath of the Dragon King Hall. These 9 words are not mere trifles. Young man, surely you have heard of the Dragon King Hall, have you not? The man in the white robe gazed at Yifan and inquired, As a member of the Dragon King Hall, do you recognize this? Yifan directly revealed the Dragon King ring on his right hand. With a swift motion, the man in white robes gazed at the ring, his complexion drastically changing, and his pupils narrowing in astonishment. This is the Dragon King ring? He exclaimed, Who are you? The man in white fixed his eyes on Yifan, his expression one of sheer shock, struggling to articulate his words. It was evident that the impact of the Dragon King ring had overwhelmed him. Do you still intend to stand up for the Bai family? Yifan gazed at the other party with a cold demeanor. Dare not. The expression of the man in the white robe shifted dramatically, and he suddenly bowed deeply. If his conjecture was correct, then the individual before him was likely the newly appointed Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace. To oppose the Dragon King was tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Zhang Yuan, the man in white, was so terrified that cold sweat poured down his brow, nearly losing his very soul. Mr. Zhang, Bai Kunshan exclaimed, taken aback by Zhang Yuan's sudden change in demeanor. This is a matter for your Bai family. It is not my concern. Zhang Yuan coldly retorted, glaring at Bai Kunshan. This old fool nearly led him to offend the Dragon King, and at that moment, Zhang Yuan wished to personally deal with the old man. You may all perish. At that instant, Yifan's voice was as frigid as death itself, and he struck out, slaying Bai Chun without hesitation. Just as he was about to turn his wrath upon Bai Kunshan, the latter shouted, The one from the imperial capital will avenge my Bai family. I await you in hell. Bang! Before Bai Kunshan could finish his words, Yifan extinguished his life with a single palm strike. Yifan paid no heed to the words of his adversary. He unleashed a merciless onslaught upon the Bai family. The anguished cries and wails of the Bai clan echoed through the air, yet nothing could forestall their impending doom. A mere 10 minutes later, the once mighty Bai residence lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Every member of the Bai family met a gruesome fate, not a single soul spared. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with the stench of blood. Today, the Bai family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Jiangnan, was declared utterly extinguished. The other 3 great families and various clans bore witness to this harrowing scene, left speechless in the wake of their shock. I wish that from this day forth, apart from you, none shall know of my existence. After Yifan obliterated the entire Bai family, he cast a cold glance at the remaining individuals. Instantly, this group nodded in unison, their eyes brimming with terror. With a swift motion, Yifan removed the silver needles from Su Lin's body, who gasped for breath. Yifan then proceeded toward the exit. However, before he could step out of the Bai family estate, a group of individuals clad in distinctive attire burst in. The leader, upon observing the state of the Bai family, changed his expression dramatically. Did you kill them all? He inquired, casting a grave glance at Yifan. Indeed, I did.
Yifan repliğe resolutely.
Then, I must insist that you accompany us, the leader stated plainly. And why should I comply with your request?
Yifan uttered.
The leading man coldly responded, not interested. As Yifan spoke, he made to step outside. Immediately, the group from the Celestial Patrol attempted to strike him, but before they could launch their attack, they were all sent flying, including the leader who collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Yifan vanished directly from the Bai family. How dare this fellow lay hands on us? The leader of the group exclaimed in disbelief, for they were members of the Celestial Patrol. To dare to assault the Celestial Patrol is tantamount to courting death. The Celestial Patrol is a special organization of the Dragon Kingdom, tasked with overseeing the various prefectures. Whenever individuals posing a threat to the Dragon Kingdom emerge, they act swiftly, executing first and reporting later. Consequently, the power of the Celestial Patrol is immense. Neither the court nor the military dares to offend them lightly, for should one fall victim to their wrath, there would be no recourse for justice. Yet today, someone had the audacity to attack a member of the Celestial Patrol, leaving these agents utterly astounded. "Young man, your fate is sealed," the leader of the Celestial Patrol bellowed with rage. Chapter 33. Using the Emperor to command the feudal lords. Half an hour after Yifan departed from the Bai family, news of their obliteration swiftly spread throughout Jiangnan County, creating an uproar. The entire region was in disbelief. How could one of the four illustrious families of Jiangnan, the Bai family, be extinguished so suddenly? It seemed unfathomable. Yet, regardless of the skepticism, the grim reality remained. The Bai family had indeed been annihilated. Every member, numbering in the hundreds, including the patriarch and the family head, had been ruthlessly slain, leaving no survivors. The entire estate was sealed by the county's guard, compelling the prominent families of Jiangnan to accept the unsettling truth that the once mighty Bai family had vanished. Curiosity soon took hold among the various factions. Who possessed such formidable power to eradicate the Bai family? Given the Bai family's standing, only someone of extraordinary might and status could have achieved this. Rumors began to circulate that the family had offended a significant figure, yet the identity of this individual remained a mystery. Only the other three great families and a select few who had gone to pay their respects were privy to the actual details. However, due to Yifan's warning, they dared not disclose anything, even to their own kin, fearing retribution. After all, if this figure could obliterate the Bai family, they too could easily be targeted. Regardless, the heads of the major families had etched Yifan into their memories, and their interest in the Tang family of Tianhai heightened, not least because Yifan was the consort of the Tang family's eldest daughter, Tang Chuchu. The destruction of the Bai family triggered a series of repercussions. In the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon King Hall, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "What? The Dragon King's ring? Are you certain you are not mistaken? Truly is the Dragon King's ring?" Left Tianyang's expression shifted to one of shock upon hearing Jiang Yuan's words. "Master, it is indeed the Dragon King's ring. I would not misidentify it." Jiang Yuan replied solemnly. "The Dragon King's ring? That is the emblem of the Hall Master." Left Tianyang's gaze flickered with intensity. "Master, the previous Hall Master has been missing for many years. We believed he was deceased. Yet now, someone has appeared bearing the Dragon King's ring. This can only mean two things. Either this individual has stolen it, or he has been chosen as the new Hall Master by the former." Jiang Yuan surmised. With the former Hall Master's strength, how could anyone possibly seize the ring from him? This youth could not have done it. Left Tianyang retorted coldly. Then this youth must be the new Hall Master's appointed successor. "Master, should we immediately inform the main hall?" Jiang Yuan asked directly. "No, we must suppress this information. The main hall must not learn of his existence." Left Tianyang asserted vehemently. "Pardon? What do you mean, Master?" Jiang Yuan inquired, puzzled. Currently, the Dragon King Hall is fragmented, with the 4 Dragon Lords and 8 Dragon Chiefs vying for supremacy. If we inform them of the emergence of a new Hall Master, what do you think will happen? Left Tianyang explained. Some will undoubtedly rally behind the new Hall Master, yet others will view him as a threat and seek to eliminate him. Given his youth, the elder members of the Dragon King Hall will not regard him with the same reverence they afforded the former master. Indeed, despite possessing the Dragon King's ring, it is no easy feat to command the allegiance of the entire hall. Left Tianyang scoffed. "Are you suggesting we assist this new Hall Master in ascending to power?" Jiang Yuan ventured. "No, I intend to leverage the situation to command the lords." Left Tianyang's eyes sparkled with ambition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. "Master, are you planning to indeed, if we can gain control of this new Hall Master and aid him in attaining the Dragon King's position, I shall become the supreme ruler of the Dragon King Hall. Is that not a more fulfilling accomplishment than merely being the Hall Master?" Left Tianyang declared with unabashed ambition. Your strategy holds merit, master. This youth, possessing the Dragon King's ring, is rightful in claiming the position of Dragon King. With our branch providing full support, he is quite likely to ascend to the role, thereby ruling the Dragon King Hall. However, from what I observed today, controlling him and ensuring his obedience may not be an easy task. Zhang Yuan cautioned. No matter how formidable he may be, he is still just a young lad. Do you think I cannot handle a mere child? Left Tianyang shot a glance at Zhang Yuan. Sir, that was not my intent. Given your capabilities, it would be no trouble at all to control this youth. Zhang Yuan quickly clarified, bowing respectfully. Immediately investigate this youth's background. Left Tianyang commanded coldly. Understood, master. Zhang Yuan nodded, contemplating the ambitions of the 4 dragon lords and 8 dragon chiefs, relishing the thought that their fierce competition would ultimately benefit him. Meanwhile, at the White Tiger Army's encampment, a thunderous voice erupted. What? Bai Feng is dead? All 3,000 White Tiger soldiers have been slaughtered? Who dares to commit such an atrocity? A robust man clad in white armor, radiating an aura of ironclad ferocity, glared at his subordinates in fury. This man was Yang Tianhu, the commander of the White Tiger Army, a distinguished figure with a 4-star general rank. Commander, the identities of those who killed Lord Bai Feng and the 3,000 soldiers are still under investigation. The news from Jiangnan County has been entirely sealed. One subordinate knelt, reporting anxiously. Find out immediately. Discover who possesses the audacity to slay my White Tiger soldiers. I demand retribution that ensures they suffer beyond imagination. Yang Tianhu's voice was laced with cold menace. Yes, Commander. The subordinate nodded vigorously. Whoever dares to kill my White Tiger soldiers shall face death. Yang Tianhu proclaimed, each word dripping with lethal intent, causing the very air around him to thicken with tension. In the Jiangnan County branch of the Sky Patrol, the man who had been injured by Yi Fan stood before a bearded figure clad in a gray robe, recounting the events concerning the Bai family. Sir, this young man not only extinguished the Bai family but also slaughtered thousands of White Tiger soldiers. Previously, he had obliterated the foremost family in Jiang City, and now he dares to disregard our Sky Patrol. We cannot allow this young man to escape unpunished. Based on your description, this individual must be a formidable practitioner of the human realm. Achieving such mastery at his age is no small feat, the gray-robed man observed softly. Sir, he has already disrupted the stability of the entire Jiangnan County. His brazen murder of so many White Tiger soldiers warrants the death penalty. If he truly is a master, we must swiftly apprehend him. Otherwise, who knows what his next move might be? The leader's heart brimmed with animosity towards Yi Fan. Indeed, you speak the truth. This boy has annihilated the Bai family and slain numerous warriors of the Baihu army. He is truly unforgivable. Immediately inform Lung Feng. Instruct him to lead his men to capture this boy. Should there be any resistance, execute without hesitation. The man in the gray robe stated resolutely. Understood, my lord. The leading man nodded in response. Chapter 34. Apologize to him? Does he deserve it? The Tang family. Yi Fan entered, and Tang Feng looked at him with a cold scoff. You didn't go to the Bai family, did you? At that moment, Tang Chu approached Yi Fan, her face filled with concern as she gazed at him. The Bai family has already been annihilated by me, Yi Fan coldly remarked. Were you the one who annihilated them? Ha ha ha, do you truly believe we are fools? Tang Feng gazed at Yi Fan with a scornful expression. At that moment, Tang Zhengdao approached, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. Third uncle, has the Bai family truly been eradicated? Tang Feng's countenance shifted with surprise, while Tang Zhengren, Tang Jingyi, and Yang Yulan were equally astonished. Indeed, I have just received news that the Bai family was exterminated due to offending a formidable individual. Our Tang family is safe now, Tang Zhengdao declared. Splendid. At last, we no longer need to worry, Tang Feng exclaimed with excitement, casting a derisive look at Yi Fan. You wouldn't dare suggest that this formidable individual is you, would you? Ha ha ha. Youth, I initially believed you to possess some courage for daring to approach the Bai family, but it appears you are merely consumed by vanity and lack self-awareness. Tang Zhengdao shook his head at Yi Fan. Yi Fan did not offer much in the way of defense. Having spoken the truth, He found himself at an impasse when the other party remained skeptical. Third master, Dr. Su has arrived. At that moment, a servant approached Tang Zhengdao with the announcement. Dr. Su is here. Please let him in.
Tang DEMIGOD Italy responde.
Third brother, is Dr. Su the esteemed disciple of the royal physician you mentioned?
Tang Genji inquit.
Regarding Tang Zhengdao with keen interest. Indeed, with Dr. Su's expertise, our mother shall be in safe hands.
Tang DEMIGOD áp phim.
Third uncle, actually, Brother Xiaofan is quite skilled in medicine as well. Perhaps he could examine grandmother, and we might not need Dr. Su's assistance.
Tang Chu interject.
Casting a glance at Tang Zhengdao. Tang Zhengdao regarded Yi Fan with a look of disdain. My dear girl, are you questioning my medical skills? Suddenly, a voice broke in, and a man in his 30s, clad in a long robe and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered. He exuded a sense of scholarly elegance, yet his small, shifty eyes suggested ulterior motives. Upon entering, he fixated on Tang Chu, his gaze glinting with interest and a smirk playing on his lips. Dr. Su, welcome. Please do not misunderstand. My niece speaks out of turn. How could we ever question your medical prowess? You are the youngest master in the medical field of our esteemed dragon nation. Tang Zhengdao said with a forced smile, eyeing the man who was indeed Su Qinglai, the royal physician's disciple. Dr. Su, it is a privilege to have you here to treat my mother. The younger generation can sometimes speak thoughtlessly. I hope you can forgive her. Chu quickly apologized to Dr. Su. Tang Zhengyi stepped forward, casting a sharp glance at Tang Chu. I apologize, Dr. Su.
Tang Chu calmly. An petit reluten.
So you are Miss Tang, yes? No need for concern. I harbor no ill will, Su Qinglai replied with a smile. However, as I am new to Tianhai, I am unfamiliar with the area. Might Miss Tang have the time to show me around? He continued, his gaze fixed on Tang Chu. Tang Chu's expression shifted nervously. Dr. Su, if you wish to explore, I can arrange for someone to guide you around Tianhai. Is this Miss Tang's way of declining my invitation? I have practiced medicine for many years and have yet to encounter rejection. Does Miss Tang look down upon me? If that is the case, perhaps we should seek another physician for the matriarch's ailment, Su Qinglai remarked, adjusting his glasses as he prepared to leave. Dr. Su, please wait. Tang Zhengdao interjected hastily, his eyes darting to Tang Chu. Chu, you should rest for a couple of days and accompany Dr. Su on his explorations. What harm could it do? Indeed, Chu, Dr. Su is an esteemed guest. We must treat him with utmost hospitality. Wouldn't you agree, sister-in-law? Tang Zhengyi chimed in.
Glancing toward Yang Yulan.
Chu, quickly agree to Dr. Su's request. Do not delay your grandmother's treatment.
Yang Yulan urged.
You all speak so eloquently. Why don't you accompany him yourselves? I'm afraid I am quite busy.
Ye Fan interjected koldi.
Do you have a place in this conversation? Tang Zhengdao shot Yi Fan a frosty glare. Are you Miss Tang's partner? Su Qinglai's gaze shifted towards Yi Fan, a dark glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, I advise you to keep your distance from my wife, lest you find my fists do not discriminate. Yi Fan gazed at Su Qinglai without a shred of courtesy. You. Immediately, Su Qinglai cast a discontented glare at Yi Fan. Brother Tang, is this how your Tang family treats its guests? Su Qinglai's eyes shifted to Tang Zhengdao as he exclaimed. Dr. Su, do not take offense. This young man is not one of ours. Tang Zhengdao, while attempting to clarify, cast a frigid look at Yi Fan and commanded, apologize to Dr. Su at once. Apologize? Does he even deserve that? Yi Fan said coldly, you. Tang Zhengdao's expression darkened as his gaze swept toward Tang Chu. Chu, your grandmother's condition is hanging by a thread. If physician Su does not intervene today and something dire befalls her, could you live with yourself? There are more physicians in this world than just him.
Ye Fan spoke.
Indeed, I am not the sole physician in this realm, yet I am a disciple of the royal court's esteemed physician. How could any other doctor possibly compare to me? Based on Brother Tang's description of his mother's ailment, only I possess the capability to ensure the safety and well-being of the Tang matriarch. Su Qing retorted with an air of arrogance. Does being a royal physician's disciple truly signify greatness? You possess merely a pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth. No. If I recall correctly, You should have 4 eyes, a nose, and a mouth.
Yifan chocolate koldu.
Su Qinglai's expression darkened as he glared at Yifan with palpable fury. Brother Tang, I regret to inform you that I will not be able to attend to this illness today, Su Qinglai remarked to Tang Zhengdao before departing. Su, the physician. Tang Zhengdao's expression shifted as he watched Su Qinglai leave. Have you lost your mind? You actually drove away the doctor who was to treat my grandmother. If anything happens to her, you will pay dearly for it. Tang Feng exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Yifan. Rest assured, your grandmother will not come to harm. Yifan spoke, his gaze fixed on Tang Chuchu. Take me to your grandmother's room. What are you doing? Tang Zheng exclaimed at Yifan. I am here to treat your mother. Yifan coldly inquired, do you possess a medical license? Tang Zheng retorted, I have no need for such a triviality. Yifan curled his lip in disdain. You lack even a medical license, yet you dare to practice medicine? Instantly, Tang Zhengdao's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Third brother, let Xiao Fan give it a try. I have faith in his medical skills. At that moment, Tang Zhengren, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Meanwhile, Yifan followed Tang Chuchu into the room of the elderly matriarch. Brother Xiao Fan, my grandmother. Rest assured, your grandmother is fine, Tang Chuchu said, her face filled with concern. Yifan smiled faintly, directly wielding a silver needle and piercing it into the center of the old lady Tang's brow. Upon entering, Tang Zhengdao was taken aback at the sight of Yifan holding the silver needle poised above his mother's forehead. His expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to confront Yifan when the old lady suddenly coughed and opened her eyes. Mother! Tang Zhengdao exclaimed upon witnessing the old lady's awakening. All right. Yifan withdrew the silver needle and made his way outside. Mother, how do you feel? Both Tang Zhengdao and Tang Jingyi approached to inquire. Xiao Fan, how is it? In the living room, Tang Zhengren, seated in a wheelchair, directed his question at Yifan. Father, grandmother has awakened, Tang Chuchu announced. Xiao Fan, you are indeed impressive.
Tang Yen smile approving.
Soon after, the old lady was assisted out, and Tang Chuchu rushed forward to greet her. Humph! However, the old lady regarded Tang Chuchu with a cold expression. Grandmother, it was my brother Xiao Fan who cured you, Tang Chuchu asserted. Is it he who can cure me? It was merely a stroke of luck. The old lady cast a skeptical glance at Yifan, wholly unconvinced. Indeed, this brat must have coincidentally encountered grandmother waking up. Otherwise, how could a mere needle prick have cured her? Does he think of himself as a divine healer?
Tang Feng scop dit dai phun.
Ah! In response, Yifan simply smiled lightly, offering no defense. Look, he has admitted it out of guilt. Tang Feng shouted at Yifan. Tang Zhengdao shook his head at Yifan, having initially believed the young man possessed extraordinary medical skills, only to realize it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I hereby announce a decision. Effective immediately, Tang Chuchu will no longer serve as the president of the Tang Group. This position will be taken over by Zhengyi. The old lady spoke up. Instantly, Yang Yulan and Tang Chuchu's expressions changed. Grandmother, why is this? Tang Chuchu asked, her face pale. Why? You dare ask why? It is because of the man you brought who nearly brought the entire Tang family to ruin. Had it not been for divine intervention, we would now be meeting your grandfather in the underworld. Do you still have the audacity to question why? Reflect on yourself. The old lady rebuked Tang Chuchu without reservation. Mother, please calm down. Chuchu has made significant contributions to the company's development. If you dismiss her, it may hinder the company's progress. Tang Zhengren interjected. Indeed, mother, Tang Chuchu has been instrumental to the company. You cannot simply remove her.
Yang Yulan hastily added.
Humph. Does the Tang Group require her to survive?
Tang Feng scop.
How could that be? What can you possibly do? Tang Feng retorted dismissively. Tang Chuchu addressed the old lady directly. Is what you said true? The old lady's expression sharpened, visibly surprised. Chuchu would never deceive you, grandmother. The youth elixir has passed inspection and is as effective as I described, with no side effects. I am preparing for a product launch, and if I am removed now, it may jeopardize the release. Moreover, Uncle Jingyi knows nothing about the elixir, which would be detrimental to its launch. Tang Chuchu stated solemnly. Chuchu, Are you implying you are using the new product to threaten grandmother? Tang Feng interjected, clearly displeased. Enough. No need for further discussion. If that is the case, continue as president and expedite the launch of the youth elixir. The old lady commanded. Yes, grandmother. Tang Chu nodded. Chu, where did the formula for this youth elixir come from? A product that can make one appear 10 years younger is invaluable, unattainable by ordinary means. Tang Zhengdao inquired suddenly. I'm sorry, uncle, but I cannot disclose that. The person who provided the formula wishes to remain anonymous. However, please trust that the formula is entirely genuine. Tang Chu replied, refraining from revealing that it was Yi Fan who supplied it. Very well then. Tang Zhengdao nodded, his expression contemplative. Afterward, Yi Fan and Tang Chu left the Tang residence. Meanwhile, in a room within the Tang household, Tang Zhengyi and Tang Feng sat together, seething. Damn it, today father was supposed to be the president of the Tang group, yet that girl has managed to concoct some kind of youth elixir. Tang Feng expressed his frustration. We underestimated her. Contact Ma Yan immediately and uncover all details regarding the youth elixir. It would be best to obtain the formula. As long as we possess the formula, the position of president will still belong to me. Tang Zhengyi stated coolly. Yes, father. Tang Feng nodded in agreement. On the other side, Tang Chu looked at Yi Fan, brother Xiao Fan. I didn't reveal that the formula for the youth elixir came from you. You don't mind, do you? I did this merely to prevent you from attracting unwanted attention. Given that, as uncle mentioned, the formula is of immense value. If people find out it originated from you, it could lead to trouble. Is there any reason to mind? Even if you were to say it was from me, they would not believe it.
Yi Fan similet genti.
I'm sorry, Xiao Fan Go, for making you feel wronged, Tang Chu said, filled with remorse. Silly girl, this has nothing to do with you, and besides, I haven't truly suffered any grievances. Yi Fan gently stroked Tang Chu's head, his expression filled with affection. In the blink of an eye, a day had swiftly passed. The next day, as Tang Chu and Chen Xiaoming descended the stairs, Yi Fan had already prepared breakfast. Brother Xiaofan, the company is holding a new product launch today. Would you like to attend? Tang Chu inquired, gazing at Yi Fan. Sure. I have nothing else to do anyway, he replied.
Yi Fan nodded.
Are you not planning to find a job? Do you truly wish for your cousin to support you indefinitely? Chen Xiaoming remarked as she gazed at Yi Fan. Why seek employment when living off others is so delightful? Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain. You, my friend, are beyond redemption. Chen Xiaoming shot him a withering glance. After finishing breakfast, Yi Fan accompanied Tang Chu to the Tang Corporation. Within the confines of a conference hall at the Tang Corporation, the venue had transformed into the setting for a product launch, already teeming with reporters and media personnel. Soon, Tang Chu, clad in a professional suit, made her entrance, flanked by her secretary, Sun Xiaoxiao. Yi Fan casually selected a seat for himself. President Tang, it is said that your new product can make one appear 10 years younger. Is this true? A product that can rejuvenate one by a decade is nothing short of miraculous technology. Are you attempting to deceive the public, President Tang? As soon as Tang Chu appeared, a flurry of questions erupted from the journalists present. The rumors regarding the Tang Corporation's new product had circulated widely, and many were skeptical about a product promising such extraordinary results. After all, such innovations seemed almost too fantastical to believe. Firstly, our new product at the Tang Corporation is named the Youth Retention Pill. As the name suggests, it is designed to preserve one's youthful appearance and enhance vitality. Furthermore, our product has undergone rigorous testing by national authorities and has been certified as compliant, ensuring that there is no intention to mislead the public. We have also prepared a limited number of samples for you all. Once the press conference concludes, each of you is welcome to claim one and experience its effects firsthand. Tang Chu stated with a smile. The journalists present were taken aback by Tang Chu's words. They had not anticipated that the Tang Corporation had indeed developed such a revolutionary product. The mere notion of appearing 10 years younger encapsulated an unimaginable significance. Who is Yi Fan? At that moment, a group of figures clad in sleek black attire emerged at the venue, led by an individual whose expression was as cold as ice, his gaze sharp and piercing. Instantly, The attention of everyone in attendance shifted toward this formidable group. Yifan gazed intently at the group before him, rising to confront them. I am Yifan. Who are you? We are from the Celestial Patrol. One of the men replied, introducing himself as Lang Feng, a member of the Jiangnan branch of the Celestial Patrol. Please accompany us. If you refuse, we shall be compelled to resort to force. The leader's voice was low, ensuring that only Yifan could hear him. Yifan's brow furrowed, his eyes flickering with contemplation. I will go with you. At that moment, Tang Chu hurried over, calling out to Yifan, Little Fan, brother. Yifan offered a subtle smile to Tang Chu before he departed with the entourage from the Celestial Patrol. Chapter 36. My name is Yifan. As Yifan was escorted out of Tianhai by the members of the Celestial Patrol, an urgent commotion erupted within the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Sister, there has been a crisis.
Siêu Huriden Approach Chunlan.
What has happened? Chun Lan inquired, her gaze fixed upon Xiaju. The young master has been taken by the Celestial Patrol. Xiaju declared. Taken by the Celestial Patrol? To where? Chun Lan's expression shifted, her voice turning grave. They are likely transporting him to the branch office of the Celestial Patrol in Jiangnan County, Xiaju explained. They must have apprehended him due to his annihilation of the Bai family. Qiu interjected. The young master cannot come to harm. Dong Mei asserted coldly. Immediately contact the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Sioux City and mobilize our forces. We must ensure the young master's safety. We shall set out for Sioux City at once. Chun Lan commanded decisively. Understood. Xiaju and the others nodded in agreement. In the Jiangnan County branch of the Dragon King Palace, Zhuo Tianyang's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He has been taken by the Celestial Patrol? Indeed, master. Zhang Yuan affirmed with a nod. It seems our opportunity has arisen. A chilling glint flickered in Zhuo Tianyang's eyes as he smirked. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Sioux City within Jiangnan County, a clandestine structure lay hidden from public view. Surrounding this edifice, which was heavily guarded and monitored, no one was permitted to approach. It served as the branch office of the Celestial Patrol in Jiangnan County. The Celestial Patrol maintains branches across the 9 counties of the Dragon Kingdom, tasked with managing local affairs. At this moment, beneath the branch office, an underground space constructed from the most advanced metallic materials housed various individuals deemed a significant threat to society, including those formidable beings who had already entered the realm. Given the robust construction materials, it was impenetrable. Even powerful beings would find it impossible to escape once confined within. At this juncture, Yifan was brought into a dim chamber. The stern-faced man who had escorted him stood vigil, watching intently. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the men Yifan had injured at the Bai residence entered, accompanied by Li Jian, the head of the Jiangnan County branch of the Celestial Patrol. Kid, I didn't expect you'd end up here. The lead man sneered, his expression one of mockery. To dare oppose the Celestial Patrol, you certainly have audacity. Had I not wished to avoid disrupting my wife's press conference, do you think your pathetic group could have captured me?
Yifan retorted defiantly.
Yifan curled his lips in disdain. You! The leading man glared at Yifan with palpable fury, then turned to Li Jian beside him, saying, My lord, this brat is far too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. Li Jian fixed his gaze on Yifan and remarked, Young man, this is the Celestial Patrol office. Once one enters this place, there is no thought of leaving. You would do well to honestly disclose your identity and origins. Yifan replied, There is nothing to disclose. You currently have 2 options. Either escort me out, or I shall defeat all of you and leave on my own. Yifan spoke directly, his words causing Li Jian to furrow his brow, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Young man, do you take this place for a mere marketplace? You cannot simply come and go as you please. Your audacity is intolerable. Li Jian admonished, his countenance exuding authority as he glared at Yifan. Sir, do not waste your breath on him. Allow me to administer the necessary lesson, asserted the leading man, brandishing a piece of torture equipment as he advanced towards Yifan. It seems you have opted for the second option. Do not blame me for what follows.
Yifan spoke calmly.
With a swift motion, his gaze sharpened and he struck decisively. Boom! In an instant, the leading man was sent flying by Yifan, crashing against the opposite wall, and then collapsing to the ground, violently spitting blood. Suddenly, Li Jian's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "How dare you act here, cold front?" Boom! As the man unleashed his attack, a fierce force erupted, shattering the air and producing a piercing sound of explosion. The fifth level of the human realm. Such weakness! Yifan gazed at the approaching man and shook his head. With a resounding crash he spoke, then swiftly swung his palm. Before the man could comprehend Yifan's strike, he was struck with tremendous force, sent flying through the air, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Swiftly, Li Jian's expression altered, revealing a flicker of astonishment as he regarded Yifan. "Young man," he remarked, "it seems I have underestimated you. Are you prepared to take action? If not, I shall take my leave." Yifan rose and spoke, "My lord, the people from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King Hall have arrived." Suddenly, a member of the Celestial Patrol hurried over and addressed Li Jian. "The representatives from the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King Hall have come? What is their purpose?" Li Jian inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. "They claim to be here to escort someone named Yifan, and notably, it is the head of the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Sioux City and the master of the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon King Hall who has come in person." The member replied,
Yifan.
"Is that not?" Li Jian paused, his gaze shifting toward Yifan. "They are here to escort me." Yifan spoke directly, "You actually have connections with the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King Hall?" Instantly, Li Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Yifan in disbelief. These two factions are among the most formidable entities within the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Celestial Patrol would not dare to provoke them lightly. However, Li Jian had not anticipated that Yifan was simultaneously associated with both of these powers. Moreover, the leaders of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the sublord of the Dragon King Hall had personally come to welcome him, indicating that Yifan's ties to these two great factions were far from ordinary. "Who exactly are you?" Li Jian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yifan. "I am Yifan." Yifan calmly uttered 4 words and proceeded towards the exit. "Master, are we simply allowing him to depart?" complained the injured leader, his frustration palpable. "The heads of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the submaster of the Dragon King Hall have arrived. If we do not detain him, it seems the Celestial Patrol S branch will inevitably face a fierce confrontation today."
Li Jian remarca Gravelli.
"Summon the personnel," he commanded. "Master." In no time, members of the Celestial Patrol gathered before Li Jian. "Mobilize all forces of the Celestial Patrol and ascertain the true identity and origins of Yifan. I demand to know who he truly is and what ties he holds with the 100 Flowers Pavilion and the Dragon King Hall." Li Jian declared coldly. "Understood." The member responded with a nod. Outside the Celestial Patrol branch, the 4 women of Chunlan stood alongside a group, accompanied by Zhou Tianyang and Zhang Yuan. "This individual actually has connections with the 100 Flowers Pavilion." Zhou Tianyang observed the 4 women, his gaze flickering with intrigue. "Master, it appears this newly appointed Dragon King is not to be underestimated." Zhang Yuan remarked, "Humph, no matter how formidable he may seem, he shall merely become a puppet in my hands." Zhou Tianyang scoffed. Soon Yifan emerged. "Young master." The 4 women of Chunlan approached him and gently inquired, "What brings you here?" Yifan inquired, "Upon learning that the young master had been taken away by the Celestial Patrol, we hastened to come here."
Chunlan riplit.
"Thank you for your efforts." Yifan smiled faintly. "I apologize for the tardiness of my subordinate, which has caused you distress. Please allow me to accept any punishment." At that moment, Zhou Tianyang approached Yifan, his expression filled with reverence, and inquired, "Who are you?" Yifan cast a glance at Zhou Tianyang, the head of the branch of the Dragon King's Hall in Jiangnan Prefecture. "This is my subordinate Zhang Yuan," Zhou Tianyang said, bowing respectfully. Yifan cast a glance at Zhang Yuan, realizing that the latter had already informed the branch leader of his possession of the Dragon King ring. Yifan spoke directly, "My lord, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Might I request your presence at the residence in the side palace?" Zhou Tianyang addressed Yifan, inquiring, "What is it?" Yifan inquired with curiosity. "This matter pertains to the entire Dragon King Palace and is of great significance. It may take some time to elucidate." Zhou Tianyang spoke. "Then let us proceed."
Yifan nodded.
"Young master." At that moment, Chunlan gazed at Yifan and exclaimed,
Ye Fan commanded.
Understood. Chunlan cast a glance at Zhuo Tianyong and nodded. Subsequently, Yi Fan followed Zhuo Tianyong and the others as they departed. Is it true that the young master is connected to the Dragon King's hall? Xia Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. I sense that the leader of this branch of the Dragon King's hall harbors ill intentions. Could he pose a threat to the young master?
Qi Yu remarquered.
Send someone to monitor the Dragon King's hall branch in Jiangnan County. Should any unusual activity arise, act immediately. Chunlan instructed. Chapter 37. You are too weak. The branch of the Dragon King's hall in Jiangnan County is situated within a luxurious estate. At this moment, Yi Fan accompanied Zhuo Tianyong into this opulent domain. Upon entering, he was greeted by groups of men clad in sleek black attire, each possessing piercing gazes and an imposing presence. These individuals were evidently well-trained, exhibiting combat prowess superior to that of the White Tiger Army soldiers, with many among them on the cusp of entering the realm of powerful beings. Moreover, this estate concealed numerous formidable experts as well. It can be said that the security measures in place here surpass even those of the previous branch of the Celestial Patrol, rendering it impenetrable even to an army of 10,000. And this is merely a branch of the Dragon King's hall. Presently, Yi Fan followed Zhuo Tianyong into a lavish villa within the estate. The villa's decor resembled that of a royal palace, resplendent and magnificent, best described with the word extravagant. Zhuo Tianyong, the head of the Dragon King's hall branch in Jiangnan County, pays his respects to the hall master. Zhuo Tianyong then bowed deeply to Yi Fan. I am no hall master. There is no need for such formalities.
Ye Fan spoke calmly.
However, the Dragon King ring in your hand is a token that can only be worn by the master of the Dragon King's hall. Zhuo Tianyong said to Yi Fan. This was given to me by my fifth master, but I have no desire to become the master of the Dragon King's hall. Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain. So, it turns out you are the disciple of the former palace master. I pay my respects to the young master. Zhuo Tianyong instantly grasped the situation. Ah yes, what matter would you like to discuss with me? Yi Fan sat on the sofa, gazing at Zhuo Tianyong. Young master, although you are reluctant to assume the role of the palace master, the Dragon King Palace is in disarray and urgently requires a leader to restore stability. However, with the former palace master absent, even though you possess the Dragon King's ring, many within the palace may not recognize your authority and might even seek to eliminate you. Nevertheless, if you are willing to heed my counsel, I, Zhuo Tianyong, would gladly mobilize the full strength of our branch to assist you in ascending to the position of Palace Master, becoming the new Dragon King and reigning over the entire Dragon King Palace. Zhuo Tianyong declared, fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan. Heed your counsel? Yi Fan cast a glance at the other party. Indeed, to ensure the safety of the young master, I kindly request that you remain here and not depart, adhering to my arrangements. In due time, I shall certainly assist you in becoming the new Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall.
Zhuo Tianyong spoke in a grave tone.
From your words, it seems you wish to manipulate me, leveraging my status to elevate yourself and turn me into your puppet. Yi Fan gazed at Zhuo Tianyong and spoke softly. Young master, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to assist you, as you are not yet familiar with the Dragon King Palace. Allow me to handle everything so you can have peace of mind. Zhuo Tianyong smiled and replied, I have already stated that I am not interested in the position of the Palace Master of the Dragon King Palace. If you have no other matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Yi Fan spoke directly, and as soon as he finished, he attempted to rise and depart. However, before he could exit the villa, Zhang Yuan led a throng of individuals rushing in, blocking the entrance. What does this mean? Yi Fan cast a glance at Zhuo Tianyong. Young master, it is far too perilous outside. You should remain here and allow them to protect you. Zhuo Tianyong spoke with an air of concern for Yi Fan's well-being. It seems you genuinely wish to make me your puppet, to achieve the effect of using the emperor to command the lords.
Ye Fan similet genti.
The young master truly lives up to being the disciple of the old palace master. He is indeed quite astute. Since the young master has seen through it, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. Zhuo Tianyong, no longer hiding, spoke directly. Su Tian was correct. The current Dragon King Palace is indeed filled with individuals harboring ulterior motives, all aspiring to ascend to the throne of the Dragon King. Yi Fan chuckled coldly. Since the young master is already aware, it would be prudent for you to cooperate. It is for the benefit of all, Zhuo Tianyang retorted. Knowing that I am a disciple of the former lord, do you still dare to act so recklessly? Are you not afraid of the former lord seeking retribution? Yifan gazed intently at Zhuo Tianyang. As long as he held you under his control, what could the old temple master do even if he appeared? Zhuo Tianyang, unfazed, replied with a dismissive chuckle. Yifan shook his head and smiled gently. What are you laughing at? Zhuo Tianyang furrowed his brow as he looked at Yifan. I laugh at your naivety. Do you really think you are qualified to wield the emperor's power to command the lords? Yifan regarded Zhuo Tianyang with a disdainful smile. In a flash, Zhuo Tianyang's expression turned icy as he declared, You will soon discover if you possess the qualifications. Upon finishing his words, he snapped his fingers decisively. Seize him, Zhang Yuan shouted. Immediately, the group behind Zhang Yuan surged forward towards Yifan. This assembly consisted entirely of formidable practitioners who had already entered the realm of human transcendence, with several among them having attained the formidable fourth stage of this realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, Yifan unleashed a flurry of silver needles, which swiftly pierced the bodies of the group, rendering them immobile in an instant. Zhuo Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze intently, advancing rapidly towards Yifan, his hand transforming into a claw as he lunged to seize him. This individual possessed formidable strength, having attained the 6th level of the human realm, surpassing even the cold and aloof Cold Feng of the Celestial Patrol. In the realm of Jiangnan, a warrior at the 6th level of the human realm was regarded as one of the elite, commanding respect even from the county governor. Yet, in Yifan's eyes, the 6th level of the human realm was no different from that of an ant. Crack! Yifan delivered a powerful slap, sending Zhang Yuan flying through the air. With a thud, Zhang Yuan crashed into a cabinet, shattering it, and lay on the ground, spitting blood. In that moment, Left Tianyang's expression darkened significantly as he fixed his gaze upon Yifan, astonished by his formidable strength. Yifan, merely in his 20s, has already ascended to the ranks of a human realm master, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Now, the fact that he can effortlessly defeat even a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the human realm speaks volumes about his innate prowess. Truly, as a disciple of the old hall master, he possesses remarkable abilities. After his initial astonishment, Zhuo Tianyang regarded Yifan with a cold, piercing gaze. Although I have no desire to assume the role of the Dragon King's hall master, I cannot stand idly by and witness the destruction of what represents my 5th master's lifelong dedication. Today, I shall take it upon myself to cleanse the hall of its impurities on behalf of my 5th master. Yifan spoke coldly, his gaze sweeping over Zhuo Tianyang. Humph! Zhuo Tianyang snorted softly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, solidifying the surrounding air with its terrifying pressure. To think you could clean up your own mess. You are still too inexperienced, Zhuo Tianyang declared frostily. Boom! In an instant, Zhuo Tianyang unleashed a punch like a cannonball, a torrent of formidable energy surging forth, aimed directly at Yifan's vital points. As the punch was thrown, a deafening sound of explosion reverberated through the void. The air shattered violently as if a mountain were descending upon them, utterly terrifying. Crack! Yifan faced the formidable punch from Zhuo Tianyang without flinching. With a swift motion, he raised his hand to effortlessly block the forceful strike that bore down like a mountain. Observing Yifan's unwavering defense, Zhuo Tianyang strained to amplify his strength, seeking to shatter the opposing palm. Yet, no matter how much power he exerted, he could not budge Yifan's hand by even a fraction. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Yifan gazed at Zhuo Tianyang with a playful expression, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing Yifan's mockery, a surge of anger welled up within Zhuo Tianyang. He unleashed a furious roar and, with all his might, launched a fierce attack towards Yifan. You are utterly feeble. Yifan spoke coldly. After finishing his words, he gently pushed forward with his palm. Chapter 38. A Cruel Betrayal. Crack. In an instant, a surge of violent power erupted from Yifan's hand, shattering Left Tianyang's fist, causing his entire right arm to explode. Yifan's palm struck like a thunderclap against Zhuo Tianyang. With a resounding thud, Zhuo Tianyang was sent flying, crashing into the wall opposite him. And then he knelt on the ground, blood spewing forth from his mouth. His chest completely caved in. You! At that moment, Zhuo Tianyang's eyes widened as he gazed at Yifan, struggling to articulate something. Yet he could only utter a single syllable before his breath ceased. Instantly, Zhuo Tianyang's head drooped, his hands hanging limply at his sides, and he departed from this world. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan stood frozen in shock, utterly astounded by the scene before him. Zhuo Tianyang, as the head of the Dragon King Hall's branch in Jiangnan County, possessed considerable strength, at least a formidable figure of the 7th level of the human realm. Otherwise, he would not have attained such a position. Yet now, he had been effortlessly dispatched by a younger peer in a single strike, without even the slightest chance to resist. The sheer magnitude of this was utterly astonishing. At this moment, Zhang Yuan looked at Yifan, his eyes filled with terror, his heart trembling incessantly. Do you also wish to accompany him? Yifan cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuan. I beseech you, young master, grant me mercy. I acted solely under the orders of Zhuo Tianyang, and I harbor no intention of betraying you. Zhang Yuan immediately knelt before Yifan, bowing his head in supplication. What about you all? Yifan cast a sweeping glance at the individuals he had immobilized with his needles. With a simple wave of his hand, the silver needles withdrew from their bodies, and the formidable beings promptly knelt before Yifan, pleading for mercy. I can offer you a chance, he declared, but should you entertain any further notions, your fate will undoubtedly be far more tragic than his. Yifan spoke with indifference. From now on, we shall heed only the commands of the young master. Should anyone defy this decree, may the heavens strike them down. Zhang Yuan solemnly vowed, and the others followed suit in their oaths. Dispose of this fellow's corpse. It is quite repugnant to behold. Yifan spoke coldly. Soon, Zhuo Tianyang's body was carried away. Your name is Zhang Yuan, is it not? Yifan cast his gaze towards Zhang Yuan. Indeed, young master. Zhang Yuan nodded. Please tell me about the circumstances of your branch hall. Yifan spoke. I report to you, young master, that our division currently boasts over 10,000 members across various cities in Jiangnan Prefecture, with a core team of 3,000 individuals. Among them, there are more than 400 experts approaching the human realm level, and over 90 formidable beings at the human realm. Furthermore, the Dragon King Hall has established a diverse array of enterprises throughout Jiangnan Prefecture, including 5 publicly listed conglomerates, 33 5-star hotels, and over 100 exclusive clubs, accumulating a total asset value of 700 billion. Additionally, we have representatives in every industry across Jiangnan Prefecture. Zhang Yuan reported one by one. Is the Dragon King Hall truly so formidable? Upon hearing this introduction, Yifan was somewhat astonished. The Dragon King Palace indeed possesses remarkable prowess. This is merely one of its branch halls. There are 8 such branches in total, not to mention the main hall. It is difficult to fathom the immense power of the Dragon King Palace. No wonder Master Wu remarked that becoming the Lord of the Dragon King Palace would bestow upon one authority, influence, and wealth in abundance. Yifan smiled gently. Young master, what shall we do next? Zhang Yuan gazed at Yifan and replied, You are now the head of the Dragon King's Hall, the Jiangnan District Branch. Yifan gazed at Zhang Yuan and spoke directly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he looked at Yifan with elation. Thank you, young master. However, young master, with Zhuo Tianyang now deceased, it is likely that the main hall will soon become aware of this. How should I account for it? Zhang Yuan inquired. Account for it? What is there to explain? Simply disregard it. Yifan spoke directly. Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Upon entering the Zijing Villa area in Tianhai, he immediately spotted Tang Chuchu seated on the sofa. Wife. Yifan gazed at Tang Chuchu and exclaimed, Silly girl. How could anything possibly happen to me? Yifan tenderly ruffled Tang Chuchu's hair. By the way, how did the new product launch go? Was there any impact? He inquired. Not at all, the launch went smoothly, but Tang Chuchu's mood suddenly took a downturn. What happened? Yifan directly inquired. After the conclusion of the press conference, my grandmother, in her capacity as the chairwoman of the Tang Corporation, dismissed me from my position as president, appointing my second uncle in my stead. He is now responsible for the upcoming listing and sales of the rejuvenating pill, and they have also seized the formula for the pill. Tang Chu sighed. They truly are mercilessly ruthless, utterly shameless. Yifan's expression turned icy, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. Brother Xiaofan, am I really that useless? Tang Chu lamented. How could that be? In my heart, you are the very best. Yifan replied indifferently, little brother Fan, they are after all my family. You need only wait at home for their arrival. Yifan smiled broadly. The following day, in the office of the president of the Tang Corporation, Tang Zhengyi sat with a beaming expression, radiating warmth and joy. Father, congratulations on finally becoming the president of the Tang Corporation. The future of the Tang Corporation belongs to us. Tang Feng, seated beside him with a glass of red wine in hand, spoke with a sense of pride. This is just the beginning. Once the youth elixir hits the market, the Tang Corporation will ascend to new heights, and the wealth we acquire will be beyond imagination. Tang Zhengyi mused with anticipation. Indeed, that Tang Chu thought she could secure her position as president with the youth elixir, but in the end, it will only benefit us. I bet she's at home crying her heart out. Tang Feng chuckled heartily. At that moment, a knock came at the door. Come in. Tang Zhengyi called. The office door swung open, and his secretary entered. Addressing him, President, the president of Tianyang Group has arrived and wishes to discuss a collaboration. Tianyang Group? Are you certain? Tang Zhengyi's expression shifted to one of shock. Yes, they are waiting in the conference room, the secretary affirmed. Father, is Tianyang Group very formidable? Tang Feng inquired curiously. Tianyang Group is one of the top 3 super conglomerates in Jiangnan Prefecture, with industries spanning across all cities in the region, boasting a market value close to 400 billion. Would you not consider that impressive? Tang Zhengyi replied decisively. Such prominence? Tang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the entire Tang Corporation was valued at merely a few hundred billion, rendering it insignificant in comparison to Tianyang Group. The president of Tianyang Group personally coming here indicates a significant collaboration is in the works, likely due to the youth elixir. This could truly propel the Tang Corporation to new heights. Tang Zhengyi said excitedly, hastening towards the conference room. In the conference room of the Tang Corporation sat a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, exuding an air of authority. He was Ren Changfeng, the president of Tianyang Group. President Ren, we are honored by your visit to the Tang Corporation. It is indeed a great fortune for us. Tang Zhengyi exclaimed as he entered the conference room, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. Who are you? Ren Changfeng inquired, his gaze sweeping over Tang Zhengyi. I am Tang Zhengyi, president of Tang Corporation. I understand that Tianyang Group seeks a significant collaboration with us. How does President Ren envision this partnership? Tang Zhengyi inquired, looking directly at Ren. I wish to collaborate with the Tang Corporation, but my interest lies specifically in Miss Tang of your company. Not you, Ren responded coldly. Where is Miss Tang? Ren Changfeng demanded, his demeanor unyielding.
Tang Chu.
Tang Zhengyi's expression shifted. She has been dismissed from her position due to inadequate performance, and I now oversee the Tang Corporation. Any collaboration can be discussed with me. I am only interested in collaborating with Miss Tang, as I trust her business acumen and capabilities. If you have removed her, then this collaboration is no longer necessary, Ren stated, rising to leave. President Ren, please don't rush away. We can discuss this further.
Tang Zhengyi im lót.
Remember, if you wish to collaborate with Tianyang Group, I will only negotiate with Miss Tang. If you do not desire this partnership, I shall seek out Gong Corporation, who would certainly be interested, Ren Changfeng said before exiting the conference room, leaving Tang Zhengyi visibly displeased. Father, why did the president of Tianyang Group leave? Tang Feng asked as he entered, puzzled. Tang Zhengyi recounted Ren's earlier remarks. What? Only willing to collaborate with Tang Chu? When did she become so close with the president of Tianyang Group that he insists on working solely with her? Tang Feng exclaimed in astonishment. I have underestimated that girl. Tang Zhengyi remarked, his expression icy. Father, if Tianyang Group is unwilling to collaborate, let us not pursue it. We possess the youth elixir, and even without Tianyang Group, we can still profit immensely.
Tang Feng viplit dismissin.
The president of Tianyang Group stated that if we do not collaborate with them, they will turn to Gong Corporation. Should Gong Corporation partner with Tianyang Group, it would pose significant detriment to us. Tang Jingyi replied with a grave tone. At that moment, Tang Jingyi's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of the matriarch of the Tang family. Jingyi, I am aware of the Tianyang Group president's visit regarding collaboration. Partnering with Tianyang Group presents an extraordinarily important opportunity for the Tang Corporation. With the youth elixir and the support of Tianyang Group, it will not be long before we become the premier conglomerate in Jiangnan Prefecture. So this collaboration must not be lost, the matriarch stated earnestly. But Tang Jingyi began. Yes, mother, he finally replied, nodding. After hanging up, a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Half an hour later, at the Zijing Villa district, Yifan and Tang Chuchu were seated in the villa, engrossed in a television program when Yang Yulan arrived. Mom, what brings you here? Tang Chuchu inquired.
Glancing at Yang Yulan.
Yang Yulan replied directly. The Tianyang Group? They specifically requested to discuss matters with me? Tang Chuchu's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Tianyang Group was among the top 3 super conglomerates in Jiangnan County, boasting a market value nearing 400 billion. In comparison, the Tang family was merely a minor player. Previously, Tang Chuchu had never even had the opportunity to meet the president of the Tianyang Group. Yet now, the president was personally visiting and requesting to negotiate a partnership with her. This revelation left Tang Chuchu utterly astonished, and her gaze shifted to Yifan, her intuition suggesting that this development was somehow linked to him. Mom, Tang Chuchu began to speak, but Yifan's voice interjected firmly. Absolutely not. Yifan spoke directly. With a swift motion, Yang Yulan's expression changed, her gaze fixed on Yifan. You, brat, what does this have to do with you? As a useless man relying on my daughter for support, you have no right to speak. Yang Yulan addressed Tang Chuchu. Yifan spoke coldly. With a swish. Upon hearing his words, both Tang Chuchu and Yang Yulan's expressions shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Yang Yulan directly responded. If it's impossible, then so be it. Yifan curled his lips in disdain. Chuchu, are you truly going to heed his words? Yang Yulan's gaze swept towards Tang Chuchu. My wife listens to me. Before Tang Chuchu could finish her sentence, Yifan interjected. Mom, I always follow what Brother Xiaofan says. Without hesitation, Tang Chuchu affirmed. You silly girl, have you been bewitched by him? Your grandmother and your second uncle are your elders. How could they possibly come to personally invite you? Do they have no sense of dignity?
Yang Yulan exclaimed in discontent.
Is reputation more important than collaboration? Let them decide for themselves. Yifan coldly remarked. Mother, please just follow what Brother Xiaofan has advised. Tang Chuchu directed her gaze towards Yang Yulan. You all are simply trying to drive me to my wit's end. Yang Yulan huffed angrily and departed from the scene. Brother Xiaofan, were you the one behind the Tianyang Group affair? At that moment, Tang Chuchu looked intently at Yifan. Yifan embraced Tang Chuchu affectionately and remarked, however, expecting my grandmother and my second uncle to set aside their pride and personally come to invite me back, while also reinstating me as the president, seems rather unrealistic. Tang Chuchu replied, there is nothing unrealistic about it. As long as the benefits are substantial, what does their pride matter to them? Yifan scoffed. Chapter 40. Apologize, or get out. In the Tang family, when Yang Yulan relayed Yifan's words verbatim to the matriarch, the latter slammed the table in fury. Look at your good daughter, Yang Yulan. She expects her elder to personally invite her. What audacity! The matriarch's expression was frigid as she spoke. Mother, At that moment, Yang Yulan wore an embarrassed expression, internally cursing Yifan for his audacity. Had it not been for this scoundrel, she would not be facing this wrath. Grandma, that girl Tang Chuchu is far too self-important. Does she think the Tang family cannot function without her? We can abandon this collaboration. No, collaborating with Tianyang Group is crucial for the future development of the Tang family. Moreover, with the recent launch of our Xiandan, we urgently need a large corporation to help us swiftly expand our channels, and Tianyang Group is the perfect fit. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let this partnership slip away. The matriarch asserted solemnly. Tang Feng protested. For the sake of justice and the company, I can only endure this humiliation. Then, the matriarch turned to Tang Jingyi and said, "Mother, I do not mind being wronged. As long as the company is well, I can do anything." Tang Jingyi replied calmly. "Then let us depart," the matriarch commanded. Thus, their group left the Tang residence. At the Gong family, Gong Qing anxiously looked at her father, Gong Sheng. "It seems we must take action against Tang Chu. Although she has been dismissed, she surely knows the formula for Xiandan. If we capture her and force her to reveal it, then hand it over to Master He, we will achieve two objectives with one action." Gong Sheng replied coldly. "That is a good idea. However, her companion, Yifan, is not easy to deal with." Gong Qing responded solemnly. "Then we shall strike when he is away from Tang Chu. Gong Sheng's eyes glinted with a cold light. In the imperial capital of Longua, within a luxurious high-end clubroom, an exquisitely dressed young man sipped a glass of Lafite worth hundreds of thousands. The Bai family has been annihilated? The youth frowned after taking a sip of his wine. Before him stood a man in black. "Young master, according to our investigation, the one who destroyed the Bai family is a young man named Yifan, who has a complex relationship with the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Previously, he publicly killed the Bai family's young master for confessing to the Tang family's eldest daughter. This young man's strength has likely already reached the human realm." The youth mused. "To reach the human realm at such a young age is quite a talent. I would be loath to kill him. Send someone to inform him, offering him two choices. Either submit to me and serve my interests, or accompany the Bai family to their grave. Losing the Bai family while gaining a genius in the human realm is quite the profitable deal." The young man smirked wickedly, downing the wine in his glass. He was the mysterious backer of the Bai family, the one whispered about Bai Kunshin before his demise, and unbeknownst to Bai Kunshin, this ally had no intention of avenging the Bai family, but rather sought to recruit Yifan. Meanwhile, within the White Tiger army, Yifan, a mere brat, has killed 3,000 warriors of my White Tiger army. "This is an unparalleled humiliation," roared Yang Tianhu, the army commander, filled with rage. It was evident he had discovered Yifan's involvement in the massacre of his soldiers. "Commander, according to intelligence, this person was previously captured by the Sky Patrol, but unexpectedly, those from the 100 Flowers Tower and the Dragon King Palace intervened and rescued him. It is clear his identity is not simple." A gray-haired man spoke to Yang Tianhu. "Regardless of his identity, anyone who dares to slap the face of my White Tiger army must die. If this matter gets out, how can my White Tiger army maintain its standing among the 9 military factions? How can I, Yang Tianhu, continue to hold the title of commander?" Yang Tianhu declared coldly. "What does the commander intend to do?" the man inquired. Yang Tianhu's expression darkened with murderous intent. "Commander, do you truly intend to mobilize the White Tiger Battalion warriors?" The man's expression changed. The White Tiger Battalion consisted of the most elite and ferocious fighters, each more terrifying than assassins, their combat power tenfold that of regular White Tiger army soldiers. Only in the event of a major conflict would the White Tiger Battalion be deployed. They were rarely seen otherwise. These 1,000 White Tiger Battalion warriors possessed strength comparable to a 10,000-man army, far exceeding that of ordinary battalion soldiers. "Go and convey the orders," Yang Tianhu commanded decisively. "Understood." The man nodded. At the Tang Chuchu's villa in Tianhai, the matriarch and her entourage arrived. "Grandma, second uncle, third uncle," Tang Chuchu called out. Accompanying the matriarch were Tang Jingyi and Tang Zhengdao. "Chuchu, your second uncle and I have come with the hope that you will return to the Tang group as president," the matriarch said solemnly to Tang Chuchu. "Shouldn't you apologize to my wife? To dismiss her right after the conference is truly heartless." At this moment, Yifan interjected coldly. "This is a family matter of the Tang family. What does it have to do with you?" Tang Zhengdao gazed at Yifan with indifference, emanating a murderous aura. "Chuchu is my wife. How can it not concern me?" Yifan spoke coldly. "You." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Tang Zheng's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Yifan. "Chu, I apologize." The old matriarch of the Tang family bowed deeply in apology to Tang Chu. "Chu, it is my fault, dear niece. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Tang Jingyi also bowed in a show of contrition. "Grandmother, second uncle, I am not angry. I am also a member of the Tang family. Now that the Tang family needs me, I am naturally willing to assist." Tang Chu-chu hurriedly responded. And what about the guarantee I mentioned? Yi Fan remarked coldly. Is there truly any need for this guarantee? Tang Zhengyi retorted. Without signing the guarantee, how can one be certain that you won't resort to another underhanded tactic when the time comes? Yi Fan snorted coldly. The old lady Tang spoke with a serious expression. Thank you, grandmother. Rest assured, I will secure the partnership with the Tianyang group. Tang Chu-chu declared. Good. Do not let grandmother down, the old lady Tang said, casting a glance at Yi Fan before turning to leave. Brother Xiao Fan, you are truly amazing. Tang Chu-chu smiled at Yi Fan. Those who dare to bully my wife bring this upon themselves. Yi Fan chuckled coldly. Outside the villa, the expression of the elderly Madame Tang darkened, her eyes glinting with a frigid light, filled with intense fury. Mother, please do not be angry. I believe all of this is that boy's idea. Chu-chu is merely following his arrangements. Tang Zhengdao addressed the elderly Madame Tang. Zhengdao, eliminate that boy. I do not wish to see him again. Madame Tang commanded icily. Rest assured, mother. I guarantee that boy will soon disappear completely from this world. A glimmer of icy murderous intent flickered in Tang Zhengdao's eyes. Beside him, Tang Zhengyi's eyes also radiated with lethal intent. Chapter 41. A direct confrontation. The following day, at the Tang Group, the members of the Tang Group were astonished to see Tang Chu-chu's return. Oh, is this not our esteemed President Tang? Oh, wait, I should say Miss Tang, as the position of president is no longer related to her. One sarcastic voice chimed in. A flamboyantly dressed woman approached, her face adorned with mockery as she gazed at Tang Chu-chu. This woman was Ma Yan, who had previously been slapped by Yi Fan in the conference room. You again? Do you still wish to be slapped? Yi Fan gazed at Ma Yan with a cold demeanor. Youngster, now that Tang Chu-chu can no longer provide you support, if you dare to act recklessly, do you believe I will? Suddenly, with a sharp slap, Ma Yan was sent flying once again by Yi Fan's hand. This time, she lost several teeth, lying on the ground in agony. You dare to hit me? Someone? Come, Ma Yan cried out. Manager Ma. At that moment, a throng of security personnel rushed over. Seize this brat. Ma Yan, with a fierce expression, pointed at Yi Fan and commanded. I dare anyone to try. Just as the security personnel were about to act against Yi Fan, they were halted by Tang Chu-chu's authoritative shout. What are you standing around for? She is no longer the president of Tang Corporation. Ma Yan exclaimed as she saw the security personnel freeze. Who says I am no longer the president of Tang Corporation? Tang Chu-chu replied with an indifferent expression, exuding the commanding aura of the foremost female president in Tianhai. Tang Chu-chu, you have been dismissed by the old lady. Now the president of Tang Corporation is the second master. What does it have to do with you? Ma Yan scoffed disdainfully. Silence. A sudden voice rang out as Tang Zhengyi and Tang Feng approached with grim expressions. President, young Master Tang, this wretched woman's man dared to strike me, and she claims to be the president of Tang Corporation. You must stand up for me, Ma Yan said, feigning innocence as she looked at Tang Zhengyi and Tang Feng. Be quiet, Tang Feng yelled at Ma Yan, clearly irritated. Young master you. Ma Yan was taken aback by Tang Feng's reprimand. Confused. Second uncle. It seems you haven't announced grandmother's decision yet. Tang Chu-chu addressed Tang Zhengyi. I intended to wait until today for a formal announcement. Tang Zhengyi replied awkwardly. He then turned to the Tang Corporation employees present and declared, according to the latest decision of Chairman Tang, starting today, the position of president of Tang Corporation is once again held by Miss Tang Chu-chu. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at Tang Corporation. How can the president change again in just a few days? However, the employees expressed immense joy at Tang Chu-chu's return to the presidency, as they held her in high regard. In stark contrast, Ma Yan's face turned pale, her expression one of utter disbelief. How can this be? Why? She stammered. Chu-chu. The guarantee letter has been signed by grandmother and is in your office. Should I contact President Ren of Tianyang Group immediately regarding the collaboration? Tang Zhengyi inquired. Thank you, second uncle. As for the collaboration, I will discuss it personally with President Ren, so you need not trouble yourself. Tang Chu-chu replied with a smile. Very well. Tang Zhengyi's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. By the way, from this moment on, you are dismissed. Security, escort her out. Without my command, She is forbidden to set foot in Tang Corporation again. Tang Chuchu's gaze turned cold as she directed it at Ma Yan. Yes, President. The security personnel nodded and advanced to apprehend Ma Yan. No, President. Please don't fire me. Ma Yan cried out in a panic. Young master, help me. As she noticed Tang Chuchu's indifference, she turned her gaze to Tang Feng, who was watching with a flickering expression. Chuchu, Ma Yan. Do I need your approval to dismiss an employee as president? Tang Chuchu retorted sharply, leaving no room for Tang Feng to respond. Tang Feng's expression darkened with anger, and soon, Ma Yan was dragged away while Tang Chuchu and Yi Fan ascended the stairs. Outside Tang Corporation, in a luxurious Maybach, Tang Feng raged. That wretched Tang Chuchu. I will make her pay dearly for this. It seems it's time to take action. At that moment, Tang Zhengyi, seated in the back, spoke up. Father, what do you intend to do? Tang Feng's gaze shifted to Tang Zhengyi. Only when Tang Chuchu is completely eliminated can Tang Corporation belong to us. Tang Zhengyi replied coldly. Tang Feng's expression changed as he regarded Tang Zhengyi. Father, are you planning to take action against Tang Chuchu? I had no intention of doing so, but since she has initiated this, I cannot be blamed for my response. Tang Zhengyi's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. That wretched woman deserves to die, and that Yi Fan should also meet a similar fate. Tang Feng declared coldly, that brat, your third uncle will take care of him. Tang Zhengyi responded icily. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Tang Corporation, Tang Chuchu's spouse remarked, My dear, your performance just now was truly commendable. Yi Fan gazed at Tang Chuchu with a smile. Without imposing a semblance of authority, how could one possibly maintain control over the situation? As for that Ma Yan, I had long been aware of her allegiance to my uncle's faction. It was merely inconvenient to take action against her previously. Now, it is the perfect opportunity to deal with her. Tang Chuchu spoke. Truly deserving of being my wife. Splendid. Come, let us share a kiss. Yi Fan was just about to plant a kiss on Tang Chuchu when, unexpectedly, her secretary, Sun Xiaoxiao, rushed into the office, her face alight with excitement. However, as she burst in, she was met with the sight of Yi Fan embracing Tang Chuchu, poised for a kiss. The three of them were instantly rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Realizing the situation, Tang Chuchu quickly pushed Yi Fan away. Am I interrupting something? Sun Xiaoxiao asked, her embarrassment palpable. You do realize this is hardly the right moment, don't you? Yi Fan cast a significant eye roll at Sun Xiaoxiao. Tang Chuchu looked at Yi Fan and said, Surprise? Excellent. Yi Fan's eyes brightened, and he left the office with a beaming smile. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxiao gazed at Tang Chuchu in disbelief. Tang Chuchu exclaimed, How is this possible? That man who relies on others has such remarkable abilities. Sun Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, considering Yi Fan as nothing more than a mere freeloader, utterly useless in her eyes. After departing from the Tang family, Yi Fan wandered along the streets. A 4S dealership? Soon, he stumbled upon a 4S store and walked right in. Though he had never driven before, having taken a ride in Tang Chuchu's car sparked his interest in such machines. Seizing the opportunity at this 4S dealership, Yi Fan resolved to purchase a car for himself. Miss Wang, if you agree to accompany me for a drink today, I'll buy this Ferrari. What do you say? Sir, I apologize, but I am merely a sales associate and do not provide companionship. But I am a VIP customer at your establishment. Are you truly going to treat me with such disregard? Do you believe I cannot have you dismissed with a single word? As Yi Fan stepped into the store, he was immediately met with a disgruntled shout. His gaze swept across the scene, landing on a rotund, bald man berating a woman in front of a Ferrari. The woman was none other than Wang Bingqing, the close friend of Chen Xiaoming. At that moment, Wang Bingqing, donned in a professional suit complemented by black stockings and high heels, exuded an air of sophistication, accentuated by her stylish glasses. Meanwhile, the corpulent bald man, while scolding her, could not conceal the desire evident in his eyes. At that juncture, a manager approached, his demeanor obsequious as he addressed the bald man. Mr. Sun, who has upset you? Please, calm down. Manager Kai, look at the caliber of salespeople you have at your establishment. I came here with the intention of purchasing a car, merely wishing for this saleswoman to join me for a drink, and she outright refused me. It appears you no longer wish to have me as a customer. The bald man retorted with an air of arrogance. Mr. Sun, please temper your anger. This consultant is new and still learning the ropes. Furthermore, if you purchase this vehicle, your commission could amount to several tens of thousands. Did you not mention your financial constraints? Now that an opportunity to earn has presented itself, you seem unwilling to seize it. The manager implored. Manager, while I may be in need of money, I refuse to compromise my integrity for it. I cannot drink that alcohol, Wang Bingqing declared resolutely. You! The manager's expression darkened, anger flickering across his face. Just as he was about to retort, Yifan's voice rang out. Is attempting to woo a woman by buying a Ferrari not a tad too miserly? Yifan approached with a cold snort. Chapter 42. What a tycoon! It's you! Wang Bingqing looked at Yifan in astonishment. What are you doing here? Is this a place for you to speak? The bald man glared at Yifan. The manager then cast a scrutinizing glance at Yifan and inquired, Sir, do you require assistance? I am here to purchase a car. Yifan coldly remarked, Purchase a vehicle? With your appearance, do you even dare to consider buying a car here? Young man, this is not a place for your pretentiousness. The bald man cast a disdainful glance at Yifan. Miss Wang, what is the most expensive car you have here? Yifan cast his gaze towards Wang Bingqing and inquired, The most expensive car? Wang Bingqing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yifan nodded. The most expensive car was this McLaren P1, priced at 20 million. Wang Bingqing pointed to a sleek silver sports car as she introduced it. That's the one. Swipe the card. Yifan cast a glance at the McLaren and promptly produced a black card, handing it to Wang Bingqing. This black card was previously bestowed upon him by Jiang Yuan, said to be the supreme card of the esteemed Black Flag Bank, the premier financial institution in the Dragon Kingdom. The majority of the profits from the various enterprises of the Dragon King Hall in Jiangnan Prefecture would be deposited into this card. Originally, this card belonged to Zhou Tianyang, but now it was in Yifan's possession. Are you truly intending to purchase this vehicle? Wang Bingqing was taken aback, staring at Yifan as he contemplated the most extravagant sports car. To consider buying a car worth 12 million with just a single glance? Surely that was excessively extravagant. At that moment, the bald man and the manager of the dealership were equally astonished. Sir, are you certain you wish to acquire this McLaren P1? The manager approached Yifan, equally struck by the situation. What? Are you concerned that I may be unable to afford it? Yifan cast a glance at his companion and instructed Wang Bingqing. Go ahead and swipe the card. Urgently, he urged. Hurry. Swipe the card. The manager promptly addressed Wang Bingqing, who, in a daze, nodded and turned to leave. Manager Kai, do not be deceived by this fellow. With his appearance, how could he possibly afford such an extravagant sports car? It seems he is merely putting on a fade. The bald man continued to mock Yifan, utterly skeptical that he could ever muster the funds for such a vehicle. Before long, Wang Bingqing hurried back, her expression one of urgency. What's the news? The manager asked, his face etched with anxiety. The card was approved. Wang Bingqing gasped, her eyes reflecting disbelief as they met Yifan's. Approved, the manager exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? The bald man stood frozen in shock, and at that moment, the other sales consultants and customers within the showroom turned their astonished gazes toward Yifan. Among them, the female sales representatives looked at Yifan with eyes sparkling with admiration. Pray tell, am I truly just putting on a fade? Should you also indulge in a little pretense? Yifan regarded the bald man with a smile. Instantly, the bald man wore an expression of profound embarrassment and turned to leave. With a physique like yours, it would be best to refrain from troubling the ladies in the future. Just as the bald man was about to exit the establishment, Yifan suddenly uttered these words. The bald man nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, his face a portrait of awkwardness. Yet he found himself unable to retort, for he truly possessed only 3 seconds of time. How did this rascal discern that? Consequently, the bald man made a hasty retreat. Thank you. At that moment, Wang Bingqing looked at Yifan with gratitude. Why are you thanking me? Yifan gazed at Wang Bingqing. Thank you for coming to my rescue. However, you truly need not spend so much on my behalf. Wang Bingqing looked at Yi Fan with gratitude. Do not overthink it. I merely happen to be in the market for a vehicle as well. By the way, are you not a university student? What brings you to sell cars here? Yi Fan spoke up. I have some family matters that require financial assistance, so I took on a part-time job. Wang Bingqing, lowering her head, replied, Oh, in that case, with my purchase of this car, you must be earning quite a commission. Is there any way I can assist you?
Ye Fan invited.
I can earn over 100,000 this time, just in time. Thank you. Wang Bingqing gazed at Yi Fan with a look of deep gratitude and replied, There's no need for thanks. Since you are a close friend of Chen Xiaoming, we are friends as well. Yi Fan spoke casually. After completing the necessary formalities, he drove away in the dazzling sports car. To his surprise, Bingqing, you actually know such a wealthy young heir. At that moment, the manager's demeanor towards Wang Bingqing transformed entirely. Bingqing, who is this distinguished young master? Please introduce us. Immediately, a group of female sales representatives rushed to Wang Bingqing, their faces filled with envy. Meanwhile, Wang Bingqing's gaze flickered, lost in thought. On the other side, Yi Fan sped down the street in the million-dollar luxury car, eliciting gasps of admiration from passers-by. It's that scoundrel. At an intersection, Zhao Yurong, who was busy receiving a parking ticket, caught sight of Yi Fan soaring past in the McLaren. Her eyes narrowed and she called out. Without hesitation, Zhao Yurong mounted her motorcycle and pursued him. However, given the speed of her motorcycle, it was futile to chase after Yi Fan's McLaren. Fortunately, the next intersection was marked by a red light, and Yi Fan came to a halt. At that moment, Zhao Yurong executed a sharp turn, bringing her motorcycle to a stop right in front of Yi Fan's car. She removed her helmet and approached his vehicle, coldly demanding, Get out. Is there something you need? Yi Fan gazed at the female traffic officer and inquired, May I see your driver's license? Zhao Yurong replied with a cold tone, I do not possess one. Yi Fan exclaimed, What? You are driving without a license? Zhao Yurong's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of delight flickering in her eyes as she silently mused, You, my young friend, have finally fallen into my grasp. It was evident that she still harbored resentment over the last encounter, when Yi Fan had ignored her demand to stop, leaving her in a cloud of exhaust fumes. This time, she had successfully caught him in the act. Is there an issue? Yi Fan spoke calmly. Of course there is. Let me out of the car immediately. Zhao Yurong retorted icily. Yi Fan had no choice but to exit the vehicle. As he was about to speak, Zhao Yurong interrupted him sharply. You are driving without a license. You must accompany me now. What if I refuse to go? Yi Fan furrowed his brows. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Zhao Yurong coldly snorted and unleashed a capture technique aimed at Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan merely shifted his body to the side, deftly evading her attack. While Zhao Yurong continued her relentless assault, Yi Fan swiftly intervened, subduing Zhao Yurong and pinning her against the sleek body of a McLaren. You scoundrel, you! Zhao Yurong exclaimed, her face aflame with indignation. She had not anticipated that this fellow possessed such formidable skills, capable of overpowering her with such ease. Suddenly, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was Chen Xiaoming calling. Hello, brother-in-law, you must hurry to the school. Something has happened. Chen Xiaoming shouted through the receiver. What has occurred? Yi Fan inquired, concern creeping into his voice. You'll find out when you arrive. Chen Xiaoming urged, her tone filled with urgency. Believing that something was amiss with Chen Xiaoming, Yi Fan hastily released Zhao Yurong and jumped into the car, flooring the accelerator and vanishing from sight. Damn that guy, just wait. Zhao Yurong seethed, her anger palpable as her body quivered with fury. Chapter 43. Do you wish to survive? At Tianhai University, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar of a powerful engine as a dazzling sports car came to a halt at the entrance of the campus. Yi Fan elegantly stepped out of the car. Is this your vehicle? Chen Xiaoming approached, gazing at the sports car with astonishment as she looked at Yi Fan. I just purchased it. Yi Fan remarked, this vehicle must not come cheap. Where did you acquire the funds? Could it be a gift from my cousin? You truly have no shame in living off others. Chen Xiaoming shot Yi Fan a disdainful glare. Enough with the banter. Why did you hastily summon me? I was beginning to think you had been kidnapped once more. Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon Chen Xiaoming. Did you not strike the president of the Taekwondo club, Jin Xiuqing, during your last visit to our school? Chen Xiaoming replied, looking back at Yi Fan. Yi Fan exhaled deeply. Currently, Jin Xiuqing is traversing the school with your portrait in search of you. He mistakenly believes you to be a student of Tianhai University. After failing to locate you, he flew into a rage and headed directly to the Martial Arts Society, where he instigated a confrontation. All members of the society were assaulted by his entourage, who taunted us, claiming that the martial arts of our Dragon Nation pale in comparison to those of their Liuli Nation. Upon learning of this incident, I immediately reached out to you, Chen Xiaoming recounted. These individuals from Liuli Nation truly show no signs of repentance. Yi Fan let out a cold snort. Brother-in-law, you must give us some satisfaction today. We cannot allow these people from the Liuli kingdom to trample upon us. Chen Xiaoming said to Yi Fan, let us go. Yi Fan spoke directly, expressing his disdain for the kingdom of Liuli, a minuscule nation that often provoked Longua, largely fueled by the animosity of his sixth master. The audacity of the Liuli people to come into Longua's territory and mock its citizens was something Yi Fan could not overlook. Otherwise, if his sixth master found out, he would surely face dire consequences. At Tianhai University, within the Martial Arts Society, a throng of students had gathered in layers, both inside and outside the association. Inside, a group of Martial Arts Society members lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their limbs in agony. Even the society president, Xie Hao, was on the floor, his face contorted in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with one leg broken. Before these members stood a man clad in combat attire, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, his eyes brimming with contempt. Meanwhile, Jin Xiuqing, the president of the Taekwondo Society, stood nearby with his leg in a cast and leaning on a crutch, tauntingly declaring, indeed, you Longua people are nothing but a pack of useless wretches. With your paltry strength, it is only a matter of time before my kingdom of Liuli engulfs Longua. Soon you shall all become slaves to Liuli. You! Jin Xiuqing. Xie Hao glared at him from the ground, seething with rage. What? Am I mistaken? Before long, your Longua will be obliterated by my kingdom of Liuli, and you will find yourselves reduced to mere lowly slaves. You might as well start calling me master now to get accustomed to it. Ha ha ha! Jin Xiuqing laughed maniacally, his gaze icy and filled with malice. The students of Tianhai University, upon hearing his words, were incensed. The male students glared furiously at Jin Xiuqing, itching to rush forward and deliver a beating. Young master, should I take action? A young man in white stood amidst the crowd, as a man in black whispered beside him. Given the aura of our adversaries, they appear to be from the Liuli kingdom's military. Let's not act hastily. The young man in white replied with a shake of his head. The kingdom of Liuli, a mere speck of a nation, once a vassal of Longua hundreds of years ago, dares to utter such grandiose claims about annihilating us? They must be lost in a dream. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated throughout the entire society. Yi Fan stepped forward. As he emerged, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards him. It was he, the very person who had previously unleashed a brutal assault on over 100 members of the Taekwondo club, even shattering Jin Xiuqing's leg. Numerous students from Tianhai University recognized Yi Fan, their excitement palpable. At last, you have shown yourself. Jin Xiuqing regarded Yi Fan with a darkened expression, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent. It seems the lesson from our last encounter has not been heeded. Master Lu was indeed correct. The people of Liuli Nation are truly incorrigible. Yi Fan approached, gazing coldly at Jin Xiuqing. You, who severed my leg before, shall now face a fate worse than death. Jin Xiuqing glared at Yi Fan with a chilling expression, then called out to the man beside him, dressed in a fitted outfit and exuding an air of cruelty. In an instant, the man's eyes glinted with a ferocious light as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan. With a swift movement, he executed a whip-like kick aimed directly at Yi Fan, the force of which was formidable and as rapid as lightning. An overwhelming aura of malice emanated from him, clearly indicating that he was a ruthless individual with countless lives claimed. With a resounding crack, the whip kick sliced through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom that shattered the very atmosphere around it, demonstrating its immense power. The students present watched in horror, their faces paling at the sight of the impending strike. Yet, just as the kick was about to make contact with Yifan, he deftly caught it with one hand, rendering it immobile, leaving the assailant, Akuin, utterly bewildered. With a sharp twist, Yifan crushed the leg in his grip, eliciting a pained scream from Akuin. His eyes burned with fury as he endured the excruciating agony, swiftly transforming his other hand into a claw and lunging at Yifan, aiming for his vital points. Yifan struck with a powerful punch, colliding with his opponent's claw. In an instant, Akuin's right hand exploded, sending him flying to the ground, where he lay, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gasped his last breath. Akuin. Jin Xiucheng's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Akuin's demise. How could this be possible? He exclaimed, his gaze fixed incredulously on Yifan. Akuin was a formidable warrior dispatched by his uncle, a man who had slain thousands and was a master of the war department of the Liuli nation. The suddenness of his death left Jin Xiucheng in utter disbelief. At that moment, Yifan's eyes locked onto Jin Xiucheng as he advanced slowly, step by deliberate step. "Protect the young master," shouted several men clad in black, rushing towards Yifan. These individuals were also sent by Jin Xiucheng's uncle. Although not as formidable as Akuin, they were still a considerable threat. Crack, crack, crack. The men were swiftly sent flying by Yifan's overwhelming force, crashing to the ground with agonized cries. "Don't come any closer," Jin Xiucheng stammered, retreating in fear as he watched Yifan approach. However, having sustained an injury to his leg, he stumbled and fell to the ground. "Do you wish to survive?" Yifan gazed at Jin Xiucheng and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Jin Xiucheng's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear as he looked at Yifan. Chapter 44. Those not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Kneel, bow 100 times before these individuals, and utter 100 times, "The Liuli kingdom is trash, and the Dragon kingdom is invincible." Yifan pointed at the injured members of the Martial Arts Society and coldly addressed Jin Xiucheng. "This is impossible," Jin Xiucheng vehemently denied. Crack. In an instant, Yifan crushed Jin Xiucheng's other leg. "Ah!" Jin Xiucheng screamed in agony. "I shall not repeat myself." Yifan spoke coldly, "I am." Jin Xiucheng fixed his gaze on Yifan, intending to reveal his identity. However, before he could complete his sentence, Yifan ruthlessly crushed the leg that was encased in plaster, shattering it once more. "Ah!" This time, Jin Xiucheng's scream reverberated with an intensity akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The onlooking students felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. "If I do as you say, will you spare me?" At this moment, Jin Xiucheng's face contorted in agony, his expression a portrait of despair as he pleaded with Yifan. He had abandoned all other thoughts, consumed only by the desire to survive. This man was nothing short of a madman. Yifan remained silent, directly lifting his foot. "I submit." Jin Xiucheng's expression shifted dramatically, causing him to hastily utter. He struggled to turn and prostrated himself, gritting his teeth against the pain in his legs, while continuously bowing his head and uttering derogatory remarks about the Liu kingdom and boasting about the invincibility of Long Kingdom. This entire scene was fervently captured on numerous smartphones by the surrounding students. Meanwhile, the members of the Martial Arts Society, witnessing the once proud and domineering Jin Xiucheng now bowing before them, were filled with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting their own discomfort. Ultimately, after bowing 100 times, Jin Xiucheng's forehead was bloodied. Once he finished his 100 bows and recited Yifan's teachings, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with fury, resentment, and profound humiliation. "It seems you are quite unwilling to accept this," Yifan remarked, observing Jin Xiucheng. No. Jin Xiucheng quickly shook his head. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Yifan's foot pressed down on Jin Xiucheng's chest, causing it to cave in, resulting in a catastrophic rupture of his heart. Jin Xiucheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yifan. You are untrustworthy." It was evident that Jin Xiucheng did not anticipate that even after his submission, his adversary would still harbor intentions to harm him. "I never promised to spare you. Moreover, what need is there for trust with you Liu people? I have already shown you mercy once, yet you remain oblivious to your circumstances, daring to provoke and wreak havoc on my long kingdom territory. Therefore, you need not expect to live. Yifan spoke indifferently. Jin Xiuqing's gaze fixed intently on Yifan, and just as he uttered a single word, he breathed his last. Those not of my kind are bound to harbor differing intentions. Yifan coldly uttered 8 words, and then he approached the members of the martial arts society, wielding silver needles to heal their broken legs and injuries. Thank you, brother. May I inquire your name? In the future, I, Xie Hao, shall repay your kindness. The president of the martial arts society, Xie Hao, expressed his gratitude to Yifan. Yifan. Yifan uttered 2 words before departing. At that moment, the students present erupted in cheers, expressing their exhilaration. In this instant, they experienced a sense of exhilaration and pride. They had not anticipated that this individual possessed such a dashing side. At this moment, Chun Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting her adoration. However, just a few steps after Yifan exited the gathering, a voice called out from behind him, "Young master, please hold on." Yifan turned around and beheld a young man clad in white, accompanied by a figure dressed in black, approaching him. "Is there something you require?" Yifan inquired. "Young master, at such a tender age, you possess not only remarkable strength and courage but also a patriotic spirit. Truly, you are a talent of our dragon nation." The young man in white smiled and replied, "I have no desire to hear idle talk." Yifan replied, "I am Mu Chun, and I wish to form an acquaintance with you. Might we share a meal together?" Mu Chun gazed at Yifan and spoke with a calm demeanor. Yifan retorted, "I do not prefer dining with males." Yifan spoke directly, boldly, "You dare to refuse the young master of my family." The man in black immediately glared at Yifan and retorted, "What? Is refusal not an option?" Yifan cast a glance at the other party and said, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to befriend you. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, this Jin Xiuqing is not to be trifled with. The expert by his side is likely a member of the War Department of the Liuli Kingdom. In the Liuli Kingdom, only the esteemed Jin family, one of the 4 great families, has the capacity to summon such formidable individuals from the War Department. This family wields immense power, dominating the political landscape of the kingdom. Now that you have slain a member of the Jin family, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. Should the Jin family take action, danger may befall you, young master. If you are willing, I, Mu Chun, am prepared to intervene and ensure your safety, protecting you from any harm that the Jin family might inflict." Mu Chun gazed at Yifan as he spoke. Yifan replied, "Do I strike you as someone in need of protection?" Yifan cast a gentle smile at Mu Chun before turning to depart. "Young master, this fellow is utterly oblivious. Does he truly believe that a modicum of skill can stand against the Jin family? Even with the addition of the Tang family, they would still fall short against a mere hand of the Jin clan. In my opinion, there is no necessity to recruit such an arrogant individual," remarked the man in black beside Mu Chun with a look of disdain. "My instincts tell me he is far from ordinary. Continue your investigation. His identity is undoubtedly more complex than your inquiries suggest. Perhaps this young man could serve as the key to my return to the Mu royal residence." A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Mu Chen's eyes. Meanwhile, as Yifan was about to leave Tianhai University, he was suddenly captivated by a melodious and enchanting sound of a guqin. Upon hearing the melodious strains of the piano, Yifan's gaze flickered with intrigue as he made his way towards the source of the enchanting music. Soon, he found himself outside a classroom. Peering through the window, he beheld a woman within, her cascading hair resembling a waterfall, dressed in modest attire, skillfully playing the piano. Her slender fingers danced gracefully across the keys, exuding an extraordinary vitality. However, she was turned sideways, preventing Yifan from glimpsing her true visage. The music flowed like a gentle stream, captivating and melodious. He was taken aback to discover such exquisite artistry in this remote locale. Yifan could not help but exclaim. Over the years on the mountain, he had often listened to his master play the guqin, thus becoming well-versed in its melodies. Although the young woman's skill paled in comparison to that of his master, she was undoubtedly among the elite among ordinary people. Her performance surpassed the exquisite melodies he had previously heard at the Baihua Tower by leaps and bounds. Despite being an ordinary individual, the music she produced could profoundly influence the consciousness of those who listened, drawing them into a deep trance. This remarkable ability attested to her extraordinary talent in the art of music. With proper guidance and the impartation of true, superior techniques, her potential for the future was limitless. If his master were to encounter this woman, he would surely be fond of her. Yifan spoke softly. Suddenly, the classroom door was flung open with a resounding bang, and a group of flamboyantly dressed girls stormed in, shattering the serene melody that had filled the air. The young woman at the piano turned to face the intruders, her body trembling in fear as she hastily rose to her feet. Isn't this our school's infamous eyesore? The leader of the group, a girl with braided hair, sneered as she and her companions encircled the pianist. Do you still fancy yourself the belle of Tianhai University? How dare you sneak in here to play? What right do you, the eyesore, have to touch the keys? Indeed, eyesore, you should withdraw from school post-haste. We wouldn't want you to frighten anyone else. The other girls chimed in mockingly. At that moment, Yifan finally discerned the true visage of the young woman. A large scar marred the left side of her face, rendering her otherwise delicate features grotesque and unappealing. I'm sorry, I'll leave right away, she stammered, lowering her head in an attempt to escape. Where do you think you're going? The girl with braids seized the young woman's thick hair, forcefully throwing her to the ground. You wretched creature, your face is ruined, yet you still dare to act brazenly, sneaking in to play the piano. What is it? Do you wish to attract men with your so-called music? The braided girl spat, her disdain palpable. Yanjie, I suggest we ruin her hands as well. Let us see how she attracts men then. Another girl interjected. Excellent. Let us do just that. The braided girl replied with a chilling smile. No, please no. The pianist pleaded, hastily covering her hands and attempting to flee. Hold her down, the braided girl commanded, and the other girls lunged forward, pinning her to the ground and restraining her hands. Please, don't ruin my hands. I promise I will never play again. I beg you. Tears welled in the young woman's eyes as she desperately implored the braided girl. The more you plead, the more I shall destroy your hands, the braided girl declared, raising her foot to stomp down upon the pianist's delicate fingers, despair flickering in the latter's eyes. Chapter 45. Instant fame. Just then, with a forceful crash, Yifan appeared, and the braided girl was sent flying, landing painfully on the ground with a cry. Yanjie. The other girls gasped in shock at the unfolding scene. Bang! 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 With a single kick, Yifan sent each of the girls flying, showing no mercy whatsoever. He then extended a hand to assist the musician, helping her to her feet. Thank you, she said, looking up at Yifan with gratitude, while her hand instinctively covered her scarred face, wishing to shield it from his gaze. You scoundrel! How dare you! At that moment, the girl with braids shouted at Yifan, her face flushed with fury. Such cruelty at such a young age is utterly despicable. Yifan cast a sharp gaze towards the girl with braids and coldly exclaimed, Do you know who I am? Just as she began to retort, an agonizing scream escaped her lips. Her right hand had been brutally crushed beneath Yifan's foot, reduced to a bloody pulp. If you wish to render others' hands useless, you should first experience the torment of having your own hands incapacitated. Yifan coldly declared, crushing the opponent's left hand once more, leaving it a bloody mess. The girl let out a series of piercing screams. Those witnessing this scene turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered outside, and upon witnessing the unfolding events, they began to murmur among themselves. Let us depart. Yifan cast a glance towards the young woman playing the piano and softly spoke. She nodded in acknowledgement and followed Yifan as they made their way outside. I will not let you escape, the girl with braids exclaimed fiercely. Suddenly, a silver needle shot through the air, piercing the girl's body, her eyes widening in shock as life slipped away from her. Sister Yen, the group of girls, witnessing the braids girl's demise, were paralyzed with fear. Outside, the pianist lowered her head to Yifan and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today. Is your face also marred by that woman? Yifan gazed at the woman and inquired. The woman nodded. I shall take my leave now. Yifan gazed at the individual, poised to assure them that he could remedy the scars upon their visage, only for the other party to utter a brief remark before hastily departing. Was that not Lin Shirin? At that moment, Chen Xiaoming appeared, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the woman. Do you know her? Yifan gazed at Chen Xiaoming, recalling that she was once one of the 4 campus beauties of Tianhai University. Not only was she stunningly attractive, but her exceptional musical talent on the piano also made her a goddess in the hearts of many, attracting countless admirers. Chen Xiaoming retorted. Yifan inquired, was it the work of Yan Feifei? She had previously confessed her feelings to a boy, only for him to turn around and pursue Lin Shirin instead. Yan Feifei, consumed by jealousy, harbored resentment towards Lin Shirin. Ultimately, one day, Yan Feifei, accompanied by others, captured Lin Shirin and ruthlessly disfigured her face. Chen Xiaoming recounted. Is there truly no authority to address such matters? Yifan furrowed his brows. Lin Shirin came from an ordinary family, devoid of any significant background, while Yan Feifei appeared to be associated with the Yan family, one of the 5 prominent families of Tianhai, akin to his cousin's clan. Who would dare intervene? Alas, what a pity for such a stunning beauty, Chen Xiaoming remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. By the way, how did you end up with her? With that, Chen Xiaoming's gaze shifted towards Yifan, fortuitously meeting his eyes. Yifan uttered a few words before departing. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he left Tianhai University, he gained fame on the internet. Previously, Yi Jinxiu had boasted in the martial arts society, and then Yifan emerged, swiftly subduing him and compelling him to kneel. This confrontation was captured on video by numerous students from Tianhai University and subsequently uploaded online, igniting a sensational uproar across the internet. In no time, countless netizens extolled Yifan for delivering a resounding slap to the face of Lioli Nation, asserting that he had avenged the Dragon Nation. Many hailed him as the new generation hero of the Dragon Nation, and numerous individuals marveled at the genuine existence of martial arts in the Dragon Nation. Yifan instantaneously became an internet sensation, with countless individuals regarding him as an idol, and many fervently searching for the truth behind his identity. This video swiftly spread across various nations, particularly igniting a wave of outrage and dissatisfaction among the citizens of the Lioli Kingdom. Within one of the 4 prominent families of Lioli, the Jin family, a resounding crash echoed as a cup shattered. Scoundrel! How dare you force my grandson into such a disgraceful act that tarnishes our national honor, and even go so far as to kill him? I demand the death of this wretch from the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair smashed his cup onto the floor, his face contorted with rage and his eyes glimmering with a fierce murderous intent. He was the patriarch of the Jin family, Jin Shoqing's grandfather, a true titan within the Lioli Kingdom. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in military attire approached briskly, his countenance dark and brooding. He was Jin Tianyi, Jin Shoqing's uncle. Father, Jin Tianyi exclaimed, addressing the elder. Are you aware of what has happened to Shoqing? Indeed, Shoqing mentioned he had been assaulted, so I dispatched several elite warriors from the War Department to assist him, only to discover they had all perished, along with Shoqing. Jin Tianyi lowered his head, regret evident in his voice. He is my brother's only son, and yet I failed to protect him. This is my fault. That wretch from the Dragon Kingdom not only humiliated our Lioli Kingdom but also took Shoqing's life. He must pay for this, the elder declared coldly. Rest assured, father. I have already sent someone to ensure that Shoqing's death is avenged. Jin Tianyi responded. No, we shall formally notify the Dragon Kingdom's War Department on behalf of the Lioli Kingdom's War Department, demanding they surrender the perpetrator. Otherwise, they shall face the consequences of our revocation of the treaty we established years ago, the elder asserted icily. But what if they refuse to yield him? Jin Tianyi furrowed his brow. Then we shall seize the opportunity to annul the treaty and ally with other nations to invade the Dragon Kingdom. The war god of Tiansu has been missing for over a decade. He is likely dead. With his absence, the treaty he established has lost its significance. We have long sought an excuse to dissolve this agreement, and now we have the perfect justification. The elder retorted coldly. You speak wisely, father. This is indeed a splendid idea. I shall act on it immediately. A glimmer of determination shone in Jin Tianyi's eyes as he nodded. Meanwhile, at Tianhai, Yifan felt a headache coming on. What are these fools filming? He was reluctant to become an internet celebrity, fearing the influx of unwanted attention. Young master, should we delete all these videos? Chunlan inquired. Is it possible? Please remove them all. I do not wish to attract so much scrutiny. Yifan insisted. Yifan replied directly, yes, I will enlist someone to erase all information pertaining to the young master. However, this video has already been disseminated to other nations, including the Lioli kingdom. It will take some time to remove it from those countries. Chunlan remarked, the videos from other countries are of no concern. Yifan spoke coldly. He simply did not wish to gain notoriety within the Dragon Kingdom. As for other nations, he cared little for their affairs. Soon night fell, and he directly dialed Tang Chuchu's number. But there was no answer. Instantly, an unsettling intuition gripped him. Hello, Chunlan. Could you assist me in locating my wife? Chuchu? Yifan promptly reached out to Chunlan. With the intelligence capabilities of Baihua Tower, within a minute, Chunlan sent him a message. Young master, after leaving the Tang family, the young mistress was abducted by a group of individuals and subsequently taken to the Gong family. The Gong family? Yifan's expression shifted dramatically, and a fierce glint of murder flickered in his eyes. He dashed out of his home, hastily driving his sports car at breakneck speed towards the Gong residence. Chapter 46. You shall perish. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Gong family estate, Gong Shang occupied the seat of honor, while Gong Qing stood nearby, and Tang Chuchu was brought forth under duress. It's you. What do you intend to do? Tang Chuchu glared at the father and son duo of the Gong family, her complexion paling as she spoke in a low voice. Gong Shang sipped his tea casually and replied coolly, do you think your brother Xiao Fan will spare you if you are captured? You dare to seize me? My brother Xiao Fan will not let you get away with this. Tang Chuchu retorted defiantly. Just that scoundrel? Do you think he is formidable for having slain the young heir of the Bai family? If he dares to come, I shall ensure he meets his end here today. Gong Qing scoffed disdainfully. Enough, Miss Tang. Please tell me what is the formula for the rejuvenation pill? Gong Shang inquired directly, fixing his gaze on Tang Chuchu. I will never divulge the formula for the rejuvenation pill. You might as well abandon that hope. Tang Chuchu declared resolutely. Miss Tang, do not compel me to undertake actions that may be detrimental to you. Gong Sheng warned, his expression growing cold as he scrutinized her. Father, why not let me handle her? I can ensure she reveals everything. Gong Qing interjected, stepping forward with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Do you dare touch what is mine? A low, gravelly voice suddenly resonated in the air. The figure of Master He emerged into view. Master He. Gong Shang and Gong Qing bowed in unison, acknowledging the esteemed man. Step aside. Master He swept a disdainful glance at Gong Qing and struck him, sending him flying. Gong Shang watched in silence, unable to voice any protest as his son was struck down. Fortunately, she remains unscathed. Master He then turned his attention to Tang Chuchu, surveying her with a sigh of relief. The Xianin body. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. Who are you? What do you want? Tang Chuchu questioned, her expression grave as she regarded the disheveled man in black robes. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. I desire you to become my woman. With your Xianin energy, I shall completely heal my hidden injuries and even ascend to greater heights. Ha ha ha. You shall become my vessel for cultivation. Master He laughed heartily, seizing Tang Chuchu and making his way out. Qinger, are you alright? Once Master He had departed, Gong Shang hurried to his son's side, helping him to his feet. I'm fine, but it's a pity for such a beautiful woman as Tang Chuchu to end up with that old wretch. Gong Qing lamented. Shu, do not speak so carelessly. Gong Shang quickly covered his son's mouth, casting a wary glance around. Outside the Gong estate, a piercing roar of an engine echoed as a sleek McLaren, illuminated by the moonlight, approached like a silver streak. As the car door swung open, Yifan stepped out, exuding a murderous aura as he surveyed the Gong residence before charging inside. Boom! In the next moment, the bronze doors of the Gong estate were shattered, shaking the very foundations of the house. Gong Shang and Gong Qing were startled by the thunderous noise. Master, this is bad. Gong Sheng shouted as the family butler rushed in, breathless. Master, someone has stormed in and is wreaking havoc outside, the butler reported. What? Who dares to have such audacity? Who would invade the Gong family? Gong Qing exclaimed. It seems to be that young man who killed the Bai family heir, the butler replied. Suddenly, Gong Shang and Gong Qing's expressions shifted drastically. This brat actually dares to come here? I will send someone to deal with him, Gong Qing declared. Wait, Qinger. You must go to the secret chamber and find Master He. Have him take action, Gong Shang commanded sternly. Father, though this brat has some skills, he doesn't warrant Master He's intervention. Does he? With so many guards in our family, we should be able to handle one person. Gong Qing questioned, puzzled. Just go and do it quickly, Gong Shang snapped coldly. Yes. Gong Qing nodded and departed. Butler, notify all the family guards and those few experts to intercept this intruder, Gong Shang ordered decisively. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the Gong estate, Master He had just brought Tang Chu-Chu inside, preparing to act, when Gong Qing burst in. Master He, it's bad. Something has happened, Gong Qing exclaimed. Useless fool. Who permitted you to come here? Get out. Master He scolded him sharply. Master He, Tang Chu-Chu's man has breached the Gong estate, and my father wishes to enlist your help to subdue him, Gong Qing explained urgently. Brother Xiaofan has arrived. You are all doomed. Tang Chu-Chu felt a sense of relief at the mention of Yifan's name, addressing Master He and Gong Qing. Brother Xiaofan? You seem quite fond of him. Alas, you are now mine. As for your dear companion, since he seeks death, I shall gladly escort him on that journey. Little beauty, wait for me. Master He grinned wickedly at Tang Chu-Chu before striding out. At this moment, within the Gong estate, blood flowed like a river. Yifan resembled a deity of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the members of the Gong family. Before long, Gong Shang emerged, accompanied by all the elite guards of the Gong clan. Whoever can subdue him shall be rewarded 1 million. Gong Shang bellowed at Yifan. Instantly, the elite guards of the Gong family charged at Yifan in a frenzied attempt to slay him and claim the bounty. You seek your own demise. In Yifan's eyes, a murderous intent radiated fiercely. With a swift motion of his hand, a flurry of silver needles shot forth, directly striking the foreheads of the assailants. In an instant, the elite guards of the Gong family lay lifeless upon the ground. Witnessing this scene, Gong Shang stood frozen in shock. Where is Chu-Chu? In the next moment, Yifan appeared before Gong Shang, gripping his neck and exclaiming, Young man, you possess some skill. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Master He materialized unexpectedly, casting a cold smile at Yifan, and inquired, Who are you? Yifan cast a frigid gaze upon Master He. Your wife is about to become my cultivation furnace, he proclaimed. Tell me, how could you possess such a precious physique, a mystical body, and yet leave it untouched? What a waste. Since you fail to appreciate its value, allow me to take it and make full use of this mystical body. Master He glared at Yifan, his voice icy. You shall pay for this. Upon hearing the words of his counterpart, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from Yifan, enveloping the entire Gong family estate and transforming it into a realm of carnage. You! Master He sensed the murderous energy radiating from Yifan. His complexion shifted, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Boom! Yifan unleashed a powerful punch towards Master He. Chapter 47. No one can threaten me. Master He's expression changed dramatically as he exerted all his strength to fend off Yifan's strike, only to be sent flying through the air. With a resounding crash, Master He was propelled dozens of meters away, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. His hands shattered, rendering him incapable of further combat. You! Master He gazed at Yifan with anguish, fear evident in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that this young man possessed such terrifying strength, far beyond his imagination. Yifan advanced step by step, an aura of lethal intent surrounding him. Junior brother. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A man clad in a gray robe appeared, exclaiming, Elder brother, save me. Master He, upon spotting the gray-robed man, cried out in excitement. Young man, who are you? Why do you assault my junior brother? The gray-robed man's gaze swept over Yifan, his tone grave. Elder brother, kill him. He seeks to seize the Xian Yin body. Master, he hastily explained. The Xian Yin body? Have you truly found it? The gray-robed man's expression shifted with surprise as he looked at Master He. Indeed, the Xian Yin body is in my possession. If you eliminate him, I shall give it to you. Master He declared immediately. Boom! In an instant, Yifan unleashed a palm strike, obliterating Master He into dust. Killing from a distance? Could it be that you? The gray-robed man stared in shock at Yifan as he witnessed the demise of his junior brother. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a silver needle shot forth, piercing through his forehead, slaying him on the spot. The gray-robed man could hardly believe that he had met his end without having done anything, not even having the chance to reveal his identity to intimidate Yifan. He died in utter frustration. Where is Chu-Chu? Yifan then shouted at Gongsheng. Yifan, your wife is in my grasp. Suddenly, Gongqing's voice echoed as he emerged, one hand gripping Tang Chu-Chu, and the other wielding a dagger pressed against her throat. Little brother Fan. Tang Chu-Chu called out to Yifan. Do you wish to die? Yifan gazed at Gongqing, his voice icy. If you wish to spare your woman from peril, you should cripple your own legs at once. Otherwise, I shall take her life this very moment. Gongqing shouted at Yifan. Brother Xiaofan, don't. Tang Chu-Chu's complexion paled as she cried out to Yifan. No one can threaten me. Yifan spoke coldly. Do you mean to say? Just as Gongqing was about to continue, a silver needle shot through the air, glinting like a streak of silver as it pierced through his brow. His eyes widened in shock, and he collapsed to the ground. Yifan instantly appeared beside Tang Chu-Chu, enveloping her in his embrace. Chu-Chu, I am truly sorry for frightening you. Yifan gazed at Tang Chu-Chu with an expression of deep remorse. Little Fan Ji, I am perfectly fine. Tang Chu-Chu smiled and shook her head, appearing remarkably composed. Qinger. At that moment, Gongsheng, witnessing the tragic demise of his son, cried out in profound sorrow. You should also perish. Yifan cast a fleeting glance at Gongsheng, and with a swift motion, a silver needle shot forth, striking down the head of the Gong family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the four ladies of Chunlan, accompanied by a throng from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, arrived at the scene. Young master, are you unharmed? Chunlan called out to Yifan. I am unscathed. This matter is entrusted to you. I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Gong family from this world. Yifan replied indifferently, Yes, young master. The four maidens of Chunlan nodded in agreement. Consequently, Yifan departed with Tang Chu-Chu. Following this, the remaining members of the Gong family were utterly annihilated by Chunlan and her companions, including all their kin residing outside, who were ruthlessly slain by the members of Baihua Tower. Moreover, all of the Gong family's enterprises fell into the hands of Baihua Tower. Thus, the Gong family became the second clan to perish among the 5 prominent families of Tianhai. Meanwhile, in the McLaren, Tang Chu-Chu inquired, Brother Xiaofan, who are they? To which he responded, They are the disciples of my 7th master. Yifan exhaled, and Tang Chu-Chu spoke. Good.
Yifan nodded.
What have you all been up to? You've prepared the meal, yet no one is here to enjoy it? Chun Xiaoming sat at the dining table, savoring every bite. You, my dear girl, only think about eating. Yifan jested, I am still young. If I do not indulge in more food, how can I grow? Besides, who can blame me when your cooking is so delectable? Chan Xiaoming retorted. Oh, you clever girl, you certainly have a point. Yifan replied with a hint of irritation. All right, let us dine. Tang Chu-Chu smiled in response. After they finished their meal, it was once again Yifan's turn to clear the table. At that moment, Tang Chu-Chu playfully stuck out her tongue at Yifan. What's the matter? She inquired. Yifan exclaimed, Did I not mention that I would present you with a delightful surprise? Tang Chu-Chu gazed at Yifan and smiled shyly. A surprise? In Yifan's eyes shimmered a glint of light as he exclaimed, Excellent. A little over 10 minutes later, Tang Chu-Chu entered Yifan's room, draped in a trench coat. Chu-Chu, why are you wearing a trench coat at such a late hour? Yifan observed Tang Chu-Chu as she spoke, holding a cup and sipping water. Tang Chu-Chu removed her windbreaker, and in an instant, Yifan unexpectedly spat out the water he had just ingested. Are you all right, Brother Xiaofan? Tang Chu-Chu inquired. looking at Yi Fan with concern. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. However, Chu-Chu, you're... Yi Fan gazed at Tang Chu-Chu with an expression of unease. At that moment, Tang Chu-Chu had shed her trench coat, revealing an exceedingly alluring outfit adorned with black lace. This attire, in conjunction with Tang Chu-Chu's flawless figure, was simply breathtaking. Had it not been for Yi Fan's remarkable composure, he might have found himself in a compromising situation. Brother Xiaofan, do you like this surprise? Tang Chu-Chu looked at Yi Fan with affectionate eyes. Yi Fan hurriedly assisted Tang Chu-Chu in putting on her windbreaker. Little brother Fan, you... Tang Chu-Chu was momentarily taken aback. Chu-Chu, this garment is not suitable for you. Yi Fan spoke, little Fan brother, I merely wish.
Chu-Chu.
I understand your intentions. However, the time is not yet ripe. When the moment is opportune, I shall embrace you as my true woman. Rest assured. Yi Fan spoke. Xiaofan, is there something wrong with your health? Rest assured. I won't mind. Tang Chu-Chu looked at Yi Fan and said. Instantly, Yi Fan's face darkened with irritation. What nonsense are you spouting, you girl? Your man is in perfect health. Yi Fan playfully brushed Tang Chu-Chu's delicate nose, offering a resigned smile. Is that true? Tang Chu-Chu gazed at Yi Fan with her large, expressive eyes. Indeed, Yi Fan exclaimed. Ah, I truly am comparable to Lu Xiaohui. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. The reason he refrained from engaging in a romantic relationship with Chu-Chu was that she possessed the rare Xian-Yin physique, an exceptional body for martial cultivation. Once she commenced her training in martial arts, her speed of advancement would surpass that of others by 100-fold. However, this unique physique would suffer a significant decline in efficacy if she were to lose her purity. His master had previously cautioned him sternly against approaching Chu-Chu. It was precisely for this reason that he had consistently kept his distance from her. Master, you have truly put me in a difficult position, Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim. However, Master instructed me not to approach Chu-Chu. Could there be another reason? Suddenly, Yi Fan recalled an image of an unparalleled beauty that captivated the world. Chapter 48. Sacrifice one to save millions. In Tianhai, within one of the 5 prominent families, the Yen family. At this moment, the head of the Yen family, Yen Nantian, gazed at the lifeless body of his daughter, Yen Feifei, his eyes glimmering with a chilling murderous intent, emanating an aura of terror. Have you ascertained who is responsible? Yen Nanshan's voice was as cold as ice. It was that man, Yi Fan, the president of the Tang family. One of Yen Nanshan's subordinates, Xiao Wu, replied. It is he. Immediately, a frigid glint of malice flickered in Yen Nanshan's eyes. Shall I go and capture him at once? Xiao Wu inquired. This brat is not so easily dealt with. First, contact the organization and have them send reinforcements before we proceed. Yen Nantian commanded with a stern voice. Understood. Xiao Wu nodded. In the capital, at the War Department base, in a high-level conference room, several men clad in military uniforms gathered. They were all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department, each a true general. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and an elderly man with white hair entered. Commander Long. The assembled officials immediately stood and saluted the elder. This venerable figure was Long Zhantian, the supreme commander of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Please, be seated. You are all aware of the message from the Liuli Kingdom's War Department, correct? Long Zhantian addressed the crowd from his position at the head of the table. Commander, the Liuli Kingdom is utterly shameless to propose such demands. One high-ranking official spoke up boldly. After all, the deceased is the young master of the Jin family, so their anger is understandable. Another official chimed in. Are you suggesting we hand over the youth who killed the Jin family's young master to the Liuli Kingdom? The first official expressed his dissatisfaction. This matter has already garnered significant attention online, and that youth has been hailed as a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. If we were to capture him and hand him over to the Liuli Kingdom now, it would surely wound the hearts of our citizens. Such an action would incite an even greater uproar, potentially leading outsiders to believe that our Dragon Kingdom fears the Liuli Kingdom. A third official added. But the Liuli Kingdom's War Department has made it abundantly clear. If we do not turn over the individual, they will abrogate the treaty and mobilize troops against us. If the treaty is broken, other nations will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike, and the Dragon Kingdom may once again face the threat of a coalition of 5 nations. What do we have to fear? If they dare approach, we shall fight. The 9 legions of the Dragon Kingdom are not to be trifled with. Years ago, the Dragon Kingdom managed to withstand the coalition of 5 nations due to the presence of the war god and his divine army. Today, however, the war god has vanished for over a decade, and the divine army has lost its former glory, barely ranking among the top 3 of the 9 legions. Do you truly believe we can withstand a coalition of 5 nations now? In an instant, the high-ranking officials in the conference room began to argue amongst themselves. Enough! Long Zhantian's voice cut through the chaos. At his command, the bickering officials fell silent. What is your perspective, Jun Dao? Long Zhantian's gaze shifted to a man seated nearby, his demeanor icy, his stature imposing, with eyes sharp as blades. Commander, although the Dragon Kingdom currently does not fear any nation, should war erupt again, it would undoubtedly bring tremendous repercussions to our homeland. The peaceful lives of our citizens, cultivated over the past decade, would be shattered once more. The man stated, "Are you suggesting we surrender this youth to the Liuli Kingdom?" Long Zhantian retorted, "To sacrifice one to save millions." The man replied coldly, "Then it is settled. Yunto, you shall personally travel to Tianhai. If that youth has any final wishes, do your utmost to fulfill them." Long Zhantian instructed decisively. Understood. The man known as Jun Dao nodded. The following day, in the Zijing Villa district, Tang Chu said to Yifan, "Then I shall pick you up tonight. By the way, I have also arranged for a bodyguard for you." Yifan remarked, "A bodyguard?" Tang Chu was taken aback. Yes, she should have arrived. Yifan nodded and approached the door, only to find Dong Mei standing outside, clad in a sleek black outfit. "Young master." Dong Mei addressed Yifan with utmost respect. "Isn't this?" Tang Chu exclaimed in surprise as she recognized Dong Mei from their encounter at the Gong residence the previous night. "Chu, this is Dong Mei, who will be dedicated to your protection from now on. This way, I can rest a little easier." Yifan remarked that following the events of the previous night, he had specifically sought out Chun Lan to arrange for someone to safeguard Tang Chu. After all, it was impractical for him to remain by Chu's side at all times, and as she had yet to cultivate her abilities, being an ordinary person, she required protection. Chun Lan subsequently dispatched Dong Mei for this purpose. Given Dong Mei's capabilities and her feminine identity, she was deemed highly suitable for the task of protecting Chu. "Hello, young mistress, my name is Dong Mei, and I will be your dedicated protector from now on." Dong Mei addressed Tang Chu. "All right, thank you for your assistance." Tang Chu replied with a gentle smile, as she and Dong Mei made their way to the company. "What brings you here?" Yifan gazed at the unexpected appearance of Tang Zhengdao, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. "Yifan, you nearly brought calamity upon the Tang family, plunging us into a dire crisis. You have also caused my mother to fall gravely ill, subjecting her to humiliation before her descendants. To the Tang family, you are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune." Tang Zhengdao remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Yifan. "And so?" Yifan gazed at the other person with keen interest. "Thus, for the future of the Tang family and the happiness of Chu, you must perish." Tang Zhengdao declared coldly, a chilling glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "If you take my life, Chu will undoubtedly be heartbroken. You are, after all, her beloved uncle." Yifan spoke, "Sadness is but a fleeting moment. Once you have completely vanished from Chu's world, I shall find her a husband who surpasses you 1,000-fold. In that time, she will forget you." Tang Zheng replied coldly, "Had it not been for your relation to Chu, your life would have already been forfeit for those words." Yifan's expression turned icy. "You are indeed audacious. Unfortunately, you lack the merit to be so arrogant." Tang Zhengdao sneered. Instantly, several soldiers from the wolf army charged toward Yifan. Just as Yifan was about to teach Tang Zhengdao a lesson, a figure suddenly appeared and sent the soldiers flying. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Swish. Tang Zhengdao's expression changed, his gaze fixated on the one who intervened, Jiang Yuan, the current lord of the Dragon King Hall's Jiangnan branch. "Who are you to dare harm my wolf army soldiers?" Tang Zhengdao glared frostily at Jiang Yuan. "So it is the wolf army. I was wondering who it was." Zhang Yuan replied disdainfully. Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the wolf army? Tang Zhengdao retorted, a terrifying aura emanating from him. From the Dragon King Hall, Zhang Yuan stated coolly. Chapter 49. I choose your death. You are from the Dragon King Hall? Tang Zhengdao's expression shifted, a hint of shock flickering in his eyes as he regarded Zhang Yuan. You! Tang Zhengdao's gaze then turned to Yi Fan, pondering the connection between the two. Young Master Yi is a friend of mine. Is there a problem? Zhang Yuan said icily. If you wish to harm my friend, do not blame me for being ungracious. In that moment, Tang Zhengdao's expression continuously changed. He shot a glance at Yi Fan and coldly remarked, Kid, consider yourself fortunate. With that, Tang Zhengdao departed with his subordinates. Zhang Yuan then turned to Yi Fan. Your actions just now were commendable, young master. Yi Fan gazed at Zhang Yuan and remarked, the identity of the young master is not something such a person could comprehend. However, young master, should we deal with him? Zhang Yuan replied, let it be. After all, he is my wife's third uncle. I shall spare his life this time. Should he reappear, I shall not be held responsible. By the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Yi Fan cast his gaze towards Zhang Yuan. My subordinate has come here to convey an urgent matter. Zhang Yuan reported. One of the 8 dragon heads of the Dragon King Palace, the Zhonglia Dragon General, one of the 4 dragon generals under the command of the Flame Dragon Head, is soon to arrive in Jiangnan Prefecture. Zhonglia Dragon General? What is his purpose for coming? Yi Fan remarked. I am unaware of the purpose for which the Zhonglia Dragon General is coming to Jiangnan Prefecture. I only received the notification last night. Young master, could it be that the arrival of a dragon general from the Burning Flame Dragon is somehow connected to Zhou Tianyang? Zhang Yuan replied in a low voice, It matters not. Let him come. Should any issues arise, inform me at that time. As for my identity, it must remain undisclosed for now. Yi Fan replied with indifference. Indeed. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. Are you Yi Fan? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Yi Fan and Zhang Yuan cast their gazes, only to behold 3 figures clad in black emerging before them, 1 in the lead and 2 trailing behind. The foremost black-clad individual bore a visage of icy ruthlessness, his gaze as sharp as a blade, fixated upon Yi Fan. And who might you be? It seems this morning is destined to be anything but tranquil. Yi Fan curled his lips, gazing at the other party. We are the subordinates of young Master Ouyang from the imperial capital, and we have come at his behest to present you with a choice, declared the leader of the cloaked figures with an air of indifference. Ouyang? What choice do you speak of? Yi Fan was perplexed. The Bai family you have annihilated is a faction under the command of young Master Ouyang. Now, the young master presents you with 2 choices. Either submit to him or accompany the Bai family to their demise. The choice is yours. The man in black regarded Yi Fan with a chilling demeanor. So, this Ouyang Shao is indeed the formidable support behind the Bai family. Yi Fan smiled gently. Which one do you choose? The man in black replied coldly, I choose your death. Zhang Yuan, take care of those 3. Yi Fan uttered a quiet remark before turning to stride towards the villa. Yes, young master. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The 3 cloaked figures observed Yi Fan's departure, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they charged towards him. At that moment, the trio unleashed their human realm prowess, with the leader among them possessing a cultivation level of the 4th tier, while the other 2 were at the 2nd and 3rd tiers, respectively. However, before they could even launch their attack, Zhang Yuan positioned himself before them and struck out with a claw. In an instant, the leading assailant was caught off guard and had his chest pierced by Zhang Yuan's strike, his heart crushed. The remaining 2 figures changed countenance, shock evident in their expressions. As they stood in disbelief, Zhang Yuan swiftly dispatched them as well, snapping their necks with ease. Shortly thereafter, several members of the Dragon King Hall arrived to remove the 3 corpses. Even the Ouyang family has set their sights on the young master. It seems the capital will soon be buzzing with activity. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself before departing. In the adjacent villa, Shangguan Liuli and her maid, Shao Qing, emerged. Miss, I never expected this individual to be connected to the Dragon King Hall. What is his true identity? Shao Qing inquired with curiosity. The Dragon King Hall referred to him as young master. His status there must be significant, Perhaps he is a descendant of one of the 8 dragon heads. Shangguan Liuli replied softly. No wonder he carries himself with such audacity. However, having offended that member of the Ouyang family, even the dragon heads of the Dragon King Hall may not be able to shield him. After all, the influence of the Dragon King Hall over the various factions in the Dragon Kingdom has waned considerably. Xiao Qing added. Shangguan Liuli's beautiful eyes sparkled, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in Tianhai, within a certain apartment, Zhao Yurong was seated on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. She then stumbled upon a video titled Young Man from the Dragon Kingdom Tramples on the Arrogant Young Master of Liuli Country, displaying our national might. It's him. Zhao Yurong exclaimed in surprise as she clicked on the video and recognized Yifan. This fellow actually possesses a sense of patriotism? She pondered, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. She went to answer it, finding a man in his 30s with a square face and a dark complexion standing outside. Brother, what brings you here? Zhao Yurong asked, astonished. You've been out of touch with the family for so long. Haven't you resolved your grievances yet? The man replied with a smile. I merely crippled that fellow's leg, and you all send me here to be some sort of traffic officer. It won't be so easy to appease me. Zhao Yurong huffed, plopping down onto the sofa. You should consider whose leg you broke. If it weren't for the old man intervening, do you think you'd have the chance to sit here? The man retorted. Brother, your visit to Tianhai must involve more than just checking on me. Is there a mission at hand? Zhao Yurong asked, eyeing her brother Zhao Tianlin curiously. You are aware of the incident at Tianhai University, correct? Zhao Tianlin stated. Is it about the young man who killed a citizen of Liuli Country? Zhao Yurong asked, astonished. Indeed, he killed the scion of the Jin family, one of the 4 great families of Liuli Country. The War Department of Liuli Country has sent word demanding we capture him and hand him over, or they will tear up the treaty established years ago and invade the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Tianlin declared. What? How shameless of them! The treaty set by the war god of Tiansu, and they dare to disregard it? Zhao Yurong's expression shifted as she exclaimed. The war god of Tiansu has been missing for over a decade. With no news of him, outsiders presume he has perished, and they naturally do not regard the treaty with any seriousness. Now they have the perfect pretext to nullify it, Zhao Tianlin explained calmly. So the War Department has decided to hand this young man over to Liuli Country? Zhao Yurong inquired. Yes, after deliberation, the War Department resolved to surrender him to prevent giving Liuli Country an excuse to break the treaty. Zhao Tianlin confirmed. How could the War Department do such a thing? This young man is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. If he is handed over, it will surely dishearten the people. Zhao Yurong protested, visibly upset. If we do not comply, war may erupt anew, and the Dragon Kingdom could face a coalition of 5 nations once more, with the citizens suffering the consequences. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, we must make this sacrifice. Moreover, a general from the War Department is soon to arrive. I am merely here to scout the situation, Zhao Tianlin explained. It is a pity that the war god of Tiansu is not present. Otherwise, Liuli Country would not dare to act so brazenly. Zhao Yurong said, indignant. Had the war god been here, they would not have had the audacity to nullify the treaty. Zhao Tianlin sighed. Chapter 50. The Hidden Dangers of the Youth Elixir. At the same time, the president of the Tang Corporation held a live broadcast to officially announce the release of the Youth Elixir developed by the company. The news ignited a frenzy in Tianhai. Following the Tang Corporation's previous press conference, reports of journalists appearing 10 years younger after consuming the Youth Elixir had already circulated, and public anticipation had reached a fever pitch. The first batch of 100,000 Youth Elixirs launched by the Tang Corporation sold out in less than 10 minutes. Those fortunate enough to acquire the elixir consumed it immediately, and soon, their wrinkles vanished. Some even saw their gray hair turn black, truly regaining 10 years of youth. Consequently, news proclaiming the elixir's miraculous effects spread like wildfire, causing a sensation not just in Tianhai but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The allure of appearing a decade younger is simply unimaginable for anyone. Who wouldn't desire to reclaim their youth, especially those nearing the twilight of their lives? To regain 10 years signifies the possibility of living a decade longer. Previously, such a miraculous elixir existed only in fantastical tales. But now that it has truly emerged, It has sent shockwaves across society. In an instant, all eyes in the Dragon Kingdom were fixed on the Tang Corporation's youth elixir, with various factions now keenly observing the corporation. In a hotel suite in Tianhai, a certain disciple of the imperial physician named Su Qing examined the pill in his hand. Is this the youth elixir? Can it truly make a person 10 years younger? After leaving the Tang family, Su Qing had intended to find an opportunity to deal with Tang Chuchu. However, upon learning of the youth elixir's release, he became exceedingly curious. As a disciple of an imperial physician, he was well aware that no such drug existed in reality, only in television dramas. He believed the Tang Corporation was merely deceiving the public. Thus, he had someone procure a pill, intending to consume it himself in order to leverage it against Tang Chuchu, the beauty to compel her compliance. Soon, Su Qinglai consumed the rejuvenation pill, and immediately felt a warm current blossoming within him, spreading throughout his entire being. Subsequently, he sensed an overwhelming lightness, his body invigorated with newfound vitality. When he gazed into the mirror, he was astonished to discover that he had indeed regained a significant amount of youth. Could it be that this rejuvenation pill was authentic? Su Qinglai marveled, his eyes widening in disbelief. This news must be conveyed to my master at once. Meanwhile, at the Tang Corporation, the president remarked, "The popularity of this rejuvenation pill has surpassed our wildest expectations. All the stock we have available for sale has been depleted, and throngs of customers are crowding our stores in pursuit of the pill. Several wealthy individuals are even willing to pay exorbitant sums for it. Our stock price has skyrocketed by several times. We have truly hit the jackpot." Sun Xiaoxiao exclaimed with excitement as she observed Tang Chuchu's expression. This was all anticipated. However, I overlooked a critical aspect. Tang Chuchu replied, her brows slightly knitted. What is it? Sun Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. The influence wielded by the rejuvenation pill, Tang Chuchu stated solemnly. The president means. Sun Xiaoxiao responded, puzzled. While the rejuvenation pill may facilitate the rapid ascension of the Tang Corporation to a preeminent position, its ability to reverse one's age by a decade will undoubtedly attract the attention of many. After all, who could resist the allure of returning to youth? Ordinary individuals may seek merely one pill, but those more powerful than the Tang Corporation might desire far more than that, posing significant risks and potential calamities for us. I have forgotten the age-old adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can bring him trouble. Tang Chuchu sighed, her gaze flickering with concern. Before long, afternoon arrived. Outside Villa Number 3 in the Zijing Villa district, Zhao Tianlin and a group clad in combat attire appeared, enforcing a strict perimeter around the villa. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man with a piercing gaze, a resolute demeanor, and a tall stature approached, exuding an intense aura of authority. Sir, the target is inside, Zhao Tianlin reported to the man. You will remain here, the man commanded before striding into the villa. Do you not realize that intruding upon a private residence is exceedingly discourteous? Inside the villa, Yi Fan sat on the sofa, directing his gaze toward the man. I am known as Jin Dao, hailing from the War Department of the Dragon Nation, the man declared, fixing his eyes on Yi Fan. The War Department of the Dragon Nation? Upon hearing those 4 words, Yi Fan furrowed his brow and gazed at the military officer. What do you want from me? The officer replied bluntly, the young man you killed from the Lioli Kingdom was the heir of the Jin family, one of the 4 prominent families of Lioli. Now, the War Department of Lioli demands that we hand over the culprit. Otherwise, they will tear apart the alliance established by the war god of Tiankai and mobilize their forces to invade the Dragon Kingdom. So, you have come to apprehend me, intending to surrender me to the Lioli Kingdom? Yi Fan gazed at the military officer with a cold demeanor. Sacrificing one for the salvation of the entire Dragon Nation. You may express any wishes you harbor, and we shall endeavor to fulfill them. You will be immortalized as a hero among the people of the Dragon Nation, and your family will receive special care and privileges, the officer stated. With a disdainful smile, Yi Fan retorted, I never anticipated that the Dragon Nation's War Department would become so cowardly and inept. Faced with the threat of a mere tiny nation, you dare not even utter a sound and instead contemplate sacrificing your own. Truly, you are utterly worthless. Suddenly, A glint of icy coldness flashed in the officer's eyes, emanating an aura of suffocating ferocity. "You have no right to utter such words," he replied coldly. "Am I mistaken?" Yifan continued. "Over a decade ago, when confronted with the humiliating treaty proposed by the coalition of 5 nations, the war god of the heavenly strategy showed no sign of compromise. He boldly led the heavenly strategy army into battle against the forces of the 5 nations, a conflict that raged for 3 days and nights. Not a single soldier from the heavenly strategy army retreated. They compelled the armies of the 5 nations to kneel in surrender. The war god of the heavenly strategy even forced the rulers of the 5 nations to pledge an oath to never again offend the Dragon Nation. How magnificent was the Dragon Nation back then, and what are you now? Merely yielding to the threat of a trifling nation like Lioli. Are you not the very definition of ineptitude?" Yifan spoke each word with a tone of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Instantly, the military blade's expression turned icy as it lunged towards Yifan in a fierce attack. This formidable warrior from the War Department unleashed his prowess, resembling a genuine military blade as he cleaved towards Yifan with an unstoppable force. Chapter 51. The Supreme Techniques of the Heavenly Strategy War God. As one of the elite masters from the War Department of the Dragon Kingdom, the military blade strike unleashed a terrifying might, resonating with a thunderous sound that echoed through the void. Yifan gazed impassively as the military knife approached with fierce intent. Just as the adversary's strike was about to land upon him, he swiftly unleashed a punch that collided with the blade. Accompanied by a resounding boom, a wave of invisible force erupted, shattering the surrounding furniture and sofas into mere fragments. With a sudden retreat, the military knife stumbled back, letting out a muffled groan as a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Zhao Tianlin appeared in the villa, his expression shifting to one of shock upon witnessing the injury inflicted upon the military knife. Though his martial skills were commendable, he lacked the courage to fight for his country, choosing instead to sacrifice his own comrades. "What purpose do you serve then?" Yifan gazed coldly at the military officer, his voice sharp as a blade. In an instant, he materialized before the officer, transforming his hand into a claw and swiftly seizing the officer by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Cough, cough, cough. Immediately, the officer's face flushed crimson as he struggled and gasped for breath. Hiss! At that moment, Zhao Tianlin, witnessing the scene, inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. The officer was a formidable force from the Dragon Kingdom's military, comparable to the most powerful generals. How could he be subdued so effortlessly? It seemed impossible. Had it not been for his own eyes, no one would have believed such a spectacle. Furthermore, the one who had subdued the officer was merely a young man in his 20s. Should this news reach the Dragon Kingdom's military, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. "Young master, I implore you to temper your wrath. Lord Military Officer harbors no intention of causing you harm." Zhao Tianlin hastily stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Yifan. "No intention of harm? You are sending me to the Lioli Kingdom, and still claim it is without malice? Do you truly believe the people of the Lioli Kingdom will treat me kindly?" Yifan regarded Zhao Tianlin with a cold demeanor. "Young master, this outcome is a result of deliberation by the War Department, not merely the decision of Lord Sword. I implore you to exercise magnanimity and spare Lord Sword's life." Zhao Tianlin continued to plead with Yifan. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, Yifan cast aside the sword, which crashed to the ground, blood spilling forth. "Lord Sword, are you all right?" Zhao Tianlin rushed to the sword's side, helping him to his feet. The sword rose, coughing incessantly, his complexion ashen, his gaze fixated intently on Yifan. "The technique you just employed was the sky-subduing claw? The sky-subduing claw? Is that not?" At the mention, Zhao Tianlin's expression shifted with shock. The sky-subduing claw, renowned as the ultimate skill of the Dragon Kingdom's foremost war god, the heavenly strategy god, was said to have once allowed him to swiftly capture the commander of the coalition forces from 5 nations, instilling fear across the seas. "You possess quite the discerning eye to recognize the sky-subduing claw." Yifan cast a glance at the military knife. "How is it that you possess the ultimate skills of the heavenly strategy war god? What is your connection to him?" The military knife, with evident excitement, replied to Yifan What does it matter who I am in relation to the heavenly strategy war god? Yifan coldly inquired. Where is the war god of Tiansu? Is he still alive? Jun Dao gazed at Yifan, his eyes shimmering with fervent intensity. This matter does not concern you. Out of respect for our shared identity as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, I shall spare your life today. Depart at once, Yifan coldly exclaimed. The military officer attempted to say something, but was restrained by Zhao Tianlin, who looked at Yifan and said, My lord, I apologize. We shall take our leave immediately. Wait, my furniture and sofa have been destroyed. Should you not offer compensation? Yifan then spoke. Zhao Tianlin hurriedly replied and promptly pulled the military officer away from the scene. Observing the agitation of this individual, could it be that he shares some connection with the sixth master? Yifan murmured to himself. Outside the villa, Jun Dao coldly remarked, The capturing Heaven Claw is the ultimate skill of the war god of heavenly strategy. He must surely be connected to him. Zhao Tianlin spoke solemnly. Immediately dispatch someone to ascertain this person's identity and background. I demand to know every detail of his life from birth to the present. Jun Dao, gazing at Zhao Tianlin, retorted coldly, Understood. Zhao Tianlin nodded. Meanwhile, in a private room of a certain club in Tianhai, a young man with bleached hair, clad in a full Armani suit, sat sipping his drink, while two female models attended to him, massaging his shoulders and legs, their faces radiating delight. Young master. At that moment, a man in a suit hurried in. Have we determined who killed the White Rose? The young man replied coolly. The White Rose he referred to was the woman in a cheongsam who had been abducted by the young master of the Du family, previously at the club. Young master, we reviewed the surveillance footage and identified the assailant as Yifan, the partner of the president of the Tang Group. The suited man reported. The president of the Tang Group? The renowned beauty of Tianhai? I never imagined this enchanting lady had a man. The young man's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of regret. Young master, the second son of the Jiang family has arrived. Another man announced as he entered. Let him in, the young man commanded. Soon, Jiang Tianyang, the second son of the Jiang family, walked in and bowed, addressing the young man, Greetings, young Master Wei. You imbecile, I've helped you deal with your elder brother, yet you have failed to subdue the Jiang family, causing me to miss out on the item I desire. How dare you show your face before me? The young man scolded Jiang Tianyang. I beg for your forgiveness, young Master Wei. It is my incompetence. Our plans were flawless until an unexpected complication arose. My niece somehow found a disciple of the medical sage of Gigu, who managed to neutralize my brother's poison. Jiang Tianyang explained. A disciple of the medical sage of Gigu? Are you certain? At this moment, an elderly man with disheveled hair suddenly opened his eyes, piercing Jiang Tianyang with an intense gaze. Indeed, the individual claims to be a disciple of the medical sage of Gigu. Jiang Tianyang confirmed. Elder son, is this disciple truly formidable enough to counteract your poison? The young man turned to the elder. If he is indeed a disciple of the medical sage of Gigu, he could undoubtedly neutralize my poison. However, the sage has vanished for many years. How could a disciple suddenly appear? Is he also after that item? The elder furrowed his brow. What? Others are also coveting that item? The young man's expression changed. It appears we cannot delay any longer. The elder stated gravely. In that case, we shall act tonight. After tonight, you shall be the new head of the Jiang family, the young man declared, casting a glance at Jiang Tianyang, who revealed a glimmer of joy and replied, Thank you, young Master Wei. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, when the young Master Ouyang Mu learned that all the individuals he had sent to Tianhai had perished, his expression turned icy. All dead? It seems I underestimated this fellow. Ouyang Mu stated coldly. Yes, young master. A man standing before him nodded. By the way, Yunqi's birthday is approaching. Arrange for a unique gift, as I intend to capture her heart once and for all. Ouyang Mu suddenly proclaimed. Young master, I have heard that the Tianlong auction house is about to hold an auction featuring one of the top 3 jewels in the jewelry world. The Tear of the Angel. The man informed him. The Tear of the Angel? Ouyang Mu's eyes flickered with interest as he remarked. That's perfect. Yunqi will surely adore it. However, young master, There are rumors that old Master Jiang and the Dragon King's hallmaster arranged a betrothal for Miss Yunqi to the Master's disciple. If this engagement is genuine, I fear. The man hesitated. The master of the Dragon King's hall has been missing for over a decade. He is likely nothing but dust by now. What disciple could he possibly have? Such an engagement is null and void. Yunqi is destined to be mine, Ouyang Mu declared with fierce determination, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Chapter 52. The Jiang family in peril. As night fell, Yifan drove towards the Tang group. After waiting for more than half an hour, Tang Chuchu finally finished her work and left for the day. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Xiao Fan go. The launch of the Zuyandan has kept me quite busy today, Tang Chuchu said to Yifan with a look of genuine regret. You are my wife. There is no need to apologize to me. Yifan gently ruffled Tang Chuchu's hair and smiled. By the way, how has the sale of the youth elixir been? He inquired. It has been nothing short of sensational. Within mere minutes of its launch, it was completely sold out. Now, countless individuals are offering exorbitant prices for just one youth elixir. This is without even introducing the scar removal ointment. Had I done so, the scene would have been even more chaotic. Today alone, the stock price of the Tang Group has skyrocketed several-fold, creating a nationwide sensation. Tang Chuchu exclaimed. That's wonderful. Yifan smiled faintly. However, I previously overlooked the potential risks associated with the youth-retaining pill. Tang Chuchu furrowed her brows, expressing her concern. Risks? What risks? Yifan inquired with curiosity. The efficacy of the youth-preserving pill, which can rejuvenate one by 10 years, is remarkably potent. It is certain to attract the attention of countless individuals. While ordinary people may merely seek to acquire a single pill, for those formidable family conglomerates, their desire extends far beyond a single pill. They covet the entire formula of the youth-preserving pill. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a gem invites calamity. With the current strength of the Tang family, they will undoubtedly become a target. Tang Chuchu responded gravely, I thought you were worried about something else. Turns out it was this. How could you forget about your man? With me around, who dares to covet the formula of the youth-preserving pill? I shall send them all to meet the king of hell. Yifan spoke casually. Thank you, brother Xiaofan. Tang Chuchu gazed deeply at Yifan and gently pressed her lips against his. However, before they had driven far, a sudden deafening crash erupted from behind as a vehicle collided directly with Yifan's McLaren. What on earth? Yifan was instantly rendered speechless. He promptly exited the vehicle to investigate, only to discover that the rear of his car had sustained a dent, a testament to the abysmal quality of the driving skills exhibited. Yifan remarked just as he was about to ascertain who possessed such poor driving skills. A woman emerged from the vehicle that had rear-ended his car. How is it you? Yifan gazed at the woman in astonishment. She was none other than the esteemed Miss Jiang Shui of the Jiang family. Young Master Yi, could you possibly save my father? Jiang Shui implored, her eyes reflecting the desperation of a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, as she hurried to his side. Just then, several vehicles sped towards them, halting abruptly. A cadre of men clad in black emerged from the cars, advancing ominously towards Jiang Shui. Miss Jiang, where do you think you can escape to? One of the black-clad men sneered. Jiang Shui, sensing the imminent threat, instinctively took refuge behind Yifan. Who are you? She demanded, her voice trembling yet resolute. Yifan cast a glance at the group of individuals. Who is this meddlesome brat? Tak, commanded the man in black, showing no courtesy. At once, they charged towards Yifan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, Yifan unleashed a flurry of silver needles, causing the assailants to collapse to the ground. All is well now. What do you intend to do about my car? He then turned to Jiang Shui and inquired. Young Master Yi, my uncle barged into my home tonight with a group of men and took my father hostage. I only managed to escape with the help of Uncle Gong's warning. Could you possibly rescue my father? Jiang Shui pleaded earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Yifan. What concern is this to me? Yifan curled his lips in disdain. Miss Jiang. At that moment, Tang Chuchu approached after getting out of the car. Miss Tang, could you possibly plead with young Master Yi to save my father? If he can rescue my father, I would be willing to serve you both faithfully. Jiang Shui gazed at Tang Chuchu with a desperate plea. This. As Tang Chu began to speak, Jiang Shui suddenly knelt before them. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Please, get up. Tang Chu hurriedly stepped forward to assist Jiang Shui. Brother Xiaofan, perhaps you could. Tang Chu cast a hopeful glance at Yifan. All right, in consideration of Chu, I shall extend my help this once. Yifan cast a glance at Jiang Shui and spoke directly. Thank you, young Master Yi. Jiang Shui expressed her gratitude with a sincere countenance. Within the Jiang residence, the lights blazed brightly, as a group of men clad in black seized control of the entire estate. In the grand hall, Jiang Tiancheng knelt on the ground, his complexion ashen and his lips stained with blood, facing a young man with golden hair who wore a mischievous expression, none other than young Master Wei. Beside him sat an unkempt old man. Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyang and his son Jiang Feng stood to one side, exuding an air of utmost reverence. Who are you? What do you want? Jiang Tiancheng demanded, gazing at the young man before him. His heart was filled with astonishment as this youth had led a group into the Jiang household, seizing control in less than 10 minutes, and to his shock, his brother Jiang Tianyang was acquainted with this young man. Brother, this is young Master Wei from Jiangnan. Jiang Tianyang interjected. Youth Master Wei? Jiang Tiancheng faltered, having never heard of such a person. Given your status, it is not surprising that you are unaware of my existence. However, your resilience is indeed remarkable. The poison I administered earlier failed to claim your life. Wei Ruffing remarked with a cold smile as he regarded Jiang Tiancheng. Did you poison me? Jiang Tiancheng's expression shifted dramatically. I merely supplied the poison. The one who administered it was your brother. Wei Ruffing replied coldly. Indeed, it was you. Jiang Tiancheng's countenance darkened as he turned his gaze upon Jiang Tianyang, his heart heavy with grief. Indeed, I was the one who poisoned you. If you do not perish, how can I ascend as the head of the Jiang family? Yet, fortune has favored you, allowing you to live these extra days. However, after tonight, I shall be the new master of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianyang declared with a chilling smile. Enough! I have no desire to hear your ramblings. Jiang Tiancheng, surrender that item belonging to the Jiang family, Wei Ruffing commanded, his gaze fixed on Jiang Tiancheng. What item? Jiang Tiancheng inquired, bewildered. Do not pretend ignorance. Wei Ruffing's tone was icy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiancheng's expression shifted as he scrutinized Wei Ruffing. How do you know about that item? That is of no concern to you. I simply require it. Wei Ruffing asserted. Impossible. I shall never hand it over. Jiang Tiancheng replied resolutely. You seek death. Wei Ruffing's expression turned frigid as he abruptly rose, seizing Jiang Tiancheng by the throat, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Young master, trouble approaches. Suddenly, a man in black rushed in, addressing Wei Ruffing. Attempting to kill me? Do you dare? Wei Ruffing glared at the subordinate. Upon entering the Jiang residence, he unleashed a massacre upon our men, and he is now swiftly approaching this location. The subordinate reported gravely. Is that so? Who possesses such audacity to challenge me? Wei Ruffing's demeanor hardened as he stood up. Let us go and see. Inside the Jiang residence, Yifan and Jiang Shui made their entrance. The black-clad men charged towards them, but were swiftly vanquished by Yifan's expertly launched silver needles. Yifan appeared to possess an inexhaustible supply of silver needles, which he relentlessly shot forth, vanquishing the cloaked assailants. Soon, Wei Ruffing and the others emerged, fixating their gaze upon Yifan. Is it you who stands against me? Wei Ruffing exclaimed, his voice filled with incredulity. Young master, he is the one who killed the White Rose. At that moment, a man beside Wei Ruffing turned to Yifan and declared, So it is you, brat. I did not seek you out, yet you have come to me of your own accord. Wei Ruffing's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as he regarded Yifan. Do I know you? Yifan cast a casual glance at Wei Ruffing. You may not know me, but I am well aware of your identity. You have slain my people, and for that, you must pay. With an air of dominance, Wei Ruffing commanded, Attack! In an instant, dozens of elite warriors surged towards Yifan, half of whom were on the verge of transcending to the human realm, while the other half were already esteemed masters within it. The presence of such a formidable entourage clearly indicated that Wei Ruffing's status was far from ordinary. Yifan flicked his hand, and dozens of silver needles shot forth, swiftly eliminating the multitude before him. Witnessing this, Wei Rufeng's expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting in concern. Truly, he was worthy of being a disciple of the renowned sage of medicine from Gigu, possessing remarkable prowess. At that moment, a disheveled elder stepped forward, regarding Yi Fan with a chilling gaze. "Who are you?" he inquired. Yi Fan cast a glance at the elder, coldly declaring, "Who am I? I am a descendant of the poison sect, whose family was shattered by the machinations of the Ghost Valley." The elder's face turned icy as he exclaimed, his eyes flickering with a chilling murderous intent. "So, you are one of the poison sect," he continued. "In the past, your sect inflicted unspeakable suffering upon the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, testing poisons and claiming countless lives, a heinous act that warranted death. I never expected that a remnant like you would still exist. It seems that the poison that afflicted the head of the Jiang family was indeed your doing. I wondered how an ordinary person could possibly possess such a venom." Yi Fan let out a cold snort. "I had thought that avenging the poison sect in this lifetime was a futile endeavor. However, heaven has bestowed upon me an opportunity in the form of you. If I cannot slay the holy physician of Ghost Valley, then I shall take the life of his disciple, allowing him to experience the taste of suffering." The elder fixed a gaze filled with murderous intent upon Yi Fan. "Kill me? You think you are capable of that?" Yi Fan smiled gently, a look of disdain crossing his features. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the elder unleashed a burst of colorful smoke that surged towards Yi Fan. "Retreat!" Yi Fan forcefully propelled Jiang Shui several meters away. Simultaneously, the vibrant smoke enveloped him entirely. "Haha, young man, you have fallen victim to my multicolored poison. Even the revered medical sage of Gigu cannot save you now." The elderly man sneered coldly at Yi Fan. "Is this feeble substance truly worthy of being called poison? Is your poison sect so inept?" As the mist began to dissipate, Yi Fan stood there, disappointment etched upon his face as he regarded the elder. He exhibited no signs of having been poisoned whatsoever. "How is this possible? How could you remain unscathed?" The elder's expression shifted as he gazed incredulously at Yi Fan, who appeared entirely unharmed. The multicolored poison was reputed to be a supreme toxin of the poison sect, lethal even to those above the human realm upon contact. Yet, Yi Fan seemed entirely unaffected. "Such a trivial toxin, and you dare to claim it could kill me? You overestimate yourself." Yi Fan gazed at the individual from the poison sect with a cold smile. The elder's expression hardened. He waved his hands once more, sending a cloud of lethal poison powder swirling towards Yi Fan. He charged forward, one hand emanating a dark glow, aiming to strike Yi Fan with a palm whose fingertips were laced with deadly toxins, capable of sealing one's fate with a mere scratch. Yet, Yi Fan disregarded the toxic powder entirely. With a swift motion, he seized the elder by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "You!" At this moment, incredulity filled the elder's eyes as he stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. He never imagined that the poison he had meticulously crafted would have no effect on this young man. The fact that someone of his own cultivation level, the 7th stage, could be subdued in an instant left him utterly astounded. "Old son." Wei Rufeng's expression shifted upon witnessing elder son being subdued so effortlessly. His gaze locked onto Yi Fan. "Release elder son at once. You are barely able to protect yourself, yet you dare to threaten me?" Yi Fan gazed at Wei Rufeng with a chilly demeanor. Suddenly, Wei Rufeng brandished a firearm, aiming it at Yi Fan. "Release them, or I shall take your life this very moment." Wei Rufeng shouted at Yi Fan. "You may pull the trigger if you dare." Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully. Bang! Wei Rufeng aimed directly at Yi Fan and fired. The sound of the gunshot echoed, and the bullet shot out rapidly, yet it missed Yi Fan entirely, striking instead the elder of the poison sect, resulting in his demise. Old son. Witnessing the death of old son at his own hand, Wei Rufeng stood there in a state of shock. Yi Fan casually discarded the corpse of the poisonous sect elder, striding towards Wei Rufeng. "Do not come any closer," Wei Rufeng exclaimed, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes as he continued to pull the trigger. However, the bullets mysteriously fell to the ground before they could reach Yi Fan, unable to touch him at all. "What on earth are you, human or ghost?" As Wei Rufeng exhausted the ammunition in his firearm, Witnessing Yi Fan remain completely unharmed, he succumbed to utter despair, crying out in terror, "I am your grandfather." Yi Fan let out a cold snort, unleashing a powerful strike towards his opponent. "You cannot kill me, for I am." Bang! Wei Rufeng's expression shifted as he beheld Yi Fan's approaching palm, and he shouted in alarm. However, before he could finish his words, Yi Fan's strike shattered his skull. Wei Xiao, Jiang Tianyong, witnessing the demise of his ally, wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan. "You dare to kill Wei Xiao? Do you know who he is? What does his identity have to do with me?" Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain. Wei Xiao's adoptive father is none other than the esteemed Wei Tianxian of Jiangnan County. If you were to kill Wei Xiao, Wei Lao would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Jiang Tianyong bellowed at Yi Fan. Such needless prattle. Yi Fan struck out with a swift blow, instantly ending Jiang Tianyong's life. "Father!" Jiang Feng cried out in anguish as he witnessed his father's demise. "You!" Just as Jiang Feng was about to voice his thoughts to Yi Fan, a silver needle pierced his brow, sending him into the underworld. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tianqing emerged, approaching Yi Fan with a profound sense of gratitude. "Young Master Yi, you have once again saved my life. You are truly a benefactor of the Jiang family. However, I never anticipated that this young man was the adopted son of Old Wei. This complicates matters greatly. Father, is Old Wei truly formidable?" Jiang Shui inquired curiously as she approached. Old Wei, known as Wei Tianxian, once held the esteemed position of chief steward within the Dragon Kingdom's imperial court, overseeing all matters of the royal household with immense power. After retiring, he settled in Jiangnan County for a peaceful life. I never expected that this youth would be his adopted son. This indeed poses a significant problem, Jiang Tianqing remarked gravely, gazing at Wei Rufeng's lifeless body. "Chief steward? Isn't that akin to a eunuch?" Yi Fan exclaimed in astonishment. "Hush, young Master Yi. Such words must not be spoken lightly. If Old Wei were to hear this, it would spell trouble." Jiang Tianqing hastily cautioned. "I have already slain his adopted son. What does it matter if I call him a eunuch? If he sends someone to claim that I am the one who killed him, so be it." Yi Fan spoke softly and was about to depart. "Young Master Yi, please hold on." Suddenly, Jiang Tianqing called out to Yi Fan. "Is there something else?" Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at the other party. "Young Master Yi, please hold on for a moment," Jiang Tianqing remarked, before striding into the Jiang family residence. "What schemes is your father up to?" Yi Fan cast a glance at Jiang Shui. "I do not know." Jiang Shui shook her head. Soon, Jiang Tianqing emerged, holding a box in his hands. Chapter 54. If a battle is to be fought, then let it be fought. Young Master Yi, as a token of gratitude for your kindness to the Jiang family, I present you with this gift, Jiang Tianqing said as he handed the box to Yi Fan. "What is this?" Yi Fan took the box and opened it, revealing a piece of ancient jade, intricately carved with a dragon motif that shimmered with a radiant glow. The reason Wei Xiao and his companions had appeared tonight was indeed to seize this object. Jiang Tianqing said with a solemn expression. "Father, what is this? Why have I never heard you mention it before?" Jiang Shui inquired with curiosity. Before his passing, he confided in me that this object conceals a tremendous secret of great significance, instructing me to safeguard it diligently and to divulge nothing to anyone, including you and your second uncle. Yet, I remain perplexed as to how Wei Xiao became aware of its existence. He has come tonight to claim it. Jiang Tianqing elaborated. "Given the paramount importance of this item, why do you entrust it to me?" Yi Fan gazed at Jiang Tianqing and inquired, "Young Master Yi has saved me twice, bestowing upon my Jiang family a grace akin to rebirth. Therefore, I present this item to young Master Yi as a token of my gratitude," Jiang Tianqing articulated. "Is that so?" Yi Fan replied. "It seems to me that you fear the news of this object has leaked, and you are concerned that it may bring calamity upon the Jiang family. Thus you wish to pass this hot potato on to me." Yi Fan smiled gently. Immediately, Jiang Tianqing wore an awkward expression. "Young Master Yi, Enough, no need to elaborate. Since you have gifted me this item, it is now mine. By the way, you damaged my car. You must take responsibility for its repair." Yi Fan accepted the ancient jade, glanced at Jiang Shui, and departed from the Jiang residence. "Father, Will this ancient jade bring trouble to young Master Yi? Jiang Shui asked anxiously, gazing at Jiang Tianqing. I believe he can handle it, Jiang Tianqing replied, his eyes glimmering. In the Zijing Villa district, Tang Chu exclaimed, Brother Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Dongmei stood beside her, calling out to Yi Fan, Young Master. Dongmei inquired, Who seeks to harm Chu? Yi Fan's expression turned icy. The adversaries were all assassins, and although he did not inquire about their identities, I have already contacted my elder sister to investigate the identities of those individuals. I believe we will receive news shortly, Dong Mei remarked. Yi Fan nodded. My dear wife, I am deeply sorry for alarming you. Had I known, I would have refrained from visiting the Jiang family. He then gently patted Tang Chu's head. I am fine. You need not worry about me, Brother Xiaofan. Has the matter with the Jiang family been resolved? Tang Chu inquired. Indeed, it has been resolved. Yi Fan nodded and said, But why would anyone want to kill you? Could it be for the recipe of the rejuvenating pill? Tang Chu speculated. It shouldn't be the case. Once we receive news from the 100 Flowers Pavilion, I shall see who possesses the audacity to lay a hand on my wife. Yi Fan exclaimed coldly. Within the Tang family, what has become of my father? Tang Feng inquired of Tang Jingyi. The dispatched assassins have all perished. I never anticipated that this girl would be sheltered by other formidable protectors. Tang Jingyi replied icily. The one who attempted to harm Tang Chu tonight was indeed one of his subordinates. What shall we do? Tang Feng's brows furrowed. Do not fret. I have already contacted a top-tier assassin. With his involvement, this girl is as good as dead. Tang Jingyi stated coldly. An assassin? Is he reliable? Tang Feng expressed his concern. Rest assured, this assassin is a gold medalist in the realm of killers. His intervention is unequivocally assured. Tang Jingyi spoke with unwavering confidence. In the capital at the War Department base, he possesses the celestial capture of the war god. Are you certain? Long Zhantian gazed at the military knife before him, astonished. Absolutely. The military knife's expression was frigid, his tone resolute. This fellow has indeed survived. Long Zhantian's gaze sharpened, then he frowned. But how could this individual master his ultimate technique? Could he possibly be his disciple? Has he taken on apprentices? Upon hearing this, the military knife's expression shifted, revealing a complex emotion. Do not overthink it. This is merely my conjecture. Long Zhantian addressed the military knife. This individual is indeed stronger than I. It would be normal for him to take on disciples. The military knife shook his head and replied. If this individual is truly that person's disciple, should he learn of our intent to hand his apprentice over to the Liuli kingdom, he would undoubtedly upheave our war department. Long Zhantian sighed. If he were still around, we would not need to concern ourselves with the threats posed by the Liuli kingdom. The military knife remarked coldly. Precisely. If he still lives, then the Liuli kingdom would be courting death by violating the treaty. Long Zhantian nodded, stating, No wonder this lad has been so ruthless against those from the Liuli kingdom. It turns out he is that person's disciple. Ensure that we ascertain this individual's identity, and simultaneously seek a means to make contact with him, to probe into that person's whereabouts. Understood. Commander Long. The military knife responded. If there is to be a battle, then let it be. Commander Long declared with a fierce and chilling authority. The following day, after enjoying their breakfast, Yi Fan and Tang Chu set off for the Tang residence. Today marked the occasion of Yi Fan administering acupuncture to his father-in-law once more, and Tang Chu also intended to provide the elder matriarch with an update on the Tang family's affairs. Thus, they journeyed together to the Tang family estate. In the outskirts of Sioux City, Jiangnan County, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, stood an imposing and magnificent manor. Above the bronze-hued entrance loomed a plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Wei Family Manor. At this moment, within the manor, an elderly man clad in a silk robe, possessing a delicate countenance, was seated, savoring tea, attended by two women in qipao. This distinguished elder was none other than Wei Tianxian, the venerable patriarch of the Wei family. Master! Just then, a middle-aged man in a fitted outfit hurried in, his expression fraught with urgency. Why the commotion? Is the sky falling? Wei Tianxian remarked with discontent as he observed the man. Master, something has happened to the young master. the man exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In an instant, Wei Tianxian's gaze sharpened, his voice chilling. What has transpired with Ruffing? The young master and old son went to Tianhai yesterday, and they were both killed within the Jiang family of Tianhai. The man replied, his head bowed in deference. With a sudden crash, the teacup in Wei Tianxian's hand shattered, a terrifying aura engulfing the manor, causing the two qipao-clad women and the man to kneel in reverence. Ruffing has been slain? How could that insignificant Jiang family possibly dare to harm Ruffing and old son? Wei Tianxian's expression darkened as he spoke, his tone sharp. We are still investigating the matter. The man responded from his position on the ground. Whoever dares to oppose me shall meet their demise. Wei Tianxian declared vehemently. Yes. The man nodded, then continued, Master, shall your birthday banquet proceed as planned? It shall proceed as usual. Wei Tianxian replied coldly, his demeanor still composed. Understood. Chapter 55. The grave crime of sowing discord among the 9 clans. Tianhai Tang family. Grandmother. Tang Chuchu accompanied Yi Fan to the residence, bowing respectfully to the elder matriarch. Observing the lack of courtesy shown by the elder, Tang Feng sneered at Yi Fan. Is there no sense of decorum? I did not come here to pay my respects. Yi Fan curled his lip, his gaze sweeping towards Tang Jingren as he approached. Uncle, today I am here to administer the second injection for you. Once it is completed, you will be able to stand once more. Wonderful. Tang Jingren nodded with a smile. Stand again? How is that even possible? The members of the Tang family exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Young man, what nonsense are you spouting now? The matriarch of the Tang family glared at Yi Fan. Mother, Xiao Fan is treating my legs with acupuncture. He has already administered one treatment before, and I have regained some sensation in my legs. Tang Jingren explained to the matriarch. Really? The matriarch's expression changed to one of astonishment. Nearby, Tang Jingyi and Tang Zhangdao wore equally astonished expressions. Can you truly heal his legs and enable him to stand again? Yang Yulan asked Yi Fan, her tone filled with excitement. Of course. Yi Fan promptly produced a silver needle and proceeded to administer acupuncture to Tang Jingren's legs once more. This time, he inserted 3 needles, representing the 3rd needle of the 9 needles of Gigu. In an instant, all eyes from the Tang family turned towards Yi Fan, astonished. How could this young man possess such formidable medical skills? Surely he was merely putting on a show. Tang Feng regarded Yi Fan with a look of disdain. However, 10 minutes later, after Yi Fan had removed all the silver needles, Tang Jingren's legs had regained their color, and the fractured bones and meridians had completely restored to their original state. Uncle, please test your legs now and see how they feel. Yi Fan gazed at Tang Jingren, who, while speaking, lifted his legs and, with the support of his wheelchair, rose to his feet. The onlookers were taken aback at the sight of Tang Jingren standing up from his wheelchair. Uncle, try to take a few steps. Yi Fan exhaled. Immediately, Tang Jingren took a step forward. Perhaps due to an extended period of inactivity, his gait was somewhat unsteady, yet he was undeniably able to walk. Dad, you have truly returned to normal. This is wonderful. Tang Chuchu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Darling, you can walk again. How splendid. Yang Yulan, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Tang Jingren. Both the old matriarch, Tang Laofuren, and Tang Zhangdao were equally astonished. In contrast, the expressions of Tang Jingyi and Tang Feng were decidedly grim. Yulan, I am fine now. I can walk. At that moment, Tang Jingren himself was filled with exhilaration. Jingren, you have finally risen to your feet. Tang Laofuren gazed at him standing, her face radiating with satisfaction. Brother, congratulations on standing once more. Tang Zhangdao remarked to Tang Jingren. Xiao Fan, thank you. Without you, I would likely have spent my life confined to a wheelchair. Tang Jingren expressed his gratitude to Yi Fan. Uncle, you are too kind. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Mother, did you see? Brother Xiao Fan is truly exceptional. Tang Chuchu eagerly grasped Yang Yulan's hand, exclaiming, this lad does possess some skills. He is not entirely useless. However, let me be clear. Even if he were to heal your father's leg, he would merely be a village doctor with a modicum of medical knowledge. Still unworthy of you. Yang Yulan cast a fleeting glance at Yi Fan, retorting coldly. Indeed, you are correct. With the recent launch of the youth preservation pill, the Tang Group's valuation has surged several-fold within a single day. There is no doubt it will emerge as the foremost conglomerate in Long Country. In such a scenario, given Chu-Chu's status and identity, she would only be fittingly matched with the true elite of Long Country, not a mere ordinary man with basic medical skills. The matriarch of the Tang family uttered icily, asserting that even if Yi Fan were to restore Tang Jingren's leg, it would not alter her or Yang Yulan's perception of him. In their eyes, Yi Fan remained an inconsequential figure. After all, in today's society it is status, power, and position that command respect, none of which Yi Fan possesses. Yi Fan remained noncommittal and chose not to elaborate further. Yang Yulan addressed the old lady Tang, stating, "Elder brother has only just begun to recover. I believe it would be unwise for him to overexert himself." Tang Jingyi interjected. The matriarch, Tang, spoke up, "Third master, Master Su Qinglai has arrived." Shortly thereafter, the family steward of the Tang clan entered briskly, addressing Tang Jingyi directly. "Master Su, please come in," Tang Jingyi said, his gaze shifting towards Yi Fan. "Young man, last time Master Su left in a huff due to your words. I advise you to remain silent this time." Soon, Su Qinglai entered, accompanied by a white-haired elder, followed by two middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits, their expressions stern. "Master Su, it is a pleasure to see you." Tang Jingyi greeted Su Qinglai with a smile. Su Qinglai replied, "Today, I am not here alone. I have brought my master with me." He gestured towards the white-haired elder. "This is Physician Wang." "Physician Wang, what brings you here?" Tang Jingyi exclaimed, recognizing the eminent figure. "Mother, this is none other than one of the imperial physicians of our time," he added, looking at the elder with surprise. Upon learning of the elder's identity, Tang's expression shifted dramatically, her face a canvas of shock. She quickly rose and approached Physician Wang, bowing respectfully. "I am honored to meet you, Physician Wang. I regret not having welcomed you properly. Please forgive my oversight." A royal physician, tasked with treating the emperor and royal family members, holds an esteemed position that is beyond imagination. Even a third-grade official would show utmost reverence towards such a figure. While Tang's matriarch may have been dismissive of Yi Fan, a humble country doctor without influence, she dared not show anything but respect to a royal physician. "Madam Tang, I have come uninvited today for a matter of great importance," Physician Wang said, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Please do enlighten us." Tang's matriarch responded with deference. "I have heard that your Tang group has developed a product called the Youth Elixir, which purportedly grants 10 years of youth upon consumption. I require the formula and all research data related to this product," Physician Wang stated directly. At once, the expressions of Tang's matriarch and the others shifted, revealing their trepidation. "Is there a problem?" Physician Wang inquired solemnly. "Greetings. I am the president of the Tang Group. The research data and formula for the Youth Elixir are classified information of our organization, and we cannot disclose it," Tang Chu-Chu declared boldly. "Miss Tang, do you truly dare to refuse my master? Are you aware of the consequences?" Su Qinglai retorted, his tone laced with disdain. "President Tang, my purpose in requesting the formula and research data is not driven by personal gain, but rather for the benefit of the Dragon Kingdom and His Majesty. Our Imperial Hospital intends to conduct comprehensive research on your product, aiming to develop an even more potent remedy that could potentially extend the Emperor's lifespan. Therefore, should you refuse to comply, you would be considered an enemy of His Majesty. Have you considered the implications of such a stance?" Physician Wang's voice resonated with gravity as he regarded Tang Chu-Chu. As these words hung in the air, the countenance of Tang Chu-Chu and the matriarch darkened, each feeling the weight of the implications. To stand against the Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom is a crime that could endanger entire clans. "Physician Wang, please, do not be angry," Tang's matriarch stammered, clearly intimidated, ready to concede the formula for the Youth Elixir. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Fan interjected. "If you wish to create a longevity remedy for the Emperor, then rely on your own capabilities. Do not come here to usurp the achievements of others. Your shameless actions do not deserve the title of Imperial Physician. You bring shame to the medical profession." Yi Fan gazed at the imperial physician of the current dynasty and reprimanded him without reservation. You again. How dare you? Su Qinglai pointed at Yi Fan, exclaiming. Silence. The matriarch of the Tang family, her expression darkening, commanded Yi Fan sternly. Are you attempting to bring ruin upon the Tang family once more? Yang Yulan scolded Yi Fan. I merely speak the truth. Yi Fan coldly remarked. Young man, there are certain words that should not be spoken carelessly. Do you understand the consequences that your words may bring upon you? The royal physician's expression darkened as he fixed an indignant gaze upon Yi Fan. Consequences? I am quite eager to know what consequences may arise. Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully. You're doomed, kid. But before Su Qinglai could finish his words, Yi Fan struck him with a resounding slap, sending him flying and causing half of his teeth to scatter. Qinglai, Dr. Wang, witnessing his disciple's humiliation, glared furiously at Yi Fan, his anger rendering him nearly speechless. Slap. Yi Fan, showing no restraint, delivered another slap to the imperial physician. Wang, the imperial physician. The expressions of the two men accompanying him changed drastically as they fixed their gaze upon Yi Fan, emanating a chilling aura of hostility. They charged directly at Yi Fan. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan flicked his hand, sending the two individuals flying to the ground, where they lay, spitting blood. You audacious young scoundrel! How dare you strike an old man like me? I shall certainly report this to His Majesty and ensure the annihilation of your entire clan. At this moment, the royal physician glared at Yi Fan in a mix of astonishment and fury. So be it. Yi Fan remained indifferent. Dr. Wang, please temper your anger. At that moment, Tang Zhengdao hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Humph. As for your Tang family, I shall remember this humiliation today. Dr. Wang brusquely shook off Tang Zhengdao's hand and departed with his apprentice and the two men. You have truly landed yourself in grave trouble, having assaulted the royal physician. This is a capital offense. Should His Majesty take offense, not only you but the entire Tang family may face dire consequences. Tang Zhengdao glared at Yi Fan, his frustration boiling over. You scoundrel! You are nothing but a jinx to the Tang family. Get out of my sight. The matriarch of the Tang family pointed at Yi Fan, scolding him fiercely. Wife, let us leave. Yi Fan took Tang Chu away from the scene. At that moment, the old matriarch Tang was so furious that she could barely catch her breath. Mother, please calm down. Tang Zhengren hurriedly stepped forward to support her. It is all because of this scoundrel that my good daughter brought here. He will not rest until our Tang family is utterly destroyed. The old matriarch scolded Tang Zhengren in a fit of rage. Do not worry, mother. I will contact Dr. Wang immediately and find a way to quell his anger. Tang Zhengdao assured her. Zhengdao, you must hurry. Regardless of the means, you must pacify Dr. Wang's wrath, even if it requires offering him the formula for the rejuvenation pill. The old matriarch insisted repeatedly. Understood. However, mother, this rascal cannot continue to be with Chu. I intend to find her a new suitor. What do you think? Tang Zhengdao proposed. A new suitor? Do you have a suitable candidate? The old matriarch inquired, her gaze fixed on Tang Zhengdao. Indeed, the individual I have in mind, in terms of identity, status, and capability, is among the elite of the younger generation in Long Country, truly worthy of Chu. Furthermore, if Chu were to marry him, our Tang family would gain a formidable ally, elevating us to one of the foremost families in Long Country with ease. Tang Zhengdao elaborated. Is that truly the case? That would be splendid, the old matriarch exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Third brother, who is this remarkable individual you speak of? Yang Yulan asked curiously. Sister-in-law, I must keep this a secret for now. I will share it with you once everything is confirmed. Tang Zhengdao replied. Third brother, Chu has deep feelings for Xiaofan. She would never accept another man. Tang Zhengren interjected, furrowing his brow. Eldest brother, that lad is powerless and lacks influence. He is utterly unworthy of Chu. Moreover, with the arrangement of our parents, if you all agree, Chu will have no choice but to comply. Tang Zhengdao advised. You must not let his healing of your leg cloud your judgment regarding this scoundrel. Tang Zhengdao urged Tang Zhengren. You speak the truth. The arrangements of our parents leave no room for Chu's dissent. Zhengdao, I entrust this marriage proposal to you. It must be accomplished. the old matriarch declared with an air of authority. Yes. Tang Zhengdao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yifan had left the Tang family and arrived at a villa in Tianhai. Aunt Shun. As Yifan stepped into the villa, he called out to a woman he recognized. This woman was Shun Yan, the devoted maid of his mother. Xiao Fan. Shun Yan exclaimed, a gentle smile illuminating her face. After several days of recuperation, Shun Yan's health had significantly improved, transforming her into a completely different person compared to her condition in Jiangcheng. Aunt Shun, are you comfortable staying here? Do you need anything? Yifan gazed at Shun Yan and spoke. This place has everything, and there are people who specifically look after me. I desire nothing more. However, Shun Yan replied, but Xiao Fan, with such a grand villa, is it not a waste for me to reside here alone? Perhaps I should consider moving elsewhere. Shananti, please rest assured and make yourself comfortable, Yifan reassured her. I am not lacking in wealth at present, so you need not concern yourself with financial matters. After enduring hardships for so many years, it is high time for you to indulge and relish the good life. Yifan smiled and remarked, if the matriarch were to witness your current prowess, she would undoubtedly be delighted. Shun Yan gazed at Yifan with a look of deep appreciation. Aunt Shun, do you know who was responsible for the attack on the Yi family back then? Did my parents have any enemies? Yifan inquired suddenly. As the 100 Flowers Pavilion has yet to uncover the puppet master behind the scenes, Yifan hoped to glean some clues from Shun Yan. This matter may perhaps be connected to the patriarch's identity, he mused. Shun Yan's expression darkened. My father's identity? Yifan was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, you should be aware of certain matters. Shun Yan gazed at Yifan and remarked, what matters? Yifan inquired, suddenly feeling that a significant secret was about to be unveiled. In truth, the family head was not from Jiangcheng. He hailed from the imperial capital, being the heir of a mysterious and ancient family. Shun Yan remarked. Upon hearing this, Yifan's expression shifted in astonishment. Years ago, the family head fell in love with his wife, yet faced opposition from his own family. In his devotion to his wife, he not only relinquished his position as heir but also severed ties with his family, relocating to Jiangcheng to start anew. Eventually, he established the Yi family in Jiangcheng, and thus you, young master, came to be. Shun Yan gazed at Yifan as she spoke. Aunt Shun, is what you say truly accurate? At that moment, Yifan was utterly astounded. What I have shared is precisely what the lady told me back then, without a shadow of a doubt. Shun Yan affirmed with a nod. Aunt Shun, do you suspect that the individuals who annihilated my Yi family are somehow connected to my father's lineage? Yifan spoke in a low voice. I merely sense that there must be some connection here, though the specifics elude me. Shun Yan gently replied. Then, Aunt Shun, do you know which family my father hails from? Yifan inquired. I am uncertain about this. Shun Yan shook her head. At this moment, Yifan's gaze flickered restlessly as he took out his phone and dialed Chunlan's number. Chunlan, could you assist me in investigating which families in the capital bear the surname Yi? Yifan spoke directly. Indeed, young master. By the way, young master, I have just received news that the commander of the White Tiger Army has dispatched 1,000 of the most elite warriors from the White Tiger camp, who are currently en route to Tianhai. They will arrive within the hour. It seems they are coming for you. Shall I mobilize the forces of the 100 Flowers Pavilion to intercept them? Chunlan interjected. The White Tiger Army? I can handle them alone. There is no need for you to intervene. Yifan replied coldly, Master, shall I issue a warning to the commander of the White Tiger Army in the name of the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Chunlan interjected, no need. If they seek death, let them come. After Yifan concluded the call, he hung up the phone. Aunt Shen, I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. I shall visit you again another day. Yifan spoke to Shun Yan before departing from the villa. Chapter 57. A command that suppresses thousands. At a certain intersection in the city, Zhao Yurong was directing traffic when suddenly a taxi passed right in front of her. Inside the vehicle sat none other than Yifan, who, due to his car being under repair after an accident with Zhang Shui, was left with no choice but to hail a cab. It's him. Zhao Yurong caught sight of Yifan, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she mounted a nearby motorcycle and pursued him. Yifan arrived at a highway located several miles away from the city, seated in a taxi. He stood quietly by the roadside, awaiting something. In a swift motion, Zhao Yurong rode in on her motorcycle. After parking her vehicle, she removed her helmet and approached Yifan, exclaiming, "What brings you here again? I assure you, I did not drive this time." Yifan regarded Zhao Yurong with a slight curl of his lips. "What brings you here?" Zhao Yurong retorted, "Is it illegal for me to be here? You are rather presumptuous, aren't you?" Yifan's demeanor incited Zhao Yurong's ire further. "You scoundrel, you ought to be sent to the luminous nation." Zhao Yurong huffed. "How do you know about this? Are you also a member of the Dragon Kingdom's War Department?" Yifan gazed at Zhao Yurong in astonishment. How could I possibly be unaware of such trivial matters? However, I have heard that you possess the unparalleled skills of the heavenly strategy war god. What is your connection to him?" Zhao Yurong then looked at Yifan with an expression full of curiosity. "It is of no concern to you." Yifan uttered 4 words, inciting Zhao Yurong's ire to the point where she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a beating to this fellow. Buzzing sounds filled the air as a fleet of trucks emerged from the distance, creating a magnificent procession that was truly awe-inspiring. "I have matters to attend to. If you have nothing pressing, you may take your leave." Yifan cast a glance at Zhao Yurong and strode towards the center of the road, positioning himself directly in front of the row of trucks. "What on earth are you doing?" Zhao Yurong exclaimed, taken aback by Yifan's boldness in standing in the middle of the road. Suddenly, the lead truck driver, noticing Yifan, slammed on the brakes, causing a cacophony of screeching sounds as the entire line of trucks came to a halt. A battalion of warriors clad in white battle armor surged forth from the trucks, forming orderly ranks numbering in the thousands. They were none other than the elite soldiers of the White Tiger Battalion. "Are you seeking death, standing there like that?" bellowed a robust man who descended from the vehicle, his presence as fierce as a tiger. He was none other than the formidable tiger of the 5 tigers, under the command of the White Tiger Army's leader. "Did you not come to kill me? I have brought myself right to your doorstep, so you need not traverse any further," Yifan uttered lightly. Whoosh! Upon hearing Yifan's words, Zhan Hu's gaze sharpened, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from his eyes. "Are you the infamous Yifan?" Zhan Hu exclaimed coldly. "To not even recognize your target is a glaring deficiency in your professional competence." Yifan shook his head. "Young man, you possess a certain talent. As you are aware of our arrival, you have slain numerous members of my White Tiger Battalion. Today, my battle tiger and 1,000 soldiers from the White Tiger camp shall make you truly comprehend the formidable strength of the White Tiger Army," Battle Tiger declared, his voice brimming with murderous intent. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000 soldiers from the White Tiger camp surged forward. Each soldier bore a cold demeanor, their eyes sharp and piercing, resembling wolves and tigers, exuding a palpable aura of lethal ferocity, akin to a horde of demons emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, far more terrifying than the previous White Tiger Army soldiers. The White Tiger camp? Is that not the most fearsome battalion of assassins within the White Tiger Army? Zhao Yurong's expression shifted as she registered Battle Tiger's words, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had previously heard whispers of the White Tiger camp's dreadfulness. Its warriors were akin to deathly assassins, and once they engaged, they would not rest until their enemies lay slain. They would go to any lengths, including sacrificing their own lives, to vanquish their foes. The terror of the White Tiger camp was renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom's War Department. Yet, she never anticipated witnessing the warriors of the White Tiger camp today, and 1,000 of them at that. "Wait," Zhao Yurong interposed herself before Yifan, calling out to Battle Tiger and the others. "Who are you? Stand aside." Battle Tiger glared at Zhao Yurong, barking, "Who is this yellow-haired girl to obstruct me? You White Tiger Army cannot arbitrarily mobilize troops away from your station. You are violating the regulations of the War Department." Zhao Yurong retorted firmly. "Who does this woman think she is, daring to meddle in the affairs of my White Tiger Army?" Battle Tiger scoffed at her disdainfully. "I could let you leave, yet you continue to impede my path. You are nothing but a nuisance." Yifan grasped Zhao Yurong's garment and unceremoniously tossed her aside. "You fool! I am trying to assist you. Do you not understand?" Zhao Yurong, cast to the ground, glared at Yifan with indignation. While she acknowledged Yi Fan's formidable strength, he was about to confront the most ferocious warriors of the White Tiger Army, the White Tiger Camp, comprising 1,000 men. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. No matter how powerful he was, it was utterly impossible for him to single-handedly fend off 1,000 warriors from the White Tiger Camp, especially with the presence of the Battle Tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the White Tiger Army. The 5 tigers represent the mightiest generals of the White Tiger Army, second only to the commander, each possessing extraordinary combat prowess. With the Battle Tiger and 1,000 White Tiger Camp warriors in the fray, few in the entire Dragon Kingdom's military could withstand such an onslaught alone. Yet, this scoundrel, oblivious to her goodwill, had thrown her aside, leaving Zhao Yurong feeling a pang of anger in her chest. "Kill!" The Battle Tiger commanded, and the 1,000 warriors of the White Tiger Camp roared in unison, brandishing their weapons and charging at Yi Fan. The air crackled with their murderous intent, eyes ablaze with the desire to kill, as they surged towards Yi Fan, an unstoppable tide of malevolence. In that moment, even a formidable human-level expert would likely tremble in fear at such a spectacle. Yet, Yi Fan remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility. Boom! 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 In an instant, Yi Fan struck, and one after another, the warriors of the White Tiger Camp were sent flying, crashing to the ground in agony, some missing limbs or suffering broken bones. However, this display did not deter the oncoming tide of warriors. Instead, they pressed forward with reckless abandon, determined to slay him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan found himself encircled by the throng of White Tiger Camp warriors, his figure obscured. This fool is doomed. Zhao Yurong rose to her feet, shaking her head. Why do I feel a sense of emptiness at his potential demise? Just then, her brow furrowed. Despite having met Yi Fan less than 3 times, she felt an unexpected hollowness at the thought of him in peril. Boom! At that moment, a deafening roar shattered the air, and the warriors surrounding Yi Fan were suddenly sent sprawling, crashing to the ground in disarray, blood spurting from their mouths, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Yi Fan stood there, unscathed, surrounded by an invisible aura of energy. Upon witnessing this scene, the war tiger's expression darkened, astonished by Yi Fan's formidable strength. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. Instead, he roared in fury and launched a powerful punch towards Yi Fan. His fist, adorned with metallic knuckles and bristling with barbs, possessed the potential to inflict severe injury. With the strength capable of shattering a true tiger, few could withstand the might of the war tiger's blow. Get lost! Yet Yi Fan had no intention of engaging in combat. Instead, he bellowed at the war tiger, and with a single stomp, an invisible shockwave surged forth, striking the war tiger directly. With a resounding thud, the war tiger was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth as he fell unconscious from his grievous injuries. The remaining warriors of the White Tiger Camp were similarly affected by this unseen force, all propelled backward, collapsing on the ground and bleeding. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 warriors of the White Tiger Camp, along with the war tiger, one of the 5 tigers of the White Tiger Army, lay incapacitated, gravely wounded. As for Yi Fan, he remained untouched, not even having shifted from his original position. Zhao Yurong, witnessing this spectacle, stood frozen, her expression rigid with disbelief. Yi Fan's power surpassed her wildest imagination. Are you lurking in the shadows? Too afraid to reveal yourselves? Suddenly, Yi Fan cast his gaze towards a distant thicket and exclaimed. With a swift flick of his hand, several silver needles shot forth, and in an instant, 5 figures emerged, standing before Yi Fan. All were clad in black attire, their faces obscured by crimson masks, their eyes devoid of warmth. You do not belong to the White Tiger Legion, do you? Yi Fan gazed at the group with a chilling demeanor. He never anticipated that the little child from the Yi family, who had only known how to weep 18 years ago, would now possess such formidable strength. Truly, he is the son of Yi Tianlong. One among the 5 regarded Yi Fan with a mocking smile. In an instant, upon hearing those words, Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him, rendering those present breathless and engulfed in despair. Chapter 58. The Puppeteer Behind the Scenes. Were you the ones who annihilated my Yi family all those years ago? Yi Fan cast a gaze imbued with murderous intent upon the 5 individuals before him, an aura of lethal ferocity enveloping the void around them, instilling a suffocating sensation akin to being submerged in a sea of corpses and blood. Indeed, it was we who annihilated your Yi family back in the day, yet it is regrettable that a mere child such as you managed to escape. I had presumed you perished in that remote corner. Yet not only are you alive, but you have also mastered a formidable array of martial skills. It is quite impressive, I must admit. Nevertheless, it is unfortunate that you must still meet your demise. Granting you an additional 18 years of life can be seen as a benevolent gift from the heavens. Today, the leader among the 5 men clad in black, his face concealed by a mask, coldly addressed Yi Fan. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fan appeared before him in the blink of an eye, executing a swift capture technique that seized his throat, rendering him subdued in an instant. The man scarcely comprehended the situation. By the time he reacted, his body was immobilized, his breath constricted by Yi Fan's grip. At that moment, the expressions of the other 4 shifted dramatically, and they prepared to strike at Yi Fan. Kneel! Yi Fan bellowed with fury, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted like a volcanic explosion, forcefully subduing the 4 individuals until they knelt upon the ground. In that moment, they were compelled to spout blood, their masks shattered by the sheer ferocity of his presence, revealing faces twisted in agony and terror. They gazed at Yi Fan with a mixture of shock and dread. How could this youth, merely in his 20s, possess such terrifying strength to bring them to their knees with nothing but his aura of slaughter? In the distance, Zhao Yurong stood in a state of utter disbelief. Tell me, who is your mastermind, and why does he seek the destruction of the Yi family? Yi Fan gripped the man before him, his voice icy and devoid of mercy. I never imagined your strength could reach such heights. Have you already? I do not wish to hear your nonsense. The man gazed at Yi Fan, disbelief flickering in his eyes. However, before he could complete his words, Yi Fan tightened his grip around his throat and barked. Do you wish to know? Go to hell and inquire of your parents. The man, breathless, managed to utter his words. With a swift motion, Yi Fan snapped the man's neck, disposing of his lifeless body carelessly. He then cast a steely gaze at the remaining 4 individuals. Now speak. Without hesitation, the 4 promptly bit their tongues, choosing to end their own lives. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, the aura of menace dissipating as he approached to examine their lifeless forms. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a brand bearing the character for punishment etched upon the faces of the 5 individuals. Aside from this, there was no further information to be gleaned from their bodies. Yi Fan furrowed his brows, directly contacting Chunlan to send someone to retrieve the 5 corpses, instructing Baihua Tower to thoroughly investigate the origins of these 5 individuals. Father, mother, it seems I will soon be able to avenge you. At that moment, Yi Fan gazed at the vast sky, murmuring to himself. The orchestrators behind the massacre of the Yi family had evidently become aware of his existence, which is why they dispatched someone to silence him. Having failed this time, they would undoubtedly continue to send others, and when that happens, Yi Fan would be able to trace the roots and ultimately uncover the mastermind behind it all, avenging his parents. What are you still doing here? Yi Fan then noticed Zhao Yurong and approached her, speaking coldly. Who are you truly? What? Are you intrigued by me? She replied. Let me offer you a word of caution. Do not take an interest in me, for I fear you may fall in love. Yi Fan cast a light laugh at Zhao Yurong and departed. This scoundrel. He dares to hope that I would fall in love with him. It's nothing short of a fantasy. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhao Yurong snorted and then turned her gaze to the wounded soldiers of the White Tiger Battalion scattered on the ground, her brows furrowing. I must contact my brother immediately. This fellow is far too formidable. In the office of the Tang Corporation, a man dressed in a suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses sat gracefully, holding a cup of tea and savoring it, exuding an air of authority. Tang Chu-Chu sat across from him and inquired, May I ask what brings you here, Mr. Su? Today, I have come to acquire the formula for the Tang Corporation's youth elixir. My Su family is prepared to offer 100 billion. Su Wei set down his teacup and stated, 100 billion for the youth elixir formula? Are you jesting, Mr. Su? Tang Chu-Chu frowned. Mr. Tang, Do you believe I would personally come here to jest with you? Su Wei replied softly. I apologize, Mr. Su, but I have no intention of selling the formula for the youth elixir. Tang Chu stated directly. Mr. Tang, should you be willing to sell the formula, not only would you receive 100 billion, but you would also secure a comprehensive cooperation contract with the Su family, resulting in profits far exceeding that initial sum. Su Wei smiled. However, if I choose not to sell the formula for the youth elixir, the Tang Corporation could potentially gain even more. Indeed, the astonishing efficacy of the youth elixir could indeed yield immense benefits for your company. But as the saying goes, water can carry a boat, and it can also capsize it. With your wisdom, Mr. Tang, you must understand this well. The youth elixir could bring tremendous profit to the Tang Corporation, but it could also invite great calamity, as various forces have set their sights on your elixir. Not only major corporate entities but also prominent noble families, and even those in the imperial capital have begun to take notice. If you wish for the Tang Corporation to continue flourishing, it would be wise to sell me the formula promptly. Otherwise, you may end up with nothing at all. Su Wei adjusted his glasses, a confident smile gracing his lips. What if I still refuse? Tang Chu inquired. Suddenly, Su Wei's expression turned icy. In that case, the Su Corporation and the entire Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce will immediately impose sanctions on the Tang Corporation, leading to your total annihilation within 3 days. Furthermore, I am not afraid to disclose that behind my Su family stands Old Wei of Wei Manor, a figure whom even the county magistrate and the 4 great noble families in Jiangnan dare not provoke. With the meager strength of the Tang Corporation, even with the backing of the Tang family, it would be insufficient to challenge me. Mr. Tang, I shall grant you 1 more day to contemplate. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response. Su Wei regarded Tang Chu with a cold snort. There is no need for a day. I can give you my answer right now. You may leave. At that moment, Yifan strode into the office. Who are you? Su Wei frowned at Yifan. Dong Mei. Throw him out and ensure he never sets foot in the Tang Corporation again. Yifan exclaimed directly, yes. Suddenly, Dong Mei appeared, seizing Su Wei and striding toward the exit. Why you dare to do this? Su Wei's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, but his protests were futile. Dong Mei held him as one would grasp a mere chick, vanishing from the office. Brother Xiaofan, what brings you here? Tang Chu inquired, rising to greet Yifan. I came to see you. I never anticipated that someone else would be concerned about the rejuvenation pill. Yifan stepped forward and embraced Tang Chu. Indeed, he was once the royal physician, and now even the Su group, ranked among the top 3 in Jiangnan, had arrived. Furthermore, President Su was a prominent member of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, backed by the enigmatic Elder Wei. Tang Chu spoke with a grave expression. Elder Wei? That eunuch? Yifan's gaze flickered. What eunuch? Tang Chu was taken aback. It's nothing. You need not concern yourself with these individuals. From now on, should anyone dare to request the formula for the youth-preserving pill, simply have Dongmei expel them without hesitation. Yifan spoke directly. Tang Chu nodded in response. Chapter 59. The Heavenly Punishment Organization. Inside a hotel, the physician Wang, who had previously appeared at the Tang family's residence, sat down after making a phone call. Master, what is the outcome? Su Qinglai inquired eagerly. I have made the necessary contacts. Tomorrow someone will arrive to seal off the Tang group. As for that young man and Tang Chu, they will be apprehended as well. Wang declared coldly. Excellent. This time, I will surely vent my frustrations. Su Qinglai replied with a chilling demeanor. At that moment, Su Qinglai's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, Master, it's a call from Tang Zhengdao. Should I answer? Decline it. I have already given them an opportunity. Since they do not cherish it and dare to humiliate us, they must not blame my ruthlessness. I will settle this score thoroughly, or else how can I face the people at the royal hospital? Wang's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Meanwhile, in the Jin family of Liuli Nation, if they desire war, then let it be war. What audacity from the Dragon Nation! Do they truly believe we are still in the era of the heavenly strategy war god? Utterly arrogant, the elder of the Jin family exclaimed frostily. Father, what shall we do now? Jin Tianyi asked his father. Since the Dragon Nation seeks conflict, we shall oblige. Contact the leaders of the other 4 nations immediately. I want to have a video conference with their war commanders. Also, reach out to the Wolf Nation, the European Nation, and the Shang Nation. This time, I will assemble an alliance of 8 nations to completely annihilate them. The elder's eyes gleamed with icy murderous intent. Yes, father, but what about the one who killed Shouqing? Jean Tianyi questioned. Leave that to me, the elder replied coldly. Understood. Jean Tianyi nodded. Dragon Nation, your doom approaches. In that moment, the elder's eyes sparkled with deep ambition. As night fell, why won't this light turn on? Has there been a power outage? Tang Chuchu flipped the switch, but the light did not illuminate, her brow furrowing in confusion. Suddenly, a faint rush of wind was heard, and a glint of cold light flashed through the darkness, hurtling straight toward Tang Chuchu. Bang! At that critical moment, Yifan sprang into action, a muffled thud resonating as impact occurred. Subsequently, the lights in the villa flickered on, revealing a man in black crashing onto the coffee table, blood spilling from his mouth. Who are you? Tang Chuchu's expression changed as she gazed at him. Killer. Yifan spoke softly as he approached the man. How did you discover me? At that moment, the assassin gazed at Yifan in astonishment. With his assassination speed, being instantaneously dispatched in the darkness seemed utterly impossible. With such meager skills in assassination, how dare you call yourself a killer? Yifan gazed at the assassin with a cold smirk. Instantly, the assassin glared at Yifan with fury, thinking to himself, this scoundrel, how dare he insult me like this? I am a gold medal assassin in the realm of killers. The assassin bellowed. A gold medal assassin? With your level of skill? Didn't my master say that gold medal assassins are formidable? How can you be so pathetic? Yifan curled his lips, his face awash with curiosity. Suddenly, this renowned assassin was so enraged by Yifan that he spat out blood. Now do tell who sent you. Yifan continued. I adhere to a professional code of ethics. The assassin scoffed. A killer discussing professional ethics with me? Yifan let out a cold laugh and swiftly seized the opportunity to snap his opponent's neck. At that moment, Chunlan's phone rang. Hello. Yifan answered the call. Young master, we have identified the identities of those 5 individuals. They are all members of the Heaven's Punishment Organization. Chunlan spoke. Heaven's Punishment Organization? What kind of organization is this? Yifan furrowed his brow. The Heavenly Punishment Organization is an exceedingly enigmatic dark faction, whose members brand the character for punishment upon their faces to signify their identity. They frequently undertake a myriad of tasks, ranging from the assassination of sovereign rulers to the obliteration of regional tyrants. Once they accept a mission, failure is not an option. Furthermore, they assert that they are divine agents sent to mete out punishment upon humanity, hence the name Heavenly Punishment. As a result, this organization enjoys a formidable reputation in the shadowy underworld, instilling fear in the hearts of powerful families and other dark factions alike. Chunlan recounted this information meticulously. Upon hearing these words, Yifan's gaze flickered. Could it be that the perpetrator responsible for the annihilation of my Yi family was none other than the Heavenly Punishment Organization? Yifan pondered in silence, wondering if anyone knew the identity of the leader of the Heavenly Punishment Organization. He then inquired further. The Heavenly Punishment Organization had always been shrouded in mystery. No one was aware of its headquarters, let alone the identity of its leader. Even the intelligence archives of the 100 Flowers Pavilion bore no information regarding the master of heavenly punishment. However, I have contacted several stewards of the 100 Flowers Pavilion and urged them to mobilize the highest level of intelligence resources to investigate everything related to heavenly punishment. They will report any developments to the young master at any moment. Spring Orchid stated solemnly. Very well. We must uncover the truth behind this Heavenly Punishment Organization. If it was indeed they who annihilated my Yi family back then, I shall demand a blood debt in return. Yifan exclaimed with a fierce glint in his eyes. By the way, young master, I have uncovered the identities of those who previously attacked the young madam. They are underlings of Tang Jingyi, the second master of the Tang family. Moreover, I discovered that Tang Jingyi has sought the services of a renowned assassin on the dark web, presumably to target the young madam. Chunlan interjected. It is indeed him. In Yifan's eyes flickered a frigid glimmer, revealing that this assassin had indeed been procured by Tang Jingyi through the enigmatic depths of the dark web. The dark web serves as a clandestine platform, catering to the shadowy realm of illicit activities. It is the primary source for real-time updates on all occurrences within this nefarious world, encompassing information about various organizations and assassins. Moreover, individuals can post bounties or seek formidable figures from the underworld to carry out their sinister deeds. Hackers, master thieves, and more can also be found within this hidden network. In essence, any unsavory endeavor one wishes to pursue can be realized on the dark web. Previously, atop the mountains, the fourth master had imparted numerous insights to Yifan regarding the dark world, including the workings of the dark web. Subsequently, Yifan ended the call and turned his gaze towards Tang Chu-Chu, inquiring, "Chu-Chu, do you know who dispatched this assassin?" "Who?" Tang Chu-Chu asked with curiosity. "Your second uncle, Tang Jingyi." Yifan coldly remarked, "What? My second uncle, how could that be?" Instantly, Tang Chu-Chu's expression changed. "The individuals who previously attempted to kill you were also sent by your second uncle." Yifan spoke, "Why would my second uncle do such a thing?" At this moment, Tang Chu-Chu's delicate face turned pale, her expression one of disbelief. "It must be for the position of president of the Tang Corporation. After all, he has always aspired to supplant you. Tomorrow I shall resolve this matter." Yifan coldly remarked, "No, after all, he is my second uncle. If we were to kill him, grandmother would undoubtedly be heartbroken." Tang Chu-Chu's expression shifted, and she retorted. Yifan cast a glance at Tang Chu-Chu, recognizing her soft-heartedness, and replied, "We need not take his life, but he must certainly receive a lesson." At the Tang residence, Tang Jingyi was sipping tea when suddenly, the cup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. "Father, what is the matter?" Tang Feng inquired, observing Tang Jingyi's distress. "For some reason, an inexplicable sense of unease has overcome me," Tang Jingyi confessed, his brow furrowed. "Father, that Tang Chu-Chu is on the verge of death. What do you have to be anxious about? Just prepare to take control of the Tang group." Tang Feng scoffed dismissively. The following day, while Tang Chu-Chu was having breakfast, she abruptly received a phone call from her secretary. "President, there has been an incident at the company. You must come quickly," Sun Xiaoxiao said urgently. "An incident at the company?" Tang Chu-Chu's expression changed immediately, and without finishing her meal, she prepared to leave. "I will accompany you." Yifan followed Tang Chu-Chu to the company. Chapter 60. Who dares to seal the Tang Corporation? At this moment, a large group of individuals clad in uniforms had gathered at the entrance of the Tang Corporation, completely surrounding it and attracting the attention of numerous passers-by. Soon, Yifan and Tang Chu-Chu arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Chu-Chu's expression shifted dramatically as she headed towards the company, only to be obstructed by the uniformed individuals. "I am the president of the Tang Corporation. Who are you?" Tang Chu-Chu declared coldly. Just then, a figure emerged from within the company, and the uniformed personnel promptly allowed them to enter. Yifan and Tang Chu-Chu entered the company, where a group of uniformed figures stood, while the employees appeared tense and anxious on one side. "President, you have finally arrived." Sun Xiaoxiao approached Tang Chu-Chu with a grim expression. Tang Chu-Chu inquired, "We are from the inspection division. I am Jiang Tao, the head of the Tianhai branch." At that moment, a portly man in uniform approached, casting a glance at Tang Chu-Chu. "The inspection division." Tang Chu-Chu's expression shifted abruptly. The inspection division was a powerful institution in Longhua, responsible for overseeing all commercial violations. Any illegal actions by a company fell under their jurisdiction, and their intervention could lead to the immediate closure of even a publicly listed corporation. It is you, Master Jiang. I was unaware that you would bring your team here today. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" "My Tang group has always abided by the law. There should be no violations," Tang Chu-Chu said respectfully, gazing at Jiang Tao. "We have received reports that your Tang group is suspected of selling non-compliant products, and we are here to seal your company for a comprehensive investigation." Jiang Tao replied coldly, his demeanor unfaltering. "What? This is impossible. All the products sold by my Tang group are entirely legal. Surely, Master Jiang, you must be mistaken?" Tang Chu-Chu's complexion changed as she spoke. "Whether I am mistaken or not will be revealed upon the conclusion of our investigation," Jiang Tao stated indifferently. In that moment, The faces of the Tang Group employees were filled with distress. You say we will be sealed off just like that? Who gave you the audacity? Yifan gazed at Jiang Tao with a cold demeanor. I am the head of the Tianhai Inspection Bureau. When I say to seal, it shall be sealed. Do you have any objections? Jiang Tao shot Yifan a glance and arrogantly retorted. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Yifan sent the man flying. Let us see who dares to seal the Tang family today. Yifan bellowed with an air of dominance. Suddenly, Jiang Tao was struck and collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. My lord! The other members of the inspection division hastened to assist Jiang Tao. You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me? Jiang Tao glared at Yifan, his fury palpable. As the head of the inspection division in Tianhai with an 8th grade official title, even the CEOs of various companies treated him with utmost respect. To be struck by a mere young lad was nothing short of an affront to the heavens. Seize him! Jiang Tao commanded, pointing at Yifan. Instantly, the group from the inspection division charged at Yifan, only to be swiftly brought to the ground by him. You dare to assault a court official. You are doomed. Jiang Tao's countenance darkened as he watched his subordinates fall, directing his ire at Yifan. Just then, another group burst into the scene. Each member brandished weapons and radiated an aura of icy menace. They were members of the Celestial Patrol, including the esteemed Dr. Wang and his disciple Su Qinglai. Lord Lu, your timing is impeccable. This wretch has openly assaulted me and injured numerous members of the inspection division. I implore you to apprehend him at once. Jiang Tao exclaimed, addressing the middle-aged man at the forefront of the Celestial Patrol, Lu Cheng. To dare lay hands on a court official, you possess an audacious spirit. Lu Cheng admonished Yifan with an authoritative tone. Lord Lu, this is the very individual who previously assaulted me. Dr. Wang cast a cold glance at Yifan. So, you are the one who dared strike the imperial physician. Your audacity knows no bounds. Lu Cheng declared. Arrest him. Should he dare resist, execute him on the spot. Lu Cheng issued the command, and the members of the Celestial Patrol advanced towards Yifan. Get lost. Yifan scoffed disdainfully, and an invisible wave of energy surged forth, sending the members of the Celestial Patrol flying. They crashed to the ground, spitting blood, including Lu Cheng, who was hurled against the wall, desperately coughing up blood. It seems that all of today's events were orchestrated by you. Yifan cast a cold glance towards Physician Wang as he approached with an air of icy determination. What are you planning to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. Physician Wang's face betrayed his fear as he gazed at Yifan. You insolent brat! The chief of the Jiangnan branch of the Celestial Patrol is on his way. If you dare to make a move, you will undoubtedly meet your demise today. Lu Cheng, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, struggled to rise from the ground and shouted at Yifan. Indeed, should you dare to defy this physician, your end is certain. Physician Wang exclaimed at Yifan. Swish! Yifan seized Wang Yui by the neck, lifting him off the ground as the latter flailed and struggled helplessly. Having spared your life before, you seem to hold it in little regard. Thus, you need not continue to live. Yifan spoke coldly. Stop. Suddenly, a frigid voice resonated through the air as Li Jian, the head of the Southern Jiangnan Division of the Celestial Patrol, made his appearance. His gaze fixated upon Yifan, and upon noticing the grip he had on the esteemed physician Wang Yu, his expression shifted dramatically. Lord Li, quickly apprehend this ruffian. He has lost his mind. Lu Cheng shouted towards Li Jian. Lord Li, please save my master. Su Qinglai also implored, directing his plea at Li Jian. Yifan, release Wang Yu at once. Li Jian commanded, his voice firm. You expect me to let go simply because you ask? Yifan scoffed. Do you not realize that the individual in your grasp is the royal physician of the Dragon Kingdom? Should you dare to take his life, it would be a capital offense. Even if you are acquainted with those from the Dragon King's Palace and the 100 Flowers Pavilion, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. Li Jian replied coldly, little fan. Let it go. With so many witnesses present, committing murder would tarnish the reputation of the Tang family. Tang Chu implored Yifan. With a sudden motion, Yifan flung the royal physician aside, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Master! Su Qing rushed forward, calling out to his mentor. Today, I shall spare your life. However, while the death penalty may be avoided, the consequences of your actions cannot be escaped. Yi Fan coldly remarked as he swiftly waved his hand. A silver needle shot forth, piercing the body of the esteemed physician Wang. Instantly, Wang's entire form stiffened, his eyes bulging in shock, his tongue protruding, rendered speechless, displaying a state of paralysis. Chapter 61. The Great Martial Competition of the Legion. What have you done to him? Li Jian's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired of Yi Fan. Nothing of consequence, merely rendered him paralyzed. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. This way he can no longer cause trouble. Of course, if the other physicians from the Yu hospital possess sufficient skill, they might be able to restore him. Yi Fan curled his lips in disdain. Instantly, Li Jian's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan. Young man, you have gone too far. Last time I let you off easy, but it appears that was a mistake. As such, I shall not show you mercy today. He was poised to strike when a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, halting him. It was Jun Dao. Li Jian's face shifted as he regarded the man before him in astonishment. This was none other than the formidable warrior from the War Department, Jun Dao. From this day forth, you are forbidden from laying a hand on him, Jun Dao declared coldly. Upon hearing Jun Dao's words, Li Jian furrowed his brow and replied in a grave tone, Jun Dao, you belong to the War Department, while I am with the Celestial Patrol. You have no authority over me. Moreover, this young man has harmed the royal physician and injured a member of the Celestial Patrol. If I do not apprehend him, what becomes of our authority? Do you wish for me to summon Commander Long to discuss this? Jun Dao retorted icily. At the mention of Commander Long, Li Jian's expression shifted dramatically, and after a few moments of contemplation, he commanded, withdraw. Thus Lu Chang and his subordinates departed, and the royal physician was carried away. The members of the inspection division, witnessing this turn of events, hastily fled the scene. What brings you here again? Yi Fan inquired coldly, regarding Jun Dao. I wish to have a conversation with you. Do you have a moment? Jun Dao's gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan. Wife, please continue with your regular duties. Yi Fan addressed Tang Chuchu with a few words before departing alongside the military officer. All is well. At that moment, Tang Chuchu turned to the employees present and stated. Then, as if struck by a thought, added regarding the recent events, I wish for this information to remain strictly confidential among you. Should I discover anyone divulging what should remain unsaid, immediate termination will ensue, with no possibility of rehire. Do you understand? She cast a sweeping glance over the group of employees, an invisible aura of authority enveloping the atmosphere. Yes, President. The employees trembled slightly, nodding in compliance. Outside the Tang Corporation, Yi Fan turned to the military officer and inquired, Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? If you intend to hand me over to the Lioli nation, spare me your words. Rest assured, the Dragon Kingdom's War Department has already rebuffed the Lioli nation's request. I have come merely to inquire about the current state of the Heavenly Strategy War God. Where is he? The military officer responded to Yi Fan. No comment. He replied tersely. With such a vast territory and a population exceeding 1 billion, does the Dragon Kingdom truly lack a Heavenly Strategy War God? Yi Fan spoke with a calm demeanor. He was the embodiment of faith for the soldiers of the Dragon Nation and served as its guardian deity. His existence was of paramount importance to the realm. The Tiansu army, in particular, was in dire need of him. Ever since the disappearance of the war god of Tiansu, the morale of the army had plummeted. Coupled with the reallocation of forces from the War Ministry, the Tiansu army had fallen from its esteemed position as the premier legion among the 9 great military factions of the Dragon Nation, struggling to maintain a place within the top 5. The military blade remarked, Has the Tiansu army truly deteriorated to such an extent? Instantly, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. During his time on the mountain, he had often heard his 6th master speak highly of the Tiansu army. Under the leadership of his 6th master, the army had been invincible, a force of unmatched prowess, heralded as the strongest legion in the Dragon Nation. How had it come to such a state? The war god of Tiansu was the cornerstone of the army. Without him, the Tiansu army had lost its anchor, rendering it inferior to its former self. Additionally, the recent withdrawal of many key and elite personnel further diminished the army's strength significantly. The military blade continued, Does the Tiansu army not still have the leaders of the 9 great legions? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. The Celestial Strategy Army, aside from the Celestial Strategy War God, also comprises 9 formidable core commanders. Each of these commanders is a superlative warrior, capable of single-handedly holding back countless foes. Seasoned by the trials of battle and steeped in the art of slaughter, their ferocity is unmatched, even in the absence of the Celestial Strategy War God. With the presence of these 9 commanders, the army should not be in such dire straits. However, more than half of these 9 commanders sustained severe injuries during the battle against the coalition of the 5 nations, their prowess considerably diminished. Several have even retired, while others have been reassigned away from the Celestial Strategy Army. Presently, only 3 commanders remain to uphold the army's strength, and the catastrophic losses suffered in that battle have decimated the core of the Celestial Strategy Army, resulting in dismal performances in subsequent grand military tournaments. This unfortunate outcome has led to a reluctance among many exceptionally talented elite warriors to join the Celestial Strategy Army. In this vicious cycle, the army has steadily declined year after year, and now it fails to secure a place among the top 5 of the 9 commanders. Should the Celestial Strategy Army fail to achieve commendable results in the current military tournament, it is likely that the higher-ups will decide to disband the army altogether, merging it with other corps, thereby eradicating the Celestial Strategy Army from existence. The military blade reiterated emphatically. This cannot be allowed to happen. Yi Fan's expression turned icy as he exclaimed, "The Celestial Strategy Army is the pride of my master's lifetime. How could it possibly be lost so easily? If my master were to discover the demise of the Celestial Strategy Army, how heartbroken he would be. Currently, the only one capable of saving the Celestial Strategy Army is the War God of the Celestial Strategy. Therefore, if you know the whereabouts of the War God, I implore you to share that information with me." The military officer gazed at Yi Fan and solemnly inquired, "What exactly is the grand military tournament you just mentioned?" Yi Fan gazed at the military saber. The Great Legion Tournament, established by the War Department, serves as a rigorous evaluation of the strength of various legions. Held every 3 years, each iteration sees the 9 major legions dispatching their most promising young talents to engage in individual or team competitions. Should they perform admirably, they are rewarded with various incentives and support from the War Department. Conversely, poor performance invites ridicule from rival legions and results in a withdrawal of support and diminished privileges across the board. The Tiansu army has languished at the bottom of the rankings for 3 consecutive tournaments, leading to dismal conditions in terms of weaponry, benefits, and military supplies. Furthermore, a decree has been issued. If the Tiansu army fails to show improvement in this upcoming competition, it will face disbandment, with its members absorbed into other legions. With less than 3 months remaining until the tournament, the absence of the Tiansu war god could spell doom for the army. The weight of the saber reflected the gravity of the situation. The Tiansu army shall not falter. What is there to fear from a mere tournament? Just wait and see as the Tiansu army strikes back against the other legions. They will soon realize that the Tiansu army is forever the foremost legion of the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Fan exclaimed with an air of authority. Chapter 62. The Punishment of the Tang Clan. What do you mean? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Jun Dao furrowed his brow. You may leave now. Yi Fan spoke directly. I have another question. Are you not a disciple of the Heavenly Strategy War God? Jun Dao's gaze fixated on Yi Fan, revealing a hint of urgency in his eyes. You seem quite concerned about whether I am a disciple of the Heavenly Strategy War God. Does this bear any relevance to you? Or do you have some connection with the Heavenly Strategy War God? Yi Fan gazed at the military knife, noting that his 6th master had never mentioned it to him. However, the demeanor of the knife suggested a complex relationship with his master. I was merely inquiring, he remarked. The military knife's expression shifted slightly. No comment. Yi Fan spoke once more. Since you choose not to divulge, let it be. However, I have heard that yesterday you engaged in a fierce battle with 1,000 warriors from the White Tiger Battalion, utterly vanquishing them. You certainly possess remarkable prowess. I have already issued a warning to the commander of the White Tiger Army. They shall not act against you again. At this moment, the blade of the military sword spoke in a deep tone. Thank you. Yi Fan uttered a few words before departing. At that moment, the blade observed Yi Fan's retreating figure, his gaze flickering incessantly. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Army, the commander, Yang Tianhu, wore a grim expression. "Commander, the war tiger remains unconscious, and our 1,000-strong White Tiger battalion has suffered greatly. Will this matter simply be overlooked?" At this juncture, one of the 5 tigers, the Fire Tiger, exclaimed with palpable discontent. The Blade himself has sent word to the commander to refrain from acting against Yifan, even invoking the Dragon Commander for pressure, indicating that this young man possesses a remarkable identity. "We must exercise caution," remarked the Wise Tiger, one of the 5 tigers, with a penetrating gaze. "This brat must perish. However, since the Blade has intervened, let him linger a few more days. The imminent military grand tournament is of utmost importance. We must secure a position within the top 3, and then the White Tiger Army shall expand once more. At that point, even the Blade will pale in comparison before our commander," Yang Tianhu declared coldly. "Rest assured, Commander, the White Tiger Army will undoubtedly secure a top 3 finish. As for the Heavenly Strategy Army, it appears they shall once again find themselves at the bottom." The Fire Tiger scoffed. "If the Heavenly Strategy Army shows no progress this time, they will be disbanded, and their personnel absorbed into other legions. Should we consider recruiting some members from the Heavenly Strategy Army?" inquired the Wise Tiger. "The Heavenly Strategy Army is now merely a collection of the old, weak, sick, and disabled. What value do they hold?" The Fire Tiger dismissed. "One must not be so hasty in judgment. The Heavenly Strategy Army still possesses some depth, particularly with their 3 legion commanders whose strength is formidable. Moreover, the Heavenly Strategy Guard is the most elite force within the Heavenly Strategy Army. Though they may no longer be at their peak, they still represent a significant power. Should we manage to secure them, it would bolster the White Tiger Army's strength." The Wise Tiger elaborated. "You speak wisely. Find an opportune moment to discreetly contact those 3 legion commanders of the Heavenly Strategy Army. If they are willing to bring the Heavenly Strategy Guard to our White Tiger Army, I will grant them whatever they desire." Yang Tianhu's eyes glimmered with determination as he spoke. "Understood, Commander." The Wise Tiger nodded, confident in his role as Yang Tianhu's foremost advisor. Meanwhile, at the Tang Corporation, having recently navigated through a regulatory inspection, the company faced another significant upheaval. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, led by the Su Corporation, united with dozens of other corporate entities to issue a statement imposing sanctions against the Tang Corporation, declaring that any company collaborating with Tang would be considered an enemy of the Jiangnan Chamber. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the Jiangnan business community. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is the foremost commercial entity in the region, controlling 70% of its economy, with member corporations dominating various industries. Notably, the Su Corporation ranks among the top 3 supergroups in Jiangnan, boasting assets in the billions, a true titan of commerce not to be trifled with. The coalition of the Su Corporation and the Jiangnan Chamber to release such a statement clearly indicated a serious intent to suppress the Tang Corporation. In the wake of this announcement, all companies that had partnered with Tang swiftly severed their ties, even willing to incur penalties for breach of contract, demonstrating their fear of antagonizing the Jiangnan Chamber. To offend the Jiangnan Chamber is tantamount to courting disaster. As a result, the Tang Corporation, which had recently seen its market value soar due to the rejuvenating elixir, began to plummet once more. In the president's office of the Tang Corporation, upon learning of the news, Tang Chu-Chu furrowed her brow, her expression grave. She understood that this was the onset of Su Wei's retaliation, though she hadn't anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. "President, all companies currently cooperating with Tang, aside from the Tianyang Group, have declared the termination of contracts. The atmosphere within Tang is fraught with anxiety. What shall we do?" Sun Xiaoxiao reported with a solemn expression. "First, reassure the employees. Inform them that the Tang Corporation will endure." Tang Chu-Chu instructed firmly. "Yes." Sun Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. At that moment, Tang Chu-Chu's phone rang. It was a call from Yifan. "Little Fan." Tang Chu-Chu answered immediately. "My dear, I am already aware of the situation with the Jiangnan Chamber. You need not worry. I will handle it." Spoke directly. "I believe in you." Nodded in agreement. Within 10 minutes of Li Fan making this phone call, Tianyang Group and several other large conglomerates in Jiangnan County publicly issued statements condemning the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce for its tyrannical actions. They collectively announced their withdrawal from the chamber and declared their intention to engage in comprehensive cooperation with the Tang family. The news sent shockwaves throughout the business community in Jiangnan County. Tianyang Group is a super conglomerate on par with the Su family and one of the core members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. With their exit and the impending collaboration with the Tang family, it seemed they were openly challenging the Su family and other groups. The atmosphere in Jiangnan's business world grew increasingly lively as companies began to ponder which side to align with. In the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon King Hall, a middle-aged man sat in the foremost position, his expression exuding an air of arrogance. Stood respectfully before him, bowing his head, Song Lai Longjiang, I apologize for my failure to provide a proper welcome. Please forgive me. The man before him was none other than Song Lai Longjiang, one of the 4 dragon generals under the leadership of the Flame Dragon Sovereign, one of the 8 dragon heads of the Dragon King Hall. Kneel. Song Lai Longjiang commanded coldly, his gaze piercing. Upon hearing this, S' expression changed, and he immediately knelt, saying, Song Lai Longjiang, may I ask what offense I have committed? What crime? The master of the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon King Hall is dead, and such a grave matter you did not report. You took it upon yourself to take control of the entire Jiangnan branch. Who gave you such audacity? Speak. Did you cause Zhuo Tianyang's death? Song Lai Longjiang asked, his tone severe. My lord, please investigate. I assure you, I had no part in Zhuo's demise. I have been focused on stabilizing the situation in the Jiangnan branch, which is why I did not report immediately. Please forgive me, pleaded from his kneeling position. Then how did Zhuo Tianyang die? Song Lai Longjiang retorted coldly. I am also investigating. Previously, Zhuo was murdered in his own villa, and all his guards were killed as well. The true culprit remains unidentified, replied solemnly, withholding any mention of Leaf Fan. Are you speaking the truth? Absolutely. Given Zhuo Tianyang's strength, his killer must possess considerable power. But who would dare to kill someone from the Dragon King Hall? Song Lai Longjiang's eyes flickered with intensity. I have been investigating. If I find anything, I will inform you immediately. Vowed. I will send someone to investigate personally. Should I discover that you have lied, you know the consequences. Song Lai Longjiang warned icily. Hearing this, replied solemnly, my lord, the reason Tianyang Group has withdrawn from the Jiangnan Chamber and is opposing the Su family is due to their prior contracts with the Tang family. If the Tang family were to fall, Tianyang Group would incur significant losses, which is why they acted as they did. I truly did not instigate this. Make them cease their opposition to the Su family immediately. If you provoke Wei Lao, the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Furthermore, one of my purposes in coming here is to represent the Flame Dragon Sovereign at Wei Lao's birthday celebration. If this matter causes me embarrassment, I will be the first to take your life. Song Lai Longjiang declared with an icy authority. Understood. By the way, may I inquire if you have any other matters during your visit to Jiangnan County that require my assistance? Asked. I am here to attend Wei Lao's birthday and to prepare for the upcoming Tianlong auction. Song Lai Longjiang replied. The Tianlong auction? Are you looking to auction something? Queried with curiosity. Do not ask what you should not, Song Lai Longjiang warned, casting a sharp glance at. Yes. Nodded obediently. Meanwhile, at Wei's villa, sat with a shadowy expression, exuding an aura of menace. A middle-aged man hurriedly approached him and bowed. Master, we have identified the true culprit behind Wei Xiao's murder. Who is it? S eyes flashed with a chilling intensity, causing a shiver to run through the man. It is Leaf Fan, the partner of from Tianhai Tang Group. His strength is formidable. Our investigation indicates that he was responsible for the annihilation of the Bai family, and he somehow became acquainted with the Zhang family's young lady. That night, he appeared at the Zhang family and killed Wei Xiao and Sun Lao. The man explained. Leaf Fan. S eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. Master, should I mobilize the Eagle Guards to apprehend him immediately? The man asked. No, send an invitation to the Zhang family and the Tang family, inviting them to my birthday banquet, commanded coldly. Invite them to the birthday banquet? What is your intention? The man asked, astonished. I plan to personally execute them at the banquet, to honor my son's spirit, declared ominously, emanating a terrifying aura. But master, if they are aware of Wei Xiao's identity, They may not attend. The man said, frowning. If they do not come, then eliminate them. Ordered decisively. Understood. By the way, master, we have received news from the poison sect that the young master of the poison sect has emerged and wishes to congratulate you on your birthday. The man added, the young master of the poison sect. He must be coming for the dragon jade. S eyes sparkled with interest. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tianhai, a young girl dressed in a lowly outfit standing at 1.6 meters tall, with fair skin and a delicate doll-like face, was chewing on a lollipop, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings with an air of curiosity. The appearance of this lowly beauty drew the attention of many passers-by, especially the males, who gazed at her with glimmering eyes. Soon, a group of young men with dyed hair approached her, teasingly saying, "Little sister, are you shopping alone? Would you like us big brothers to keep you company?" "Big brothers, it's too dull here. Do you know where the fun is?" The lowly girl replied, licking her lollipop and flashing a sweet smile at the group. The young men felt a rush of excitement, their desires igniting. "Of course, little sister, just come with us," they said eagerly. The lowly girl showed no signs of refusal and followed them into a secluded alley. "Big brothers, what's fun here?" she asked, pouting. "Little sister, you're about to experience the most exciting things in the world," the young men said with wicked grins. "Come on, stop talking and just go for it," one of them urged. The remaining men, exhibiting an impatient demeanor, hastily stripped off their clothing, intent on assaulting the young girl. Such filth! Yet, the girl faced this daunting scene with an air of composure, revealing only a hint of disdain. Just as her words hung in the air, a sudden flash of cold light erupted. In the blink of an eye, the group of unruly men found themselves immobilized, followed by a series of gruesome sounds. Blood erupted from their bodies, and moments later, they were shattered into numerous pieces, their demise a complete mystery to them. Behind these men stood 4 figures, cloaked in dark attire, with only their piercing eyes visible, each wielding a katana. "We pay our respects, miss." The 4 knelt before the young girl. "Are all men from the Dragon Kingdom so vile?" The girl shrugged, sucking on her lollipop, and innocently strolled away. A short while later, within an opulent villa in Tianhai, the young girl sat on a plush sofa, savoring jelly. This jelly is delightful," she exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying her treat. In front of her stood a middle-aged man with a prominent mustache, surrounded by a number of others. The man regarded her and said, "Miss, as newcomers, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary exposure to prevent any complications that might jeopardize our mission." "Are you reprimanding me?" The girl, having finished her last bite of jelly, cast a glance at the man. That single look caused his face to pale, his heart quaking, and he suddenly knelt, bowing his head fervently. "I dare not. Please forgive me, miss. You have disturbed my mood," she stated coolly, and with a swift motion, she hurled the plastic fork from her jelly directly into the center of his brow. The man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed, lifeless. The others in the villa, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, averting their gazes, scarcely daring to breathe. "Let me see where we might explore tomorrow." The young girl, unfazed by her lethal action, pulled out her phone to browse for attractions in Tianhai. "Disneyland, that seems delightful," she murmured. Chapter 64. The Dragon King Conference. In a car traveling through Tianhai, Tang Feng looked at Tang Jingyi and remarked, "Father, did you not claim to have hired a top-notch assassin? How is it that the girl remains alive?" Tang Jingyi's brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly, their vehicle screeched to a halt, causing their heads to lurch forward. "Who is driving this car?" Tang Feng shouted at the driver. "Young master." A person suddenly appeared in front. The driver replied. Tang Jingyi and Tang Feng turned their gazes forward, spotting a woman standing in front of their car. Qiu Ju from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Tang Feng immediately exited the vehicle, pointing at her and shouting, "Are you seeking death?" With a swift motion, the woman retaliated, striking him down to the ground, knocking out several of his teeth. "Fenger!" Tang Jingyi hurriedly alighted, his gaze fixed on Qiu Ju. "Who are you to dare strike my son?" Without further ado, Qiu Ju unleashed a powerful kick that struck Tang Jingyi's leg. With a sickening crack, his leg bent at an unnatural angle, the bone protruding through his trousers. "Ah!" Tang Zhengyi cried out in agony, collapsing onto the ground. Father! Tang Feng, witnessing his father's injury, turned pale and glared at Qiu Ju, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you attack my father so mercilessly? Someone asked me to inform you that should you lay a hand on the wrong person again, it will not merely be a leg that is broken," Qiu Ju declared, vanishing in an instant. What does she mean? Tang Feng questioned, bewildered. It must be that scoundrel Yifan. He surely knows I hired an assassin to eliminate Tang Chuchu. This is a warning. Tang Jingyi's face twisted with rage and pain. That scoundrel has some audacity. I will not let this go. Tang Feng seethed. He quickly called for an ambulance to take his father to the hospital. Brother Xiaofan, uncle has just been hospitalized with a broken leg. Did you send someone to do this? Tang Chuchu inquired of Yifan. This is merely a small lesson for him. Should he remain unrepentant, the next visit will be to the mortuary. Yifan responded nonchalantly, what are you all talking about? At that moment, Chun Xiaoming descended the stairs, adorned in a cool, translucent nightgown. You really don't consider me an outsider, do you? Yifan cast a sidelong glance at Chun Xiaoming and teased. What are you afraid of? After all, you can only watch, and it will only make you crave more. Chun Xiaoming let out a haughty snort, directly placing her long, fair legs before Yifan, her delicate feet playfully swaying. Girl, I am a perfectly normal man, so don't play with fire. Yifan shot a displeased glance at Chun Xiaoming and retorted, then why don't you come? Should I leave the door open for you tonight? Chun Xiaoming boldly suggested. Never mind, I have no interest in the little girl. Yifan curled his lips in disdain. Am I really that small? At once, Chun Xiaoming, feeling discontented, puffed out her chest. All right, Xiaoming, stop it. Tang Chuchu quickly interjected. Cousin, I have a day off tomorrow. Will you accompany me for an outing? It has been ages since I last went out. Chun Xiaoming seated herself beside Tang Chuchu and grasped her hand. I still have work to attend to. I simply cannot afford to play. Tang Chuchu replied. You work incessantly every day. It's high time you grant yourself a break. As soon as Tang Chuchu finished speaking, Chun Xiaoming hurriedly chimed in, the girl has a point. Chuchu, you should take a day off. It just so happens that I have been in Tianhai for quite some time and have yet to spend quality time with you. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you for a delightful outing to relax. Yifan gazed at Tang Chuchu and said, Very well. Tang Chuchu nodded in response. Cousin, I suggested you take a rest and you declined. Yet when this fellow speaks, you immediately acquiesce. It seems I am no longer the most significant person in your heart. I am quite upset. Immediately, Chun Xiaoming pouted, hands on her hips, and huffed. In my wife's heart, I am undoubtedly the foremost. You can only be the second. Yifan smiled with great satisfaction. You! In an instant, Chun Xiaoming was so furious that her chest trembled. All right, Xiaoming, do not be angry anymore. Tomorrow, whatever you wish to buy, I shall cover it all. Tang Chuchu consoled Chun Xiaoming with a gentle gaze. Really? That's wonderful. I hereby declare that I am no longer upset. In the blink of an eye, Chun Xiaoming's face lit up with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Yifan's phone rang. It was Jiang Yuan calling. Hello, young master. Sanglia Longjiang is coming. Jiang Yuan informed Yifan about the events that had transpired earlier. Young master, I did not mention you, and I have already dealt with everyone who saw you in the Dragon King's hall. Jiang Yuan continued. Well done. Yifan remarked that he had developed a measure of admiration for Jiang Yuan. However, the young master, Song Lai, requested me to inform the Tianyang group to cease their opposition against the Su family. One of the reasons for his visit is to represent the Flame Dragon leader in extending birthday wishes to Wei Tianxian. As his 70th birthday is just a few days away, Jiang Yuan stated. The esteemed leader of the Dragon King Hall is actually going to celebrate the birthday of a eunuch? Is this eunuch truly that formidable? In response, Yifan scoffed. After all, Wei Tianxian was formerly the chief steward of the imperial court of the Dragon Kingdom, overseeing all matters within the royal household, and he is well acquainted with numerous aristocrats of the royal lineage. Although he has since retired, his status and position remain undiminished. Moreover, it is said that he possesses remarkable strength, having been a top-tier expert within the royal ranks. The Flame Dragon leader's actions likely aim to cultivate a rapport with him, especially with the Dragon King Conference approaching. Zhang Yuan said solemnly. What is the Dragon King Conference? Yifan's gaze sharpened. The Dragon King's Palace convenes an annual Dragon King's Conference, during which the mid to high-ranking officials gather at the palace headquarters to report on the various developments of the institution. Although the former palace master has been missing for many years, the conference continues to be held each year. This year, news has emerged from the Dragon King's Palace that the 4 Dragon Lords, the 8 Dragon Leaders, and various mid to high-ranking officials will collectively cast their votes to elect a new Dragon King to succeed the position of Palace Master. Consequently, the prominent Dragon Leaders are discreetly courting influential figures to bolster their chances in this fierce competition. Zhang Yuan elaborated. Each one aspires to ascend as the Dragon King, harboring considerable ambition. Yifan chuckled coldly. By the way, you just mentioned that Song Lai has other intentions for coming here. What else does he seek? He then inquired. Song Lai's ulterior motive is indeed related to the Tianlong auction. The Tianlong auction? Yifan's gaze flickered. Indeed, the Tianlong auction house represents the pinnacle of auctions in the Dragon Kingdom, where every item up for bid is a priceless treasure of extraordinary rarity. Consequently, each event hosted by the Tianlong auction house garners widespread attention. Soon, a grand auction will be held in Jiangnan County, and it is likely that Song Lai has come for one of the items. Zhang Yuan inquired, do you know what he intends to bid on? Find out. Yifan stated directly. The following day, Yifan accompanied Tang Chuchu and Chen Xiaoming as they ventured out, embarking on a day of leisure. Their first stop was a bustling shopping mall, where they indulged in a frenzied spree. In less than 2 hours, Yifan found himself laden with an array of bags. How much more do you intend to purchase, my dear? Yifan remarked to Chen Xiaoming. It's a rare occasion for my cousin to host a gathering, so naturally, I must purchase a bit more. After all, my cousin is quite affluent. Chen Xiaoming retorted without hesitation. You little rascal. Are you implying that I am frugal? Tang Chuchu shot a disapproving glance at Chen Xiaoming. How could my cousin possibly be stingy? She has always treated me the best. Chen Xiaoming said with a cheerful smile, linking arms with Tang Chuchu. Brother Xiaofan, allow me to buy you a few more outfits. Tang Chuchu addressed Yifan. Thank you, my dear wife. Yifan chuckled. You, my friend, are so focused on what my cousin has bought for you. Yet you seem oblivious to the notion of returning the favor. At that moment, Chen Xiaoming glanced at Yifan and retorted. I have everything I need. There's no necessity for Brother Xiaofan to gift me anything. Tang Chuchu quickly interjected. Meanwhile, Yifan pondered over what he might present to Tang Chuchu, realizing that he had never given her anything before. However, whatever he chose to gift her must be anything but ordinary. It needed to be truly unique. Thus, he resolved to give it considerable thought. After their shopping excursion, they ventured to a bustling food street, indulging in a sumptuous feast. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of the day had elapsed. Cousin, let us visit Disneyland. It has been ages since I last enjoyed its wonders. Chen Xiaoming exclaimed, subsequently dragging Tang Chuchu towards Disneyland, with Yifan naturally accompanying them. Within the enchanting realm of Disneyland, they relished a delightful day of relaxation. What a beautiful doll! After experiencing various attractions, the trio arrived at a stall selling an array of dolls. Chen Xiaoming's eyes sparkled as she spotted an adorably charming doll and exclaimed her desire to purchase it. Just as she was about to claim it, an alabaster hand suddenly reached out and snatched the doll away. This doll is mine. A melodious voice rang out. Hey, I spotted this doll first. Chen Xiaoming protested, glaring at the girl. But I wanted it too. The petite girl replied softly. Do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Chen Xiaoming huffed, reaching out for the doll. Suddenly, a glint of coldness flickered in the petite girl's eyes, and a chilling aura surged forth. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Eye Technique. As Chen Xiaoming reached for the doll in the petite girl's grasp, a flash of icy brilliance erupted. Chen Xiaoming barely had time to react when Yifan swiftly grasped her and pulled her back. Boom! The icy brilliance struck, cleaving the doll stall cleanly in two, leaving a deep gash in the ground. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged, wielding a katana. The earlier icy flash was the result of his weapon. Had Yifan not acted in time to pull Chen Xiaoming away, she would have likely met a dire fate. Gulp! Chun Xiaoming swallowed hard, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Protect the lady. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted as several figures charged towards the man clad in black with the katana. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after, 3 more figures armed with katanas appeared, engaging in fierce combat with the initial attackers. Chun Xiaoming, still in shock, murmured, "You almost met your end." Yifan curled his lips. "Big brother, you are truly impressive," the young girl exclaimed with a beaming smile as she gazed at Yifan. "Little one, you are quite remarkable yourself." Yifan gazed at the young girl with a cold expression. Ever since descending the mountain, she had been the first enigma that left him utterly perplexed. "Hey, I merely desired a doll, and you wish to kill me? You appear so innocent and charming, yet your heart is so ruthless." At that moment, Chun Xiaoming seemed to grasp something, and she angrily shouted at the young girl. In an instant, the young girl's enchanting eyes locked onto Chun Xiaoming's, shimmering with an eerie light. Ah! Suddenly, Chun Xiaoming appeared to behold something frightfully terrifying, screaming, "Do not approach, do not come closer." Subsequently, she frantically waved her hands, crying out with fear etched across her face, her complexion turning pale. "Xiaoming, what has happened to you?" Tang Chu exclaimed, taken aback by Chun Xiaoming's sudden transformation. Yifan's expression stiffened, revealing a hint of astonishment as he gazed at the young girl. With an innocent smile, the girl cheerfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, big brother." As soon as her words fell, she skipped away, clutching her doll, while the 4 shadowy figures similarly vanished like phantoms. "Miss, what troubles you?" In the aftermath of the fierce battle with the 4 dark-clad men, only a middle-aged man remained alive. He hurried to Chun Xiaoming, concern etched across his face. "She has fallen victim to the eye technique." Yifan spoke. "The eye technique?" The man's expression shifted dramatically. "Awaken." Yifan spoke directly to Chun Xiaoming, his voice resonating like the evening drum and morning bell, echoing beautifully in the air. Instantly, Chun Xiaoming's eyes regained their clarity, and her mind returned to a state of normalcy. "Xiaoming, how do you feel?" Tang Chu inquired, grasping Chun Xiaoming's hand. What just happened to me?" Chun Xiaoming responded, bewildered. "You suddenly began to shout and scream. You terrified me." Tang Chu exclaimed. "I think I saw a horde of malevolent spirits with sharp fangs rushing towards me. It was terrifying." At that moment, Chun Xiaoming patted her chest repeatedly, still haunted by the memory. "You fell victim to that little girl's eye technique, which is why you experienced such ghastly visions. In the future, it's best to keep your distance from that little girl." Yifan spoke directly, taken aback by the revelation that the young girl possessed mastery over ocular techniques. "Truly remarkable. Brother Xiaofan, is that girl really so formidable?" Tang Chu inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yifan. "That young lady is accompanied by ninjas for protection. She must be of significant stature from Sakura country." At that moment, the man spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you?" Chun Xiaoming cast a scrutinizing glance at him. "Miss, I am a member of the Chun clan's guard, dispatched by the clan leader to ensure your safety. I humbly apologize for my previous failure in protection." The man knelt before Chun Xiaoming. "Did my father send you?" she asked, her expression turning serious. "Indeed, miss," he replied. Instantly, Chun Xiaoming's demeanor shifted as she declared, "You may leave now." The man had scarcely begun to respond when Chun Xiaoming interrupted him with fervor. "Yes, miss." Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to depart, carrying the bodies of his fallen companions. "I never anticipated that you possessed such a powerful backing, with experts covertly safeguarding you," Yifan remarked, casting a glance at Chun Xiaoming. The strength of those individuals was considerable, all at the 1st to 3rd tier of human realm. To dispatch several human realm experts as bodyguards signifies a formidable influence. "Of course, do you not know who I am? If you ever dare to bully me or my cousin again, I shall summon them to deal with you," Chun Xiaoming declared, her pride evident. "Just based on them?" Yifan scoffed dismissively. At that moment, Tang Chu spoke up. Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure clad in black, wielding a katana, stood beside a young girl. "Miss, those individuals just spotted us. Should we eliminate them all?" he inquired. "You are no match for that older brother," the young girl retorted with a slight huff. Go investigate that older brother's background. Understood, miss. The black-clad man responded with a nod. In the Zijing Villa district, Tang Chu-Chu received a phone call. All right, I understand. What's the matter? Yifan cast a glance at Tang Chu-Chu. The young lady of the Lu family, one of the 3 prominent families in Huaijiang County, has come to Tianhai and invited me to dinner, Tang Chu-Chu announced. Why not go? Free food is hard to resist. Bring me along. It saves me the trouble of cooking. Yifan replied eagerly. Count me in too. Chun Xiaoming chimed in hastily. As far as I know, this young lady Lu is quite renowned in Huaijiang County. She can handle all walks of life. Her visit must have a significant purpose, Tang Chu-Chu remarked solemnly. Who cares about her intentions? Let's enjoy the meal first. Yifan dismissed it with indifference. They promptly proceeded to their dining destination, which was chosen by the young lady Lu to be the Tianhai Grand Hotel. Within the confines of a private room at the Tianhai Grand Hotel, Yifan and his companions entered the private room. Within, there sat a woman adorned in opulent attire, her exquisite features highlighted by vibrant red lips and cascading waves of hair, exuding an air of mature sophistication. Beside her stood a man in a suit, flanked by 2 robustly built individuals with stern expressions, resembling bodyguards. Miss Tang, thank you for gracing us with your presence. The elegantly poised woman regarded Tang Chu-Chu with a smile as she rose to her feet. She was none other than Lu Rushi, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 3 distinguished clans of Huaijiang County. Miss Lu, greetings, Tang Chu-Chu responded, acknowledging Lu Rushi. I have long heard that Miss Tang is the most beautiful woman in Tianhai, and now that I see you in person, it is indeed true, Lu Rushi remarked, admiring Tang Chu-Chu's beauty. You flatter me, Miss Lu, and who might these 2 be? Tang Chu-Chu inquired, directing her gaze towards Yifan and Chun Xiaoming. We've come to enjoy a meal, Chun Xiaoming declared, taking a seat without hesitation. This is my cousin and this is my husband. I brought them along today. I hope Miss Lu will forgive any rudeness, Tang Chu-Chu explained. Not at all. The more, the merrier. Furthermore, I have heard that a young master from the Bai family, one of the prominent families in Jiangnan, publicly professed his love for Miss Tang, only to be slain by a young man. I presume that this young gentleman must be the one in question? I greatly admire such valorous acts done for a beloved, Lu Rushi remarked, raising her glass to Yifan. Come, sir, allow me to toast to you. With that, she lifted her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Don't just drink. Let us have the dishes served. I'm quite famished. Yifan curled his lips slightly. After spending an entire day accompanying the 2 women, he indeed felt a twinge of hunger. Serve the dishes, Lu Rushi called out directly. Soon, a table laden with exquisite delicacies was presented before them. Yifan and Chun Xiaoming indulged in their meal without reservation. Miss Lu, you have traveled a great distance to treat me to dinner. I presume you must have something to discuss with me? Tang Chu-Chu remarked, addressing Lu Rushi directly. Miss Tang, you are indeed quite forthright, Lu Rushi replied with a smile. I have indeed come to Tianhai with a business proposition for you, Miss Tang. What kind of business? Tang Chu-Chu inquired, her gaze fixed on Lu Rushi. I wish to acquire the exclusive sales agency rights for the youth elixir in the southern region, Lu Rushi stated plainly, taking a sip of her wine. Upon hearing Lu Rushi's words, Tang Chu-Chu's eyes flickered. Miss Lu, your ambitions are quite considerable. May I ask how you envision this arrangement? As long as you grant me the sales agency rights for the youth elixir in the southern region, I am willing to share 10% of the profits with the Tang family, Lu Rushi proposed. Securing the entire southern region's sales agency rights for merely 10% of the profits. Do you take us for fools? Yifan suddenly exclaimed, Young man, how dare you speak to the young lady in such a manner? Offering you a 10% profit is a sign of my esteem for you. The man in the suit standing beside Lu Rushi looked at Yifan with disdain and retorted, When we are conversing, what right do you have to interject? Yifan's expression turned cold as he swiftly launched a chopstick from his hand, piercing the mouth of the suited man with alarming precision. The man let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. In that instant, the 2 burly figures fixed their gaze upon Yifan, assuming a combat stance that emanated an aura of lethal intent. Meanwhile, Lu Rushi's expression shifted as she stared intently at Yi Fan, exclaiming, "Young master, is this not a bit excessive?" "Excessive, indeed?" Yi Fan remained indifferent. "Miss Lu, I have no intention of relinquishing the sales agency for the youth-preserving pill, so your trip has been in vain." At that moment, Tang Chuchu turned to Lu Rushi and spoke directly. "Miss Tang, are you certain you wish to dismiss my offer so swiftly? Are you aware of the potential consequences of rejecting me?" Lu Rushi's expression turned icy as she gazed at Tang Chuchu. "Miss Lu, are you threatening me?"
Tang Chuchu frowned.
"I am merely offering a word of caution. For although the Tang family now possesses the lucrative youth-preserving pill, it remains uncertain whether you can safeguard this treasure. Furthermore, whatever I, Lu Rushi, aspire to achieve, I have never been unable to accomplish, by any means necessary." Lu Rushi smiled faintly, resembling a venomous beauty, instilling a sense of dread. "Do you dare to threaten my wife?" Yi Fan's expression turned icy as the dining table before him shattered into pieces. In an instant, the two bodyguards lunged towards him with alarming speed. Both possessed formidable strength, being at the second level of human realm. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Fan swiftly twisted their necks, ending their lives. Yi Fan swiftly extended his hand, grasping Lu Rushi's neck with lightning speed, lifting her off the ground. Lu Rushi's face turned ashen, her struggles growing increasingly desperate. As Yi Fan tightened his grip, her complexion became paler, her breath growing fainter, as if she were on the brink of suffocation. "Xiao Fan, please, spare her life," Tang Chuchu implored, unable to bear the sight. "Bang!" Yi Fan flung his arm, casting Lu Rushi to the ground without a trace of tenderness. With a soft thud, Lu Rushi lay on the floor, blood spilling from her lips, her countenance a stark contrast to the noble and aloof demeanor she had exhibited moments before. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Tian, the head of Longwang Hall in Tianhai, rushed in with a group of associates. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Su Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing with unease. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to create chaos in Yi Fan's presence on his own turf. This was a sure path to ruin. "This woman is now your responsibility. Ensure she suffers," he commanded. Yi Fan uttered a few words with an air of indifference, leading Tang Chuchu and Chen Xiaoming away. "Indeed, young master," Su Tian hurriedly replied, his gaze sweeping towards Lu Rushi, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You wretched woman, you nearly brought about my demise. How dare you insult me? Do you not realize I—" Lu Rushi glared at Su Tian in fury, but before she could finish her sentence, Su Tian interjected. "I care not who you are. To offend the young master is to court death. Since the young master has decreed that you shall not fare well, do not blame me."
Su Tian sneered.
"What? What do you intend to do? I tell you I am." Lu Rushi, observing the sinister smile on Su Tian's face, felt a chill run down her spine and hastily exclaimed, "This woman is for you. Do not play with her life." Su Tian disregarded Lu Rushi's words entirely, addressing his subordinates instead. "Thank you, boss." Su Tian's gang, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement, their eyes glinting with a predatory hunger as they lunged at Lu Rushi. "How dare you?" "Ah!" Lu Rushi's expression shifted as she witnessed the oncoming throng, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, no matter how she cried out, it could not alter her impending fate. Of course, Yi Fan was oblivious to Lu Rushi's grim outcome. His intent in instructing Su Tian was merely to teach the woman a lesson, but the latter had misconstrued his meaning, resulting in. The night scenery of Tianhai was indeed breathtaking, far more vibrant than the evenings at Jilong Mountain. As he strolled amidst the clamor of the bustling streets, Yi Fan suddenly found himself yearning for his esteemed masters. After all, he had spent over a decade in their company, and now, having abruptly departed, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Above all, he missed his exceptionally beautiful yet profoundly mysterious master. "I wonder if she has emerged from her seclusion? Would she feel sorrow if she did not see me upon her return?" Yi Fan murmured to himself, and a vision of an exquisite beauty surfaced in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the entrance of a bar, from which emanated a melodious and enchanting strain of music. Captivated by this harmonious sound, he stepped inside. Chapter 67. Do you not believe me? As he entered the bar, the enchanting music enveloped him. This establishment stood apart from others. There was no cacophony of heavy metal nor the wild dances of DJs and models. Instead, the air was filled with a captivating melody that ensnared the senses. At the heart of the bar, a stage presented itself, where a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled, gracefully danced her delicate fingers across the strings of a guillotine. The combination of her white attire, the veil, and the ancient instrument conjured an ethereal tableau, reminiscent of a celestial being in the midst of a performance. Seated within the bar was a gathering of patrons, each entranced by the music, lost in its spell, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. In that moment, aside from the enchanting strains of the guillotine, the bar was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, creating an atmosphere of unique tranquility. The artistry of the performance had indeed reached an extraordinary level. Yifan gazed at the masked woman skillfully playing the guillotine and spoke softly, as if he were familiar with her. This masked figure was none other than Lin Shirin, the former campus beauty of Tianhai University. Although her face was concealed, Yifan instantly recognized her by the enchanting melodies emanating from her instrument. After a few days apart, Lin Shirin's musical prowess had evidently flourished, captivating every soul within the bar. Had she not been an ordinary person, her exceptional talent could have effortlessly ensnared the hearts of many. Soon, Lin Shirin concluded her piece, and the audience emerged from their reverie, bursting into applause. "Thank you all," she said, bowing gracefully before preparing to leave the stage. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man strode onto the stage, seizing Lin Shirin's hand. "Miss, your playing is exquisite, and with that veil, you must be an unparalleled beauty. Allow me to see just how lovely you truly are," he leered, yanking away her veil. In an instant, the disfigured side of Lin Shirin's face was revealed to the crowd. Gasps filled the air. "Heavens! A monster!" The young man stumbled back, horrified. "I thought she was a stunning beauty behind that veil. How unfortunate, to possess such musical talent yet be marred by such a visage. Get off the stage, you ugly creature." The men in the bar, upon witnessing her true appearance, recoiled in shock, hurling insults at Lin Shirin, demanding her departure. "You hideous woman, I feel nauseous just looking at you. Be gone." The young man who had unveiled her face pointed at Lin Shirin with disgust, berating her vehemently. Faced with the barrage of insults, tears welled in Lin Shirin's eyes, her expression a portrait of helplessness and despair. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the room, landing squarely on the young man's face and sending him crashing to the ground. The assailant was Yifan, who stepped forward, placing a foot upon the young man's face with a cold sneer. "Do you think you're handsome enough to insult others?" he spat. "Ah!" The young man screamed in agony, his face a bloody mess beneath Yifan's relentless foot. The onlookers gasped in shock at the unfolding scene. Lin Shirin, witnessing Yifan's timely intervention, was taken aback, her heart swelling with gratitude. Bang! After Yifan had marred the visage of the young man, he kicked him down and cast a cold glance at the other men in the bar who were hurling insults at Lin Shirin. "All of you, slap yourselves 20 times, or I shall make you acquainted with the sensation of being trampled by my size 42 foot. Who do you think you are, kid? This is not a place where you can cause a ruckus at will." In an instant, the crowd in the bar regarded Yifan with disdainful scoffs. "You dare to stir trouble in my bar? You truly have no regard for me, Brother Dao." At that moment, a bald man bearing a scar across his face approached, flanked by a group of thugs. Upon seeing the scarred man, Lin Shirin's expression shifted, and she hastily implored, "Brother Dao, I apologize, my friend is rather ignorant. I urge you to temper your wrath. He has injured my guest, and if he wishes to live, he must forfeit a leg." The scarred man retorted coldly, "A leg? From you?" Yifan cast a glance at the scarred man, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Go!" The scarred man barked. Instantly, the group of thugs behind him surged toward Yifan, only to be intercepted by a man clad in black who swiftly incapacitated them all. "Who are you?" the scarred man inquired, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he regarded the figure in black. A young man stepped forward, fixing a steely gaze upon the scarred man. "Leave," he commanded. The scarred man, about to retort, was abruptly seized and hurled aside by the man in black. Do not hesitate to slap yourselves 20 times. Those who refuse will have him do it for you, the young man declared coldly, his eyes scanning the patrons within the bar, while the black-clad man glared menacingly at the crowd. Fear flickered in the eyes of the onlookers as they beheld the intimidating presence, compelling them to strike their own faces without a moment's pause. The young man turned his attention to Yi Fan, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you again. He was none other than Mu Chen, the individual who had previously invited Yi Fan to dinner at Tianhai University. Yi Fan cast a glance at the other party and promptly took Lin Shirin away. The young master. The man in black watched as Yi Fan walked away, a flicker of anger apparent in his eyes. Quite the character. Meanwhile, Mu Chen smiled slightly, showing no signs of annoyance. Thank you. After Yi Fan led Lin Shirin away from the bar, she freed her hand from his grasp and looked at him with gratitude. Are you all right? She asked. Yi Fan gazed at the other person, exclaiming, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Lin Shirin lowered her head, one hand covering her face, appearing timid. I can help you eliminate the scar on your face, Yi Fan declared at that moment. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shirin's body trembled slightly as she lifted her gaze to meet his, a flicker of hope illuminating her eyes before it swiftly dimmed. How could that be possible? I have consulted several prestigious hospitals, and they all claimed it was impossible to completely erase the scars on my face. You have merely sought the counsel of inept practitioners.
Yi Fan retorted.
If you place your trust in me, I can restore your beauty within the span of an hour. Yi Fan gazed at Lin Shirin and said, Thank you, but there is no need to console me. I am aware that my face cannot possibly be restored. Do you not believe me? Yi Fan furrowed his brows. Thank you for your kindness. You have assisted me twice, and I am profoundly grateful. After Lin Shirin finished speaking, she departed. Am I truly so unworthy of trust? Yi Fan rubbed his nose and sighed. Chapter 68. The Ghost Valley Needle Technique. Lin Shirin's home was modest in size, furnished with old and simple furniture. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with gray hair limped out, coughing persistently. Dad, why are you coughing again? I'll buy you some more medicine tomorrow, Lin Shirin exclaimed, looking at the man. No need. It's just an old ailment. Nothing serious. You go earn some money. It's not easy, so don't waste it on me. Lin's father smiled at Lin Shirin. You are my father. How can spending money on you be considered wasteful? Your health is of utmost importance. Please rest, Dad, Lin Shirin insisted, gazing at her father. Alas, Shirin, it's all my fault for not protecting you well, allowing you to. Lin's father looked at the scar on Lin Shirin's face, his eyes filled with guilt. Dad, this has nothing to do with you. Please rest, Lin Shirin urged. Dad, do you think my face can ever return to its original state? In the room, as Lin Shirin helped her father lie down, she suddenly asked. Of course it can, but... Lin's father began to say something but stopped. Dad, just take a good rest. Without further thought, Lin Shirin left the room. Shirin, I will definitely find a way to restore your face, Lin's father murmured to himself, a hint of unusual determination flickering in his eyes, as he pulled out his phone and searched for a mysterious number. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Longhua, Sakura country ninjas have appeared in Tianhai, and they have used eye techniques on Xiaomeng. These Sakura people have some audacity. In the hall, a middle-aged man with a square face, around 40, bellowed in anger. He was Chun Tiannan, father of Chun Xiaomeng. Previously, it was he who had sent people to eliminate the Du family. Calm down, head of the family. Thanks to Yi Fan's timely intervention, the young lady is unharmed. One of the guards sent by Chun Tiannan to protect Chun Xiaomeng knelt and said, This Yi Fan has some skills. You may leave now, Chun Tiannan replied. Yes, head of the family. The man nodded and exited. Head of the family, the appearance of Sakura ninjas in Longhua seems serious. Should we notify the higher-ups? An elderly man in a gray long robe appeared before Chun Tiannan. Inform the Celestial Patrol. Anyone who dares to harm my daughter must not be spared, Chun Tiannan commanded. By the way, head of the family, more news has come in, and you should consider it carefully. The elder continued. To marry my precious daughter off to that wastrel is akin to pushing Xiaomeng into a fire pit. Absolutely not, Chun Tianan declared coldly. However, head of the family, if we refuse this marriage, they may retaliate against the Chen family, and that would be troublesome. The elder expressed concern. I, Chun Tianan, would rather die than sacrifice my daughter for the family's interests, he stated firmly. Head of the family, you must think carefully. This concerns the future of the entire family. The elder's expression changed slightly as he spoke gravely. Chun Tianan's face darkened as he pondered. In the imperial capital at the imperial hospital, in a room, a group of elderly men, all skilled imperial physicians, gathered. However, they were furrowing their brows, looking gravely at the bedridden Wang Yui. Please, everyone, save my master, Su Qinglai pleaded with them. Wang Yui's condition is difficult to treat. Indeed, the technique used by the person who inserted the needle is extremely intricate. If we hastily remove it, it could endanger his life, the physicians remarked. You are the most elite physicians in Longwa. Is there not one among you who can save my master? Su Qinglai said, frustration evident on his face. Alas! The physicians sighed awkwardly. As imperial physicians, they stood at the pinnacle of the medical field in Longwa, yet they were now stymied by a needle, an undeniable embarrassment. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair and a white coat walked in. Director, the physicians called out in unison. This elder was Hua En, the director of the Imperial Hospital and one of the most powerful medical masters in Longwa. Director, please save my master,
Su Qinglai implored Hua En.
Hua En approached Wang Yui, examining his condition. Upon seeing the silver needle embedded in Wang Yui, his expression changed. This needle. Hua En gazed at the silver needle, his face shifting with emotions. Director, how is it? Su Qinglai asked. Who inserted this needle? Hua En's gaze sharpened as he turned to Su Qinglai. It was a young man named Yi Fan.
Su Qinglai replied.
Ye Fan.
What is his background? Hua En continued to inquire. He is the president of the Tang Group in Tianhai, a young man with no notable background.
Su Qinglai replied.
Director, what's the matter? Have you discovered something? One of the physicians asked curiously. The technique used for this needle, only the Ghost Valley medical saint possesses such knowledge. Hua En stated directly. What? The Ghost Valley medical saint? Instantly, the physicians' expressions changed in shock. As imperial physicians, they were well aware of the Ghost Valley medical saint, a revered master among countless physicians. Many physicians aspire to receive guidance from the Ghost Valley medical saint, yet few are fortunate enough to do so. Director, are you saying this needle was inserted by the Ghost Valley medical saint? But Su Qinglai said he was a young man. One physician exclaimed. Indeed, Director, could you be mistaken? Another physician spoke solemnly. 20 years ago, I was fortunate to witness the Ghost Valley medical saint in action, so I would never be mistaken. This needle, while not inserted by the Ghost Valley medical saint himself, employs the Ghost Valley needle technique, indicating that this Yi Fan must have a profound connection to Ghost Valley. Hua En said gravely, Director, can you help my master remove this needle? Su Qinglai asked urgently. Only someone from Ghost Valley can remove this needle. If anyone else attempts it, your master will undoubtedly perish.
Hua En replied coldly.
What? Su Qinglai's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground. What should we do? Does this mean my master will be paralyzed for life? To save your master, you must seek out Yi Fan.
Hua En stated.
He would never help my master. Su Qinglai shook his head, filled with regret for having opposed Yi Fan. He hadn't anticipated that the other party had such a significant background, being connected to the Ghost Valley medical saint. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared to act against him. I will accompany you personally. Hua En spoke. Thank you, Dean. Instantly, Su Qing expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, in Tianhai, Yan Nantian stood respectfully before a man cloaked in black. This man exuded a chilling aura and asked, Are you certain he has ties to the Dragon King Palace? Indeed, upon seeing the ring on his finger, the Tianhai representative from the Dragon King Palace showed him utmost respect. He must be connected to them. Seeing a ring? Could it be? The man's pupils constricted as he pondered. If my suspicions are correct, you will achieve great merit this time. He then cast a cold, sinister laugh at Yan Nantian. The following day, within a room in Tianhai, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Chapter 69. Complete descent into darkness. In this disheveled room, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of hormones. On the bed lay a woman, exposed and marked with various imprints, appearing utterly disheveled. This woman was Lu Rushi, the eldest daughter of one of the 3 prominent families of Huaijiang County. Her complexion was pale, her lips cracked, embodying the visage of someone who had endured severe torment. Lu Rushi let out a piercing scream, her expression twisted with rage, her eyes ablaze with overwhelming hatred.
Yefan, Tang Chachu.
Each word dripped with boundless animosity. After enduring a night of humiliating torment, Lu Rushi had completely transformed, her gaze as lethal as a scorpioness sting, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Subsequently, Lu Rushi donned her attire and departed from Tianhai, unbeknownst to Yi Fan, whose misunderstood words had unwittingly earned him a formidable enemy, subsequently complicating his future. Meanwhile, in a hospital in Tianhai, Tang Jingyi lay in his ward, one leg encased in plaster. "Father, why don't you tell Grandma that it was that scoundrel Yi Fan who had someone break your leg? It would be the perfect opportunity for her to seek revenge." Tang Feng looked at Tang Jingyi in confusion. "Informing your grandmother is futile. What can she do to that brat? Besides, she has already signed an agreement. Even if she wished to expel Tang Chu from the company now, she cannot."
Tang Yenji riplit côn ly.
"Does that mean we simply let this grudge go? Moreover, now that uncle's leg has healed, Grandma has arranged for him to take your position at the company. If this continues, the entire Tang family will be under their control." Tang Feng's expression was one of dissatisfaction. "This grudge cannot simply be overlooked. What do you intend to do, father?"
Tang Feng inquit curiosily.
"Let the incident from 2 years ago repeat itself. This time I shall send both of them on their way." Tang Jingyi's eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he spoke coldly. Tang Feng's expression shifted, his gaze fixed on his father, incredulous. "Father, are you suggesting that the car accident involving grandfather and uncle 2 years ago was—" He left the last words unspoken, his face reflecting shock. Tang Jingyi's expression was one of fierce determination. If uncle and Tang Chu discover this, it would be catastrophic. Tang Feng's expression darkened, he exclaimed, "Do not worry, they will not last long." At that moment, a sinister glint flickered in Tang Jingyi's eyes. Meanwhile, at the Tang group, Tang Chu had just arrived at work when Sun Xiaoxiao delivered an invitation. "An invitation? Who sent it?" Tang Chu asked, perplexed as she accepted the invitation. "It was sent by Old Wei from Wei's Mountain Villa," Sun Xiaoxiao replied. "Wei's Mountain Villa? Old Wei?" Tang Chu's expression changed as she opened the invitation, her brows furrowing. She immediately took out her phone and dialed Yi Fan's number. "Hello, what is wrong, my dear?" Yi Fan's voice came through the line. "Brother Fan, Old Wei from Wei's Mountain Villa sent an invitation for us to attend his birthday celebration in 2 days.
Tang Chu line.
That old man actually sent us an invitation." Yi Fan expressed his astonishment. "Xiao Fan, should we attend this birthday banquet? Do you think that Old Wei might be planning to take action against us?" Tang Chu voiced her concerns. "No worries, my dear. Since they have personally delivered the invitation, we shall go." Yi Fan responded with indifference. "Very well." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Tang Chu spoke directly. After she ended the call, she turned to Sun Xiaoxiao and inquired, "Are there any developments from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce?" Sun Xiaoxiao reported, "Due to the support from major groups such as Tianyang Group, there have been no further actions from the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. In fact, several partners who previously terminated their collaboration with us have expressed a desire to reestablish cooperation." "Excellent. Next, we shall commence the establishment of our branches in other cities within Jiangnan County. Once those branches are operational, we will expand to other counties. Additionally, our scar removal cream should be launched soon," Tang Chu stated with a discerning gaze. "President, at present, the demand for the rejuvenation pill far exceeds our supply. If we were to produce the scar removal cream, we might find ourselves unable to meet the requirements for raw materials and production capacity." Sun Xiaoxiao interjected. "Immediately identify locations for several new factories and set up 10 new production lines. As for the raw materials, you must personally seek out several suppliers and secure long-term contracts with them. Remember, raw materials are of utmost importance. There must be no issues whatsoever, and you are to oversee this personally.
Tang Chu Chu instruct meticulously.
Understood. President. Sun Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yi Fan had scarcely ended his call when he received one from Jiang Shui. Young Master Yi, Old Wei has sent an invitation to my family for his birthday banquet, requesting my father's presence. Could you possibly lend a hand to the Jiang family? Jiang Shui implored with a gentle tone. I have also received the invitation. Yi Fan exclaimed, What? Is this Old Wei attempting to seize the opportunity to eliminate us? Jiang Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Who shall kill whom remains uncertain. Since he has extended the invitation, let us attend. Perhaps this birthday celebration will transform into his funeral feast. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. He was indeed curious to see what tricks an old eunuch could conjure. Outside the villa, Yan Nan Tian, the head of the Tian Hai Yan family, arrived with a group, among them the man clad in a black cloak. My lord, that is Yi Fan's residence. Yan Nan Tian said respectfully to the cloaked man. Let us proceed. The cloaked man was intent on storming into the villa. Are you not aware that trespassing is illegal?
Ye Fan emerget.
Casting a cold glare at the group. My lord, that is Yi Fan. Yan Nan Tian pointed at Yi Fan, his eyes glistening with deep hatred. The cloaked man's gaze swept over Yi Fan before landing on the Dragon King ring on his finger. Is it truly the Dragon King ring? What connection do you have with the Dragon King? The cloaked man stared at the ring, his pupils contracting in shock. You actually recognize the Dragon King ring? Are you from the Dragon King's palace? Yi Fan cast a glance at his adversary. I am not a member of the Dragon King Hall, but with you, the Dragon King Hall shall soon belong to us. Seize him. The cloaked man snorted coldly and waved his hand, prompting a group of formidable warriors behind him to charge towards Yi Fan. However, at that moment, a figure clad in crimson suddenly appeared. Who are you? The cloaked man inquired, his gaze shifting to the man in red. You are Yi Fan? The blood-clad man fixed his eyes on Yi Fan. I am indeed. And may I ask who you are? Yi Fan gazed at the man clad in blood-stained garments. The young master has sent me to eliminate you, declared the bloodied figure, as he raised his right hand, emanating an aura of terrifying malevolence. His hand, drenched in crimson, appeared as if it had been tainted by an endless stream of blood. The bloodied hand. The cloaked man beheld the sanguine right hand of the bloodied figure, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. You are one of Ouyang Mu's people? The cloaked man exclaimed in surprise. So it was that fellow who dispatched you. Yi Fan curled his lips. Suddenly, Bloodhand launched an attack towards him. Yet the cloaked man intervened. You cannot kill him, the cloaked man declared coldly, his intentions clear as he relied on Yi Fan to seize control of the Dragon King Palace. Naturally, he could not allow him to perish. Boom! Bloodhand, filled with murderous intent, directed his crimson right hand towards the cloaked man, tearing through the air and unleashing a horrific aura of blood. The clash between the cloaked man and Bloodhand resulted in a thunderous sound, both combatants forced to retreat slightly. Swish, swish, swish. Bloodhand struck again with lethal precision. Each move aimed to kill, while the cloaked man's subordinates rushed in to engage in battle, only to be slain one by one. Bloodhand's formidable strength had already ascended to the 6th level of human realm. The cloaked man charged at Bloodhand once more, their exchanges growing increasingly intense. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the onlooker, observed the spectacle, occasionally interjecting with remarks. Fight harder. That move was incorrect. Attack his lower body directly. Bang, bang, bang. The ferocity of their battle escalated, potent energies radiating from their confrontation. With an earth-shattering sound, Bloodhand was forced back by the cloaked man's assault, blood spewing from his mouth, while the latter bore his own injuries. The cloaked man gazed at Bloodhand coldly. Tianwang? Are you one of Tianwang's people? Bloodhand's expression shifted as he scrutinized the cloaked man. Indeed, you may leave, the cloaked man replied icily. Bloodhand cast a fleeting glance at Yi Fan before making his exit. Tianwang? What is that? Yi Fan cast a glance at the cloaked man. Chapter 70. The Skynet Organization. Kid, come with me. At that moment, the cloaked man addressed Yi Fan. Why should I accompany you? Yi Fan cast a glance at his opponent, realizing that it was time for him to take matters into his own hands. The man in the cloak's expression turned icy as he lunged forward, attempting to seize Yi Fan with a single hand. Crack! In an instant, the sound of shattering bone echoed as Yi Fan's fist crushed the man's palm, sending his body hurtling backward. Thud! The cloaked figure was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. His eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Yi Fan, yet he uttered not a single word before succumbing to his fate. My lord! Yen Nantian and the cloaked man's subordinates, witnessing the gruesome demise, exchanged glances of horror and exclaimed in disbelief. Is he truly dead? What a fragile fighter! Yi Fan shook his head. You actually killed the master. You are doomed, Yen Nantian exclaimed, both astonished and furious as he gazed at Yi Fan. Such needless chatter. Yi Fan flicked his wrist, and several silver needles shot forth with remarkable speed, immediately dispatching Yen Nantian and the others. He then placed a call to Su Tian to handle the aftermath. Little did he know, not only had he offended Ouyang Mu, but even the heavenly network had set its sights on him. You certainly have amassed a multitude of enemies. At that moment, Shangguan Liuli emerged from next door, gazing at Yi Fan and remarked, It seems that being exceptionally handsome invites jealousy from others. Yi Fan could not help but exclaim, Ha! The maid beside Shangguan Liuli was instantly amused by Yi Fan's shameless remark. The Skynet is no ordinary force. It is among the preeminent organizations in the world, with its influence spanning across numerous nations and a plethora of formidable individuals. You would do well to exercise caution, Shangguan Liuli advised as she regarded Yi Fan. Thank you for the warning. Yi Fan inquired, By the way, I wonder if you are free tomorrow? Immediately, Shangguan Liuli gazed at Yi Fan and asked, Is there something on your mind? Yi Fan glanced at the other party. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow. May I have the honor of your company? Shangguan Liuli spoke softly. A beautiful lady inviting me to dine. I would be more than delighted. Yi Fan readily agreed. Very well, see you tomorrow. Shangguan Liuli revealed a faint smile and turned to walk towards the villa. Miss, isn't it tomorrow? Do you mean to imply? In the villa, the maid Xiaoqing gazed at Shangguan Liuli in astonishment. He is indeed a commendable choice. At this moment, Shangguan Liuli spoke softly, her eyes glimmering with an unusual brilliance. Meanwhile, Yi Fan remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in Shangguan Liuli's mind. Soon, Su Tian arrived with a group to deal with the remains. Su Tian, are you familiar with the concept of the Skynet? Yi Fan looked at Su Tian and inquired. The Skynet? That is a premier organization abroad, with influence spanning across numerous countries. Why has the young master suddenly brought this up? What connection does the Skynet have with the Dragon King Palace? Yi Fan spoke directly, stating that the members of the Skynet not only recognized the Dragon King's ring but also sought to capture him, which raised suspicions in his mind. Skynet had long aspired to expand its influence into the Dragon Kingdom, yet it faced relentless opposition from the old Temple Master. This rivalry had led to several fierce battles, all of which culminated in the defeat of Skynet. Due to the presence of the Dragon King's palace, the Dragon Kingdom stood as the sole nation where Skynet could not extend its reach, thus fostering significant animosity between the two parties.
Su Tian elucidad?
I see now. Yi Fan came to a realization. It seems that the Heavenly Net has been keeping a close watch on the Dragon King's hall. Currently, the hall is beset by usurpers from within and formidable adversaries lurking without. Truly a situation fraught with enemies on all fronts. Subsequently, Yi Fan received a call from Jiang Shui, informing him that the car had been repaired and delivered to the entrance of the villa area. He promptly made his way outside. At the entrance of the Zijing Villa area, his McLaren was parked, driven by Uncle Gong, who had previously safeguarded Jiang Shui. Young Master Yi, this is your car, which has been repaired. The young lady specifically asked me to deliver it to you, Uncle Gong stated, gazing at Yi Fan. Thank you.
Yi Fan replied.
Yi Fan took the car keys, and after Uncle Gong bowed, he departed. Just as Yi Fan was about to drive the car in, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. You are that Xia Hao, the president of the Martial Arts Society at Tianhai University. To his surprise, he had encountered a senior here. So you live around here too? I have a relative who resides in this area as well, the young man said to Yi Fan with great enthusiasm. He was indeed Xie Hao, the esteemed president of the Martial Arts Society at Tianhai University. No need to call me senior. I am not your elder. Yifan gazed at Xie Hao and spoke directly. In the realm of martial arts, one's status is determined by one's strength. Given your formidable prowess, it is only fitting that I address you as senior. However, if you prefer otherwise, I would be grateful to know how you wish to be addressed. Xie Hao met Yifan's gaze and replied, I am called Yifan. Feel free to call me whatever you like. Just refrain from aging me in the process. Yifan scoffed. Then I shall refer to you as Young Master Yi. Young Master Yi, I am about to visit an intriguing location. Would you care to join me? Xie Hao inquired. An intriguing location? Where might that be? Yifan inquired with curiosity. If you go, you'll understand. I assure you it will be thrilling and enjoyable. Xie Hao responded with a mysterious smile. Yifan had little to occupy his time and thus chose to accompany the other party. They proceeded directly to a hotel, where they were escorted to the underground third level. After traversing a long corridor, they arrived at an iron door. Upon its opening, a cacophony of shouts and the sound of fists colliding resonated from within. Yifan's gaze swept across the expansive space, where a boxing ring occupied the center, surrounded by rows of tables and chairs, and even private booths that afforded a direct view of the ring. At that moment, the area was filled to capacity with spectators, while two men clad only in shorts engaged in bare-knuckle combat on the platform. Each punch thrown resulted in splatters of blood. What manner of establishment is this? Yifan expressed his astonishment. This is the largest underground fighting arena in Tianhai, where numerous martial artists and combat experts gather to engage in fierce battles. This time, the arena has invited the most renowned fighter from the Shanghua UFC, known as the Butcher. Anyone capable of defeating him will be rewarded with a staggering 100 million, along with an additional special prize, Xie Hao remarked. At that moment, they entered the arena, where the previous match had concluded, leaving one fighter severely injured, having suffered a shattered sternum, and was promptly carried away, barely clinging to life. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of today's event is about to commence. To provide you with a truly thrilling competition, we have specially invited the most celebrated boxing expert of Shanghua, the Butcher. The Butcher is the undefeated boxing deity of the Shanghua UFC, boasting an impeccable record of 300 matches without defeat, with half of his opponents having been vanquished by a single blow, thus earning him the moniker of the Butcher. Now, let us welcome our Butcher. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood on the stage holding a microphone. In the next instant, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, with a dark complexion and a powerful physique, stepped onto the platform, exuding an aura of ferocity and malice, his bloodthirsty gaze making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. In an instant, the audience erupted with cheers, chanting the name of the Butcher. Is this truly the Butcher? Yifan cast a glance at the man. Indeed, he was the Butcher, rumored to be the nightmare of countless fighters. Those who faced him often left with severe injuries, while some met their demise, departing to meet the King of Hell. It was said that he once single-handedly challenged a 1,000-man Special Forces unit and emerged victorious. A truly terrifying feat. What do you think, young Master Yi? Asked Xie Hao.
Addressing Yifan.
Not particularly impressive, came the reply. Yifan shook his head. Xie Hao observed Yifan's disdainful demeanor towards the Butcher and was taken aback, secretly pondering just how formidable this young Master Yi truly was. Ladies and gentlemen, today, anyone who can defeat the Butcher will be rewarded with a staggering sum of 100 million, along with a special prize. At that moment, the middle-aged man holding the microphone spoke again. Soon, 2 staff members wheeled out an iron cage covered with a red cloth. Instantly, all the spectators' gazes shifted to the cage, filled with curiosity. What could this special reward be? Xie Hao inquired with intrigue. With a swift motion, one of the staff members pulled away the red cloth. A gasp rippled through the audience in the underground boxing arena. Even Yifan's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Within the unveiled iron cage lay a woman, a foreign beauty. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her striking blue eyes sparkled with allure. With a delicate nose and cherry-like lips, she possessed an exquisite visage that was undeniably captivating. Not only was her face stunning, but her figure was also curvaceous, with a slender waist that seemed almost fragile. She wore an intricately designed golden lace gown that exuded an indescribable charm. At this moment, the woman's eyes reflected a sense of confusion and helplessness, evoking a sense of pity that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Surrounded by the audience, many men gulped audibly, their eyes revealing their unrestrained desires. "What a beautiful foreign woman!" Xie Hao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. As for Yi Fan, he gazed at the woman, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. His astonishment was not solely due to her physical beauty. Rather, he sensed a unique aura emanating from her, one that concealed an extraordinarily formidable power within her being. This power lay dormant, yet it was palpable. "This girl is not to be underestimated." Yi Fan murmured to himself, "Ladies and gentlemen, this enchanting beauty is the special reward of the day. Whoever manages to defeat the butcher will not only receive a staggering 100 million, but also have the privilege of enjoying this exquisite lady to their heart's content." The middle-aged man on the stage proclaimed into the microphone. At that moment, many spectators around displayed expressions of disappointment. They all yearned for the stunning beauty, yet facing the demon known as the butcher was akin to courting death. "Abiao, do you have the confidence to handle this fellow?" A young man, puffing on a cigar in a private box above, inquired of a slender man beside him. "Young master, although this brute may appear formidable, he is merely a reckless man. At most, his strength is at the first or second level of the human realm. I can take care of him in just 3 moves." The thin man replied with disdain as he observed the butcher on the stage. The young man exhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing, "Indeed." The slender man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, numerous skilled fighters present were stirred by the allure of the 100 million prize and the captivating beauty, prompting them to rush onto the stage. After all, defeating the butcher meant acquiring wealth, beauty, and fame, all within reach of this extraordinary opportunity. However, these once formidable fighters and martial artists found themselves utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow from the butcher, each being swiftly dispatched with a brutal explosion of their skulls. Soon enough, the stage was awash with blood. The butcher swung his massive fists, sending each challenger straight to the depths of hell. "What a bunch of worthless fools!" The butcher scoffed contemptuously as he crushed the head of a boxer beneath his foot. At that moment, the spectators around were left in shock, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of fear. The butcher was truly terrifying. Those who had dared to face him were once the elite of this underground boxing arena, yet they had all been obliterated in an instant. "Is there not a single formidable person in your Dragon Kingdom? You have utterly disappointed me," the butcher taunted in broken Dragon Kingdom dialect from the stage. "This foreigner is insufferably arrogant," Xie Hao exclaimed indignantly. "If you can't stand it, why not go up and teach him a lesson?" Yi Fan gazed at Xie Hao, who hesitated momentarily. Instantly, Xie Hao appeared flustered, scratching his head awkwardly, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan. "Yi Shao, this fellow is truly formidable. It requires your prowess to handle someone like him. Why not take a step forward and teach him a lesson so he understands your might?" Yi Fan shook his head. "Young Master Yi, defeating him would grant you a prize of 100 million and that enchanting foreign beauty. Have you not considered it?" Xie Hao urged. "Do I appear to be in need of either wealth or beauty?" Yi Fan shot a disdainful glance at Xie Hao, who awkwardly shook his head in response. "Is there anyone else willing to step up for the challenge?" the host inquired, as the enticing prize of 100 million and exquisite beauties loomed before them, an opportunity not to be missed. However, the atmosphere remained hushed, a silence enveloping the crowd. "I'll do it." Just as a young man in a private booth prepared to send his subordinates to the stage, a deep voice resonated through the air. A man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall with a sturdy build, emerged and strode towards the arena. Despite his imposing stature, he bore the appearance of a simpleton, clad in coarse fabric and worn cloth shoes, resembling an ordinary farmer. Who is this country bumpkin? Does he truly dare to ascend the stage? Is he valuing money over his life? The crowd erupted in murmurs, scrutinizing the man. Upon reaching the platform, he fixed his gaze on the butcher, inhaled deeply, and clenched his calloused hands, revealing a hint of nervousness on his face. "Brother, are you certain you wish to challenge the butcher?" The host approached him, clearly recognizing that this man was no professional fighter, but merely an average individual. Such a presence on the stage could only lead to catastrophe. Will I truly receive 100 million if I win? The man asked, urgency flickering in his eyes. Indeed, but this man possesses immense strength. Have you considered your decision carefully? The host replied, yes. The man nodded, his expression dull yet resolute, casting a glance at the butcher. Fool! Prepare to meet your demise, sneered the butcher, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at knocking his opponent out cold. The onlookers could hardly bear to watch, convinced that this farmer-dressed youth was doomed. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed. The crowd fell silent in disbelief as the man, resembling a laborer, raised his hands to block the butcher's punch. Has he actually stopped the butcher's blow? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. None of the previous challengers had managed to withstand the butcher's strike. Yet this man had done the unthinkable. The butcher's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded the man, coldly remarking, "You possess some skill. Prepare yourself." With a fierce aura emanating from him, the butcher launched another punch, a devastating force akin to a cannonball, hurtling toward the man. The man's expression shifted, and he tightened his fist, meeting the butcher's strike head-on. A resounding thunderclap erupted once more, and to everyone's astonishment, it was the butcher who was forced to retreat, staggering back under the impact. How could this be? The spectators felt as though they were trapped in a dream. This individual, who appeared devoid of martial prowess, was exhibiting remarkable strength. Xie Hao gazed at the man on the stage, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Yifan gazed at the man before him, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This underground boxing arena is indeed fascinating. The butcher, seething with rage at being repelled by an unknown adversary, exhibited a fierce countenance, emanating an aura of formidable ferocity. He roared, muscles bulging as he summoned every ounce of his strength to unleash a devastating punch toward the man. This strike was the butcher's full might, capable of overwhelming even a 500 or 600-pound tiger. As the punch surged forth, the air around it trembled violently, a fierce wind howling, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. How terrifying! This lad might just have his skull shattered. The spectators flinched at the sight of the butcher's punch, their hearts racing in shock. This brother is surely doomed. Xie Hao lamented for the man. Not necessarily. Yifan wore a mysterious smile. As he observed the butcher launching a powerful punch, his brow furrowed, revealing a grave expression. He muttered to himself, "I cannot lose. I must not lose. My brother is waiting for the money to save his life." Suddenly, with a fervent shout, a glimmer of bloodlust flashed in his eyes. He summoned every ounce of strength and unleashed a punch, which reverberated with a resounding crash as their fists collided like two meteors. In an instant, the impact caused the arena to fracture. Chapter 72. Innate Divine Strength. With a splatter of blood, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, crashing beneath the stage and falling unconscious. The crowd, momentarily stunned, cast their gazes in disbelief. The individual who had plummeted from the ring, bloodied and defeated, was none other than the butcher. This champion, who boasted an unblemished record of 300 victories in the UFC matches of the Shang Nation, had been knocked out of the ring by a mere laborer with a single blow. The onlookers were left agape, their expressions frozen in shock, unable to utter a single word. It felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream. How could this be possible? He had actually vanquished the butcher. Below the stage, Xie Hao stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Yifan exclaimed, "Indeed, remarkable innate strength." Innate strength?
Ye Shao.
Are you referring to him? Xie Hao's gaze swept toward the man on the stage. Indeed, although he is an ordinary person and has never practiced martial arts, he possesses extraordinary innate strength. That butcher is certainly no match for him. Yifan let out a light hum. In this world, extraordinary individuals abound. Some, despite never having practiced martial arts, possess an innate strength that surpasses even that of seasoned warriors. This is the essence of innate divine power. Those endowed with such divine strength are born with remarkable might, which explains why the man in the arena, seemingly untrained in combat, could effortlessly knock out the butcher, a champion of unparalleled prowess, with a single punch. His innate power is so formidable that even the KO king, the butcher himself pales in comparison. However, such individuals blessed with innate divine strength are exceedingly rare. To encounter one today is truly unexpected for Yi Fan. If properly nurtured, who knows what potential might be unleashed. Yi Fan gazed at the man on the arena, lost in contemplation. At that moment, the man stood there, equally bewildered. Did I win? He uttered. A look of confusion etched across his face. Indeed you have won, you have defeated the butcher. The host gulped, staring at the man in astonishment. Then can I receive the 100 million prize? The man eagerly inquired. Of course. The host replied emphatically. Now, I announce that this brother has successfully challenged the butcher, earning a prize of 100 million and the company of this exquisite beauty, he proclaimed. Wait, a voice from the second-floor VIP room interrupted, belonging to a man puffing on a cigar. Is there something you wish to say, young sir? The host inquired, glancing toward the youth in the box. I refuse to accept this. He cannot claim the 100 million and the beauty without defeating me first, the youth declared coldly, his eyes glinting with a frosty intensity as he fixed his gaze on the man in the arena. He had not anticipated this fellow's prowess, capable of vanquishing even the butcher. Had he known, he would have sent his subordinates into the ring sooner. The host's expression shifted, hesitating momentarily. Abao, eliminate this man, the youth commanded with an air of arrogance. Yes, replied a slender man beside the youth, nodding before vaulting out of the box and executing a flawless somersault, landing squarely on the arena, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath his feet. The audience gasped in awe at the display of agility. I have already won the match. I do not wish to continue, the victorious man protested. Attempt to leave? Abao scoffed, his eyes gleaming with menace as he lunged forward like a predator, delivering a swift strike towards the man. The man's expression changed abruptly. He hastily raised his arms to defend himself, causing both combatants to stagger backward. Indeed, he possesses some skill, Abao remarked coldly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes as he charged forward once more. Boom! Abao moved with lightning speed, circling behind the man and delivering a swift chop. Although the man was strong, his reflexes were lacking, rendering him unable to react in time, and he was struck directly. With a splatter, the man was propelled forward, blood spurting from his mouth. A mere brute with some strength, Abao sneered, launching into another series of rapid attacks. The man, despite his considerable might, lacked formal training, making his reactions sluggish. Abao, with the swiftness of a cheetah, struck him repeatedly. Boom! Soon, the man was sent flying, crashing onto the arena as he coughed up blood, his body marred with wounds. Well done, Abao. The youth in the VIP room applauded, a smug expression on his face. This is utterly unfair, protested Xie Hao, dissatisfied with the spectacle. Get up, fight back, stand up. The audience urged not to encourage him, but to see him rise and deliver an exhilarating performance. Foolish lad, if you are willing to forfeit the reward, I can grant you a chance to live. Abao taunted, disdain dripping from his tone. The man, his eyes filled with determination despite the blood streaming down his face, replied, I will not give up. He struggled to rise, fixing his gaze upon his opponent. Come again, overestimating yourself. Abao scoffed, charging once more with the ferocity of a feline hunter, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Boom! 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 The man exerted all his strength, barely managing to fend off a few blows. However, as Abao's speed intensified and his attacks became erratic, the man could not keep up, and soon found himself battered and bloodied once more, crashing onto the arena floor. In a gruesome state, the man lay there, bloodied and bruised, a pitiful sight indeed. Utterly pathetic.
Abao de Rai.
Excellent work. The youth in the box gloated, casting a predatory glance at the fair maiden in the cage. Grinning wickedly, Beauty, you belong to me now. I have not yet lost, the battered man declared, finding the strength to rise once more, despite his trembling frame. His eyes shone with unwavering resolve, a powerful conviction refusing to accept defeat. Such a resilient spirit, Abao remarked, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man crashing against the arena's railing. Rebounding to the ground, blood spilling anew. At this moment, the man teetered on the brink of death, 1 foot in the abyss. Abao's eyes glinted with a chilling intent as he hurled a fist towards the man's head, intent on obliterating him. You cannot kill him. A sudden, cold voice pierced the air near Abao's ear. Chapter 73. Who I wish to perish, must perish. You cannot kill him. Boom! In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted, and Abao was sent flying, crashing into the corner of the arena, convulsing and spewing blood. And where Abao had stood moments before now lingered the figure of Yifan. In that instant, silence enveloped the crowd, a profound stillness settling over the arena. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to grasp the gravity of what had just transpired. Abao! The youth in the VIP room felt the weight of anger as he watched the scene unfold, his face darkening with rage as his gaze fixated on Yifan. You? Who are you to interfere? How dare you harm my man? Yifan paid no mind to the young man, instead approaching the bloodied figure before him. He produced a silver needle and deftly inserted it into the man's body. In a matter of moments, the blood that had been flowing from his wounds ceased, and his injuries began to mend. Thank you, the man exclaimed, lifting his gaze to Yifan in gratitude. What is your name? Do you find yourself in dire need of money? Yifan gazed at the man as he spoke. My name is Dehu. My younger brother suffered a severe injury while working at the construction site, and he urgently requires funds for surgery. The man, panting, struggled to rise from the ground. So you came here to participate in a boxing match? Yifan remarked, I heard from others that boxing is a quick way to make money, so I decided to give it a try. If I don't earn some, my brother will die, and I cannot allow that. As the Agao spoke, he rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the host. Can you give me the prize now? Absolutely not. The host was about to respond when a young man from the second-floor private room appeared, snorting disdainfully. Why not? I have already defeated that butcher. Dehu exclaimed with fervor. I said it's not happening, and it's not. Not only will you two receive no rewards today, but you will also meet your demise. The youth declared arrogantly. Hey, who do you think you are? On what grounds do you make such claims? Xie Hao approached with evident displeasure, glancing at the young man with a huff. Simply because I am the young master of the Shin family, the youth retorted dismissively. The Shin family? Xie Hao furrowed his brow. Are you referring to one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan County? Indeed, though now it's down to 3. I am Shin Hao, the second young master of the Shin family. In Jiangnan County, if I want someone dead, they will die, Shin Hao coldly asserted. Upon hearing his words, the audience gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that he was a young master of the Shin family, which explained his overwhelming arrogance. In Jiangnan County, the 4 great families wielded immense power, akin to local emperors, with none daring to provoke them. Although one of these families, the Bai family, had been destroyed, it did not diminish the standing of the remaining 3. As the second young master of one of these families, Shin Hao indeed possessed the audacity to act as he pleased. Greetings, young Master Shin. I am the owner of this underground boxing arena. I apologize for failing to extend a proper welcome upon your arrival. Please forgive me. At that moment, the owner of the underground boxing venue hurriedly appeared, ingratiating himself before Shin Hao. You arrived just in time. Deal with these 3, Shin Hao said, pointing at Yifan, Dehu, and Xie Hao with a cold scoff. As the second young master of the Shin family, he believed that whoever he wished to eliminate must meet their end. Understood, young Master Shin. Bring them down. The owner of the underground boxing arena nodded quickly. Being the proprietor of such a significant establishment, he was no ordinary individual. Murder posed no moral dilemma for him, especially at the command of the second young master of the Shin family. Instantly, a group of well-built enforcers clad in combat attire surged forward, charging at Yifan and his companions. You are utterly lawless. I am, Xie Hao shouted in anger, but before he could finish, he was struck with a punch and sent staggering backward. Just as the enforcer prepared to attack Xie Hao again, a hand shot out, gripping his throat and crushing it instantly. It was Yifan. Without hesitation, he swiftly dispatched the entire group of enforcers in the underground boxing arena, leaving no room for doubt or mercy. As dozens of enforcers lay dead upon the stage, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. the spectators, the owner of the underground boxing arena, Shen Hao, Xie Hao, De Hu, and all present were left in stunned disbelief. Useless.
Ye Fan koldi eklaymed.
His gaze sweeping towards Shen Hao as he advanced. You must not approach, Shen Hao stammered, attempting to leverage his status as the second young master of the Shen family to intimidate Yi Fan. However, he was faced with Yi Fan, who had effortlessly obliterated the Bai family. How could he possibly be concerned about the Shen family? Enough of this noise. With a resounding slap, the confrontation escalated. Yi Fan delivered a resounding slap, propelling the second young master of the Shen family several meters away, crashing against a wall and leaving him barely conscious. The onlookers were astonished that Yi Fan had the audacity to strike a prominent member of the Shen family. The proprietor of the underground boxing arena was particularly terrified, sweating profusely as he implored, "My apologies, young master. I beg for your mercy." Yi Fan gazed at the proprietor of the underground boxing arena, who was about to speak, but was so terrified that he immediately knelt down. This young man, who had effortlessly taken the lives of dozens without a flicker of an eyelash, dared to lay a hand on the young master of the Shen family. Such a formidable individual was far beyond the means of someone like him, the owner of an underground boxing arena. To provoke, what of the 100 million reward? Yi Fan spoke coldly. Hurry, bring out the prize money. The boss quickly commanded his subordinates. Soon, several individuals appeared, carrying several large boxes, which were filled to the brim with stacks of vibrant red cash. Upon seeing the staggering sum of 100 million in cash, many onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. And what about that foreign lady? Yi Fan continued. Quickly bring her here, the owner of the underground fighting arena stated directly. Soon after, the foreign woman, confined within a steel cage, was brought forth, her azure eyes shimmering with curiosity as they gazed upon Yi Fan. This 100 million is yours, but I shall take her. Is that acceptable? Yi Fan cast a glance at the formidable tiger. Very well indeed. Yi Fan coldly addressed the owner of the underground boxing arena, and then they departed with several large boxes in tow. Once outside the arena, Xie Hao gazed at Yi Fan with admiration and exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, you are truly remarkable. You are nothing short of my idol. Do you take disciples? I wish to become your apprentice." Yi Fan retorted, "No, you are too inexperienced. I cannot accept such an unskilled disciple." Yi Fan spoke directly, prompting Xie Hao to wear an embarrassed expression as he replied, "Young Master Yi, that was rather cutting, wasn't it? To think that with such mediocre skills, you would still hold the position of the Martial Arts Society president." Yi Fan shook his head. "Young Master Yi, my skills are actually quite decent. It is merely that in comparison to you, I appear rather inadequate." Xie Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Benefactor, I am truly grateful. Were it not for you, I believe I would have perished." At that moment, De Hu turned to Yi Fan and said, "My brother's surgery does not require this much money. Perhaps you should keep it." "I do not need it. This is rightfully yours. Let us first proceed to the hospital to pay for your brother's surgical expenses." Yi Fan spoke directly. "Benefactor, are you also going?" De Hu expressed his astonishment. "Can you manage such a large sum of money on your own?" "Fortunately, I possess some medical skills. Perhaps I could be of assistance."
Ye Fan eklaymed.
"I shall also go," Xie Hao promptly replied. Yi Fan cast a glance at Xie Hao before departing with De Hu and the foreign girl.
Ye Shao.
"I will dedicate myself to martial arts training. When we meet again, I shall surely astonish you," Xie Hao called out to Yi Fan. Subsequently, he made a phone call. "You finally decided to call me, huh?" boomed a voice from the other end. "Old man, I wish to enter that place," Xie Hao stated directly. "That place? I had been urging you to go there, yet you were too frightened to venture forth. What has changed your mind now? What has spurred you on?" The man on the other end inquired with curiosity. "I want to grow stronger," Xie Hao declared resolutely. Yi Fan was unaware that his words would irrevocably alter the course of another's future. Chapter 74. The Physician's Shame. Soon Yi Fan, along with Big Tiger and the foreign woman, arrived at Tianhai People's Hospital, carrying a suitcase filled with 100 million in cash. In a corridor of the hospital, a blood-soaked man lay on a stretcher. "Brother," Big Tiger exclaimed, rushing towards the man. You've finally arrived. Quickly, get your brother out of here. He has an eyesore. A doctor clad in a white coat approached, looking at Big Tiger with disdain. Doctor, why hasn't my brother received surgery? Why is he left lying in the corridor? You must operate on him. Big Tiger pleaded. Surgery? Have you paid the surgical fees? The doctor retorted scornfully. You expect us to perform surgery without payment? Do you think this hospital is a charitable organization? I have the money now. Please, perform the surgery on my brother. Big Tiger insisted urgently. It's too late. Your brother is beyond saving. Just send him to the crematorium. The doctor replied coldly. How can this be? When my brother was brought in, you said he could be saved. Now you claim he is lost. You have killed my brother. Big Tiger's expression shifted to one of fury as he glared at the doctor. It is not my concern that you cannot afford the surgery. Let me make it clear. Here, only those with money can hope to survive. Without it, you may as well leave. The doctor sneered. Smack! Yifan delivered a forceful slap that sent the doctor sprawling to the ground. His voice icy as he admonished. A physician should possess a benevolent heart. How dare you utter such words? Do you truly deserve to don that white coat? From where did you emerge? On what grounds do you presume to strike me? Call security swiftly. The doctor, lying on the floor with his hands covering his face, glared at Yifan with palpable fury. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated through the air as a man in his 40s, with gray hair and clad in a white coat adorned with the insignia of a chief physician, hurriedly approached. Brother-in-law, your timing is impeccable. This scoundrel has the audacity to strike me. You must summon someone to apprehend him, the doctor exclaimed, addressing the chief physician. In a sanctuary of healing, you dare to resort to violence? Immediately inform the security department and file a report, the chief physician commanded, fixing a stern gaze upon Yifan. Doctor, this has nothing to do with the benefactor. It was his desperation that led him to strike out, for you refused to operate on my brother, declaring him beyond salvation. Dahu interjected hastily. It was your failure to pay the surgical fee that prevented us from proceeding with the operation, and indeed, your brother is beyond recovery. Have I spoken falsely? The doctor retorted indignantly. The chief physician approached Dahu's brother to conduct an examination, stating, your brother's organs have all succumbed to failure. His heart has ceased to beat. He is indeed beyond salvation. As for the surgery, without the requisite payment, we are bound by regulations and cannot operate. Therefore, the medical staff has acted within their rights. Yet your violent outburst in public warrants severe repercussions. As healers, we are obligated to strive to save every patient. Yet you stood idly by while a life slipped away, unworthy of the title of physician. To declare a patient beyond hope when there remains a flicker of life is the mark of a quack. You are a disgrace to the medical profession. Yifan gazed intently at the director, whose words were laced with authority. The onlookers were taken aback, secretly marveling at the audacity of this young man to insult a director of medicine so brazenly. It is well known that the People's Hospital is the largest in Tianhai, and to attain the position of director, one must be a luminary in the field of medicine. Such individuals are not to be belittled without consequence. The director, rendered speechless by Yifan's audacity, struggled to respond. You. What qualifications do you possess to call my brother-in-law a quack? He is a top-tier medical professor in Tianhai. If he declares a case hopeless, it is indeed hopeless. If you possess any skill, then demonstrate your ability to save him. At that moment, the physician glared at Yifan, clearly dissatisfied. Today, I shall show you what it truly means to be a healer.
Yifan spoke coldly.
His gaze fixed on the younger brother of Da, who as he brandished 3 silver needles, deftly piercing them into 3 distinct acupoints on the opponent's body. He then grasped the needles, vibrating them at a unique frequency, causing a luminous glow to emanate from them and penetrate the younger brother's body. This individual had already succumbed to organ failure. His heart had ceased to beat, and even the legendary Hua Tuo could not revive him. The attending physician scoffed disdainfully. Such theatrics. The department head echoed with a cold snort, entirely unconvinced that Yifan could save this condemned soul. At that moment, the crowd around them swelled. A group approached from a distance, led by Hua En, the president of the hospital, accompanied by Su Qinglai and the director of Tianhai People's Hospital. Director Lu, with such a gathering in a hospital, Are you not concerned about potential chaos? What kind of hospital head are you?
Hua-en remarked.
Furrowing his brow at the sight of the large crowd before him. Lu Hai, the director of the People's Hospital, immediately paled and responded, "You are right, Hua Lao. It is my mismanagement. I will address it at once." He rushed into the throng, and upon spotting the department head, he chastised, "Director, you're here. You cannot blame me. It is this individual who caused this commotion." The director pointed hastily at Yifan, summarizing the earlier events. "Such nonsense. How can you allow someone to recklessly treat a patient in a hospital? What if something goes awry and tarnishes the hospital's reputation?"
Liu Hai Eckerlim, scanning Yifan,
who was still administering the needles, quickly disperse the crowd and remove them. "Yes, have them all escorted out," the director commanded, and instantly, a group of security personnel appeared, ready to confront Yifan. "You shall not harm our benefactor," De Hu interjected, placing himself protectively in front of the security team. "Take them all away."
Liu Hai Bakke.
"Stop." At that moment, Hua-en and Su Qinglai arrived on the scene. "Director, is he Yifan?" Su Qinglai asked, pointing at Yifan. Indeed, Hua-en's gaze sharpened as he observed Yifan's needle technique, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. "It is indeed the Ghost Valley needle technique.
Hua Lao.
It is this fellow who has indiscriminately treated patients, leading to such a crowd. I shall have him removed at once," Lu Hai declared. "Let him continue."
Hua-en countered decisively.
"What?" Lu Hai was taken aback. "Hua Lao, this patient is beyond saving. This young man is merely putting on a show." Suddenly someone shouted, "Look, the patient is moving." At that moment, under Yifan's treatment, De Hu's younger brother's heart began to beat once more, and his body exhibited signs of life. "How is this possible?" Lu Hai's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his face paling. Just as he had declared the patient irretrievable, the individual had revived before the esteemed president of the hospital. Was this not a blow to his credibility? The director and his medical colleague wore expressions of incredulity. Chapter 75. A fortuitous turn of events. With a swift motion, Yifan removed the silver needles, aiding De Hu's younger brother to sit up. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of stagnant blood, his breath returning to normal, and his eyes fluttered open. "Brother," De Hu exclaimed with joy, witnessing his sibling awaken. "Am I still alive?" the younger brother asked incredulously. "Yes, it was our benefactor who saved you," De Hu replied, brimming with excitement. "Could it be true? Has he truly brought me back to life? Is he a deity?" In that moment, the onlookers, patients, family members, doctors and nurses, were left in utter shock, astonished that a lifeless individual had been revived. Was this not the work of a divine being? The Ghost Valley medical arts are indeed formidable.
Hua-en remarked solemnly.
"Benefactor, thank you. Thank you for saving my brother."
Da hu projlajmet, kinilin before Yefan ingratitude.
No need for such formality.
Yefan hurriedly spoke.
His gaze sweeping toward the director and his brother-in-law as he coldly inquired, "Have you seen clearly? Is this person alive or dead?" Instantly, both the director and his brother-in-law appeared quite distressed. "Now tell me, if you are not quacks, then who is?" Yifan gazed sternly at the two individuals before him. "Young man, silence." At that moment, as Lu Hai began to speak, Yifan interrupted with a sharp reprimand, directing his piercing gaze at the man before him. "You are the director of this hospital, are you not? Is this institution truly devoted to nurturing such avaricious quacks, who are solely driven by monetary gain? I dare say you are no better than a charlatan." Instantly, Lu Hai shot a disgruntled look at Yifan, muttering, "Well said." Just as Lu Hai was about to explode with indignation, a single remark from Hua quelled his fury. "Director Lu, it appears you are no longer suited for your position. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from your role as the director of Tianhai People's Hospital. Furthermore, both of you have shown utter disregard for the lives of your patients. You are unworthy of the title of physician. I hereby revoke your medical licenses." Hua-en regarded the three men with an icy demeanor. "Who are you to annul our medical licenses?" One of the doctors retorted defiantly, frustration evident in his tone. "Enough!" Lu Hai barked at his colleague, then turned to Hua-en, his voice trembling. "Mr. Hua, I apologize for my transgressions. I implore you for another chance. As the director of a prestigious hospital, revoking the credentials of one hospital director and 2 physicians was a trivial matter for Huan. You have no further opportunities, he stated coldly. Seize them and escort them away. Suddenly, a wave of desperation surged through the crowd as the family members of the patients clamored toward Yifan, pleading for his miraculous intervention to heal their ailing loved ones. Divine Healer, please cure my illness. Divine Healer, save my child. They cried out in unison. Upon seeing this, Yifan furrowed his brow. Young Master Yi, please follow me, Huayan stated directly. Subsequently, Yifan accompanied Huayan to an office, while the family members of the patients were held back. Who are you?
Yifan gazed at Huan. Huan.
The esteemed director of the Royal Hospital of the Dragon Kingdom. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Yi. Huayan spoke with profound respect. The director of the Royal Hospital? Have you come for that physician?
Yifan inviret koldu.
Indeed. Physician Wang has been rendered a vegetative state due to a single silver needle from young Master Yi, leaving us utterly helpless. Thus, I have come in person to implore young Master Yi to show mercy and spare Physician Wang's life. Huan replied. And what if I am unwilling? Yifan cast a glance at the other party. From young Master Ye's earlier words, it was evident that he possessed a benevolent heart akin to that of a healer. Furthermore, as a distinguished member of the renowned Gigu, a figure like Dr. Wang was hardly worthy of young Master Ye's concern. Thus, I implore you to show mercy.
Huan studied earnestly.
Are you familiar with Gigu? Yifan inquired, astonished by Huan's words. 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to have met the esteemed medical sage of Gigu. You have met my third master? So, young Master Yi is a disciple of the Gigu medical sage? No wonder your medical skills are so formidable. Huan gazed at Yifan with a look of astonishment, his heart profoundly shaken. For your sake today, I shall spare that old fool. But if he dares to oppose me again, it will be far more than a simple transformation into a vegetative state. Yifan spoke with an air of indifference. Thank you, young Master Yi. Huan immediately bowed in response. Following this, Yifan accompanied Huan to another ward, where they encountered the renowned physician, Wang. With a mere wave of his hand, the silver needles within Wang's body shot forth with great speed. Wang gasped for breath, his condition returning to normal. Director, Wang called out to Huan, his gaze shifting towards Yifan, revealing a hint of resentment. Old Wang, quickly express your gratitude to young Master Yi. He is a disciple of the sage of medicine from Gigu, and today young Master Yi has spared you. Consider yourself fortunate.
Huan instructed Wang directly.
What? He is a disciple of the sage of medicine from Gigu? At that moment, Wang stared at Yifan in astonishment. In the realm of medicine in Long Country, the sage of medicine from Gigu is regarded as a mythical figure, an idol revered by countless practitioners, and Wang was no exception. However, he never anticipated that the one he had long regarded as an adversary would be a disciple of the very idol he admired. I, an old man, pay my respects to young Master Yi. Previously, I was blind to your greatness and offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Wang quickly descended from his bed and bowed to Yifan. I do not wish to see you again. Yifan uttered a remark and turned to leave. Dean, with the emergence of the disciple of the medical sage, if he participates in that competition, do we not stand a chance of victory? At that moment, Dr. Wang cast a glance toward Huan and declared, should he intervene, victory would be assured. However, persuading him to act may prove to be no simple task. Huan's eyes shimmered with contemplation. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, De Hu, his brother, and the foreign woman lingered together. Yifan entered, casting a glance at De Hu and his younger brother. Benefactor, thank you for saving me. Hu, De Hu's brother, Hu, expressed his heartfelt gratitude toward Yifan. Please, do not refer to me as benefactor. Simply call me Yifan. Yifan said, let us call you young Master Yi. Regardless, young Master Yi, you are now a great benefactor to the two of us. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Although we lack significant abilities, we possess a modicum of strength. So if there are any tasks you need assistance with, feel free to approach us. De Hu looked at Yifan, his face radiating sincerity. Is your brother as strong as you? Yifan cast a glance at the two brothers. Indeed, since childhood, they possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly lifting stones weighing over 100 pounds. The elder brother nodded in agreement. Previously, while hunting in the mountains, my brother and I encountered a tiger that could not withstand even a single blow from us and was swiftly dispatched. The villagers often liken us to the legendary warrior Wusong. The younger brother scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. At that moment, Yifan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that both brothers were endowed with innate strength. Such individuals were exceedingly rare, and to encounter two in one go was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune for Yifan. Yifan cast his gaze upon the two brothers, Big Tiger and Second Tiger, and inquired, "What are you engaged in at present?" "Previously, my brother and I lived in the countryside, but later my mother urged us to venture out and experience the world. Thus, my younger brother and I arrived in Tianhai, where we spent our time laboring on construction sites." Big Tiger replied. "What a waste." Yifan immediately shook his head, lamenting that such a formidable natural-born powerhouse was reduced to manual labor on a construction site. A sheer squandering of potential. "Would you two be willing to follow me? I can offer you tenfold the remuneration compared to your current toil." Yifan gazed at the two individuals and spoke, "Young Master Yi, you are the benefactor of both of us. We would be willing to do anything for you. However, aside from possessing a bit of strength, we lack other skills. I wonder if accompanying you would be of any benefit?" To who expressed his concerns. "Certainly it will be beneficial. You shall prove invaluable in the future."
Yifan similed.
With the extraordinary talents of these two brothers, once nurtured by Yifan, their future achievements in the martial arts realm would be boundless. He had truly stumbled upon two treasures. "We are willing to follow young Master Yi, and we require no payment, as long as we are provided with a meal," the brothers eagerly exclaimed. "Excellent." Yifan nodded. Then his gaze shifted towards the foreign woman. Chapter 76. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Yifan approached the foreign woman and inquired, "What is your name?" The woman, with a bewildered expression, shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "You don't know? You are unaware of your own name?" He pressed on. "Then, from where do you hail? Where is your home? Why have you been captured?" Yifan frowned and continued to inquire. In response to Yifan's questions, the foreign woman appeared utterly clueless, knowing nothing at all. Subsequently, Yifan examined her body and found no apparent issues. Could it be that she had lost her memory?
Yifan conjectured.
"Allow me to find you a place to stay first." Yifan gazed at the woman and inquired, "Where do you reside? I wish to accompany you." The woman promptly grasped Yifan's hand, her large eyes fixed upon him. "Accompany me? Are you not afraid that I might be a villain?" Yifan stated. "You are not." The woman shook her head. "Let us depart from here first." Yifan, accompanied by the woman and the two tigers, made his way outside. Thanks to Yifan's treatment, the two tigers were now in good health and no longer required hospitalization. Divine Healer, please save me." As he observed the frenzied crowd of over 100 rushing towards him, Yifan's expression shifted. These individuals were merely ordinary people, and he could not harm them. However, it was also impossible for him to attend to each one of their ailments individually. Even with his exceptional medical skills, the sheer number would surely exhaust him. Perhaps it was time to take an alternative approach. Yifan spoke directly. They exerted considerable effort to escape through the back door of the hospital. However, just as they emerged from the hospital, Yifan encountered an acquaintance. "What brings you here?" Yifan approached with a greeting, and the familiar face before him was Lin Shirin. "Ah, it's you. I came to get some medicine for my father." "What brings you here?" Lin Shirin inquired with curiosity. "Oh, a friend of mine is unwell, and I came to check on him." "Your father is ill. Do you require my assistance?" Yifan spoke up. Due to Lin Shirin's remarkable skill in playing the piano, Yifan held her in high regard. "No need, it's just an old habit," Lin Shirin replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Lin Shirin's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Aunt Lu. You mentioned that a group of strangers has arrived at my home?" Lin Shirin's expression changed abruptly as she asked, "What happened?"
Yifan inquired.
Lin Shirin anxiously replied. Yifan spoke, "Would this be too much trouble for you?" Lin Shirin felt a bit embarrassed, To which Yi Fan responded directly, "Not at all." Subsequently, Yi Fan escorted Lin Shirin to his residence. As for Dehu and Air Hu, Yi Fan informed Chunlan to come and fetch them, arranging accommodations and imparting some basic martial arts knowledge. Once they had established a solid foundation, Yi Fan's intention was to assist the two brothers in awakening their innate divine powers. The strength of those endowed with innate divine power is not fixed. As their potential is continually stimulated, their innate abilities will further awaken. Yi Fan aimed to assist Dehu and Air Hu in unlocking their potential, enabling their divine powers to grow stronger, ultimately mastering and wielding them to become true martial arts masters. However, this process required time and could not be rushed. Although Dehu and Air Hu had made arrangements, a foreign woman insisted on accompanying Yi Fan, compelling him to take her along to Lin Shirin's residence. At Lin Shirin's home, a group of individuals stood, each exhibiting pronounced temples and gleaming eyes, clearly seasoned practitioners of martial arts, and notably formidable. Among them, a middle-aged man lounged on the sofa, casting a derisive glance at Lin's father, who was coughing incessantly and appeared frail. I never imagined that the once mighty genius, hailed as the most gifted among the 9 great clans for centuries, would now be reduced to this pitiful state, a frail invalid. How laughable! Lin's father, unfazed by the scornful remarks, met the middle-aged man's gaze. Lin Hu, I did not expect you to be here. Surprised? Who did you think it was? The clan leader? Given your current state, do you believe you deserve a visit from the clan leader? Lin Hu sneered dismissively. You are correct. My intention in contacting the Lin clan is merely to request a restorative elixir to regain my appearance. Out of respect for our shared bloodline, Lin's father stated. Lin Langtian, do you still consider yourself part of the Lin clan? As a waste already expelled from the family, what right do you have to demand the clan's precious elixir? Lin Hu retorted coldly. Do you not recall any old sentiments? Lin's father's expression shifted as he spoke. Old sentiments? Ha ha ha. Lin Langtian, you are nothing but a useless cripple. Do you truly believe the Lin clan would entertain the notion of old sentiments with you? However, considering you are my cousin, I might offer you an elixir, but... Lin Hu's eyes glinted with a sinister light. But what? Lin's father inquired. You must kneel and kowtow to me. If it pleases me, I might just grant you an elixir. Lin Hu laughed mockingly. You! Lin's father glared at Lin Hu, his face flushed with rage. What? Unwilling? Very well. Lin Hu coldly responded. Thud. In that instant, Lin's father knelt before Lin Hu. I will do it as long as it pleases you, he said, his fists clenched tightly, and he began to bow his head. Lin Hu, witnessing the spectacle, was filled with exhilaration, relishing the moment. He stood up, placing a foot on Lin's father's head, looking down coldly. Lin Langtian, did you ever think this day would come? In the Lin clan you were once exalted, looking down upon me, your cousin, and unrelentingly chastising me in front of others, leaving me humiliated. Yet today you find yourself kneeling and kowtowing to me, underfoot. Truly, how the tides have turned. Today, I shall return every ounce of humiliation you ever bestowed upon me. With a fierce shout, Lin Hu kicked out, sending Lin's father crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Dad! How are you, Dad? Lin Shirin exclaimed, her concern for her father palpable, before her gaze shifted to Lin Hu. Who are you? What gives you the right to strike my father? You must be Lin Longtian's daughter? So it is you who requires the elixir for restoration. No wonder the proud Lin Langtian would stoop to kneel and bow. It's all for his precious daughter. Lin Hu mocked. Lin Hu, I have already kneeled and kowtowed. You have vented your anger. Can you not grant me an elixir? Lin's father looked up, his face pale. You believe that the humiliation you inflicted upon me can be so easily absolved? This is merely the beginning. Lin Hu's cold smile revealed his intent. Lin Langtian, since you have lost one leg, how about I help you sever the other? Then you shall be a complete invalid. Ha ha ha, bring it on. At that moment, Lin Hu's eyes glinted with malice as he gestured for the group beside him to charge at Lin Langtian. Stop. Lin Shirin's expression changed as she stepped protectively in front of her father. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted as the assailants were sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The one responsible for their downfall was Yi Fan. Who are you? Lin Hu's gaze shifted to Yi Fan, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yi Fan did not even glance at Lin Hu. Instead, he proceeded towards Lin Shireen and her father. You are courting death. Lin Hu's expression darkened upon realizing that Yi Fan dared to disregard him. He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch, exuding an aura of terrifying strength. Be careful, Lin's father called out, fully aware of Lin Hu's capabilities. Although the man lacked exceptional talent, he was nevertheless a member of the Lin clan's collateral branch and possessed considerable combat prowess. However, soon, a look of astonishment appeared in Lin's father's eyes. In the face of Lin Hu's punch, Yi Fan did not even spare a glance. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent Lin Hu flying. With a thud, Lin Hu crashed into a wall and then fell to the ground, spitting blood. How is this possible? Lin Hu gazed at Yi Fan in disbelief. His own strength having reached the 8th level of the human realm, yet he could not withstand even a single strike from this young man. How could this be? Where did this boy come from? Is uncle all right? Yi Fan approached Lin's father and inquired, Are you all right? I am fine. Cough, cough, cough. Lin's father gazed at Yi Fan, his eyes displaying astonishment, when suddenly he erupted into a fit of coughing, expelling blood. Father, you are coughing up blood. Let me take you to the hospital. Lin Shireen exclaimed, her expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing her father's condition. No need for the hospital. Allow me to handle it. Yi Fan spoke, You possess the ability to heal? In response, Lin Shireen gazed at Yi Fan with a look of astonishment. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded slightly, and with a sweep of his hand, a silver needle materialized within his grasp. In an instant, this needle transformed into a glimmering dart, piercing directly into an acupoint on Lin's father's chest, leaving merely half an inch exposed. As Yi Fan delicately trembled the needle, a luminous aura began to emanate from its tip, channeling a mysterious energy into Lin's father's body. At that moment, Lin's father's gaze sharpened. Astonishment etched across his face as he looked at Yi Fan. Under the influence of Yi Fan's acupuncture, Lin's father's countenance swiftly returned to normal, his breath stabilizing. Yi Fan withdrew the silver needle and addressed Lin's father. Uncle, your health is currently stable. However, you bear hidden injuries that have lingered for an extended period. These injuries have penetrated deeply into your very marrow. If not treated promptly, should these concealed wounds erupt, the consequences for you, uncle, could be dire. Father, do you still have hidden injuries? Is this what you referred to as an old ailment? Lin Shireen's expression shifted dramatically as her gaze turned toward Yi Fan. Master Yi, what do you mean by what you just said regarding my father? Should these hidden injuries fully manifest, uncle would undoubtedly meet his demise. Yi Fan spoke in a low voice. What? How can this be? Instantly, Lin Shireen's delicate face turned pale, her body trembling. She hastily looked at Yi Fan and implored, Young Master Yi, since you can discern my father's hidden injuries, do you have any means to save him? My father cannot die. Shireen, there is no need to trouble this young man. I am well aware of my own condition. It is beyond remedy. Lin's father shook his head. Uncle's hidden injuries, though grave, are not insurmountable for me. If uncle is willing, I can administer treatment, and within a few days, he shall be restored to health. Yi Fan spoke directly, brimming with confidence. Upon hearing his words, Lin's father was taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. You little brat, this old fool is on the brink of death, and yet you still harbor the audacity to save him? Moreover, you dare to lay a hand on me? Just wait. I shall ensure you accompany him into the depths of demise. Lin Hu scrambled to his feet, pointing at Yi Fan with an expression of cold fury. He had barely taken a few steps when a sharp crack echoed through the air, a sound of bone snapping. Lin Hu's neck was abruptly seized by a hand from behind, leaving his eyes wide in shock as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The assailant was none other than Yi Fan. Lin Hu stared in disbelief at Yi Fan, attempting to utter words, yet blood poured forth from his mouth as he succumbed to his fate. Lin Shireen's expression shifted upon witnessing Lin Hu's demise, her face paling visibly. In contrast, Lin's father remained remarkably composed, while the group of underlings Lin Hu had brought stood frozen in shock. Remove his body immediately. Yi Fan gazed at the group of subordinates and bellowed. The individuals hastily scrambled to their feet, carrying away the lifeless body of Lin Hu. My apologies for startling you, Yi Fan remarked as he turned to Lin Shireen. May I inquire the name of this young gentleman? Which family does he belong to? Lin Fu observed Yi Fan with a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. I am Yi Fan, and I belong to no family, he replied. Yi Fan spoke lightly. Father, who are those people? Why did they target you? Lin Shireen inquired, gazing at her father. Sighing deeply, Lin's father replied, Initially, I sought them out in hopes of acquiring a medicinal herb to restore your beauty, but I never anticipated. To restore Miss Lin's beauty. What need is there for such a medicinal herb? Yi Fan spoke, Are you capable of restoring Shi Yin's beauty? Immediately, Father Lin gazed at Yi Fan with heightened emotion. Of course, I had previously conveyed this to Miss Lin. Unfortunately, she seems rather skeptical of my words. Yi Fan touched his nose and said helplessly, I apologize. I thought you were jesting with me. For a moment, Lin Shireen felt somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. If you trust me, I can help restore your beauty completely today. Yi Fan spoke directly. Young Master Yi, I kindly ask you to restore Shireen's appearance first.
Lin Fu quickly interjected.
Father, I am fine. It is more urgent to restore your appearance. Lin Fu glanced at Lin Shireen and spoke candidly. Subsequently, Yi Fan began the process of restoring Lin Shireen's visage. Meanwhile, within the confines of the last 3 prominent families of Jiangnan County, the Shen family members gazed upon Shen Hao's lifeless body, their expressions grim, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Yi Fan, you have gone too far, roared Shen Quanshan, the head of the Shen family, his eyes glimmering with intense killing intent. Patriarch, this Yi Fan is exceedingly arrogant. Shen Hao was our second young master, and he was slain so casually. If we do not take action against him, what face will the Shen family have when word spreads? Have you all forgotten the fate of the Bai family? Yi Fan annihilated them. Do you wish for the Shen family to meet the same end? At this moment, the senior members of the Shen family began to argue amongst themselves. Shen Quanshan's expression shifted repeatedly as he pondered. To kill my grandson, he must perish. Suddenly, a chilling voice broke through the tension. An elder with white hair and brows entered, his expression cold and his eyes glinting with a terrifying light. He was none other than the patriarch of the Shen family. Father, old patriarch, both Shen Quanshan and the other senior members exclaimed in unison. Father, that Yi Fan. He did indeed destroy the Bai family. But we are not the Bai family. We still have Tian Hao. He will return from his master's abode in a couple of days. With him here, Yi Fan is destined to die, the elder declared icily. Upon hearing the name Tian Hao, the senior members of the Shen family were taken aback. Tian Hao, originally known as Shen Tian Hao, was the eldest son of the Shen family. He had been taken away by a reclusive expert since childhood, becoming a disciple of a powerful sect. If they could eliminate this individual, it would not only avenge Hao but also elevate the Shen family's reputation in Jiangnan County, allowing them to become the foremost family in the region. Shen Quanshan's eyes sparkled with determination as he coldly proclaimed. The Shen patriarch remained impassive. Chapter 78. Healing Hidden Injuries. The Lin family. Yi Fan dedicated an hour to treating the scars on Lin Shireen's face. Under his meticulous care, the scars on her visage entirely scabbed and subsequently fell away, revealing the remarkable emergence of new skin beneath. Splendid. Yi Fan removed the silver needle and gazed at Lin Shireen, inquiring, Is my face truly restored? Lin Shireen, somewhat incredulous, replied, Is it really? Indeed. Your face has returned to its former beauty. Go take a look in the mirror. Lin's father exclaimed with palpable excitement as he beheld his daughter's rejuvenated visage. Really? Lin Shireen still harbored doubts, her heart a tumult of apprehension. Trust me. Yi Fan gently covered Lin Shireen's eyes and led her to a mirror, then removed his hand. Open your eyes and take a look, he whispered softly. At that moment, Lin Shireen, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, gradually opened her eyes and gazed into the reflection before her. As she beheld her face, restored to its former glory, she was utterly astonished. Is it truly restored? Lin Shireen could hardly believe her eyes. Rubbing them gently, she looked into the mirror once more, and confirming her sight was not deceiving her, she exclaimed, My face has truly returned to normal. It has really returned. Overcome with emotion, Lin Shireen wept tears of joy. Congratulations. Yifan smiled and said, That's wonderful. Thank you.
Suddenly, Lin Shi'in embraced ye fan tightly. Her emotion surging.
Although Lin Shireen had long accepted the reality of her disfigured appearance, her heart still yearned for the day when fate might grant her a restoration of beauty. After all, no girl wishes to remain unattractive, and Lin Shireen, once a campus belle, found herself transformed into an ugly duckling, which intensified her psychological burden. Having sought help from numerous hospitals to no avail, she had ultimately succumbed to despair, resigning herself to the fact that her appearance could never be restored. Yet today, witnessing the miraculous return of her beauty, her emotions were beyond expression. In this moment, the feelings Lin Shireen had long suppressed were finally unleashed. Lin Langtian gazed upon his daughter's long-lost smile, a look of happiness gracing his face. Meanwhile, Yifan, caught in Lin Shireen's embrace, felt a twinge of awkwardness as their bodies were closely entwined.
Miss Lin.
Could you please let go of me?
República del Iemen fan spuka. I apologiza, I.
After a moment of excitement, Lin Shireen regained her composure and quickly released Yifan, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she said, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Yifan shook his head. Thank you, young Master Yi. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Lin Shireen said, gazing at Yifan with profound gratitude. It's but a trivial effort.
Ye fan spoke calmly.
Remarking that in all the world, the only person capable of such medical prowess, aside from the legendary sage of Ghost Valley, was truly beyond his imagination. Lin Langtian gazed at Yifan, exclaiming, The sage of Ghost Valley is my master. Yifan spoke directly, You are indeed a disciple of the revered Ghost Valley medical sage?
No wonder.
Lin Longtian's pupils constricted in astonishment. Young Master Yi, could you possibly assist in treating my father's concealed injuries? Lin Shireen then turned to Yifan and inquired. Of course, it shall be done.
Ye fan nodded.
Subsequently, he employed the Ghost Valley 9 Needles technique to treat Lin Longtian's internal injuries. Lin Longtian's afflictions had persisted for nearly 2 decades, deeply entrenched within his bones due to the relentless passage of time. It could be said that he was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of demise. Were it not for his formidable cultivation, he would have succumbed long ago. Indeed, Lin Langtian was a martial arts practitioner of considerable prowess. However, he had evidently suffered severe injuries in the past, resulting in a significant decline in his abilities. For years, he had relied on his remaining strength to suppress his internal wounds, leaving him with scarcely any power. Otherwise, that Lin who would have been incapable of withstanding even a mere finger from Lin Langtian. Had Yifan not intervened, given Lin Longtian's current condition, he would likely not have endured much longer. After Yifan initiated the Ghost Valley 9 Needles technique, Lin Longtian's internal injuries began to gradually mend. An hour passed. Yifan's complexion turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After 2 continuous hours of acupuncture, even he felt considerably drained. Yifan exhaled a breath of turbid air and promptly withdrew the needle, while Lin Shireen hurriedly took a towel to assist Yifan in wiping away the perspiration. Thank you. Yifan spoke, his gaze fixed upon Lin Langtian. Uncle, your internal injuries have been healed by 1/3. With 2 more acupuncture sessions, you should be entirely well, and at that time your cultivation can gradually be restored. Young Master Yi, thank you. Lin Langtian replied, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. Cultivation? What is that? Lin Shireen inquired, her face a picture of curiosity. That is a question best directed at Uncle, Yifan responded. Yifan was aware that Lin Langtian had not disclosed his identity as a martial artist to Lin Shireen. Hence he refrained from elaborating further. Uncle, Miss Lin, I shall take my leave now. I will return tomorrow, Yifan declared before departing. Shireen, there are matters I have chosen not to share with you solely to ensure your joyful growth. The past is behind us, Lin Langtian remarked. Lin Shireen, however, did not press for further details, trusting her father's judgment. His silence surely bore its own significance. In the Zijing Villa district, he mused, Let me bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be called Aji. How does that sound? Yifan gazed at the foreign woman and spoke. All right, The other party nodded affirmatively. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Chun Xiaoming inquired directly. Yi Fan approached and spoke. Instantly, Chun Xiaoming glared at Yi Fan with a look of indignation. Xiaoming, don't be rash. Let brother Xiaofan speak first. Tang Chu remarked with remarkable composure. What nonsense are you spouting, you little girl? Yi Fan cast a significant sideways glance at Tang Chu before succinctly recounting the origins of Aji. Yi Fan curled his lips and remarked, Little Fan is indeed correct. Hello, Aji, my name is Tang Chu, and this is Chun Xiaoming. Welcome to your new home. You can stay here comfortably until you regain your memories. Tang Chu said with a warm smile directed at Aji. Thank you. Aji nodded in response. Cousin, are you truly allowing her to stay? What if the two of them? Chun Xiaoming looked at Yi Fan and Aji with a face full of skepticism. What nonsense are you thinking about all day? Tang Chu helplessly tapped Chun Xiaoming on the head. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, you shall forfeit your dinner tonight. Yi Fan gazed at Chun Xiaoming and snorted. Instantly, Chun Xiaoming's expression shifted, and she retorted angrily, How can you be so cruel? Fine. If you won't speak, then I won't press you. Ultimately, under Yi Fan's culinary temptation, Chun Xiaoming relented. There was no helping it. Yi Fan's cooking was simply too delectable. Meanwhile, in a distant land abroad, a voice cold and unfeeling commanded, Report to the Protector. We have received news that the Saintess has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? Dispatch someone at once to locate the Saintess. You must find her at all costs. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. At that moment, a chilling roar reverberated through the air. Understood. In a particular base of the heavenly network, a man donned in a mask stood resolutely, his demeanor icy as he remarked, How audacious of Yi Fan to kill a member of my heavenly network. My lord, I shall take care of him immediately. A grim-faced man knelt before the masked figure and declared, Do not act against him just yet. Ascertain his relationship with the Dragon King Palace. I have a premonition that he will surprise us. The masked man inquired, By the way, how are the previous arrangements progressing? My lord, everything has been set in order. The man replied respectfully. The Dragon King Conference is approaching. This is our prime opportunity to seize the Dragon King Palace and advance into the Dragon Kingdom. We cannot afford any mistakes, or we shall all perish. Do you understand? The masked man's gaze was sharp, radiating an intense pressure. I understand. The man trembled slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. In the Dragon Kingdom, within the Lin faction, a middle-aged man clad in a long robe thundered, How dare he kill my brother? Such audacity! His eyes blazed with fury. He was Lin Leopard, the elder brother of Lin Tiger. Unlike Lin Tiger, who lacked talent, Lin Leopard was a prominent figure of the second generation within the Lin faction, his strength rivaling even the direct descendants of the Lin family. His son, Lin Feng, was a top talent among the third generation, highly valued by the Lin faction. Father, should we inform the faction leader about this matter? Lin Feng inquired, standing before Lin Leopard. Absolutely not. The call from Lin Langtian was intercepted. The faction leader is unaware. If he learns of this, we will undoubtedly face his wrath. Lin Leopard replied coldly. But Lin Langtian is merely a discarded waste of the Lin faction. How could the faction leader blame us for him? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. Though he has been expelled and is deemed useless, he contributed significantly to our faction. He bears the blood of the direct lineage, something we cannot compare to. Thus, this matter must remain secret from the faction leader. Lin Leopard shook his head. However, we cannot conceal Uncle's death for long. Lin Feng remarked. The faction leader is currently in seclusion. We shall see how long we can keep this under wraps. As for Uncle's vengeance, it must be exacted. At that moment, a cold glint flickered in Lin Leopard's eyes. That brat dared to kill my brother. He must die. And Lin Langtian, it is because of him that your uncle met a tragic end. He shall not escape unscathed. Father, allow me to handle this matter. Lin Feng declared boldly. You intend to confront that brat? Lin Leopard scrutinized Lin Feng. Yes, since he is a young man, it is fitting for me to deal with him. I have recently made a breakthrough. He shall serve as my training partner. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. Very well. I have heard that the upcoming Tianlong auction will feature a dragon jade. If the opportunity arises, secure it. Lin Leopard instructed. Dragon Jade? What is that? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued. Dragon Jade is a legendary artifact within the Dragon Kingdom. It is said to hold the key to a treasure left behind by an unparalleled powerhouse, a trove filled with invaluable treasures capable of enhancing martial prowess. However, it is rumored that there is not just one Dragon Jade. All must be collected to unlock the treasure, which is why no one has succeeded in accessing it thus far. Lin Leopard explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Father, are you suggesting we gather the Dragon Jades to obtain this treasure? If we could acquire the treasures within, it is not inconceivable that I might become the future leader of the Lin faction, and you would be recognized as the foremost among the younger generation. At that moment, Lin Leopard's eyes brimmed with ambition and desire. Take this token to mobilize the Lin faction's external forces. Go. Lin Leopard handed Lin Feng a token. Father, await my good news. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. The following day, in a private room of a restaurant, Yi Fan arrived to find Shangguan Liuli seated there. Young Master Yi, please have a seat. Shangguan Liuli rose and greeted him. Miss Shangguan, I presume this meal you have invited me to is far from ordinary? Yi Fan took a seat and spoke nonchalantly. Indeed, there is a matter for which I would like to request young Master Ye's assistance, Shangguan Liuli said as she settled down. I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Speak, what is it that you need? Yi Fan exclaimed. My family will be arriving shortly, and I hope young Master Yi can pretend to be my boyfriend, Shangguan Liuli stated directly. Yi Fan took a sip of water and immediately spat it out, exclaiming, another charade of being a pretend boyfriend? While it is true that I possess striking looks, I cannot perpetually masquerade as someone else's significant other. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. What utter narcissism! Standing beside him, the maid Xiao Qing, in attendance to Shangguan Liuli, shot Yi Fan an exasperated glance. I hope young Master Yi can assist me with this task. I assure you that Liuli will be most grateful, Shangguan Liuli said with a hint of indifference. Since you have expressed it so, what more can I say?
Yi Fan similed helplessly.
Soon, the door to the private room swung open once more, and a group of individuals entered. Leading the way was a radiant lady adorned in opulent attire, exuding an air of affluence. Beside her strode a young man with an air of arrogance, followed by a stooped elder clad in gray and 4 middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits, their expressions cold and their temples bulging, emanating a fierce aura. Liuli, it has been such a long time. Auntie has missed you dearly. The lady approached with a smile directed at Shangguan Liuli. Enough. My father is not here, so there is no need for such insincere pleasantries, Shangguan Liuli retorted with an icy demeanor. Shangguan Liuli, how dare you speak to my mother in such a manner? She is the legitimate Madame Shangguan, your nominal mother, the arrogant young man exclaimed, glaring at Shangguan Liuli. You are in no position to lecture me. Shangguan Liuli shot a glance at the young man. You! The young man, filled with indignation, was about to retort when the lady interrupted him. Hasn't Morong Yuntian informed you that I already have someone I cherish? Shangguan Liuli gently remarked after taking a sip of tea. You have someone you cherish? Who? Madame Shangguan furrowed her brows. That person. Shangguan Liuli's gaze directly settled upon Yi Fan. Instantly, Madame Shangguan, the young man, and their attendants all turned their astonished eyes toward Yi Fan, each wearing a look of surprise. Pray tell, which family does this young master belong to? I do not recall having seen him before, Madame Shangguan inquired, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan. I am but an ordinary person, lacking any notable family background.
Yi Fan replied modestly.
Yi Fan was casually eating vegetables when he remarked, Shangguan Liuli, is this the man you sought? How could you possibly choose such a worthless individual? Do you not feel ashamed for bringing disgrace to the Shangguan family? The young man directly taunted. Brother, please speak more courteously.
Yi Fan spoke nonchalantly. Polite?
I am the eldest scion of the Shangguan family. Who are you, a mere nobody, to demand my courtesy? What gives you the right? The young man retorted with a defiant expression. Your words are truly foul. Yi Fan shook his head, and with a swift motion of the knife and fork he held, he unleashed a gleaming arc of silver towards the esteemed young master, Su Guanjuan. In the next instant, Half of Su Guanjuan's tongue was severed, blood gushing forth. Ah! The young master cried out in agony, clutching his mouth. Fire! The matron, Su Guanfuren, paled and anxiously called out to her son. Young master! The elder in gray also furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Yifan. Young man, your actions are rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Scoundrel! How dare you harm my son? Su Guanfuren exclaimed, her face contorted with fury as she glared at Yifan. Su Luli, witnessing the scene, also exhibited a slight change in expression. I had already advised him to be more courteous. Who could have anticipated such foul language? He cannot blame me for this. Yifan continued to eat nonchalantly. Kill him, Madame Shangguan shouted furiously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the 4 middle-aged men clad in Zhongshan suits charged towards Yifan like 4 swift arrows, exuding a chilling aura of menace. Bang! Yifan abruptly struck the table, causing the 4 chopsticks upon it to shoot forth with remarkable speed. In an instant, these chopsticks pierced through the bodies of the 4 middle-aged men, splattering blood in 4 directions. The men's eyes widened in shock as they collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Lady Shangguan's expression shifted dramatically, while the elderly man in gray became solemn, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his weathered gaze. With a swift motion, he transformed his hand into a claw and charged towards Yifan. This strike was imbued with an intense force, capable of shattering even the hardest diamond upon contact. Yifan nonchalantly tossed another chopstick, which promptly pierced the old man's sharp claw. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he clutched his impaled hand and retreated in haste, his eyes betraying a mixture of fear and astonishment as he gazed at Yifan. Who on earth are you? Meanwhile, Madame Shangguan observed with dismay that even Lu Lao, who had protected her for many years, was no match for this young man, leaving her countenance quite grim. I have said it before. I am merely an ordinary person. Why can you not believe me? Yifan remarked, you should hasten to take him to the hospital. There may still be a chance to reattach that tongue. Shangguan Liuli replied coldly, you boy, just wait. This matter will not be settled so easily. Madame Shangguan pointed an accusatory finger at Yifan, her gaze then shifting to Shangguan Liuli. And you, Shangguan Liuli, should anything happen to my son, do not expect to escape unscathed. Subsequently, Madame Shangguan departed with her son and the severed piece of tongue, while the elderly man in gray cast a fleeting glance at Yifan before turning away. You certainly strike with ferocity. Shangguan Liuli shot a glance at Yifan. Do you realize that was the 3rd-generation heir of the Shangguan family? Your actions could lead to dire consequences. Not only would you face ruin, but my lady would also be ensnared in your folly. Xiao Qing expressed her dissatisfaction towards Yifan. I only agreed to pretend to be your lady's boyfriend. I never consented to being insulted at will. I spared that young man's life out of respect for your lady. Now that the meal is finished, I must take my leave. Yifan wiped his mouth with a napkin and departed with an air of nonchalance. Miss, he. Xiao Qing exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Such a personality. Shangguan Liuli remarked. Miss, are you still in the mood for such discussions? Shangguan Fei has been injured. 4 of our guards have perished, and even old Lu has suffered injuries. That woman will undoubtedly seek vengeance. If the clan leader finds out, it could spell trouble. Xiao Qing expressed her urgency. No worries. Shangguan Liuli responded with remarkable composure. Meanwhile, just after Yifan exited the restaurant, he received a phone call that altered his expression. He promptly drove to the Tang group. He headed straight to the office of the president, where Tang Chuchu and Tang Zhengren were seated, with Dongmei standing nearby. Darling, are you all right?
Yefan aprorochet tank chachu.
His expression filled with concern. I am fine. Fortunately, Miss Dongmei was present. She promptly discovered the bomb in the car and disarmed it. Otherwise, my father and I might have been reduced to mere fragments today.
Tang Chu Chu Ekkelim.
Thank you, Dongmei. Yifan cast a glance at Dongmei. Young master, this is my duty. However, the bomb appears to have been deliberately placed by someone. I have already dispatched personnel to investigate who is responsible, Dongmei remarked. Who possesses such audacity to resort to the use of a bomb? Tang Zhengren furrowed his brow in concern. Yifan, with an icy demeanor, exclaimed, his eyes glinting with a profound murderous intent. Justice? How could it possibly be him? Tang Jingren's expression shifted. Astonished. Uncle, he has already attempted to harm Chu-Chu twice. Subsequently, Yifan recounted all the misdeeds committed by Tang Jingyi to Tang Jingren. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingren's countenance darkened significantly. Why would he do such a thing? Chu-Chu is his own niece. If he does not eliminate Chu-Chu, how could he ascend to the position of president of the Tang Corporation? This scoundrel should never have been spared. Yifan remarked coldly, Young master, I shall go and eliminate him at once. Dong Mei stated directly, No, I will go myself. Yifan spoke directly, Xiaofan, perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. After all, he is my brother, and there is no evidence to substantiate that he is responsible for this. If you were to take his life, my mother would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated hatred towards you, complicating matters further. Tang Jingren said solemnly, Indeed, brother Xiaofan, do not act rashly.
Tang Chachu Urget Yefan.
Regardless of the circumstances, this scoundrel must face consequences. With an icy expression, Yifan exclaimed, then departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to the Tang residence. Inside, Tang Jingyi sat on the bed, having just concluded a phone call, his demeanor darkening. What is it? Tang Feng inquired, observing his father's troubled countenance. Today, Tang Jingren and Tang Chu-Chu were scheduled to attend a meeting. I had planted a bomb in their vehicle, but it was discovered. Such a pity.
Tang Yenji remarked coldly.
It matters not. Though this attempt has failed, there will be another opportunity. I refuse to believe their fortune can remain so favorable on every occasion.
Tang Feng scoffed.
Second master, trouble is at hand. Yifan has arrived at the Tang residence and is heading towards your room. A servant from the Tang family rushed in.
Urgently addressing Tang Yenji.
This is dire. You must immediately inform the matriarch to come here. Tang Jingyi's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded. It is too late. Yifan's cold and merciless voice echoed as he strode in, his face etched with menace. Yifan, you.
Bang!
Just as Tang Feng opened his mouth to speak, Yifan seized him and slammed him to the ground, causing blood to spill from his lips.
Feng.
Tang Zhengyi's expression shifted as he witnessed Tang Feng's injury, his gaze locking onto Yifan. What do you intend to do? What do you mean by that? Yifan uttered coldly, and after finishing his words, he moved once more. Chapter 81. When I assert that he did it, he indeed did it. Crack! Yifan ruthlessly crushed one of Tang Feng's legs. Ah! Tang Feng let out a piercing scream of agony.
Feng.
At that moment, Tang Zhengyi's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, his gaze fixed intensely on Yifan, brimming with fierce rage. Crack! Yifan's expression was devoid of emotion. Without uttering a single word, he descended once more, crushing Tang Feng's other leg, resulting in a comminuted fracture that left no hope for recovery. In that instant, Tang Feng, the sole descendant of the Tang family's third generation, was rendered utterly incapacitated. The pain was so excruciating that he lost consciousness.
Feng.
Yifan, you scoundrel! If you possess any courage, direct your wrath toward me. Tang Zhengyi gazed upon his son's tragic state, consumed by profound sorrow. With a visage twisted in rage, he fixed his stare upon Yifan and attempted to rise from the bed. However, due to the injury to one leg, he tumbled to the ground. You dare to harm my wife? Today, I shall make you witness firsthand the anguish of seeing your loved ones suffer. Yifan replied coldly, you. Tang Zhengyi lay on the ground, his eyes filled with a desperation that seemed ready to shatter as he gazed at Yifan. Fenger! At that moment, the old matriarch of the Tang family appeared in the room, supported by others. Upon seeing the unconscious Tang Feng, she immediately exclaimed. Tang Jingren and Tang Chu-Chu also arrived, their expressions shifting dramatically as they witnessed the scene. Did you harm Fenger? The old matriarch fixed her furious gaze upon Yifan. Indeed, it was I. Yifan spoke candidly, you. Bring him to me. At that moment, the elderly matriarch of the Tang family glared at Yifan with a frosty expression and shouted in anger. Instantly, a group of Tang family guards rushed forward, intending to take action against Yifan. Those who do not wish to perish, step forward. Yifan cast a fierce glance at the group of guards, who trembled in terror at the menacing aura he exuded, instinctively retreating in fright. You, Seize him. Lady Tang commanded the guards with indignation, yet their courage had been thoroughly shattered by Yi Fan's intimidating presence, rendering them incapable of taking action. At that moment, Yi Fan approached Tang Jingyi. "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do?" Lady Tang exclaimed, her expression shifting in alarm as she witnessed Yi Fan advancing toward her second son. "Xiao Fan, do not act impulsively," Tang Zhengren urgently called out to Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan remained undeterred, reaching Tang Zhengyi and gripping his throat, lifting him off the ground. Tang Zhengyi struggled helplessly, his face turning crimson as he gasped for air, experiencing the sensation of suffocation. "Scoundrel! Cease this at once!" Lady Tang shouted furiously, pointing an accusing finger at Yi Fan. "If you were not my wife's uncle, I would have already sent you on your way. Remember, should you ever dare to lay a hand on my wife again, I will make you witness the demise of your own son." Yi Fan grasped Tang Zhengyi's neck, coldly commanding him. With a resounding crash, he waved his hand, sending Tang Zhengyi crashing against the wall, his body collapsing to the floor, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan, yet he uttered not a single word before succumbing to unconsciousness. You wretched beast," Tang old madam seethed, her finger trembling in fury as she pointed at Yi Fan. "Mother, please calm down." Tang Zhengren hastily supported Tang old madam. Slap! Tang old madam struck Tang Zhengren across the face, exclaiming, "Look at the fine man your daughter has chosen. Your brother and nephew are on the brink of being killed by him. Grandmother, this is not Xiao Fan's fault. It was my second uncle who has repeatedly tried to kill me. This time, he even planted a bomb in the car that my father and I were in. Had we not discovered it in time, we would have been blown to smithereens."
Tang Chu Chu Huriden Interjet.
"What? Is this true? How ruthless can the second one be? You are his own elder brother and niece." Yang Yulan, who had just arrived, exclaimed in anger upon hearing this. "Do not speak recklessly. How could your second uncle possibly do such a thing? Do you have any evidence?" Tang old madam reprimanded Tang Chu Chu. "No evidence is needed. I declare that he did it. Hence, he is guilty. Old madam, it would be wise for you to keep a close watch on your own son. If he dares to act recklessly again, prepare to bury your own child." Yi Fan gazed coldly at the matriarch of the Tang family, and after he had spoken, he took Tang Chu Chu and departed from the scene. "You!" The old matriarch of the Tang family was so enraged that her body trembled. "Mother!" Tang Zhengren supported the old lady with concern. "Do not touch me!" the matriarch exclaimed in a fit of fury. Outside the Tang residence, Yi Fan turned to Tang Chu Chu and asked, "My dear, do you think I was too harsh today? Brother Xiao Fan, I understand that you did this for my sake."
Tang Chu Chu Riplit Canly.
"If there is blame, it lies solely with my second uncle, who is willing to forsake familial bonds for the sake of a position as president." She spoke with a sense of resignation. In the face of true interests, the so-called bonds of kinship prove utterly fragile. Yi Fan shook his head. Tang Chu Chu spoke up. "If she dares to do that, I will simply have the Tang group acquired, severing all ties between the Tang family and the Tang group once and for all." Yi Fan coldly remarked, "Little Fan, you need not worry. This time, I shall not allow grandmother to manipulate me any longer. I have secretly acquired shares from several stakeholders of the Tang family, and combined with the shares held by my father and myself, even if grandmother attempts to act against me, she shall not succeed in ousting me from the Tang family." Tang Chu Chu gazed at Yi Fan with a smile and said, "Impressive, truly worthy of being my wife." Yi Fan embraced Tang Chu Chu and planted a kiss upon her lips. In Huaijiang County, within the confines of an opulent private villa, a woman clad in vibrant attire sat gracefully, a glass of red wine held delicately in one hand, her eyes glinting with a shadowy coldness. This woman was none other than Lu Rushi. At that moment, a man in a tailored suit approached briskly, presenting a dossier to Lu Rushi and spoke, "Miss, here is the complete dossier regarding Yi Fan and the Tang Corporation. Currently, the Tang Corporation's value has surged due to the Xiandan, and I've learned that they are constructing a new factory to expand production lines. They are also actively seeking contracts with herbal suppliers, though it remains unclear if this is to increase Xiandan production or for other purposes. Have we made contact?" Lu Rushi inquired coldly. "Yes, the arrangements have been finalized," the suited man affirmed with a nod. Excellent, the game is officially afoot. Lu Rushi's eyes sparkled with a sinister glint as a wicked smile graced her lips. Chapter 82. A Call for Aid. The following day, in the suburbs of Tianhai, outside a secluded courtyard, a contingent of fully armed soldiers assembled. These were not ordinary fighters. Each bore a sharp gaze and radiated an aura of icy resolve, all highly trained elites. Among them stood two figures, Zhao Tianlin and his sister Zhao Yurong. Yurong, why have you accompanied me? If a skirmish ensues and you are harmed, father will surely flay me alive. Zhao Tianlin expressed his frustration towards his sister. Elder brother, are you doubting my capabilities? My skills are on par with yours. Besides, this is an opportunity to deal with the scoundrels from Lioli Nation, whom I have long regarded with disdain. I cannot let such a chance slip by. Zhao Yurong retorted with determination. With a huff, she added, however, it seems these people are clearly here to confront that fellow. We would merely be cleaning up his mess, which is rather unfair. The one connected to the war god of Tianxi must not be harmed. The War Department cannot allow that. Zhao Tianlin replied, his voice resolute. When we act, stay close to me. Teams 1 and 2 will encircle from the sides. Teams 3 and 4 will charge straight in with me, while Team 5 holds the perimeter. The sniper team is to be ready at a moment's notice. No one in this house is to escape. He then commanded via his walkie-talkie, 1, 2, 3, advance. As the final command left Zhao Tianlin's lips, he led his soldiers into the courtyard, which was swiftly enveloped by the fully armed warriors. Bang! Just then, the door of the courtyard swung open, and a throng of individuals rushed out, their eyes gleaming with a frigid intensity. You are surrounded. Surrender at once. Zhao Tianlin shouted at them. You warriors of the Dragon Nation do possess some skill, discovering our presence so swiftly. A man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the crowd, regarding Zhao Tianlin with a mocking smirk. From the moment you set foot on our land, we have had our eyes on you. Surrender now, or do not blame us for being unmerciful. Zhao Tianlin declared coldly. Do you think we would surrender to the likes of you? The trench-coated man scoffed. You individuals from the Lioli Nation are indeed audacious. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Zhao Yurong interjected with a disdainful huff, charging towards the adversary with a whip-like kick aimed directly at him, unleashing a fierce gust of wind, showing no mercy. Though previously subdued by Yifan, Zhao Yurong's skills were formidable, having reached the 3rd level of human realm, sufficient to contend with a multitude of foes. Just as her kick was about to connect with the trench-coated man, a flicker of ferocity appeared in his eyes as he retaliated. Watch out, Yurong! Zhao Tianlin's expression changed as he cried out, but it was too late. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Yurong was sent flying by a single punch from the trench-coated man, crashing against the courtyard wall, blood spilling from her mouth. Yurong! Zhao Tianlin shouted in alarm as he turned his gaze toward the trench-coated man. Barking, open fire! Bang! 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 In an instant, the soldiers surrounding them unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the assailants. Ah! The Lioli Nation warriors howled in rage, their eyes burning with fury as they evaded the onslaught of bullets with astonishing speed. They surged forward, fists raised, launching their counterattack. Bang! 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 The soldiers barely had time to react before being overwhelmed and violently dispatched. At that moment, the Lioli warriors exuded a wild and savage aura, their eyes filled with bloodlust, moving with the swiftness of leopards and the strength of tigers. Zhao Tianlin's men were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering heavy casualties. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlin found himself locked in combat with the trench-coated man. Although Zhao Tianlin possessed the strength of the 6th level of human realm, he was clearly outmatched by this opponent. Bang! Soon, Zhao Tianlin was sent sprawling by a powerful blow, landing next to Zhao Yurong, blood oozing from his mouth. Brother, are you all right? Zhao Yurong asked, her face pale and lips stained with blood. How can they be so strong? We underestimated them. Zhao Tianlin replied, his expression darkening. At that moment, the trench-coated man charged towards the siblings, intent on eliminating them. Just as the situation grew dire, a bullet whizzed through the air, narrowly grazing the trench-coated man's cheek and leaving a red mark. There's a sniper. Eliminate them, the trench-coated man shouted. Immediately, Several of his men dashed toward the distant sniper.
Bang, bang, bang.
More bullets flew toward the trench-coated man, but none found their mark, forcing him to retreat. Yurong, go seek reinforcements. I will hold them off, Zhao Tianlin urged. No, I won't leave. Zhao Yurong's expression shifted, resolute. You must find help, or we will perish here. Zhao Tianlin yelled desperately, charging at the trench-coated man. In the courtyard, the elite soldiers fell tragically to the onslaught of the Liuli warriors. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zhao Yurong could no longer hesitate. Gritting her teeth against her injuries, she rose and fled towards the exit. If she contacted the War Department by the time reinforcements arrived, her brother and the others would likely be long gone. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Yi Fan, given his prior prowess against the White Tiger camp soldiers, he would undoubtedly be capable of handling this situation. Moreover, he was in Tianhai the closest possible ally. Zhao Yurong possessed no contact number for Yi Fan. However, fortunate circumstances allowed her to recall the address her elder brother had previously provided. She promptly set off in her vehicle to seek out Yi Fan. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zijing Villa district, a cacophony of blaring sounds pierced the air as a car hurtled towards her with lightning speed. Before the security personnel could react, the vehicle crashed through the parking barrier and surged into the villa community. Yi Fan's figure flickered as he called out to the vehicle, "Hey, do you even know how to drive?" With a screech, the car rushed towards him, emitting a jarring sound of brakes until it left too long. Dark skid marks on the ground before coming to a halt. Zhao Yurong leaped out of the car and shouted, "Yi Fan, quickly come with me. It's you? Where are we going?" Yi Fan gazed at Zhao Yurong and urged, "Go rescue my brother. Quickly!" Zhao Yurong shouted back at Yi Fan, "What does your brother have to do with me?"
Ye Fan snorted.
The Liuli kingdom has dispatched a multitude of formidable experts to eliminate you. My brother, accompanied by the members of the War Department, has gone to confront them, but they are struggling to withstand the onslaught. I implore you, please save my brother and the others. Suddenly, Zhao Yurong, overwhelmed with emotion, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Are you injured? Yi Fan furrowed his brow in concern. I am fine, but please, hurry and rescue my brother and his companions. I beg you. Zhao Yurong, her complexion pale, pleaded with Yi Fan. Get in the car. Yi Fan assisted Zhao Yurong into the vehicle, departing from the scene. Chapter 83. The Genetic Beings. In the outskirts of Tianhai, within the courtyard designated for the people of Liuli Kingdom, the ground was strewn with corpses and blood. These lifeless bodies were all warriors from the Dragon Kingdom, numbering over 100, including the hidden snipers. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlin, battered and bloodied, knelt on the ground, barely clinging to life. Before him stood a man clad in a trench coat from Liuli Kingdom, his eyes gleaming with disdain as he coldly remarked, "Is this the extent of the combat prowess from your Dragon Kingdom? Truly pathetic. With such feeble strength, it won't be long before Liuli Kingdom overcomes your Dragon Kingdom, reducing you lot to mere slaves. Bah! We are merely the weakest of Dragon Kingdom. Should our true warriors emerge, you would undoubtedly meet your demise. The notion of breaching our defenses is sheer folly." Zhao Tianlin retorted, spitting defiantly at the trench-coated man. Slap! The trench-coated man struck Zhao Tianlin across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Damn dragon people, ensure you torment him well, but do not kill him. Once we capture the one responsible for young Master Jin's death, we will send them all to their end together. The man declared coldly, "Who do you intend to send to their end?" A chilling voice echoed in the next moment. Yi Fan entered the courtyard, followed closely by Zhao Yurong. Upon witnessing the tragic state of her elder brother, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, there are still 2 fish that have slipped through the net. Seize them for me." The man in the trench coat glared at Yi Fan and Zhao Yurong, his voice chilling as he commanded. Instantly, the group of individuals from the Liuli Kingdom surged towards Yi Fan and his companion, their eyes ablaze with ferocity, exuding an aura of unrestrained violence. Their strikes fierce and their speed astonishingly swift. Whoosh! 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 As these assailants rushed forward, Yi Fan flicked his wrist, unleashing a barrage of silver needles that shot forth like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. In an instant, the members of the Lioli kingdom found themselves halted, their eyes wide with shock as they collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Swish! Witnessing this scene, the man in the trench coat's countenance altered, his pupils constricting in alarm. He pointed at the 4 individuals beside him, commanding, "You all attack together." Standing alongside the man in the trench coat were 4 others, emanating an even more terrifying aura, akin to 4 enraged lions, as they charged fiercely toward Yifan, their ferocity unparalleled. Crack, 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 crack. Yifan's figure flickered, resembling a bolt of lightning, as he materialized directly behind the 4 individuals. Simultaneously, the sound of 4 bones snapping echoed in the air. The 4 men widened their eyes in shock, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Who are you? At this moment, the man in the windbreaker furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Yifan with a grave expression. Is this the best that the Lioli kingdom could send to eliminate me? Surely you do not underestimate me so. Yifan curled his lips in disappointment. His words struck Zhao Tianlin beside him like a heavy blow, evoking a sense of awe in his gaze. Indeed, he was the man who had triumphed over the military blade, powerful and audacious. Are you the one who murdered young Master Jean? I did not seek you out, yet you have come to me. In the language of your dragon country, this would be akin to saying. The man in the trench coat felt his pupils contract, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. However, before he could articulate his response, he found himself choking on his words, his eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Yifan appeared like a specter before him, gripping his throat and crushing it effortlessly. Such excessive verbosity. Yifan crushed the throat of the man, discarding his lifeless body to the side, a disdainful curl of his lips marking the scene. The man in the trench coat stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixed in eternal disbelief. Thus, the formidable experts from the Lioli kingdom, who had swept through Zhao Tianlin and over 100 elite warriors, were utterly annihilated by Yifan. Brother, how are you? Zhao Yurong approached her elder brother, concern etched across her face. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Tianlin coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips, his injuries gravely severe.
Yifan aprorochet.
Deftly wielding a silver needle that pierced his opponent's body. 3 minutes later, the internal injuries within Zhao Tianlin gradually healed. The blood that had stained him ceased to flow, and his once feeble breath returned to a state of normalcy. I never imagined you possessed such medical skills, Zhao Yurong exclaimed, gazing at Yifan with astonishment. I have many talents at my disposal, Yifan boasted. Young Master Yi, thank you. If it weren't for you, I fear today would have marked my demise. At that moment, Zhao Tianlin looked at Yifan with gratitude. Had it not been for this group targeting me, I wouldn't have traveled such a distance to rescue you. However, your strength is quite lacking. You cannot even contend with a bunch of steroid-enhanced individuals. Yifan let out a cold snort, instantly leaving Zhao Tianlin with an expression of embarrassment. What does it mean to be injected with hormones? Zhao Yurong inquired, puzzled. The reason these individuals possess such formidable strength is likely due to the injection of a certain substance that alters their cellular genes, forcibly awakening their immense power. However, should this substance be administered excessively, it may deplete one's life force, and once the effects wear off, the consequences will be dire. Yifan said coldly, the Lioli kingdom has actually developed such a thing? This must be reported to the War Department immediately. Zhao Tianlin's expression changed, and he spoke directly. At that moment, a large group of individuals appeared, all clad in the attire of the Celestial Patrol. Leading them was a remarkable young man in his 20s. Yurong, what are you doing here? The young man, upon seeing Zhao Yurong, brightened and approached her. Yang Mo, what brings you here? Zhao Yurong exclaimed in surprise at the sight of him. The Celestial Patrol received intelligence that the Lioli Kingdom has dispatched their latest genetically engineered humans, who possess formidable combat abilities. I happened to be on a mission in Tianhai and was sent to assist Brother Zhao. I didn't expect to find you here. You're not injured, are you? Yang Mo inquired with concern. I'm fine, but I never imagined these individuals were indeed genetically engineered. No wonder they are so powerful. It's unfortunate that we lost so many warriors this time. Zhao Yurong sighed. However, you all are quite impressive to have dealt with these genetically engineered beings.
Yang mo remarked.
Observing the bodies of the Liuli Kingdom soldiers on the ground. They were not defeated by us, but by him. Zhao Yurong pointed to Yi Fan. Who are you? Yang Mo's gaze fixed on Yi Fan, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Enough. The matter is resolved, and I shall take my leave.
Yi Fan stated, disregarding Yang Mo.
The latter's expression shifted, revealing a hint of indignation at being ignored. Yang Mo, his identity cannot be disclosed. Please do not take offense, Zhao Tianlin interjected, addressing Yang Mo. Brother Zhao, what is this fellow's identity that even I am not permitted to know? Moreover, how could he alone contend with so many genetically engineered beings? That is simply implausible. Yang Mo expressed his disbelief. Indeed, he is the one who dealt with all of them. This fellow is exceptionally strong. It would be wise not to provoke him, Zhao Yurong retorted. Yang Mo felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart upon hearing Zhao Yurong's words. After all, no man could accept that the woman he admired would claim another man was superior to him. How could that be possible?
Yang Mo rebutted instantly.
I am the most talented individual of the Yang family in a century, and I am also a direct disciple of the Black Sword, one of the 5 celestial guardians. My strength is such that I would rank among the top 5 even among the younger generation of the 3 departments. How could an unknown youth surpass me? That is indeed the case. Zhao Yurong snorted in response. In that moment, Yang Mo harbored resentment towards Yi Fan, vowing to find a time to demonstrate to Yurong who was truly stronger. Alright, Yang Mo, what mission have you come to execute this time? Zhao Tianlin redirected the conversation. The Celestial Patrol received news from the Chun family that ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom have appeared in Tianhai and have even attacked a young lady from the Chun family. Therefore, we were dispatched to deal with them.
Yang Mo explained.
First, we have the genetically engineered beings from the Liuli Kingdom, and now we have the ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom. It seems these factions are all eager to make their move, Zhao Tianlin remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Yurong, since we have finally met, how about I treat you to a meal after we take care of those ninjas? Yang Mo suggested, turning to Zhao Yurong. No need. Zhao Yurong promptly declined. Young Master Yi, you have arrived. Lin Shireen opened the door, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yi Fan. Please refrain from calling me Young Master Yi. It feels overly formal. Just call me Yi Fan. Yi Fan gazed at Lin Shireen and remarked, Then you may call me Shireen. Lin Shireen responded. Young Master Yi has arrived. It is fortuitous, for I have prepared a meal. Let us dine together. Lin Langtian emerged from the kitchen, smiling at Yi Fan. Uncle, you may simply call me Xiao Fan from now on.
Yi Fan spoke softly, Ulricht.
Lin Langtian nodded with a smile. Perhaps due to his daughter's regained beauty and his own hidden injuries beginning to heal, Lin Langtian's face bore a hint of a smile. Suddenly, the door of the house was forcefully flung open with a loud crash. Chapter 84. Gathering in Sioux City. At that moment, a young man with an expression of indifference walked in, and he was none other than Lin Feng, the leader of the 3rd generation of the Lin family's collateral branch. Who are you? Yi Fan cast a glance at his opponent. If I am not mistaken, you are the one who killed my second uncle, aren't you? Lin Feng regarded Yi Fan with cold disdain. You are Lin Bao's son, Lin Feng? Lin Langtian observed Lin Feng and spoke. Although he had been away from the Lin family for many years, he was aware of Lin Feng's existence as Lin Feng was born before his departure. You are Lin Langtian? Lin Feng addressed Lin Langtian directly. I am still your uncle. Is this how Lin Bao raised you? Lin Langtian furrowed his brow and retorted coldly. Humph, you are no longer a member of the Lin family, so you have no relation to me. As for how my father taught me, it is not for you to comment on. I have come today for 2 reasons. To avenge my second uncle and to teach you a lesson, for your actions have contributed to his demise. Lin Feng proclaimed with an air of arrogance. After all these years, I never imagined the younger generation of the Lin family would be so presumptuous. Lin Langtian replied indifferently. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Just as Lin Feng was about to strike at Yi Fan, Lin Langtian released a terrifying aura that directly locked onto him. In an instant, Lin Feng's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Langtian. You! He had not anticipated Lin Langtian could still emanate such formidable energy. especially after hearing that he was gravely injured and nearly depleted of strength. Considering you are Lin Bao's son, I will allow you to leave. Do not show your face here again, or... Lin Langtian left his final words unspoken, yet Lin Feng understood their implication. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes as he cast a glance at Yi Fan before turning to exit. Close the door, Lin Langtian commanded coldly. Lin Feng halted, suppressing his anger as he closed the door. All right, Xiaofan, let us continue our meal. Lin Longtian's face broke into a smile as the three resumed dining. As for Lin Feng, Lin Shirin did not inquire further. Come, try this dish made by Shirin. How is it? Lin Langtian served Yi Fan a generous portion of food. Quite good. Yi Fan nodded slightly. Although the culinary skills were inferior to his own, they were commendable nonetheless. Upon hearing Yi Fan's praise, Lin Shirin's cheeks flushed slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng emerged from the residential building, delivering a fierce punch to the wall, creating a gaping hole. That damn old fool. Lin Feng growled menacingly. Young Master Lin. A man in a suit hurriedly approached Lin Feng, his demeanor tense as he observed Lin Feng's expression. Have someone keep an eye on them, including that brat. Lin Feng commanded coldly. Understood. The suited man nodded in compliance. Let's head to Sioux City. Lin Feng continued, his voice icy. With Lin Langtian present, he found it difficult to act, so he decided to secure the Dragon Jade first and then look for an opportunity to deal with that young man. According to the information he had received, the upcoming Tianlong auction would be held in Jiangnan County's Sioux City. Simultaneously, in Tianhai People's Hospital, within a VIP ward, lay an elderly man with graying hair and age spots on his face, connected to a respirator, appearing frail and nearing the end of his life. Standing in the room were a dozen individuals, all elegantly attired and exuding an imposing presence, clearly not ordinary people. The director of the Imperial Hospital, Hua En, stood by the bedside, examining the old man, while the others watched him anxiously. After a considerable time, Hua En concluded his examination, his gaze flickering with concern. Director Hua, how is he? Inquired a middle-aged man emanating an air of authority. Old Master Ming's condition is extremely grave. All his organs have completely failed, and he is now at death's door, Hua En lamented. Director Hua, as the head of the Imperial Hospital with your exceptional medical skills, is there truly no way to save my father? I do not seek longevity, merely a few more years of life. The Ming family cannot afford to lose him, the middle-aged man pleaded urgently. With my medical expertise, I can only extend his life by a few more days at most, Hua En replied. A few more days? The expressions of the middle-aged man and the others in the room shifted dramatically. For them, a few days were utterly insufficient. As the pillar of the Ming family, Old Master Ming's absence would be a devastating blow. However, perhaps there was one who could save Old Master Ming. Just as despair enveloped the Ming family, Hua En suddenly spoke up. Who? They all looked at Hua En with hope. A young man named Yi Fan. If he intervenes, Old Master Ming will be safe, Hua En asserted. Yi Fan? A young man? Director Hua, are you jesting? How could a youth possibly save my father? Questioned another man in the room, his expression icy and skeptical. What? Do you doubt my words? Hua En's demeanor darkened. Director Hua, please do not be angry. My third brother does not mean to question your credibility. If you say so, then it must be true. We merely wonder where this Yi Fan is at present. The middle-aged man quickly interjected. I can inform you of his whereabouts, but persuading him to take action will not be so simple. Hua En replied nonchalantly. I shall seek him out and ensure he comes to treat my father, declared the previously speaking man resolutely. Several hours later, at the entrance of a villa, a group of individuals stood, led by the expressionless third son of the Ming family. Who are you? What business do you have at my family's doorstep? Yi Fan cast a glance at the group of individuals. Are you Yi Fan? Inquired the third son of the Ming family, gazing intently at him. Indeed, Yi Fan replied. Come with me at once, the third son of the Ming family asserted. Who are you? Why should I follow you? Yi Fan furrowed his brows. My father is critically ill at the People's Hospital, awaiting your treatment. Come with me to the hospital at once. The third son of the Ming family coldly replied. What concern is your father's condition to me? Step aside. Yifan coldly remarked, "Will you accompany me or not? Do not compel me to take action." The third son of the Ming family observed Yifan, his expression darkening, his eyes glinting with a chilling light.
Bang!
Yefan akdet decisively.
Seizing his opponent by the collar and flinging him away. With a resounding crash, the third son of the Ming family was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, while those he had brought along were similarly thrown aside, also bleeding. As for Yifan, he strode into the villa, completely disregarding them. "Scoundrel!" the indignant third son of the Ming family exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. Subsequently, at the People's Hospital, the audacity of this young man was astonishing. He dared to refuse to treat the old master. Did he wish to court death? Upon hearing the third son's words, the members of the Ming family wore expressions of fury. Given the Ming family's esteemed reputation and status in Dragon Country, it was utterly inconceivable that someone would refuse to treat the venerable elder. Even Hua En, the foremost imperial physician in Dragon Country, would not dare such a thing. The brazen affront to the Ming family by this mere youth was infuriating beyond measure. "Brother, I shall mobilize the army at once to capture that scoundrel," the third son declared to his elder sibling. "Do not act rashly. Are you not aware of the troubles already besetting the Ming family? Mobilizing the army without authorization will only exacerbate our plight," the eldest brother admonished sternly. "What then shall we do?" the third son asked gravely. "Uncle, perhaps we should consider the youth elixir. I have seen many individuals regain a decade of youth after consuming it. It might prove beneficial for grandfather," one of the younger heirs of the Ming family suggested to the eldest. "Youth elixir?" The eldest brother's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "Brother, this is indeed worth a try. It could very well save our father's life," the third son added eagerly. "Then let us proceed. Procure a youth elixir at once," the eldest brother commanded solemnly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The following day, Yifan prepared to accompany Tang Chu-Chu to Sioux City to attend the birthday celebration of the elderly eunuch. However, Aji insisted on following Yifan as well. Yifan could only embark on his journey to Sioux City accompanied by Chu-Chu and Aji. Meanwhile, in a villa in Tianhai, a petite girl from the cherry blossom country licked a lollipop and exclaimed, "Tomorrow marks the commencement of the auction. It seems we should make our way to Sioux City. Let us go." The little girl strode confidently outside, followed closely by a group of individuals. Just then, Yang Mo, accompanied by a contingent from the Celestial Patrol, appeared and fixed his gaze upon the young girl. "Are you a ninja?" he queried, struggling to reconcile the notion that this seemingly innocent girl could possess such formidable skills. However, intelligence gathered by the Celestial Patrol indicated that a cadre of ninjas was hidden nearby. "Miss, they are from the Celestial Patrol of the Dragon Kingdom," one of the men beside the girl announced. Realizing they had only just been detected, the young girl smirked. "It seems the illustrious Celestial Patrol of the Dragon Kingdom isn't as formidable as rumored." Yang Mo retorted, "Humph, you little brat, your audacity is remarkable. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Celestial Patrol." He lunged towards the girl, but she regarded him with an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes, causing Yang Mo to shudder, his gaze becoming vacant. "Eliminate them," the little girl commanded, pointing at the members of the Celestial Patrol. Immediately, Yang Mo began to turn against his comrades. "Captain, what has happened to you?" The expressions of the Celestial Patrol members shifted dramatically as they called out to Yang Mo, who appeared oblivious to their pleas. In a matter of moments, several members of the Celestial Patrol fell at Yang Mo's hands. "Awaken!" At that moment, a man clad in combat attire with a piercing gaze appeared. "Third senior brother, what brings you here?"
Yang Mo exclaimed upon regaining consciousness.
Recognizing the man as the third disciple of his master. "If I hadn't come, you would have slaughtered your own team," the man replied coldly. Yang Mo's expression darkened as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his comrades. "What has come over me? You have fallen victim to the eye technique," the man replied, casting a grave look at the little girl. "You possess the eye technique? Who are you, truly?" "Guess," the little girl replied playfully. "Regardless of your identity, this is the Dragon Kingdom. Should you dare to act recklessly, the Celestial Patrol will not let you off lightly. Retreat," the man commanded, leading Yang Mo and the others away, clearly uncertain of how to confront the little girl. Boring. That older brother is far more entertaining. Once I procure the dragon jade, I shall seek him out for some fun. The little girl pouted, licking her lollipop. Subsequently, she set off towards Sioux City. Chapter 85. Collision. On a highway leading to Sioux City, a McLaren sped along, carrying Yi Fan, Tang Chu Chu, and a G. Brother Xiao Fan, once we arrive in Sioux City, let us first visit the Tang Group's branch office there.
Tang Chu Chu Suget.
Has the Tang Group established a branch here? Yi Fan inquired. Indeed. This branch has been in preparation for quite some time and has yet to officially commence operations. However, it is destined to become the largest division of the Tang family outside of the Tianhai headquarters, particularly since Sioux City is the capital of Jiangnan County, excelling in various aspects compared to Tianhai. For the Tang family to truly thrive and extend its influence throughout Jiangnan County, establishing a prominent presence in Sioux City is of utmost importance. The Sioux City branch is set to officially open soon, and I intend to seize this opportunity to inspect it, ensuring that no unforeseen issues arise. Tang Chu Chu replied, Indeed, you are correct. By the way, I have observed the celestial signs, and the night of the full moon is approaching. At that time, the affliction of your body will be completely eradicated, and there will also be unexpected surprises awaiting you. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile as he gazed at Tang Chu Chu. Surprised? Tang Chu Chu looked at Yi Fan with a curious expression. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of automobile engines filled the air. Behind Yi Fan's vehicle, dozens of luxury sports cars, each worth millions, raced towards them with breathtaking speed. Jing Xiao, isn't that the latest McLaren? Didn't you mention wanting to buy one? In one of the Lamborghinis, a young man wearing sunglasses exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the McLaren ahead, while a beautiful girl sat beside him. The young man's eyes sparkled as he beheld the McLaren, and with a sudden press of the accelerator, he surged forward, catching up to Yi Fan's car. Hey kid, your family's vehicle is impressive. Care for a little race? The young man taunted, peering through the window at Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan paid him no mind. He pressed the gas, and his car emitted a deafening roar as it swiftly overtook the young man's sports car. How dare you look down on me? The young man's expression darkened, and he too pressed the accelerator, giving chase, followed by the other racers. Yet, no matter how hard these luxury cars floored their accelerators, they could only watch the tail lights of Yi Fan's vehicle fade into the distance. Damn it, H-ing. Block that McLaren at the entrance to the highway leading into the city. We cannot let him escape. The furious young man in the Lamborghini barked, swiftly making a call to issue his orders. Before long, the group of sports cars could no longer even see the tail lights of Yi Fan's car. Minutes later, as Yi Fan exited the highway, heading towards the city, a fleet of black vans suddenly surged forth, blocking their path. Tang Chu Chu's expression shifted with concern. Don't worry, I'll take a look. Yi Fan alighted from the vehicle and stepped outside, only to be besieged by a throng of individuals emerging from the business car. Is such a grand display customary upon my arrival in Sioux City? Which of you sent for this? That old eunuch, perhaps? Yi Fan replied coldly, What old eunuch? You, young man, possess quite the audacity to offend our young master Jing. Among the group, a man clad in a black jacket regarded Yi Fan with a frigid demeanor. Young master Jing? Where did he emerge from? Yi Fan expressed his astonishment. Soon after, the several sports cars that Yi Fan had effortlessly destroyed finally arrived. The youth from the Lamborghini directly opened the car door and approached, followed by a group of wealthy young elites emerging from the other sports cars. Jing Xiao, a man clad in a black jacket, respectfully addressed the youth, revealing his identity. So it is you. Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at the young man. Do you really believe that driving a McLaren makes you impressive? He scoffed. Daring to race past me. Do you hold me in disdain? Jing Yu glared at Yi Fan, his voice dripping with disdain. You truly lack perception. In this city of Sioux, you audaciously overtake our Jing Xiao's vehicle. Do you wish to court disaster? He regarded the youth as nothing more than an arrogant fool, resolved to teach him a harsh lesson that day. Meanwhile, the other young aristocrats in their sports cars looked at Yi Fan with mockery, clearly displeased that he had left them in his dust, unable to even catch a glimpse of his exhaust. They were all scions of the premier families in Sioux City, wielding power akin to that of sovereigns. Who dared to treat them with such disrespect? If your vehicles cannot match mine, is it my fault? Yi Fan remained speechless. In an instant, his words caused Jing Yu's expression to darken. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Today, let me show you who truly reigns supreme in Sioux City.
Acheng.
Reduce that car to scrap metal. With a single command from Jing Yu, the man clad in a black jacket responded promptly, rallying his subordinates to vandalize Yi Fan's vehicle. What are you planning to do? Tang Chu exclaimed as she stepped out of the car, confronting the group. Oh, we have a stunning beauty here. The group of affluent young men cast their gazes upon Tang Chu, a glint of mischief dancing in their eyes. Jing Yu regarded her with a smirk, remarking, this girl is quite a catch. His attention then shifted back to Yi Fan. You, with your luxury car and beautiful companion, seem to live a charmed life. However, today is your misfortune. I shall demolish your car and claim this girl for myself. As for you, before Jing Yu could finish his sentence, he found himself abruptly seized by Yi Fan, who grasped his throat and lifted him off the ground. Instantly, Jing Yu's face flushed as he struggled for breath. Let go of young Master Jing. Ah Cheng's expression shifted as he witnessed Yi Fan's actions, and he shouted in alarm. Attack him. Jing Yu gasped, his voice raspy. At once, Ah Cheng and his entourage charged at Yi Fan. Boom! Yi Fan swung his arm, hurling the miscreant outwards, who then crashed into the group of onlookers, toppling them all to the ground. Instantly, the expressions of the wealthy young rascals shifted dramatically. You! Bang! The individual named Jing Yu lay sprawled on the ground, letting out a cry of agony, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan. Just as he was about to utter a word, Yi Fan's foot came down upon him, eliciting another wail of distress. You may crush my car, but you ought not to covet my wife. Yi Fan regarded Jing Yu with a cold sneer. You! I am the eldest son of the Jing family, one of the 3 prominent families of Jiangnan County. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall face dire consequences. Jing Yu glared at Yi Fan with a fierce expression. Another noble from Jiangnan County? It seems that your esteemed families have crossed paths with me. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh. Are you acquainted with Bai Jing Tian and Shen Hao? Would you like me to escort you to join them? At that moment, Yi Fan cast a chilling gaze at Jing Yu. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, the scion of the Jing family paled, for he was well aware of Bai Jing Tian and Shen Hao. They were the eldest son of the Bai family and the second son of the Shen family, respectively. However, both had already met their demise at the hands of another. You dare? Yet, Jing Yu harbored doubts about Yi Fan's willingness to actually kill him, for the repercussions of such an act would be exceedingly grave. If only he knew that Bai Jing Tian and Shen Hao had fallen to Yi Fan's hand, his thoughts would surely differ. Do you see me hesitating? Yi Fan let out a cold snort, preparing to end the 3rd young master of a prestigious family with a single kick. Chapter 86. I am reasonable. Suddenly, an urgent voice broke through the tense atmosphere. A young woman, adorned in a vibrant green attire, hurriedly approached, her gaze fixed upon Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, I implore you to spare my brother's life. Whatever compensation you desire, the Jing family can provide it. Do you know me? Yi Fan cast a fleeting glance at the woman. I am Jing Ye, the young lady of the Jing family. We have met before at the funeral of the eldest son of the Bai family. She spoke.
Ye Shao?
Could it be that he is? At that moment, the group of dandy young masters felt their pupils constrict as realization dawned upon them. During the obliteration of the Bai family, their respective family elders had cautioned them against antagonizing a youth named Yi Fan, for it was he who had brought about the downfall of the Bai family. Now, upon hearing Jing Ye's respectful reference to this young man as Yi Shao, coupled with her mention of their previous encounter at the Bai family's eldest son's funeral, it became evident that this was indeed the very Yi Fan their elders had warned them about, the one who had annihilated the Bai family. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, the faces of the dandy young masters turned ashen, their legs trembling in fear. Had they truly offended someone capable of extinguishing the Bai family? Was that not akin to seeking death by lighting a candle in a lavatory? You, my dear brother, not only intend to vandalize my vehicle but also have designs on my wife. Do you believe I would simply let that slide? Yi Fan regarded Jing Ye with a frigid demeanor. As long as young Master Yi can spare my brother's life, You may express any request you desire, Jingyu said, bowing respectfully to Yi Fan. Yi Fan forcefully kicked Jingyu out, coldly commanding, "Make my wife kneel and bow 100 times, uttering 100 apologies. And you all too," Yi Fan uttered, casting a glance at the group of arrogant young masters. "Apologies, apologies." Instantly, this group of young masters knelt before Tang Chu, bowing their heads in contrition. Jingyu, witnessing their genuine act of submission, felt a surge of disbelief. How could these distinguished scions of Su City endure such humiliation? It was evident that the young master of the Jing family had yet to fathom Yi Fan's true identity. "Do as Yi Xiao commands." Immediately, Jingyu approached her disappointing younger brother, delivering a sharp slap across his face as she admonished him. "Elder sister, how could you strike me?" he protested, bewildered. "Obey, or I shall have father expel you from the family at once," Jingyu declared, her demeanor exuding authority. Faced with his sister's formidable presence, the young master of the Jing family trembled and complied, kneeling before Tang Chu to offer his apologies. "Begone." After the group had completed 100 bows, their foreheads bloodied from the act, Yi Fan huffed coldly and ushered Tang Chu into the vehicle, departing the scene. "Elder sister, I am still your brother, a distinguished young master of the Jing family. How could you side with this man?" Jingyu rose, clutching his bleeding forehead, his face contorted with indignation. "You foolish boy, do you even know who he is?" Jingyu retorted with fury. "What does it matter who he is? Can he possibly outmatch the Jing family?" Jingyu scoffed dismissively. "He is the one who killed Bai Jingtian and obliterated the Bai family. Even the second young master of the Shen family, Shen Hao, fell at his hands. Had I not fortuitously learned that a Chang brought men here and followed out of concern, you would already be in the underworld, accompanying Bai Jingtian and Shen Hao."
Jingyu spoke coldly.
"What? It's him." Jingyu's expression shifted as he gasped in shock. "You lot, accustomed to bullying in Su City, have now provoked him. If you are still breathing, consider it sheer luck." Jingyu admonished her brother and the group of young masters. In that moment, Jingyu and his companions wore expressions of trepidation. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and his party made their way towards the Tang family's branch in Su City. "Brother Xiao Fan, we have barely arrived in Su City and already made an enemy," Tang Chu lamented from the car. "Just a mere Jing family. I have already crossed 2 out of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan Prefecture. What difference does one more make?" Yi Fan dismissed it with indifference. Soon, they arrived at the Tang Group S branch in Su City. For this branch, Tang Chu had invested heavily, purchasing an entire building in the business district of Su City as the headquarters for the Tang Group. President. As they entered the branch, numerous employees called out to Tang Chu. "How is the progress here?" Tang Chu inquired of the head of the Su City branch. "President, everything is progressing smoothly, and we will be able to open as scheduled. However," the manager began. "But what?"
Tang Chu press.
The president previously mentioned holding a grand opening ceremony to create momentum for the Su City branch. "I invited everyone on the list you provided, but the vast majority declined," the manager reported. Tang Chu's expression changed. Why did they refuse? Because the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the Su family issued orders that anyone who dares to attend our opening ceremony would be considered their enemy. Those individuals are unwilling to offend the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce and the Su family, hence their refusals. President, if these individuals do not attend, the opening ceremony may be rather lackluster, which could adversely affect the future development of our branch. The manager expressed his concern. Once again, it is the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Seems it is time to deal with them, Tang Chu concluded.
Yi Fan coldly snorted.
Asserting that anyone who dared to oppose his wife was, in essence, opposing him. "Rest assured, my dear wife, the opening ceremony of the Tang Corporation's branch will undoubtedly be a grand affair." He then turned to Tang Chu and said, "Brother Xiaofan, the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is entangled with numerous powerful factions. Behind them, not only does the Su family lend support, but there are also even greater forces at play. Should you choose to eradicate them, it could have far-reaching consequences and potentially disrupt the economic stability of Jiangnan County."
Tang Chu stationed Yi Fan.
Anxious that he might recklessly annihilate the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Given her understanding of Yi Fan, she believed he was quite capable of such an act. Do not worry. I am a person who values reason above all, he reassured her.
Ye Fan similed.
If this remark were to reach the ears of those who perished at his hands, they would likely rise from their graves to curse him. You shameless scoundrel, when have you ever acted with reason? After inspecting the Tang family's branch, Yi Fan, along with Tang Chu and Aji, proceeded to the Wei family villa, which was bustling with activity. The villa was adorned festively, with a large character for longevity hanging prominently. Inside, over 300 grand tables were set, signifying the grandeur of the celebration. As the former chief steward of the royal court, Wei Tianxian had countless individuals eager to curry favor with him. Despite his retirement, he still maintained significant connections within the imperial capital and the royal family. Aligning oneself with the Wei family was a surefire way to ascend the social ladder effortlessly. Therefore, attendees at this birthday celebration were a steady stream of powerful and influential dignitaries. Even many notable figures known to Wei Tianxian in the capital had come, making the guests gathered at the villa capable of stirring a tempest with their mere presence. To ensure the smooth running of the celebration, nearly 1,000 guards were stationed both inside and outside the villa. Additionally, Su Lin, the governor of Jiangnan, had dispatched over 3,000 troops to secure the premises, preventing any mishaps. The status of the guests was formidable. Any slip-up could jeopardize the governor's position. Outside the villa, luxury vehicles converged, and numerous elegantly dressed guests approached with gifts for the celebration. In one of the halls within the Wei family villa, Wei Tianxian sat with a young man clad in a black long robe, his demeanor grim and lips darkened. Is what you say true, Wei Lao? Did that person named Yi Fan truly kill elder son? The young man inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Wei Tianxian. Absolutely. Even my adopted son met his demise at the hands of this scoundrel, Wei Tianxian replied coldly. And what of the dragon jade? The young man pressed. It is either in the hands of the Jiang family or that of this scoundrel, Wei Tianxian responded. I shall take my men